The once clear sky darkened without warning. A deep dark blue hue instantly shrouded the entire sea. The sea breeze ceased, and the waves seemed to freeze in place. What the hell? Lin Xian looked up. Silently a crack split the sky above. No thunder, no wind. The next second a streak of dark blue light, like a comet off its course, hurtled straight toward the battered fishing boat. Its speed far exceeded what the human eye could capture. Lin Xian didn't even manage to finish his curse before the blue light crashed into his chest without resistance. There was no expected pain of broken bones, only a biting cold that exploded, traveling through his blood and rushing straight to his forehead. His vision twisted and blurred violently. Salty seawater poured directly into his nose. Lin Xian snapped his eyes open. He coughed violently, turning his head to spit out bitter seawater. A violent rocking sensation came from beneath him. He quickly turned over, shifting from lying to crouching to lower his center of gravity. There were no buildings, no streets, no land around. Only water. A boundless blue expanse. Beneath his feet was a worn wooden raft 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The edges were splintered and slimy moss grew in the gaps. Seawater washed over his ankles as the raft rose and fell. The water was icy cold, rapidly stealing heat from his body. Lin Xian gripped the rough edges of the wood tightly. Splinters pierced his palms, the pain jolted his nerves. He took a deep breath, forcing his racing mind to calm. On the edge of his retina, a string of golden numbers was jumping. Novice protection period 99 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 42 seconds. Beside the number floated a semi-transparent blue light screen. Lin Xian focused his attention, and the light screen instantly enlarged, occupying the center of his vision. Shipbuilding system activated, current level LV. 1 driftwood raft, materials needed for upgrade, wood 05 sets, stone 03 sets, backpack, slots 2 empty, currency 0 Bailey, 0 hygiene coins, 1 Vivro belly, can be exchanged for 1 hygiene coin. The panel was extremely rudimentary. There was no tutorial. Lin Xian's gaze lingered on the word Bailey for 2 seconds. He recognized this currency unit. Looking down, there was a flashing speaker icon at the bottom of the screen. Lin Xian tapped it, and a chat box labeled region channel popped up. The top right corner showed the current region count 100. The information scrolled extremely fast, making it hard to read any single line. Lin Xian adjusted the system settings to slow the scroll speed to minimum. Help! I can't swim. Someone save me. This is kidnapping. I want to call my lawyer. Do you know who I am? Mom, where are you? I'm scared. I was in a meeting, just now fell into the sea with my chair sank him lying on a wooden board. Is there any police? The emergency number doesn't work. Panic curses, please. The fear of 100,000 people was laid bare through text. Lin Xian tapped the input box and quickly typed a line. Has anyone seen any land or islands around? He hit send. The message was instantly drowned by thousands of cries for help. He got no reply. Lin Xian decisively closed the channel. Expecting information from this crowd of panicked people was pointless. He stood up. The raft lost balance, tilting sharply to the right. Lin Xian quickly crouched down, supporting himself with his hands on the boards to steady himself. In the center of the raft lay 2 items, a rough wooden paddle and a short piece of rope about 2 meters long. Lin Xian picked up the paddle, testing its weight. The wood was of the poorest quality, it would definitely break if used too hard. He picked up the rope, tied one end around his waist in a secure knot, and threaded the other end through a gap in the raft's edge, also tying it firmly. This was to prevent being swept away by the current if he fell overboard. In the vast ocean, once separated from the raft, exhaustion meant death. After the basic precautions, Lin Xian looked up to observe the sky. The sun was directly overhead, noon. He looked down at the water. A few strands of fine green seaweed floated on the surface. The seaweed was drifting slowly to the right. Southwest wind, eastward current. Lin Xian knelt on one side of the raft, dipped the paddle into the water, and began to row. His movements were standard and evenly distributed. After 10 minutes, his palm stung. The rough handle had worn away the skin on his palm, exposing clear tissue fluid. Lin Xian did not stop. He had to find floating supplies or an island before dark. Relying on the raft's basic attributes alone, he wouldn't even survive tonight's low temperature. After rowing for half an hour, Lin Xian stopped the paddle to catch his breath. The surroundings were too quiet. The sea was smooth. No swells, no wind, no seabirds. At the bottom right of the light screen, a small gray font flickered. Novice Protection Zone, Sea Climate Locked, Sea Beast Attacks Blocked. Lin Xian stared at the word Sea Beast. Combined with the earlier Bailey, he had basically confirmed his current situation. This was not Earth's ocean. This was the world of One Piece. The Age of Pirates, the Grand Line, the Four Emperors, Devil Fruits. These nouns from his memory were now reality. That 100-day countdown. Once it hit 0, the climate lock would be released. A simple tsunami dozens of meters high would shatter this flimsy raft into dust. Not to mention the Sea Kings, which could be hundreds of meters long. Lin Xian gripped the paddle tightly. He had to raise his ship's level to withstand natural disasters within 100 days. At the same time, he would use his full knowledge of the storyline to intercept the hidden top-tier devil fruits and hockey training methods. Boom! A deep muffled explosion came from the distant horizon where sea met sky. Lin Xian jerked his head up. Several nautical miles away, the sea surface bulged upward without warning. A huge black silhouette broke through the water. Seawater fell from the dark shape like a great curtain. It was a giant beast that defied biological norms. Only its dorsal fin was partially above water, yet it blocked half the sunlight. The dorsal fin alone obscured half the sun's light. Its dark green scales reflected a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. Estimated size over 200 meters. The shadow paused in the air for a second, then crashed heavily back into the sea. Water spouts shot up, nearly reaching the clouds. Seconds later, a massive swell traveled across the miles, reaching the raft. The once steady raft was instantly lifted 2 meters into the air. Lin Xian clung flat to the raft, fingers digging into the gaps between the boards. The rope around his waist went taut, cutting into his flesh. Seawater poured over him, blurring his vision. The raft bucked violently for a full minute before calming again. Lin Xian spat out seawater, wiped his face, and gasped for air. He looked again toward where the shadow had disappeared. It had returned to dead silence. The mere wake from its dive had nearly torn the raft apart. A hint of ferocity flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He gripped the paddle again and pulled it forcefully through the water. The raft moved forward once more. The ripples on the water had not yet fully subsided. Lin Xian lay on the slick wooden planks, his chest heaving violently. The rough splinters dug into his cheek, bringing a faint sting. He did not rise, his eyes fixed intently on the deep blue sea ahead. The direction of the ocean current had shifted. The water, which had been flowing gently eastward, suddenly formed a massive whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool sank, and the surrounding seawater was pushed aside by a tremendous force. Less than 100 meters from the raft, the sea surface swelled upward without warning. A huge black water bubble broke the horizon. Water cascaded down the surface of the colossal creature, crashing onto the sea with a dull roar. Lin Xian held his breath. His fingers dug into the gaps between the planks. The creature surfaced. Sunlight struck its back, reflecting a cold metallic luster. Those were blue-black scales, each as large as a tabletop. Following the scales upward, its head emerged from the water. On top of its head grew 2 irregular dark red horns pointing straight at the sky. Its mouth was tightly shut, but the line of its jaw extended from the snout all the way to the back of its head. No whale on Earth possessed such an exaggerated bite ratio. It simply floated motionless on the surface, its massive body blocking the sunlight ahead. The raft was completely covered by its shadow. Lin Xian froze in place. He clearly saw a white scar over 10 meters long on the creature's flank. It spouted a murky column of water. The mist drifted with the wind, landing on Lin Xian's face, carrying a strong fishy stench. Suddenly, a glaring red light flashed in the lower right corner of his retina. A pale blue system interface automatically popped up. A card with a red warning border floated in the center of his vision. Scan complete. Target creature juvenile coastal sea king, danger level D status, currently within protection zone, shielding range, unable to launch active attacks on players or vessels. The giant beast slowly sank. Seawater rushed into the cavity it left behind again, stirring up a surge of waves. The raft tossed violently. Lin Xian pressed himself low, letting the seawater wash over his back. A few minutes later, the sea calmed again. The juvenile had disappeared into the deep. Lin Xian sat up. He wiped the seawater from his face and quickly tapped the speaker icon at the bottom of the system panel. Regional channel opened. The number of people in the upper right corner showed 998711000. In just half a day, over 100 people had died. The chat box was still scrolling wildly. Who has fresh water? He'll trade my watch. Patek Philippe limited edition. A fish the size of a mountain just passed by me. Help. What kind of monster is that? When is the government rescue team coming? I can't take it anymore, I want to go home. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He needed to verify an extremely important guess. Opening the chat panel, he slowed down the refresh rate, carefully examining each message, and found that not a single message related to the plot of One Piece appeared. With 100 people in the chat channel, it was impossible that no one had seen One Piece. Lin Xian directly closed the channel panel. The sea breeze blew, taking away the warmth from his body. But he did not feel the cold. Blood surged through his veins, his brain in a state of extreme excitement. 8 billion people descended. The system had pulled all of humanity into this world. But these people were not from his Earth. Or rather, there existed countless parallel Earths in the universe. And only his Earth possessed a manga called One Piece. In the eyes of others, this was a death hell filled with terrifying sea monsters, harsh weather, and unknown laws. They knew nothing of the Navy, nothing of the 4 emperors, nothing of the mythical devil fruits hidden on various islands. And he was the only prophet. He knew the locations of many fruits. He knew the principles of hockey training. He knew the outcome of the Summit War. For these competitors on the same stage, this was a survival game of absolute information asymmetry. Lin Xian forcibly suppressed his inner emotional fluctuations. He reopened the system panel, his eyes scanning the data. Current level LV. 1 drifting raft upgrade, materials required, wood 05 sets, stone 03 sets. Newbie protection, countdown 99 days, 22 hours, 15 minutes. Lin Xian tapped the question mark next to the countdown. A line of small gray text popped up. Note the 100-day newbie protection is divided into multiple stages. Climate hazard lock release, countdown 99 days, 22 hours. Sea beast attack shield release, countdown 9 days, 22 hours. Lin Xian's eyes abruptly fixed on that line. 9 days, 22 hours. Less than 10 days. In 10 days, the sea beast attack shield would be released. That 200-meter-long juvenile sea king just now could disintegrate this 3-meter-long raft with a mere flick of its tail or a single mouthful of seawater. The 100-day protection period only covered regional fog and extreme weather. The most deadly deep-sea threat allowed only a 10-day buffer. Lin Xian quickly closed the panel. He picked up the rough wooden ore placed in the center of the raft. He must upgrade. He must find land within 10 days, collect wood and stone, and upgrade the raft to a single-masted sailboat. Only by leaving the flat raft state and having a real hull could there be a slim chance of resisting a small sea beast attack. He rechecked the hemp rope around his waist, ensuring the knot was secure. Gripping the oar with both hands, he dipped it into the water. He engaged his lower back, driving his arms. Stroke. The seawater churned beneath the blade. The raft slowly moved forward along the current. The sun gradually slanted westward. The glare on the sea became dazzling. Lin Xian's palms were already raw tissue fluid mixing with seawater, forming a sticky hard crust. Every stroke was accompanied by excruciating pain. He did not stop. The system inventory was empty, no fresh water, no food. At night the temperature would plummet and the loss of physical strength would multiply. 2 hours passed. Lin Xian mechanically repeated the rowing motion. His breathing grew heavy. Suddenly the sea breeze blowing from ahead carried a faint, unusual scent. Not the salty, fishy smell of the sea, but a subtle, unique fragrance of plants and earth. Lin Xian stopped the oar. He stood upright, squinting against the setting sun. At the edge of his vision, where the sea met the sky, a dark green bulge abruptly appeared on the flat horizon. It was not the dorsal fin of a sea king. Its edges were covered with uneven vegetation shadows. The outline was extremely regular, firmly rooted on the sea surface, not rising and falling with the waves. It was an island. 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 Before the sun completely sank beneath the horizon, Lin Xian finally paddled his wooden raft to the shore. 2 full hours of intense rowing. The muscles in both arms ached to the point of numbness. Blisters on his palms had burst and reformed repeatedly. The bottom of the raft scraped against the beach with a dull grating sound. Lin Xian dropped the oar and collapsed into the shallow water, gasping for breath. The island was tiny. It measured no more than 200 meters in circumference. The perimeter was ringed with jagged rocks and a narrow strip of sand, while the center was thick with tall coconut palms and dense undergrowth. A pale blue light screen flickered into existence at the lower right corner of his retina. Entered unnamed island, available resources in current area with stone, fresh water, limited. Lin Xian curled his lips at the word limited. Stingy. He stood up and dragged the raft higher onto the sand. The tidal patterns in this world might not follow the rules he knew, but he dared not take the risk. After hauling it onto the dry, hard sand, Lin Xian untied the hemp rope from his waist, found a sharp boulder, as tall as a man, wound the rope around it 3 times, and tied a tight knot. Without a boat, he wouldn't even count as cannon fodder in this world. After securing his vessel, Lin Xian turned to gaze at the dark forest. Night was falling. He had no fire, no weapons. Bending down, he picked up the blood-stained wooden or gripped it tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and strode toward the coconut grove. He had to survey the terrain before total darkness fell and find something to eat or use for kindling. The moment his feet crossed from the soft sand into the tree line, the temperature plummeted. The broad leaves of tropical plants blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The air in the grove was thick with the mingled odor of decaying leaves and salt water. Lin Xian slowed his steps. 10 meters. 15 meters. 20 meters. A faint, almost imperceptible rustling suddenly came from a waist-high bush on his right. Lin Xian stopped and whipped his head around. A dark shadow shot out from the undergrowth. It was incredibly fast. A crustacean. It looked like a crab, but was the size of a full-grown husky. Its 2 massive pincers were studded with dark red barbs that glinted coldly in the dim light. The giant pincer opened wide and snapped directly at Lin Xian's thigh. Holy shit, a mutant hairy crab. Lin Xian instinctively threw himself to the left, rolling on the ground. Fabric tore. A searing pain shot through his left arm. The tip of the pincer had grazed the outside of his forearm, slicing open a 5-centimeter gash. Flesh curled outward instantly, and blood gushed out. Lin Xian had no time to register the pain. Kneeling on one knee, he swung the wooden oar with both hands, slamming it down hard on the crab as it prepared for a second strike. Bang! The oar connected with the dark red carapace. The recoil split the skin of Lin Xian's tiger's mouth. The oar let out a brittle, strained crack, and a fissure appeared on its front edge. The giant crab was driven down by the blow, but its shell didn't even show a white mark. It brandished its pincers, its 8 legs scrabbling on the ground as it charged again. My apologies. Lin Xian turned decisively. Abandoning the cracked oar, he scrambled and crawled his way back out of the tree line. The leaves rustled loudly behind him as the crab crashed through them. Covering the short 20-meter distance with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, Lin Xian burst out of the coconut grove and onto the soft sand. He didn't stop until he reached the water's edge, then turned around. At the edge of the bushes, the giant crab halted in the shadows. It didn't pursue him beyond the tree line. Its 2 protruding compound eyes swiveled in the darkness, its pincers clicked open and shut twice, then it turned and vanished into the weeds. Lin Xian collapsed onto the sand, his chest heaving violently. Cold sweat mixed with seawater streamed down his forehead. Is this the kind of monster in a beginner zone? He looked down at his left arm. The wound was deep, bleeding profusely, blood dripping from his forearm onto the sand. The system panel showed no reaction. Infection would mean death. Clenching his jaw, Lin Xian grabbed the hem of his t-shirt and tore off a long strip of cloth. He stood up and walked into the sea. He plunged his injured left arm directly into the salt water. The moment the wound met the highly concentrated brine, a searing, piercing pain shot straight to his scalp. Lin Xian sucked in a sharp breath, his entire arm twitching involuntarily. Hiss, that's intense. After rinsing the sand and dirt from the wound with seawater, he quickly wrapped the cloth strip tightly around the gash and tied it off. The bleeding stopped, but his stamina was at its limit from blood loss and exertion. A painful cramp twisted in his stomach. He was hungry, ravenously hungry. Leaning against a boulder, Lin Xian tapped the speaker icon at the bottom of the system panel. Zone channel population 9890210000. It's dark. Something in the water is ramming my raft. Someone save me, I'm so cold, so hungry. He'll trade all my assets for one sip of water. Just one sip. The channel was filled with whales. Lin Xian turned it off. Relying on the system's mercy was impossible. He straightened up and, hugging the water's edge, he slowly began to feel his way along the reef exposed by the low tide. His eyes adjusted to the dark. By the faint light of the moon, he saw the crevices in the rocks were thick with dark brown barnacles and shellfish. In the shallow tide pools, a few finger-wide fish darted about. His past life experience of growing up by the sea saved him. Lin Xian found a sharp-edged piece of stone and walked over to the rocks. He aimed at a thumbnail-sized shell and pried it off with force. The shell came loose. No fire, no pot. Lin Xian used the stone flake to pry open the hard shell, scooping out the small lump of grayish-white flesh inside. A strong, briny smell assailed his nostrils. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and tipped the raw meat into his mouth. He swallowed it whole. The slippery texture slid down his esophagus, and his stomach immediately gave a slight heave of protest. Lin Xian clamped his hand over his mouth and forced it down. Still better than pre-made meals, he consoled himself as he continued to pry open more shellfish. For a full half hour, he swallowed over 20 raw shellfish, and in the tide pools, he caught 3 stranded small fish with his bare hands, bit off their heads, chewed up the flesh, and swallowed it. The cold raw food upset his stomach a little, but it provided some much-needed protein. The hunger pangs subsided. Lin Xian walked to a higher part of the beach, found a large sheltered boulder, and sat down. The sea breeze brought a chill. He curled his body up to minimize heat loss. His gaze drifted across the sand toward the pitch-black coconut grove. Rustle. Click. Rustle. Lin Xian pricked up his ears. 3 distinctly different sounds came from the woods in alternating sequence. Some were heavy, some were faint. On that tiny island less than 200 meters across, there was definitely more than just that one giant crab. This was the monster's beginner village, and he was the only prey. Wood and stone are both in the forest, Lin Xian murmured to himself. If he didn't go in, his raft would forever be LV. 1. When the sea beast attack immunity lifted in 10 days, he would be dead for sure. If he went into the forest, those monsters with shells harder than stone would tear him apart in an instant. A dead end. Moonlight broke through the clouds, spilling onto the beach. Lin Xian looked down at his left arm wrapped in its cloth bandage. That one swing of the oar had split the skin of his hand, yet left no mark on the crab's shell. The gap in power was too vast. He suddenly closed his eyes, a memory flashing through his mind. Black. A black luster coating the surface of skin. Hard as steel, indestructible. Armament hockey. If this world was truly built on the framework of one piece, then this power of hockey was theoretically something every human had the potential to awaken. It didn't require a devil fruit nor a boon from the system. It originated from a person's inner will and spirit. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He stared at his left hand. Slowly he clenched his fist with force. The veins on the back of his hand bulged one by one, the pain from his wound jolting his nerves. Since I'm here, I'll have to tear a layer of shell off you all. The night wind howled. The clicking sounds from the forest grew denser. At dawn, the sea breeze, thick with a briny tang, awakened Lin Xian. The cloth bandage on his left arm was stuck fast to his flesh by dark, dried blood. He tried to move his arm, but a tearing pain shot straight into his skull. This starting point is truly hardcore. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of sand-laden saliva. Instead of getting up to search for shells in the shallows, he sat down cross-legged on the parched sand. In 10 days, the sea beast barrier would dissipate. A group of mutant crabs lurked in the woods, seeing him as their meal delivery. Building a raft required wood and stone. Staying out of the woods meant death. Entering them in his current mortal state would barely make a toothsome morsel for those beasts. He had to break the deadlock. Armament hockey. Lin Xian rapidly reviewed the manga settings he had read in his past life. An invisible armor capable of evolving into the ultimate attack power. Essentially, it was the externalization of a human's latent willpower. How to activate it? He recalled the teachings of those powerful figures in the manga. Feel the chi within. Combine will with the body. Lin Xian closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in his ears. He focused all his attention on his right fist. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. The sun had fully risen, its harsh rays penetrating his eyelids. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His right fist was still just a right fist. The skin was rough, the knuckles caked with last night's dried sand and mud. No change. No surge of supernatural power. He suddenly swung his fist, smashing it against the black reef beside him. Thud. A very faint pale mark was left on the stone surface. The skin on the knuckles of his right middle and ring fingers split, instantly blood seeping out. Damn, that hurts. Lin Xian shook his hand and curled his lip. Reality was indeed not a hot-blooded manga. If anyone could power up just by shouting slogans and holding their breath, the 100,000 people drifting in the sea would have become emperors long ago. He had to tough it out. The afternoon of the second day. Lin Xian lay by a fetid puddle swallowing 2-finger-wide raw fish whole. Fish scales stuck in his throat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forcing them down. His stomach churned in protest against this brutal way of eating. In the early hours of the third day, he leaned against a reef meditating with his eyes closed. The wound on his left arm began to fester, his body temperature rising slowly. Fine cold sweat beaded on his forehead. On the evening of the third day, severe malnutrition made Lin Xian's vision go black. When he stood up, he leaned against the rough reef, gasping for air. From the shadows of the coconut grove came a click-clack sound. Lin Xian turned to look. 3 massive shell beasts were crouching at the edge of the tree line. Their dark red compound eyes were fixed on him. Their giant pincers covered in barbs opened and closed rhythmically. They were waiting for this two-legged beast to exhaust its strength, to lose its ability to resist, so they could swarm in for a meal. Lin Xian forced a pale smile. What are you looking at? Just wait until I master my divine skill. He'll turn you all into crab roe buns. He sat down again. He closed his eyes. Gee, well, what the hell were they? Extreme hunger and the pain of his festering wound combined, and a feeling of agitation nearly burst through his crown. He even began to doubt whether he had been wrong about the fundamental premise. Maybe the system had changed the world's underlying logic. Maybe ordinary people simply couldn't learn hockey. No, the system panel clearly displayed belly and sea kings. The underlying logic was definitely unchanged. He just hadn't found the key yet. On the night of the third day, Lin Xian was burning with fever. Curled up behind a large wind-blocking reef, he drifted into a dazed, semi-conscious state. He had a dream. In the dream, there were no sea kings, no system. Only the old, dilapidated fishing boat from his past life. The sky was pitch black. The storm tore the sea apart. Dozens of meters high mountains of waves crashed down like an avalanche. The deck tilted violently. The gale-carrying rain lashed his face, stinging painfully. He grabbed the rough cable, staring fixedly at the wall of water that blotted out the sky. He absolutely could not give up. Every muscle was taut to its limit, his bones creaking in protest. He concentrated all his strength, all his unwillingness, all his will onto the surface of his body. He refused to be thrown overboard. Refused to be devoured. Boom. The giant wave crashed down. Lin Xian's eyes snapped open. Cold sweat had soaked his tattered t-shirt. The night wind blew and he shivered uncontrollably. The moonlight in the early hours was deathly pale, shining on the sand without any warmth. Lin Xian gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. The feeling from the dream just now was too real. In the face of death, he had tensed every fiber of his being, turning his will into a tangible armor. This was armament hockey. Lin Xian flipped over and sat up. Even the dizziness from the fever receded for a moment. He stared intently at his right fist. He took a deep breath. He forcibly extracted that feeling of desperate defiance against the giant wave from the depths of his memory and poured it all into his right hand. His blood and chi began to seethe and boil. From the blood vessels in his forearm, it surged all the way to the surface of his fist. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, veins bulging one by one at his temples. Come. Ow. Hum. An extremely peculiar sensation spread across the surface of his right fist. It wasn't the power of tensed muscle. It was an extra membrane that had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Xian's eyes widened. In the pale moonlight, he could clearly see a very faint, almost imperceptible dark luster emerging on the skin of his right fist. A metallic texture. Cold hard. It lasted for less than half a second. With a soft puff, the dark luster instantly dissipated. An intense wave of emptiness crashed over him. Lin Xian's vision went black and he nearly toppled headfirst onto the sand. But he braced himself with his hands. He looked at his right fist, now back to normal, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a silent laugh. Then the laughter grew louder, and he didn't care, even as it pulled at his festering left arm wound. It worked. Hockey truly existed. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing the pale sand, locking onto the edge of the dark coconut grove. Their several pairs of dark red compound eyes glimmered in the darkness. The click-clack sounds were more frequent than in previous days. Lin Xian stood up and flexed his right wrist. His joints cracked crisply. He bent down, picked up a sharp-edged stone from the sand, and weighed it in his hand. Crab roe buns. Lin Xian shook his right arm and strode towards the tree line. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xian strode towards the tree line. 3 armored beasts lay in the shadows, their dark red compound eyes fixed on him. Their giant pincers opened and closed, producing a series of crisp clicking sounds. They were assessing the threat level of their prey. 10 meters from the tree line, Lin Xian suddenly came to a halt. He raised his right hand and hurled the sharp-edged stone with great force. The stone arced through the air and accurately struck the back shell of the armored beast in the middle. Bang! The stone ricocheted away without leaving a trace. The armored beast froze for half a second, then all 8 of its limbs propelled it forward, wielding its giant pincers as it charged out of the bushes, closely followed by the other 2. Without hesitation, Lin Xian turned and ran. Only a fool would take on 3 at once, he cursed as he ran. The 3 armored beasts chased him to the edge of the beach, but stopped. They seemed hesitant to fully expose themselves in the open area under the moonlight. The leading one waved its giant pincers in Lin Xian's direction a couple of times before turning back into the coconut grove. Lin Xian sprinted behind a windbreak rock and sat down heavily. He gasped for breath, yet a smile lingered on his lips. He needed to confirm the monster's alert range and agromechanics. It turned out they wouldn't easily leave that grove. The weakness from his fever surged again. Lin Xian leaned against the rock, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. Tomorrow he must break the deadlock. On the fourth morning, the salty sea breeze woke Lin Xian. He opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. The last few shells had been consumed last night. He walked to the shallow water area where the rock crevices left by the receding tide were completely empty. Even the small bait fish had vanished. Lin Xian stood up, his gaze directed towards the coconut grove 200 meters away. The grove was filled with tall coconut trees, freshwater, and materials marked by the system. These materials were needed to upgrade the raft, but they were blocked by the group of armored beasts. He didn't approach directly, but instead circled the beach's edge, finding a higher rock pile and crouching down. He observed. 2 hours passed. The sun rose higher and the temperature began to climb. Lin Xian watched the edge of the tree line, gradually clarifying the activity patterns of the armored beasts. After sunrise, they would retreat under the roots of the tall coconut trees to sleep and avoid the sunlight. Occasionally, they would come out during noon. At dusk, after the sun set, they would gather at the edge of the bushes on the west side of the island to forage. Lin Xian's gaze swept back and forth between the beach and the rocky area. Finally, he locked onto a rock crevice close to the tree line. It was a natural fissure with hard black rocks on both sides, forming a narrow passage in the middle. Lin Xian stood up and walked to the crevice. He measured the width with his hands. At its widest, it was about half a meter, tapering narrower inside, with the deepest part being a dead end. Previously, he had followed his grandfather to make a living by the sea and had become adept at catching lobsters among the rock piles. Lobsters and crabs have extremely limited brain capacity. When faced with obstacles, they would only wave their pincers and push forward, completely unaware of the need to retract them and retreat. A funnel trap. This was the most primitive yet effective physical mechanism. Lin Xian began moving stones. His severely malnourished body protested. Each time he bent down to lift the heavy stone, stars sparkled in front of his eyes. The wound on his left arm throbbed and yellowish fluid seeped from the edges of the scab. He gritted his teeth, stacking one stone after another at the entrance of the crevice. It took him half a day to transform the crevice into a perfect funnel. The entrance only allowed one armored beast to barely squeeze in, and once inside, the stone walls would pin its shell tightly, leaving no room to turn around. Lin Xian untied a length of hemp rope from his waist. He took out the remaining rotten fish entrails from last night's meal from his system backpack, tied them with the rope, and hung them on the rock wall at the deepest part of the crevice. The trap was rudimentary and shabby. After finishing all this, Lin Xian climbed up to a higher rock on the side of the crevice and lay down. He waited. Dusk fell. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, painting the sky a vast blood red. The temperature of the sea breeze dropped. The rustling of leaves could be heard from the edge of the tree line. 3 armored beasts appeared on time outside the bushes to the west. They waved their giant pincers, sifting through the sand in search of food. The sea breeze carried the stench of fish entrails into the grove. The smallest armored beast halted its movements. Its 2 antennae quivered rapidly in the air, its compound eyes rotating as it locked onto the direction of the rock crevice. It broke away from the group and crawled over, following the scent. Lin Xian lay above, holding his breath. The sound of his heartbeat amplified in his eardrums. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. The armored beast arrived at the funnel entrance. It paused for a moment, seemingly assessing the terrain. But the foul, fishy smell was irresistibly attractive to it. It retracted its 8 limbs and forcefully squeezed into the narrow passage. 1 step, 2 steps. Crack. The shell scraped against the stone, producing a piercing, grinding sound. It tried to push further, but the passage had narrowed to its limit. Its dark red shell was wedged tightly between the rocks. Realizing something was wrong, it began to thrash its giant pincers. But in the small space, the giant pincers couldn't fully open, only able to strike angrily against the sides of the rocks. It was done. Lin Xian leaped down from above. He held a carefully chosen, extremely sharp-edged strip of rock. In the instant of landing, he bent his knees to absorb the impact, raised the rock in his hands, and aimed at the vulnerable gap where the armored beast's shell met its abdomen, slamming down hard. Bang! The rock struck the edge of the gap. The tremendous recoil caused Lin Xian's hand to crack, blood streaming down his wrist. The armored beast did not break its defense. It emitted an angry, hissing sound, struggling madly. The entire rock crevice shook. It forced its body to twist, and its right giant pincer barely reached through the gap, clamping towards Lin Xian. It was too close. Lin Xian had no time to fully evade. The pincer tip grazed his right wrist, instantly tearing the flesh and revealing a deep line of blood down to the bone. Blood gushed out. Excruciating pain stimulated his nerves. Lin Xian didn't retreat. He bit down hard on his lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Crush it. He raised the rock and struck down again. On the second hit, the tip of the rock broke off. On the third hit, a fine crack appeared in the armored beast's shell. The armored beast struggled even more violently, its left pincer also trying to squeeze out. If it broke free, it would mean death for Lin Xian. He closed his eyes. The resolve to fight against the gigantic waves from last night surged again. The weakness from the fever, the cramps of hunger, and the painful wrist were all forcibly suppressed. His blood boiled, surging through his veins towards his right arm. His will condensed. A faint dark sheen appeared on his right hand. A metallic texture spread from his palm, covering the broken tip of the stone in his hand. This was the Armed Color Conqueror, a half-second experience card. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his arm muscles bulging with that layer of dark sheen, aimed at the crack, and smashed down. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed in the crevice. The stone imbued with Conqueror's hockey pierced through the hard shell, deeply embedding itself within the armored beast's body. A white viscous fluid mixed with green entrails erupted, instantly splattering all over Lin Xian. The 8 limbs of the armored beast twitched violently for a moment, then fell limply. The 2 giant pincers crashed to the ground with a dull thud. It was dead. A blue light curtain popped up in the lower right corner of his retina. Kill Rock Armored Crab Juvenile gained Rough. Shell 1 gained Crab Meat 2, gained C Crystal Coin. 3 Raw Berries can be exchanged for 1 C Crystal Coin. Lin Xian released the stone from his hand, collapsing onto the rock, covered in bodily fluids. The dark sheen had long since faded. A strong sense of emptiness and exhaustion nearly overwhelmed him. He stared at the drop information on the panel and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He had succeeded in his desperate gamble. Wow, just now that was the armed color wrapping. Could it be that I really am a genius? 2 icons appeared in his system backpack. With a thought, a piece of crab meat weighing 2 pounds appeared in his hand. The meat had a translucent grayish-white hue and emitted an extremely strong fishy smell. Lin Xian was in no condition to start a fire. Looking at the raw meat in his hand, his stomach cramped again from extreme hunger. Sashimi high-grade fare. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, opened his mouth, and took a big bite. The slimy texture came with an intense salty and slightly bitter taste. Lin Xian didn't chew for long before swallowing it whole. The cold raw meat slid down into his stomach, providing much-needed protein and heat. After eating half a piece, the feeling of hunger was finally subdued. Lin Xian wiped away the juices at the corner of his mouth, tore off the last clean strip from his t-shirt, and tightly wrapped his right wrist wound. Suddenly, a series of even more intense clicking sounds came from the direction of the tree line. Lin Xian paused, raising his head. Under the moonlight, 2 rock-armored crabs, each much larger than the one he had just fought, stood on the beach 10 meters away. Their dark red compound eyes were fixed on Lin Xian, their pincers covered in barbs glinting with a chilling light under the moon. The scent of blood had drawn them out. Lin Xian looked at the half-eaten crab meat in his hand, then at the 2 massive creatures that had fully emerged from the tree line. I took down the small one, and now the big one's come. He stuffed the crab meat into his system backpack, bent down, and picked up the stone covered in white bodily fluids. His wrist wound began to bleed again from exertion staining the cloth. The sea breeze howled. Lin Xian gripped the stone tightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The sea wind howled. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the stone, now coated with a slimy white secretion, his gaze fixed on the 2 large armored shell crabs on the sandy shore 10 meters away. The dark crimson compound eyes of the 2 beasts glimmered under the moonlight. Their giant pincers covered in barbs opened and closed, emitting a dense clatter. The scent of blood stirred them, yet they halted at the edge of the tree line, advancing no further. Lin Xian remained motionless. He weighed the stone in his hand, feeling the sharp pain pulsing from his right wrist. Kill the young, and the old come calling. He muttered, a bitter smile twisting his lips, his voice hoarse. He did not charge in recklessly. The effort to slay the juvenile earlier had drained the hockey he had painstakingly gathered. Rushing in now would only serve as a midnight snack for the enemy. He retreated slowly, his eyes never leaving the 2 armored shell crabs, until he slipped back behind the massive wind-sheltered boulder. The armored shell crabs lingered at the edge of the beach for a moment, wary of the unshielded moonlight and open terrain. Eventually, they turned and crawled back into the dim coconut grove. Lin Xian slumped down against the rough stone wall, panting heavily. He retrieved the half-piece of raw crab meat from his system inventory, and suppressing the urge to vomit, forced it all down his throat. The protein and calories transformed into fuel for survival. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. Tomorrow would be a tough battle. The 4th morning. The sun leaped above the horizon, and the temperature climbed rapidly. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He walked to the shallows, splashing the biting seawater on his face, and cleaned the wounds on his wrist and forearm. The salt water disinfected the wounds, causing searing pain. He clenched his jaw, uttering not a single sound. 2 hours after sunrise. The sunlight grew harsh. Lin Xian stood up and walked toward the coconut grove. He had observed the previous night that large armored shell crabs had a distinct aversion to light. At this hour, they would be huddled in the deep roots of trees dormant. This was his only window to safely gather resources. Stepping into the tree line, the temperature dropped sharply. The scent of decaying leaves invaded his nostrils. Lin Xian lightened his steps, scanning the surroundings. No clattering sounds, no dark crimson compound eyes. Safe. He approached a coconut tree about 20 centimeters in diameter. He looked up at the straight trunk. The system required wood. He had no axe, only stones scattered on the ground. Lin Xian found a nearby black rock, hard and wedge-shaped with sharp edges. Gripping the 10-kilogram stone with both hands, he spread his legs, engaged his waist, and slammed it fiercely against the base of the coconut tree. Bang! A dull impact echoed through the grove. Bark shattered and wood chips flew. The recoil traveled through the stone to his arms. Lin Xian's tiger's mouth went numb, and the freshly scabbed wounds burst open again. He did not pause. He lifted the stone and struck again. Bang! 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 After 50 consecutive strikes, the tip of the stone chipped off. Lin Xian stopped to catch his breath. He opened his hands, revealing several glistening blisters on his palms. At this rate, he wouldn't gather even a single set of wood in 10 days. Lin Xian stared at his bleeding palms. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes. The resolute feeling of resisting the raging waves from deep within his memories was awakened once more. His chi and blood surged within him, flowing through the meridians of his arms, forcibly channeling into his palms. When he opened his eyes again, they were bloodshot. He concentrated all his will on the skin surface contacting the stone. A faint dark black luster appeared on his palms. Break for me. He swung the stone imbued with the faint armament haki and smashed it violently into the trunk. Crack. This time the wedge-shaped stone embedded deep into the wood. The sound of wood fibers snapping was crisp. The recoil was still present, but the skin on Lin Xian's palms shielded against the friction of the rough stone surface. No skin broke this time. Armament haki was taking effect. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was an excellent training ground. This method forced his body to adapt to haki under extreme pressure. He pulled out the stone and continued striking. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Sweat gathered on his body, streaming down his chin and dripping onto the humus soil. The armament haki luster on his palms flickered on and off. Each time it faded, the blisters would burst, revealing raw, tender flesh. With every wave of excruciating pain, Lin Xian forced his will again, summoning the dark black film. Training while chopping. The pressure at the brink of life and death visibly improved the speed of haki condensation. By the 4th hour, he slapped the rough trunk with his bare hand and felt no sting from wood splinters piercing his skin. The hardness of his skin had noticeably increased. Boom! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of snapping, with the 20-centimeter-thick coconut tree finally tilted to one side, crashing heavily into the bushes. Lin Xian threw away the stone, now completely worn down, and rested his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. He stepped forward and pressed his blood-soaked right hand against the trunk. A pale blue light screen popped up in the lower right corner of his retina. Detected collectible resource. Decompose. Lin Xian silently confirmed. The entire coconut tree instantly dissolved into countless pale green particles, which then condensed into a line of data on the system panel. Obtained wood fragment 65. Lin Xian stared at the number, his brow furrowed. He opened the synthesis interface in the system inventory. 20 wood fragments, 1 timber, 20 timber, 1 set of wood. He quickly calculated in his mind. 1 tree yielded 25 timbers. 1 set of wood required 20 timbers. That meant he needed to fell about 7 such coconut trees to gather 1 set. Upgrading the raft required 5 sets of wood. That meant felling over 35 trees. Lin Xian looked up at the not-so-vast coconut grove and twisted his cracked lips. Even the most ruthless contractor wouldn't set such a KPI. There was no time for complaints. His throat was parched to the point of smoking. Lin Xian walked to the fallen crown of the tree and picked up a few green coconuts that had fallen with the trunk. He found a sharp stone, used brute force to crack open the top of a coconut, and tilted his head back to pour the sweet coconut water down his throat. The liquid moistened his dry esophagus, bringing a long-lost coolness. Lin Xian drank 2 coconuts in a row, then used a stone flake to scrape out the white coconut meat from the inner wall, chewing it down. His stamina recovered slightly. He didn't idle. From his system inventory, he took out the crab meat 2 obtained from killing the armored shell crab last night. 2 pieces of translucent raw meat, each weighing about 2 kilograms. He found a thin, sharp-edged stone flake and sliced the crab meat into long strips. He walked out of the tree, leaned to the edge of the beach, and laid the meat strips flat on a black rock heated to scorching by the sun. The high temperature and sea breeze would quickly wick away the moisture from the meat, turning it into jerky that could be stored long-term. Next, he split the empty coconut shells in half, washed them clean in the sea, and filled them with a small amount of fresh water seeping from a rock crevice in the grove. He carefully hid them in the shadows of the boulder crevices. After finishing all this, Lin Xian rested against the rock. He tapped the speaker icon at the bottom of the system panel. Regional channel members, 96412100000. The number was still dropping. Anyone have food? I haven't eaten in 3 days. Drank seawater till I coughed blood. I see a sailboat on the horizon. Is it a rescue team? Why aren't they coming over? That's a pirate ship. Don't shout. The guy on the raft next to me just got blown to pieces by a cannon. What the hell is this place? Have we been abandoned by all of humanity? The channel was filled with panic, despair, and madness. Lin Xian stared at the text expressionlessly. Lin Xian knew that out of these 100,000 people, the vast majority wouldn't even survive the Tindui beginner protection period. He decisively closed the panel, stood up, and walked back into the coconut grove. Continue chopping trees. Mechanical, monotonous, agonizingly painful labor. Lin Xian completely shut out external distractions. When a stone broke, he replaced it. When his haki was depleted, he endured it. His palms turned into a mess of blood and flesh, drying and cracking, then cracking and drying again. 3 in the afternoon. The second tree fell. 5 in the afternoon. The third tree fell. 7 in the evening. The sky began to darken, and the faint clatter of armored shell crabs echoed from deep within the grove. The 7th tree crashed down. Lin Xian reached out and touched the trunk. Obtained wood fragment 70, he quickly opened the synthesis interface and combined all the fragments he had gathered today. With a crisp system notification sound, a line of golden text appeared on the light screen. Timber 15 stored in system space. Lin Xian stared at that 15, feeling utterly drained. He collapsed onto the ground littered with wood shavings. The progress bar had finally taken a solid step forward. The icon of the wood set in the system space brought a tremendous sense of tangible security. Click, clack. The sounds from deep within the grove grew closer. It was feeding time for the armored shell crabs. Lin Xian stood up, dragging his heavy legs, and quickly retreated from the coconut grove. Back at the sheltered rocky area, The crab meat strips laid out on the rock were half-dried with a hard crust forming on the surface. Lin Xian grabbed 2 strips and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The meat was tough with a strong fishy and salty taste, but it was extremely filling. Night fell completely. The sea wind turned biting. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the sand. He didn't sleep. His body was exhausted to the extreme, but his mind was in a strange state of excitement. The day's intense logging had allowed him to grasp the threshold of hockey. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. He guided the chi and blood within his body, extending it from his palms to his forearms and chest. He tried to cover more of his body surface with armament hockey. His muscles grew heavy and swollen. Every inch of skin felt as if it were being hammered by an invisible iron mallet. Lin Xian clenched his jaw, stubbornly maintaining this state. He knew he was still far from that true pitch-black armament hockey capable of withstanding blades. But as long as the path was right, the rest was up to time. Time ticked by. Late at night, the sound of waves crashing on the beach became monotonous. 3 in the morning. Lin Xian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. On the sea surface, there was a sudden flash of light. Not the reflection of moonlight, but an extremely abrupt light source. Lin Xian flipped over and crouched, lying at the edge of the rock, peeking out half his head. About 200 meters out at sea, a square, translucent container was drifting slowly with the waves. Inside the container, a soft, pale golden light emanated, extremely conspicuous on the pitch-black sea. In the lower right corner of his retina, the system screen automatically popped up, accompanied by a faint beeping sound. A line of golden text never seen before floated in the center of his vision. Novice gift pack detected nearby. In the lower right corner of his retina, the system screen automatically popped up, accompanied by a faint beeping sound. A line of golden text never seen before floated in the center of his vision. Novice gift pack detected nearby. The faint golden light on the sea surface rose and fell with the waves. Lin Xian lay on the reef, staring at that glow. It was about 200 meters from the shore. For him, 200 meters was merely a warm-up. But this sea was different. Beneath the surface swam sea kings hundreds of meters long. The system prompt read, "Sea beast attack has been blocked," but who would dare stake their life on the absolute reliability of those words? Barefoot, he stepped into the pitch-black night, sea every second teetering on the edge of life and death. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. To survive in this world, if you didn't fight desperately, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. He stood up, stripped off his tattered t-shirt, and stuffed it along with the last bits of crab meat into a crevice in the reef. Wearing only shorts, he walked toward the seawater. The seawater was bone-chillingly cold. Lin Xian took a deep breath and plunged headfirst into the water. For the first 20 meters, the soles of his feet could still touch the soft sand. Further ahead, the seabed suddenly dropped away. A trench. The moonlight could only penetrate less than 2 meters beneath the surface. Below that, there was pure darkness. Lin Xian alternated his arms in a steady, precise stroke, minimizing the splashing on the surface. The water rushed past his ears. The surroundings were too quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. He swam to 100 meters. The current shifted. His left calf brushed against a smooth, icy object. Every muscle in Lin Xian's body instantly tensed, and he froze in the water. He ceased all movement, letting his body drift with the waves. That thing was enormous. The resistance of the displaced water transmitted clearly to him. Actual skin or scales scraped against his flesh. 2 seconds later, that strange tactile sensation of the current slid away into the deep sea, stirring an undertow that pushed him half a meter to the side. It might have been a large fish, or something else. Lin Xian didn't look back or lower his head. He suddenly gasped for air and began swimming frantically, using all 4 limbs. He kicked his legs with force, swimming wildly toward that faint golden glow. The 200-meter distance took 5 minutes. Lin Xian's hands gripped the edge of a semi-transparent square container. The container's surface was not cold, yet had a slight warmth. A system screen instantly popped up, blocking his vision. Obtain newbie gift pack opening. Light flickered. Obtained wood 1 set, obtained stone 1 set, obtained system rations 10 days, obtained gold grade treasure map. The supplies transformed into streams of light and vanished into the system backpack. The empty container shell quickly dissipated on the water's surface. Lin Xian trod water, gasping heavily. His chest heaved violently, and his lungs burned painfully. With a thought, he opened that gold-grade treasure map. A yellowed piece of parchment hovered in the center of his vision. Its texture felt extremely real. At the center of the map was drawn a fruit covered in bizarre spiral patterns. Its skin was adorned with arabesque-like markings. Below it was a long string of incomprehensible coordinate symbols. Immediately after, the map module on the system panel lit up automatically, marking a glaring red dot on some unknown sea area. Beside it was a line of golden small text, unidentified suspected devil fruit. Lin Xian stared at those 5 words. His pupils contracted. His heart raced even faster than when he had encountered the unknown deep-sea creature moments ago. Devil fruit. Once eaten, it would grant supernatural power instantly. Lin Xian bit his lower lip hard, forcing himself to calm down with the rusty metallic taste of blood. His fingers trembling, he closed the map panel. He lowered his gaze and opened the regional channel. Messages were scrolling frantically. There's a glowing box floating on the sea. The system says it's a newbie gift pack, but I don't dare go into the water. I saw it too. It's over 100 meters from my raft. The water's too dark, I'm afraid of monsters. I swam halfway and felt something touch me underwater, scared the piss out of me, and swam back. Can anyone grab it for me? He'll split the supplies with you. I twisted a rope from my clothes to lasso it, but the rope broke. The number of survivors in the top right corner was glaring 81204100. In just a few days, nearly 20,000 people had vanished completely. Hunger, dehydration, disease, deep-sea terror. Among these 100,000, the vast majority were trapped and doomed within this 10-day protection period. Without even the courage to go into the water, how could they fight for their lives in this world teeming with monsters? Lin Xian closed the channel with an expressionless face. He turned and swam toward the island. His return speed was even faster than the outward journey. The moment his feet again touched solid sand, Lin Xian collapsed directly in the shallows. He let the waves wash over his body. His stamina was completely drained, and the wound on his right wrist had turned white and swollen from the seawater. He rested for 10 minutes, then struggled to his feet and walked back to the sheltered reef area. He put on his dry, shrunken t-shirt. He opened the system panel. The wood slot had become 25. The stone slot had become 13. The 10 days' worth of system rations consisted of 20 compressed biscuits and 10 1,500 milliliter bottles of purified water. With this water and food, he no longer had to survive by chewing raw fish and drinking coconut juice. Lin Xian unscrewed a bottle of water and downed half of it in one go. His parched throat was greatly soothed. He then tore open a compressed biscuit and chewed and swallowed it slowly. The biscuit had no taste but contained extremely high energy. A solid feeling of fullness came from his stomach. His stamina recovered quickly. Leaning against the reef, Lin Xian looked up at the coconut grove 200 meters away. Moonlight spilled over the treetops, carving out silvery white silhouettes. Protection period countdown 4 days, 11 hours. Just over 4 days left. To upgrade the raft, he still needed 3 sets of wood and 2 sets of stone. That meant 60 wood fragments and 40 stone fragments. In the remaining 4 days, he had to uproot that coconut grove completely and kill all the rockshell crabs inside. Logging during the day, killing crabs at night. The practice of hockey could not stop. Lin Xian clenched his right fist. An extremely faint dark luster flickered across his knuckles and vanished in an instant. His gaze turned utterly cold. Deep within the forest, the dense clicking sounds began again. Stone was far more difficult to quarry than wood. Lin Xian stood before a massive black reef, clutching a sharp stone flake he had just selected. He struck down with force, sparks flying. His hand went numb from the impact, yet only a faint white mark and a pinch of white powder remained on the reef's surface. The system interface remained unresponsive. He needed intact blocks. The black reef on this island was as hard as granite. Without iron tools, smashing stone against stone was like a fool attempting to move a mountain. After a morning of labor, aside from dulling 3 stone flakes, the progress bar remained stubbornly at 0. At noon, the scorching sun hung overhead. Lin Xian sat in the shade of the reef and tore open the packaging of his system ration. A gray compressed cube as hard as a brick when bitten. He forced it down with purified water, his stomach heavy, but at last he felt a genuine sense of fullness. He opened the regional channel. I struck it rich. My raft drifted to a big island with an abandoned camp. There's a rusty iron axe and pickaxe inside. I don't have to dig wood with my hands anymore. Damn big shot, please protect me. I'm still scratching bark with my nails. This game is all about luck. I haven't even found a piece of seaweed. Lin Xian stared expressionlessly at the boastful message. Lucky dogs die young, he muttered, decisively shutting off the interface. Envy was useless. He could only rely on himself. In the afternoon, Lin Xian stood before the black reef, once more staring at the worn stone flake in his hand, his brow furrowed. Armament hockey infusion. In the manga, the Amazon warriors of Amazon Lily could infuse hockey into wooden arrows, granting them the power to shatter stone. Zoro could infuse hockey into his blades to cut through steel. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. He summoned the familiar surge of blood energy within. Days of intense extreme exertion had sharpened his perception of this power. He focused his will on his right hand. A dark lusterless sheen emerged on his palm. Go on, he roared inwardly. He tried to extend that film-like force outward through the skin of his hand, forcibly pressing it into the stone flake he held. The resistance was immense. It was like trying to force water from a high-pressure hose into a solid iron block. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The tip of the stone flake with extreme difficulty took on a faint, elusive dark tint. Now, he snapped his eyes open, pivoted at his waist, and swung his right arm, smashing the stone flake infused with a trace of hockey fiercely against the black reef. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture rang out. Lin Xian was jolted back half a step by the immense recoil, landing on the sand with a thud. The stone flake in his hand had shattered into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. But he paid no attention to the broken shards. His eyes locked onto the black reef before him. On the reef's smooth surface, a clear crack appeared about 2 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters long. He had actually split it. Lin Xian looked at his trembling right hand. In that instant, he had clearly felt the power within him surge through his arm into the stone, then explode upon impact. Armament hockey infusion. Though it was the crudest, roughest version, lasting less than half a second, it had indeed broken the limits of physical law. This cheat is brutal enough. Lin Xian parted his cracked lips and laughed. Having found a way to break the deadlock, the rest was a matter of paying with his life. Over the next 3 days, Lin Xian set a minute schedule for himself. From 6 to 10 in the morning, he smashed stone. From 10 to 2 in the afternoon, when the heat peaked and the shell beast hibernated, he ventured into the coconut grove to cut trees. From 2 to 6, he resumed smashing stone. After 6 in the evening, he used entrails and minced meat as bait at the forest's edge to hunt rockshell crabs emerging to feed, replenishing the protein deficit from his intense exertion. Every time he struck a tree or chiseled a stone, he forced himself to use haki. When his haki was exhausted, he endured with his raw physical body until he was completely spent, then forcibly recovered with system rations and crab meat. It was an extreme drain on his body. Wounds split open, scabbed over, split open again, and scabbed again. Lin Xian's hands had lost all trace of their original skin color from his fingernails to the base of his palms, all covered in dark red blood scabs and gray-white stone dust. But the results were remarkable. On the 7th day, he could make the haki linger on the stone flake for 1 second. On the 8th day, a single strike could chip off a perfect fist-sized block from the reef. On the 9th day, while hunting a rockshell crab, he smashed through the juvenile's carapace with his fist without any tool. The material numbers on the system panel ticked up steadily. On the 9th night, the sea wind howled. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, and the sea surface was pitch black. Lin Xian leaned against a sheltered reef, gasping for breath. At his feet, dozens of fist-sized black reef stones were neatly stacked. In the lower right of his retina, the system interface floated silently. Wood 55 bundles, stone 33 bundles, all gathered. 5 bundles of wood, 3 bundles of stone. 100 wood fragments, 60 stone blocks. All pried from this island with his bare hands. Lin Xian didn't rush to press the upgrade button. He was too exhausted, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. He leaned against the cold stone wall, flexing his stiff neck. He looked down at his left arm. There, a rockshell crab had once gouged a wound deep enough to see the bone. It had now healed completely, leaving only a faint pink scar. He raised his right hand and scraped his thumbnail forcefully across the skin of his left forearm. 10 days ago, this would have left a red, swollen blood mark. But now only a very faint white indentation appeared on the skin's surface, fading back to normal in less than 2 seconds. His physical strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Though not yet impervious to blades and spears, he was no longer the fragile type who bled from a mere bump. Finally, a bit like a native of this sailing world, Lin Xian smirked. He looked up at the countdown in the upper right of the interface. Newbie Protection Zone Climate Locked, Sea Beast Blockade Deactivation, countdown 16 hours, 22 minutes, less than 16 hours remained. By noon tomorrow, the protection period would end completely. Lin Xian opened the channel. The chat box, once lifeless from fatigue and despair, was now scrolling at a frantic pace. Help! Oh, there's something in the water. It's huge. It's lifting my raft. It's opening its mouth. I can see its teeth. Save me. Someone save me. Wasn't there a newbie protection period? Wasn't sea beast attack supposed to be blocked? Why can it attack me? The system lied. There are still 16 hours on the countdown. The screen was flooded with extreme panic and desperate curses. Lin Xian sat bolt upright, all sleep gone. Premature deactivation. Impossible. Since the system had given a clear countdown, the underlying logic wouldn't change so easily. Otherwise, this survival game would lose all meaning of rules. He stared intently at the screen, scrolling up through the chat history. Finally, amidst hundreds of meaningless screams, he found a key piece of information. It was a screenshot posted by someone with the ID Zhao Gang. The background of the screenshot was the pitch-black sea. But on the sea surface, there was a very distinct, faintly glowing blue, translucent barrier. The barrier, like an invisible wall, split the sea in two. Half of Zhao Gang's raft had already crossed that blue light barrier lying in the dark waters beyond. And in that dark sea area, a gigantic tentacle covered in barbs was breaking through the water, tightly coiling around the edge of the raft. Below the screenshot was Zhao Gang's desperate message. I drifted with the current all day. Just now I crossed this glowing line. And then that monster appeared. There's no protection period outside the line. Lin Xian stared at the screenshot, his pupils suddenly contracting. A blue line. A boundary. The newbie protection zone was never a time concept, or rather it wasn't just a time concept. It was a specific sea area with a physical boundary. Within this area, the system provided 100 days of climate lock and 10 days of sea beast blockade. But if players courted disaster themselves or failed to control their rafts and drifted with the current beyond the boundary of this area, then they entered the real world of One Piece directly. Those people screaming had all been unlucky souls who had unknowingly drifted out of the protection zone's boundary. Lin Xian stood up and walked to the edge of the beach. He gazed into the distance, looking at the horizon. Too far away, he couldn't see the blue light barrier. But he knew that line of death lay somewhere beyond the periphery of this small island. The current flowed eastward. Without upgrading the boat, relying only on paddling couldn't outrun the current. Without the strength to kill sea kings, leaving the boundary meant certain death. Countdown 16 hours. By noon tomorrow, whether he was inside the boundary or not, the time-based protection would also completely fail. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The cold sea wind filled his lungs, making his mind incredibly clear. He walked back to the pile of reef stones and opened the system panel. His gaze fell upon the golden shimmering upgrade button behind LV. One drift raft. Without hesitation, his finger pressed down firmly. Boom. On the beach, that old moss-covered 3-meter raft suddenly erupted in blinding white light. The light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire reef area as bright as day. The sea wind abruptly intensified. A pillar of blue light erupted from the bottom of the raft, piercing the night sky. The 3-meter-long broken plank trembled violently within the radiance. Accompanied by the grating sound of wood stretching and twisting, the raft began to grow. The keel rapidly took shape, expanding outward. Fresh, preservative-treated planks climbed up layer upon layer, and the gunnels rose. A slender yet sturdy mast shot up from the center of the deck, and the white canvas unfurled with a loud whoosh, flapping noisily in the sea breeze. 30 seconds later the light faded. A single-masted sailing boat about 10 meters long lay quietly in the shallows. Its streamlined hull exuded the faint bitter scent of tung oil. The system panel refreshed automatically. Shipbuilding system LV. 2 single-masted sloop cargo capacity medium speed boost 40 backpack capacity expanded to 20 slots. Lin Xian stared at the real boat, and the tension that had gripped him for 10 days finally eased. Finally, I'm no longer a beggar of the sea. Before his voice faded, a golden system announcement swept across the entire regional channel, without warning, even forcing a pop-up window in the center of Lin Xian's retina. Region announcement. Congratulations to Arrival 47291 for being the first to complete a ship LV. 2 upgrade. Obtained first upgrade reward gold treasure, chest 1. The channel instantly exploded. The chat box once filled with screams and despair was now flooded with question marks and shock. WTF. LV. 2. I haven't even seen what it looks like. Big shot. Big shot 47,291. How did you do it? Give us a guide. Are you cheating? Why do you have a boat? Big shot want a follower. I can warm your bed, just need a sip of water. Private chat notification sounds rang wildly, and the unread message count in the top right corner instantly exceeded 999. Lin Xian directly blocked all private chat requests and closed the channel. He turned his gaze to the golden chest radiating light in his system backpack. With a thought, opening gold treasure chest, a flash of light and a scroll with a dark golden luster appeared on the panel. Obtain Navy 6 Styles Iron Body Training Method Basic Chapter Note. By using a special breathing method to contract muscle fibers instantly increase body hardness to the level of steel. Lin Xian's breath caught. Iron Body. The signature physical technique of the world government's secret intelligence agency from One Piece. Although it became a joke in the later parts of the manga in the early stages, it was a top-tier defensive skill that surpassed the limits of the human body. More importantly, it didn't require a devil fruit, only physical strength. This crappy system finally did something decent. Lin Xian opened the scroll. A flood of information surged into his mind. The system broke down the training of Iron Body into 3 stages: basic breathing method, mastering the rhythm of muscle contraction, stress response training, achieving full body, hardening the instant before a blow lands, and combat internalization, transforming Iron Body from a deliberate action to an instinctive reaction. He hadn't even touched the threshold of the first stage. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the beach. Following the memory in his mind, he took a deep breath, trying to adjust his breathing rhythm. Inhale. Pause. Muscle contraction. Ugh. The instant he executed the complete breathing method for the first time, his chest felt as if it were seized by a giant invisible hand. His intercostal muscles twitched violently, and the air in his lungs was forcibly squeezed out. Lin Xian doubled over, digging his fingers deep into the sand, coughing violently. Darkness swam before his eyes, and a strong taste of blood rose in his throat. It took a full 5 minutes of coughing before he could barely catch his breath. This is damn deadly. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, but didn't stop. He continued. The second time, the third time, the fourth time. Each failure was accompanied by muscle-tearing pain and a feeling of suffocation. But Lin Xian, like a machine devoid of pain, repeated the extremely unnatural breathing rhythm over and over, until the sky began to lighten. Lin Xian inhaled again, held his breath, and sank his intention. A strange taut sensation instantly spread through his entire body. The subcutaneous muscle fibers contracted and interlocked at a bizarre frequency, making his whole body feel like a solid block of wood. Although it only lasted half a second before collapsing due to a side stitch, that half second revealed a shocking secret to Lin Xian. The moment he executed the Iron Body breathing method, the armament hockey within him, which had always been difficult to mobilize, suddenly became extremely active. It was like 2 streams of water at different frequencies finally finding a resonance point. The muscle contraction of Iron Body greatly compressed the pathways for hockey to flow, making its condensation exceptionally smooth. Lin Xian's eyes lit up frighteningly. He stood up and walked to the black reef he had smashed countless times. He took a deep breath. He initiated the Iron Body breathing method. On the final beat of muscle contraction, he violently drove his blood and chi, forcefully compressing the armament hockey into his right fist. A dark metallic luster instantly covered the entire surface of his fist. 1 second. 1.5 seconds. The luster remained stable on his fist, not dissipating instantly as before. Lin Xian swung his right fist and slammed it fiercely into the black reef. Bang! Stone chips flew. The hard surface of the reef was smashed into a fist-sized crater. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. His knuckles were perfectly intact, not even the skin was broken. Nice stuff. He grinned, laughing like a madman who had spotted his prey. Hockey plus Iron Body. This was the ultimate key to clearing this novice village. For the next 3 days, Lin Xian didn't rush to set sail. Although the red dot on the treasure map marking a devil fruit was only about a 7-day voyage from this island. But with his current strength, encountering any random sea king out at sea would end with his ship destroyed and him dead. He needed combat experience, he needed supplies. He turned his gaze to the dark coconut grove. On the afternoon of the 11th day, the second slightly larger rock armor crab had its carapace cracked open by Lin Xian using Heiki-enhanced stones. White bodily fluids splattered everywhere, turning into crab meat and sea crystal coins in his backpack. On the 12th day, Lin Xian targeted the largest rock armor crab leader, which had been hiding deep among the tree roots. The battle lasted a full 8 hours. It went from noon until dark. Lin Xian didn't use traps. He treated the massive monster entirely as a sparring partner. When a giant claw slammed down, he withstood it with iron body. When a crab leg swept across, he smashed it with his fist coated in armament hockey. His body gained 5 or 6 wounds of varying depths, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Finally, as the moon rose, Lin Xian punched through the leader's compound, ending its life for good. Defeated rock armor crab leader obtained hard shell 3, premium crab meat 5, freshwater collector blueprint 1, sea crystal coins 15. Lin Xian collapsed beside the crab's corpse, panting heavily. 3 days. The monsters on the island that could be fought had been wiped out by him. All the crab meat was cut into strips and dried into jerky on the reef. All the coconuts found on the island were cracked open, and the sweet coconut milk filled the empty water bottles rewarded by the system. The newly obtained freshwater collector blueprint was synthesized with the remaining wood and stone, then installed on the sailboat's deck. Preparations were pushed to the extreme. On the night of the 13th day, the sea breeze turned unusually damp and cold. Lin Xian sat on a wind-sheltered reef, chewing on tough crab jerky, and opened the regional channel. The survival count in the top right corner 62109-1000. In just over 10 days, nearly 40,000 people had died. The atmosphere in the channel was oppressive to the extreme. The initial panic and cursing were gone, replaced only by a deathly silence of despair. I've been drifting for 13 days, and besides the system gift pack, I've got nothing. No one is coming to save us. There's no end here. Below, hundreds of silent. Followed. Lin Xian closed the screen expressionlessly. Compassion was the cheapest commodity here. He stood up and habitually patrolled the island shore. When he reached the shallows and looked towards the single-masted sloop anchored at the edge of the beach, his steps suddenly halted. Less than 50 meters from the sailboat, the sea was boiling. A massive whirlpool was forming. Then an eel-like sea beast over 30 meters long slowly emerged from the water. It didn't just cruise in the distance like the days before. Its massive head hovered in the air, and its 2 lantern-sized eyes, emitting a ghostly green light, stared fixedly at the sailboat on the beach. Viscous saliva dripped from the corners of its fong-filled mouth, sizzling as it hit the sea surface. The boundary of the safe zone was shrinking. Or rather, these sea kings had begun to test the system's limits. Lin Xian crouched by the boat. His fingers gently traced the new gunnel planks, feeling the grain of the wood. He looked up, meeting those huge green eyes directly. What are you looking at? Who do you think you are to covet my boat? He had to leave tomorrow. It wasn't that he was ready to leave. It was that if he didn't leave now, this island along with this boat would become food for these monsters. Lin Xian did not gaze long at those haunting green eyes. 2 hours later, the sea beast departed. He turned and leaped onto the deck, gripping the rough ropes tightly and pulling with force. The mainsail was raised. The northern wind instantly filled the white canvas. The LV-2 sloop emitted a dull sound as the wooden materials rubbed against each other. The bow cleaved through the water, propelled by the wind as it sailed away from the shallows. The silhouette of the small island quickly shrank behind him. 10 minutes later, the beach, stripped bare by his search, vanished completely into the darkness. Goodbye, novice village, Lin Xian murmured as he gripped the helm. All around him was sea. The sound of waves crashing against the ship became the only noise in the vastness. The ocean was so vast it was suffocating. This absolute sense of isolation could drive a normal person insane. Dawn broke. Sunlight streamed down onto the deck. The temperature rose rapidly. A red dot on the system map indicated a direction towards the southeast. There was no compass on the sloop. The trajectory of the star in the sky did not conform to Earth's patterns, making it useless for navigation. Lin Xian released the helm and approached the ship's edge. He crouched down and dipped his right hand into the sea. The water flowed through his fingers, chillingly cold. He withdrew his hand and dried it on the canvas. After an hour, he returned to the ship's edge and reached his hand into the water again. The water temperature showed a slight increase. An old fisherman's method from his previous life. Warm ocean currents came from the equator, while cold currents flowed towards the poles. Relying on this minute temperature gradient, Lin Xian forcefully constructed a rough coordinate system in his mind. He walked back to the helm, turning the wheel to the right to correct his course. On the first day, all was peaceful. Apart from eating compressed biscuits and drinking coconut juice, Lin Xian spent the entire day on the deck practicing the iron block breathing technique. Each breath, every held breath and muscle contraction, was accompanied by a strong sense of suffocation. Sweat soaked his tattered t-shirt. He forced himself to activate the Busashoka hockey under extreme conditions. A dark sheen flickered on his arms. By noon on the second day, a loud bang suddenly erupted from below the ship. The entire sloop tilted 45 degrees to the right without warning. Lin Xian lost his balance underfoot. His body was flung by the immense inertia and slammed against the right side of the ship. Below the water's surface, a gray shadow swiftly darted past. 6 meters in length with a flattened head and interlocking fangs. It was some mutated bull shark. Only 0.1 seconds remained before crashing into the hard-treated wood. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His chest contracted and his mind sank. Iron block. All his muscles tensed to their utmost. In an instant, the fibers beneath his skin clenching at a terrifying frequency. Thud. His back slammed heavily against the ship's rail. A sharp pain surged, but no brittle cracks signaled a fracture. His muscles absorbed the lethal impact. Lin Xian rolled with the momentum, kneeling on the tilted deck. He gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the water's surface. The bull shark did not launch a second attack. The hull of the LV-2 sloop was extraordinarily sturdy. The impact just now had clearly been significant, causing it to dive deep into the sea and disappear. Lin Xian stood up, rubbing his heavy chest. It's a far cry from the standard of the 6 styles, but it works, he smirked. He walked to the hatch, lifting the wooden panel to check the hold. There was no leak. The ship regained its balance after a few seconds. The crisis was averted. By the next evening, the setting sun bathed the sea in a blood-red hue. Lin Xian sat on the deck, a shriveled compressed biscuit in hand, chewing forcefully while sipping coconut juice. He opened the system panel to access the regional channel. In the upper right corner, the number of survivors read 589211000. The channel was lifeless, with occasional distress messages drifting by, ignored by all. A message with an attached screenshot suddenly scrolled in. ID Zhao Si, does anyone recognize this thing? A scrap of paper from the newbie package with a fruit covered in circles, and it gave a coordinate. Can it be eaten? The screenshot was extremely blurry, but Lin Xian recognized that spiraled shape at a glance. The devil fruit. He was not the only one to receive the treasure map. The system randomly distributed such top-tier resources. In this vast sea, someone had already obtained the same ticket as him. Lin Xian's expression grew cold. He saved the screenshot of that message, his finger hovering over the input box. He wanted to type, but ultimately abandoned the thought. It was meaningless. In this survival game, everyone was a potential enemy. The red dot on the treasure map was about a day's journey away from his current position. As long as the wind direction remained unchanged, he could definitely reach there ahead of everyone else. He picked up the water bottle, preparing to drink the last sip of coconut juice. His movement suddenly halted. The sound of wind by his ear vanished. The once flapping white mainsail instantly deflated, limply clinging to the mast. The surface of the sea became exceedingly smooth. Not a ripple in sight. The sloop came to a complete stop. The wind ceased. Without any warning. The mainsail, which had been billowing moments before, instantly went limp, clinging softly to the mast. The sea surface grew smooth. Not a single ripple. Lin Xian stood before the helm, gazing at the red dot on the system map. The straight-line distance was less than 30 nautical miles. With the wind at the speed of a LV-2 sailboat, he could reach it in half a day. But now the entire vessel was stalled upon the sea. Lin Xian released the tiller and walked to the gunwale. Lin Xian picked up a wooden oar from the deck, dipped it into the water, and pulled with all his strength. The water churned. The sailboat let out a dull creak, lurching forward less than half a meter. Relying purely on human strength to row this wooden boat, he would advance 2 nautical miles a day. Heaven, are you mocking me? Lin Xian tossed the oar back onto the deck. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, staring at the sun. He would not row. It was a waste of effort. At noon, a system prompt suddenly flashed in the lower right corner of his retina. Regional trading function activated. Note: players can conduct cross-space material exchanges via the system panel. The system charges a 10 fee. The regional channel, silent for a day, became lively. Finally, we can trade. Who has water? He'll trade wood for it. I've unlocked an iron pot blueprint. Trade for 2 sets of stones. Lin Xian watched the scrolling messages. He opened his backpack and checked the remaining system rations. Water and compressed biscuits were steadily depleting. If the windless predicament lasted a week, Lin Xian would die of thirst just 30 nautical miles from the treasure. A message popped up. Ideally Lalio fruit map, trade for 3 sets of stones. Anyone? I'm starving you, I need food and stones. Immediately similar voices emerged in the channel. I have a blueprint too. It depicts a fruit with rings, coordinates a million miles away. I would trade for a mouthful of water. Blueprint for wood. Trade for fish. Lin Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. He scrolled through the chat history. Many were still fretting over wood fragments. Those people's ships were mere rafts, unable to leave the novice island. A fruit map was worth less to them than a piece of compressed biscuit. A bunch of unlucky souls without even a boat. What can they do with coordinates? Lin Xian closed the panel. The situation was clear. The system was randomly distributing devil fruit treasure maps. On this vast sea, he was not the only one holding an entry ticket. But at this stage, only Lin Xian possessed sailing capability. This situation would not last long. With a base of 100,000 people, some would inevitably rise above the rest. Lin Xian stood up. Since I can't move, I'll train. On the second day, without wind, Lin Xian stopped looking at the red dot on the map, stopped paying attention to the channel messages. He devoted his energy to the fusion training of Tekai and Hockey. On the deck, Lin Xian spread his legs and settled into a horse stance. Inhale for 2 counts. His chest swelled. Tense for 1 count. Every muscle fiber contracted and locked instantly. Hockey synchronized. The chi and blood within his body surged toward his arms through compressed meridians. Ugh, Lin Xian grunted. A suffocating sensation rushed to his head. Hockey coursed through his meridians, bringing excruciating pain. Failure. The chi and blood dissipated. Lin Xian gasped for air, sweat dripping from his chin onto the wooden planks, leaving wet marks. No pause. He continued. The 100th time. The 200th time. The 6th hour. The sun began to sink westward. The temperature dropped. Lin Xian inhaled again. His chest contracted. Tekai activated. This time the chi and blood flowed smoothly through his arms. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A layer of color emerged on the surface of Lin Xian's fists. A jet-black hardened layer coated his skin. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The luster lingered on his fists. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Lin Xian took a fragment of reef rock from his system backpack and scraped it across the back of his left fist. A screeching sound arose. A corner of the reef fragment broke off. A white mark was left on the back of Lin Xian's left hand. The luster faded. A wave of exhaustion hit, and Lin Xian collapsed onto the deck. Lin Xian looked at his hands, a silent smile spreading across his lips. It worked. Dual fist armament hockey enhancement lasting 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were enough for Lin Xian to shatter an enemy's skull at a crucial moment. At 4 in the morning on the third day, the sea was still pitch black. Lin Xian was half asleep, leaning against the base of the mast, still clutching half a compressed biscuit. Suddenly a gust of air slapped his cheek. Lin Xian opened his eyes. A soft rustling sound came from above. The canvas clinging to the mast trembled. Then the airflow intensified. The wind had returned. A northerly wind filled the mainsail. The canvas swelled taut and straight. The mast groaned under the pressure. The sailboat lunged forward, its bow splitting the sea and throwing up spray. Finally moving, Lin Xian jumped up. He grabbed the rigging, pulled it tight, and adjusted the angle of the mainsail. The hull leaned to the right, cutting into a wave trough. The speed was fast, far exceeding the sailing conditions of the previous days. Lin Xian rushed to the helm, gripping the tiller with both hands. The system map lit up. The distance between the red dot and Lin Xian's position was shrinking. 20 nautical miles. 15 nautical miles. 12 nautical miles. The sky at the horizon began to pale. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling across the sea surface. The sailboat cleaved through the waves, leaving a white wake across the sea. Lin Xian stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the system panel's map. The distance between the red dot representing the target and the green dot marking Lin Xian's position was shrinking rapidly. It dwindled from 5 nautical miles to 3 and soon to just 1. The wind weakened. The once billowing mainsail went slack and the boat's speed slowed. Lin Xian looked ahead. The horizon was empty, with no sign of the expected tree-covered island or cliffs. Is the navigation wrong? Lin Xian frowned. The sailboat coasted forward on momentum for a few hundred meters before coming to a halt in the middle of the sea. The wind had died. Lin Xian walked to the bow and leaned over to look down. The water was dark, but less than 10 meters ahead of the sailboat, a large expanse of black reefs was visible. Most of these reefs were hidden beneath the surface, appearing and disappearing with the undulating waves. The one rock that rose above the water was covered in moss. The red dot on the map was locked in the center of this reef cluster. Where's the promised treasure island? All I get is a bunch of broken rocks. Lin Xian muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. A devil fruit couldn't be floating on the surface. The location had to be underwater. Lin Xian turned and walked to the center of the deck. He lowered the mainsail, picked up the stone anchor, and tossed it into the sea. With a muffled plop, the rope paid out rapidly until it went taut. The boat was secured. Lin Xian stripped off his tattered t-shirt, wearing only a pair of shorts. Lin Xian opened his system backpack and took out a vine, coating it with the rock armor crab oil he had saved from earlier grilling. The torch was ready. Lin Xian bit down on a strip of cloth, a sharp stone flake clutched in his hand. He took a few deep breaths. His chest expanded, filling his lungs with oxygen. Lin Xian leaped and plunged into the seawater. Visibility underwater was excellent. Sunlight pierced the shallow waters, illuminating the full extent of the reef cluster with perfect clarity. It was an underwater reef platform. There were no signs of large fish activity, and seaweed was sparse. Lin Xian kicked his legs, alternately diving down along the edge of the reef. The water was very cold, and the increasing pressure began to squeeze his eardrums. Lin Xian silently recited the breathing rhythm of the iron body technique, controlling his muscles to contract and resist the discomfort of the pressure. Diving to about 3 meters, a splash of unusual color appeared in Lin Xian's vision. In the lower center of the reef cluster, there was a circular opening. The edge of the opening was lined with coral that emitted a faint blue glow. A slow vortex formed near the entrance. Found it. Lin Xian swam with powerful strokes of his arms, diving straight into the glowing entrance. The cave interior was not spacious. Protrusions covered the surrounding stone walls. Lin Xian carefully controlled his limbs to avoid being cut. After swimming about 7 or 8 meters, the waterway curved upward. Holding his breath, Lin Xian followed the passage and swam up. The water above him lightened. With a splash, Lin Xian broke the surface. He gasped for air, filling his lungs. Due to holding his breath for so long, darkness crept into his vision. After a few seconds of recovery, Lin Xian looked around. This was an air pocket hidden within the reef cluster. It was less than 5 square meters in area, with a ceiling just high enough for an adult to stand. Mineral crystals grew on the stone walls. The air was thick with a salty, fishy scent mingled with a hint of sweet fragrance. Lin Xian took the crab oil-soaked cloth strip from his mouth and retrieved a flint from his system space. With a series of sharp strikes, sparks flew and the cloth strip ignited. The firelight illuminated the stone chamber. The light played off the crystals on the walls, refracting into a spectrum of colors. Torch raised. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto the center of the chamber. There a stone platform stood. A shallow depression was carved into its top, lined with a layer of sand. Resting in the center of the sand was a fruit. The fruit was only the size of an adult's fist. Its skin was a deep purple. What was most striking was its surface, covered in interconnected spiral arabesque patterns. This was the source of the sweet fragrance. Lin Xian's heart pounded faster. Blood rushed to his face. This was a devil fruit, the power countless people on this sea craved. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands of devil fruits in the world. Some granted control over lightning, others turned a person into a coat. Eating an unknown fruit carried immense risk. Lin Xian reached out his fingertips, touching the fruit's skin. It felt cold like a certain kind of jade. The moment Lin Xian picked up the fruit, a wave of hunger radiated from his stomach, surging straight to his brain. It was a devouring urge. Lin Xian's pupils dilated. His right hand moved uncontrollably, shoving the purple fruit towards his mouth. Stop! Lin Xian roared in his mind. He tried to use the iron body muscle control to lock his right arm, but his body wouldn't obey. His mouth opened, his teeth sank in. The purple flesh burst in his mouth. The taste was foul. The stench of dead fish guts mixed with a sour, rotten flavor. Lin Xian's stomach cramped, wanting to vomit. His throat forced the foul pulp down. 2 bites. 3 bites. The entire devil fruit was swallowed into his stomach. The torch fell to the ground, its flame flickering a few times before dying. The chamber plunged into darkness. Lin Xian choked his own neck, with both hands collapsing to his knees. A force spread through Lin Xian's body. Pain racked his internal organs. Darkness closed in, and he lost consciousness. Darkness. Lin Xian felt himself floating in a void. There was no gravity, no sound, no concept of time. A purple halo glowed ahead. The halo, patterned with spirals, exuded an aura. It expanded in the darkness, attempting to claim every corner of this space. Is this the source of the devil fruit's power? Lin Xian's consciousness watched from afar, just as the purple halo was about to cover everything. A crack split open in the depths. A faint blue light emerged. Lin Xian recognized this light. It was the same light that had struck his chest right before he transmigrated. The blue light quickly coalesced into a sphere of blue matter the size of a fist. The sphere floated in the center of the space, radiating an icy aura. The purple halo froze the moment it touched the blue aura. The blue sphere flickered once. A wave of force swept through the space. The purple halo was compressed and crushed. It transformed into purple energy, dragged to the bottom of the blue sphere. The blue sphere completed its suppression. The will and impurities attached to the devil fruit dissipated under the blue light. Only the core of the ability remained coiled at the base of the blue sphere. Watching this, Lin Xian's consciousness let out a curse. Holy shit. I thought that crappy system was my only crutch. Turns out the real cheat was hidden in my brain all along. It crushed the devil fruit like that. I guess I really am the chosen one. After completing its suppression, the blue sphere faded into the dark depths. The mass of purple energy following Lin Xian's consciousness dispersed into his body. A drop of water struck his forehead. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His vision was pitch black. He was still in that underwater stone chamber. Lin Xian pushed himself up from the ground. His body was filled with a sense of power. The hunger in his stomach was gone. Groping in the dark, he picked up the flint and torch from the floor. With a sharp strike, the firelight blazed again. Lin Xian looked down at his hands. There was nothing unusual about his skin. The air in the stone chamber was somewhat stale. Sparks from the flint ignited a strip of cloth, and the flame once again illuminated the crystals surrounding him. Lin Xian sat on the ground, staring down at his hands. The surface of his skin showed no change except for the calluses left from a few days prior. No scales were found on Lin Xian's arms. His body was smooth, and his skeletal structure was entirely normal. Lin Xian stood up and stretched his limbs. His joints cracked. It's not a Zoan type, Lin Xian said, shaking his arms. This transformation was straightforward. His body showed no signs of bestialization, indicating that the fruit he had consumed belonged to another category. Lin Xian bent down to pick up the flint that had fallen on the stone. He gripped it tightly, consciously attempting to guide the sensation of altering his constitution within his mind. The flint remained hard. Lin Xian's palm stayed unchanged, never turning to flowing water, nor did his fingertips bear any trace of flame or frost. It's not a Logia type either. The body shows no inclination toward elementalization. Lin Xian tossed the flint lightly and caught it in his hand. The conclusion was drawn. This violet fruit was a paramecia type devil fruit. Yet the scope of paramecia types was vast. There were fruits like the tremor fruit capable of causing earthquakes, and others like the smooth fruit, which merely made one slippery. The former possessed immense destructive power, while the latter only altered the skin's condition. Lin Xian now needed to determine what ability he had acquired. Lin Xian raised the torch and walked to the edge of the stone chamber. When he had writhed in pain from eating the fruit earlier, he had kicked and shattered a crystal. Several small fragments of stone lay scattered on the ground. Lin Xian crouched down, picking up a walnut-sized piece of rubble with his left hand and a similarly sized stone with his right. The moment his hands grasped these two fragments, a peculiar instinct surged from the depths of his being. Lacking any system prompt, Lin Xian grasped the situation through pure intuition. He knew he could do something with these two stones. Holding his breath, Lin Xian slowly brought his hands together. Following his instinct, Lin Xian issued a command in his mind. There was neither a flash of light nor a sound. The rubble fragment in his left hand vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the color of the stone in Lin Xian's right hand deepened, shifting from pale gray to a dark charcoal hue. Lin Xian paused. He weighed the stone in his right hand. Its size remained unchanged, still walnut-sized, but its weight had doubled. Fusion? No, that's not right, Lin Xian muttered, his brow furrowed. Lin Xian walked to the stone wall, gazing at the rock layers. He swung his right arm and slammed the stone viciously against the wall. Thud! A dull sound echoed. A shallow pit was smashed into the wall and stone dust fell. Lin Xian opened his palm. The walnut-sized stone was perfectly intact, not even a chip missing. The stone's hardness had surpassed the limits of ordinary ore. The mass of the two stones had overlapped and simultaneously their hardness had accumulated. Attribute stacking, Lin Xian said, staring at the dark pebble, his voice trembling slightly. This ability defied the laws of conservation of mass and volume. It forcibly superimposed the properties of two substances onto a single carrier. This power directly shattered conventional physical laws. Lin Xian took a deep breath, steadying his breathing. Since tangible objects could be stacked, could abstract concepts as well. Lin Xian walked to the open space in the center of the stone chamber. He spread his legs and settled into a horse stance. The torch was lodged in a crevice in the wall, its light illuminating Lin Xian's taut facial features. He inhaled. His chest swelled. Relying solely on his physical strength, Lin Xian threw a right straight punch at the air before him. The wind from the punch swept by. At the very moment of the strike, Lin Xian activated his instinct. He intercepted the concept of the force generated by that punch, retaining it on his right fist. Immediately after, Lin Xian withdrew his fist, pivoted his waist, and delivered a second straight punch. Simultaneously, he released the stack. The power of both punches converged at the moment of the strike. Boom. The air erupted with a muffled explosion. A depression was punched into the airflow ahead, and the recoil traveled back along his arm, numbing his joints. The power had doubled. Lin Xian lowered his hand and looked at his fist. A slow grin spread across his face, pulling at his facial muscles. The stack fruit. This cheat is truly shameless. If the gum fruit relied on development, and the tremor fruit on destructive power, then the ability Lin Xian now possessed was a rule. As long as his stamina and willpower held out, Lin Xian could continue stacking. Strength could accumulate. Speed could be enhanced. Defense was also within the scope of this ability. Even. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. He took another deep breath, regulating his breathing. He activated Tech Eye. The subcutaneous muscle fibers tightened. Next, his blood and chi surged within him, and armament haki was drawn out, coating his right fist. A black luster emerged. Stack, Lin Xian growled. He attempted to self-stack the layer of armament haki enveloping his fist. A wave of dizziness surged through his mind. A substantial amount of his stamina drained away, disappearing in an instant. Yet the black luster on his right fist deepened in hue. What was originally a thin film now exuded a dense, substantial texture. Lin Xian slammed his fist into the stone wall beside him. Boom. The entire stone chamber trembled. Fragments of rock flew everywhere. Lin Xian's punch had blasted a half-meter deep hole into the hard stone wall. 3 seconds later, the haki dissipated. Lin Xian collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sweat soaked his clothes. That single stacking had consumed all of Lin Xian's current stamina. The consumption is too great for now. I can only stack haki once. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his face. Though there was a limit, this was already a formidable power. If the foundation was too weak, then stacking would make up for it. As long as Lin Xian's base attributes improved, the ceiling of this fruit would rise further. After resting for 10 minutes, the nauseating sensation from eating the devil fruit had vanished. In its place was a feeling of fullness. Lin Xian stood up, picked up the torch from the ground. The treasure was already in hand. Lin Xian had to go back. The single-masted sailboat was anchored on the sea surface. Lin Xian walked to the waterway leading to the outside world. The current swirled slowly. Lin Xian halted. He stared at the seawater, his brow furrowed. Devil fruits. The secrets of the sea. Those who consumed them would gain extraordinary power, but would also be spurned by the ocean, losing the ability to swim. Once in contact with a certain depth of seawater, one would become utterly powerless. Yet when Lin Xian ate the fruit, the blue orb of light that had crossed over with him in his mind had directly crushed the violet aura within the fruit, the will of the devil. The impurities were stripped away, leaving only the pure essence of the ability. Since the devil was gone, did the weakness stemming from the sea's curse still remain? Lin Xian stared at the water surface. The firelight flickered in the waves. If he jumped in now and instantly lost all strength, he would surely drown in this reef cluster beneath the sea. But if he didn't enter the water, he would be trapped and die in this 5-square-meter stone chamber. Lin Xian threw the torch to the ground. The flame went out, plunging the chamber into darkness. I can even smash those mutant crabs alive, so how could I be choked to death by a mouthful of water? The water swirled slowly at the mouth of the cave, emitting a faint blue glow. Lin Xian stared at the deep waterway beneath his feet, his Adam's apple bobbing. Cursed by the sea, turning into a landlubber who turns limp at the mere touch of seawater. This was an inescapable reality for all ability users on this vast ocean. Whether you were a god commanding lightning or a monster causing earthquakes, falling into the sea made you worse than an ordinary minnow. But Lin Xian's situation was different. The mysterious blue light that had crossed over with him in his mind had utterly crushed the purple glow within the fruit. All the impurities and will attached to the fruit's origin were purified by the blue light, leaving only the purest stacking rule. Since the demon was gone, did the sea's curse still remain? Lin Xian didn't know. The only thing he knew was that if he didn't go into the water, he would be trapped and die in this underground stone chamber of less than 5 square meters. The single-masted sailboat above was still anchored on the reef. At any moment it could encounter an unknown sea beast. I can knock out those mutant crabs, raw can I be choked to death by a mouthful of water? Lin Xian twitched the corner of his mouth, speaking lightly, but his movements were extremely cautious. He crouched down and picked up the long vine he had used for illumination. This vine was soaked with the oil of the rockshell crab, making it extremely tough. Lin Xian walked to the edge of the stone chamber and selected the thickest mineral crystal pillar. He wrapped one end of the vine around the crystal pillar 3 times and tied a tight knot. He gave it a hard tug, it didn't budge. Then he pulled the other end of the vine over and wrapped it twice around his waist, also tying a tight knot. The length was just enough for him to dive into the depths of the waterway. Even if I really become a limp shrimp, I can still pull myself back up along the rope, he said. Lin Xian patted the vine around his waist. All set. He walked to the water's edge, took a deep breath, and didn't jump directly in. That kind of reckless behavior led to the quickest death in this world. He sat on the edge of the cave mouth, first extending his right foot, slowly lowering it toward the water. His toes touched the icy sea water. Lin Xian's entire body tensed instantly. He stared fixedly at his right leg, feeling every change in his body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Aside from the bone-chilling cold of the seawater, there was nothing unusual. No rumored feeling of strength being drained away, no limp sensation, as if his bones had turned soft. Lin Xian curled his toes forcefully in the water. His strength was abundant. Interesting. He grew bolder. Supporting himself on the edge of the cave with both hands, he engaged his core and slid smoothly into the water. The seawater instantly rose past his knees, thighs, waist, and abdomen until it reached his chest. Lin Xian let go, allowing his body to float in the water. He alternated treading water with his legs and paddled with his arms at his sides. The water flowed between his fingers. His muscles contracted and relaxed freely, and his iron blocks breathing technique circulated smoothly within his body. Amidst the surging blood and qi, he could even feel power coursing through his veins. There was no suppression at all. Haha, Lin Xian laughed in the water, immediately choking on a mouthful of salty seawater. Ignoring the cough, he took a deep breath and plunged straight to the bottom. The waterway floor was covered with broken stones. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his vision piercing the blue watery light. He planted his feet on the rocks at the bottom to steady himself. At the same time, he reached out both hands to grope along the bottom. His left hand grabbed a fist-sized black stone, his right hand scooped up a gray rock of similar size. He needed to test his ability underwater. According to the laws of this pirate world, contact with seawater not only drained an ability user's strength, but also greatly suppressed or even sealed their fruit powers. Lin Xian gripped both stones tightly. He focused his mind. Activate stacking. A strange vibration surged through his arms toward his palms. There was no light, no sound, not even an extra ripple in the water. His left hand felt empty. Lin Xian opened his right hand. The color of that gray stone visibly deepened, turning into a profound dark gray. Its volume hadn't changed, but its weight had doubled directly. No hindrance at all. The seawater hadn't sealed his strength, nor had it sealed his fruit ability. Lin Xian pushed off powerfully with both legs against the rocks at the bottom. Like an arrow from a bowstring, he burst through the water's surface in an instant. Splash! Lin Xian broke the surface, gripping the edge of the stone chamber tightly with both hands, his chest heaving violently as he greedily gasped for air. He wiped the seawater from his face, looking at the dark gray stone in his hand. Ha ha ha! A wild, unrestrained laugh echoed in the narrow stone chamber, shaking the crystals on the walls until they hummed. To hell with the sea curse. I'm an ability user who can swim in the sea. Lin Xian crushed the stone in his hand, stone powder sifting through his fingers. In this world filled with vast oceans, the most fatal weakness of devil fruit users was seawater. A simple shipwreck, a pair of sea stone handcuffs, or even a bucket of thrown seawater could instantly turn a lofty powerhouse into a lamb for slaughter. But Lin Xian had perfectly avoided this fatal flaw. When others fell into the sea, it was a dead end. When he fell into the sea, he could still pin a sea king underwater and pummel it. Lin Xian calmed his ecstatic emotions. He untied the vine from his waist and threw it on the ground. No need for this anymore. He took another deep breath and dove into the water. Following the azure waterway, Lin Xian swam upward. His speed was extremely fast, his arm strokes more powerful than before. Though the stack fruit hadn't directly changed his physique, it seemed to be subtly optimizing his muscle density and explosive power. Emerging from the air pocket inside the reef cluster, the surrounding waters suddenly opened up. Sunlight penetrated the shallow sea, scattering on the black reef rocks at the bottom. Lin Xian alternated kicking his legs, his body rising quickly. Splash! He broke the surface. Dazzling sunlight shone down directly, and the sea breeze carrying a salty, fishy scent rushed to meet him. Less than 10 meters ahead, the LV-2 single-masted sailboat lay quietly at anchor on the sea's surface. The rope of the stone anchor was stretched taut. Lin Xian swam to the side of the boat, grabbed the rough gunwale with both hands, engaged his core, and vaulted directly onto the deck. Water droplets slid down his firm muscle lines, leaving dark, wet marks on the preserved wood planks. Lin Xian walked to the helm and sat down against the mast. He didn't rush to weigh anchor. His mind was racing. The ability of the stack fruit was too overpowering, but its manifestation was extremely low-key. It lacked the world-shattering visual impact of the tremor fruit or the blazing glory of the flame fruit. It was simply pure numerical stacking. Stacking the hardness of 2 stones together, it was still a stone. Stacking the power of 2 punches together, it was still throwing 1 punch. Stacking a layer of armament hockey on top, it just looked a shade darker. As long as I don't take a piece of iron in one hand and a piece of wood in the other, and then instantly rub them into a wooden plank with the hardness of steel right in front of everyone. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Who the hell could tell this is a fruit ability? In this world, physical technique masters were everywhere. Garp's iron fists could flatten mountains, Azoro's slashes could cut through steel. Those monsters who reached the peak through pure physical strength possessed destructive power no less than that of devil fruit users. Lin Xian could easily disguise his ability as an extremely formidable physical technique. If someone asked him why he was so strong, innate divine strength. If someone asked him why his bones were so hard, he practiced iron body well. If someone asked him why his armament hockey was so thick, he was gifted by heaven. As long as he didn't reveal the stacking mechanism in this world full of crises where 100,000 people were locked in a survival game, he would be a monster with no fruit weakness and unfathomable physical prowess. Play the pig to eat the tiger. Splashed. The sea surface parted. Lin Xian's head emerged greedily, gasping for fresh air. He gripped the gunwale of the single-masted sailboat, his arm muscles tensing instantly. With a sudden surge of strength from his waist, he flipped onto the deck, trailing a string of water droplets. His feet landed on the sturdy, rot-resistant planks with a dull thud. Lin Xian glanced down at the rattan rope tied around his waist, reached down to untie the stubborn knot, and casually tossed it onto the deck. This thing is officially retired from now on. The sea breeze swept past, carrying a heavy, briny scent that brushed against his wet body, wicking away heat and raising a fine layer of goosebumps. Lin Xian felt no cold, only the power surging within him. The power from consuming the devil fruit, raging through his veins like a torrent. The immunity to the sea's curse. This discovery excited him even more than acquiring the stack fruit itself. In a world where 90% was covered by ocean, a devil fruit user unafraid of water was the ultimate anomaly. I'm now a devil fruit user who can bathe in the sea. Lin Xian wiped the water from his face, a grin tugging at his lips. Yet despite his elation, the harsh reality remained before him. The wind in this sea area was exceedingly weak. The mainsail hung limply, occasionally billowing into a slight curve, granting the sailboat a speed barely faster than a crawling turtle. Relying on this faint breeze, it would take him days, even nights, to sail out of this unknown reef-strewn waters. Lin Xian walked to the stern, pressing his hands onto the rough wooden tiller. He stared at the endless deep blue sea ahead, his gaze sharpening. Since I can stack the hardness of stone and the power of a punch, what about the ship's speed? Everything can be stacked. This was his preliminary assessment of the fruit's ability. As long as there was a base value, it could be forcibly doubled. Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Activating the iron block breathing technique, his chest contracted and the muscle fibers beneath his skin tightened rapidly. Using this bodily tension, he forcibly heightened his mental focus. His consciousness sank, connecting with the pure essence of the fruit within him. Cover it, he growled inwardly. An invisible ripple-like peculiar fluctuation emanated from his hands, gripping the tiller, spreading rapidly through the wood grain to envelop the entire sailboat. The deck, mast, mainsail, keel. The 10-meter-long single-masted sailboat was tens of thousands of times larger than the stones he had tested before. The moment the fruit's power covered the vessel, Lin Xian felt as if a steel needle had stabbed deep into his brain. His physical stamina began to drain at a visible rate. But he gritted his teeth, stubbornly maintaining the coverage. Speed stack. A dull tremor seemed to resound through the air. The previously limp mainsail snapped taut as if struck by a violent gale, the canvas groaning with a tearing sound. The hull lurched forward violently. Caught off guard by the immense inertia, Lin Xian staggered backward, his upper body pitching rearward. He clung to the tiller, barely avoiding being flung off the deck. Holy shit! Lin Xian's eyes widened as he watched the sides of the sailboat. The sharp bow brutally cleaved through the seawater, sending it curling away on both sides, carving two exaggerated white wakes. The once sluggish sailboat now charged across the smooth sea like a runaway stallion. The speed had doubled. The wind hadn't picked up, nor had the current accelerated. It was the ship's own speed, a tribute that had been forcibly elevated. This defiance of physical common sense sent Lin Xian's adrenaline soaring. Not enough. It can go faster. Lin Xian bent his legs, slightly planting his stance firmly, his hands gripping the wildly vibrating helm. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he squeezed every ounce of remaining stamina, concentrating his mental power to its limit. Second layer stack now. A boom erupted. Not a silent wave this time, but a sonic crack from the air around the hull. The sailboat's speed doubled once more. Quadruple speed. The entire LV-2 single-masted sailboat lifted its bow almost completely out of the water, only the middle and rear sections still plowing through the sea. A furious wind pressure slammed into him, nearly forcing his eyes shut, the skin on his cheeks quivering violently. The wooden hull groaned with a teeth-grinding creak as if it might shatter at any moment. But the system-produced vessel was of exceptional quality, enduring this unreasonable physical acceleration. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Lin Xian laughed out loud into the gale. What ocean current limitations? Give him an initial speed, and he could make this rickety wooden boat roar like a speedboat. After racing for a full 5 minutes, Lin Xian gradually adapted to the rhythm of high-speed sailing. Watching the rapidly retreating seascape, greed stirred within him again. Since I can stack 2 layers, what about a third? Could 8-fold speed make the ship fly? Act on impulse. Lin Xian took a deep breath, forcibly ignoring the ache in his muscles, and once again summoned the fruit's power, attempting a third stack. THR. Before the word left his lips, a deafening roar exploded in Lin Xian's mind, as if someone had struck a massive bell inside his skull. His vision went black instantly. A stream of warm liquid gushed from his nostrils without warning, dripping down his chin onto his chest. The fruit's fluctuation covering the entire ship collapsed instantly. The mainsail went limp and the bow slammed back onto the sea surface, sending up a spray of water. Carried by immense inertia, the sailboat glided forward for hundreds of meters before its speed plummeted, returning to its original sluggish pace. Lin Xian's legs gave way, and he dropped to one knee on the deck. Gasping for breath, he wiped his nose. His hand came away covered in blood. Cough. That was reckless. Lin Xian looked at the blood on his hand and let out a bitter laugh. The results of the limit test were in. With his current physical strength and mental power, he could only stack attributes on a massive object like a ship up to 2 layers. Forcing a third would cause his brain and blood vessels to collapse before the ability even activated. 2 layers are enough. With quadruple speed, I can escape, even from ordinary sea kings. Lin Xian wasn't discouraged. He stood up, walked to the gunwale, and washed the blood from his hands with seawater. He had expended about 70% of his stamina, and his stomach began to growl again. Though the stack fruit was formidable, the law of energy conservation still applied. To some extent, the ability's consumption directly translated into a ravenous hunger. Lin Xian pulled a hard, dry biscuit from his system inventory and wolfed it down with some coconut juice. His stomach replenished, the weakness eased slightly. He returned to the helm, his gaze falling on a broken half-length wooden oar lying on the deck. A new testing idea sprouted in his mind. He gripped the tiller with one hand and reactivated the fruit's power, layering a speed boost onto the sailboat. The hull shuddered, and its speed doubled again. Then Lin Xian freed his left hand, bent down, and picked up the wooden oar. Multitasking. He attempted to divert part of his ability, maintaining the ship's acceleration, while simultaneously applying a hardness boost to the oar in his hand. The moment his intention split, his left hand touched the oar's surface. Whoosh! The sailboat's speed instantly dropped, the mainsail going limp. The fluctuation covering the hull vanished without a trace, all the power concentrating on the oar in his hand. The oar's color deepened, its hardness doubled. Lin Xian stopped. He threw the oar back onto the deck and clapped his hands. Single thread operation. Can only affect one target at a time. The conclusion was crystal clear. First, at his current stage, he could stack at most 2 layers. Second, the ability could not simultaneously affect multiple independent entities. Either channel all power into accelerating the ship or buff himself. This limitation is reasonable, or I'd be a god. Lin Xian was satisfied with this outcome. Knowing his own strengths and limits would help him survive longer in this devouring sea. He grasped the tiller again. The blood and chi within him surged once more, and the fruit's power activated. 2 layers stacked. The single-masted sailboat lifted its bow once again, slicing through the sea like a blade hurtling eastward at breakneck speed. The sailboat rested on the sea. Lin Xian released the tiller. The mad dash at quadruple speed had been immensely draining. That 5-minute sprint had once again drained a third of his energy. The sea breeze remained faint. The mainsail drooped listlessly. Lin Xian walked to the center of the deck and sat down heavily. He pulled 2 compressed biscuits from his system backpack along with a 1,500-milliliter bottle of purified water. He twisted off the cap and gulped down nearly half the bottle. The cool liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, dispelling the heat brought on by the forced stacking of abilities. Speed alone is useless, Lin Xian muttered, biting into a biscuit and chewing vigorously. This sea was too vast. In the world of one-piece, setting sail without a log pose or an eternal pose was suicide. The magnetic fields of the Grand Line were a chaotic mess, making it impossible to tell north from south or east from west. Even if he was currently in one of the 4 seas, relying solely on the sun and water temperature could only prevent him from going in circles. It couldn't lead him to a specific island. Blindly wandering would likely lead him straight into the lair of a giant sea king. Lin Xian swallowed the dry biscuit. He opened the system panel and tapped the speaker icon at the bottom. Regional channel. The survival count in the top right flickered 578020000. Several hundred more had silently perished on this vast sea. The messages in the chat box scrolled much slower than in previous days. Those who survived had either found a stable way to live or were too weak to even type. Anyone have food? Anything. They'll trade a piece of iron, or... I saw a huge ship. The sails are black. Is it a rescue team? Run upstairs. Those are pirates. I saw them hang a survivor from the mast. Water. Please just give me a sip of water. The screen was filled with despair. Lin Xian stared at the words expressionlessly. After over 10 days adrift at sea, dehydration and hunger were the guillotines hanging over everyone's heads. Fresh water was now the hardest currency in this region. He opened the input box and typed quickly. Anyone have a map of the nearby waters? Or a navigation item that can locate? Trade for fresh water. He hit send. This message, adorned with a golden LV. 2 ship exclusive border, was instantly pinned to the top of the channel for 3 seconds. The previously lifeless channel immediately exploded. It's the Big Shot. Big Shot 472991 spoke. Big Shot, how much water do you have? Can I trade some wood? I cut trees for 3 days and only got 10 planks. I have fish. A dead fish I just caught. Trade for a sip of water. Private message notifications rang out crazily. The red dot in the top right instantly exceeded 99. Lin Xian opened his private message list. He scrolled through them. Big Shot, I have a glowing stone here. Not sure what it's for. Trade for 2 bottles of water. Handsome, I'm so thirsty. Give me water, and it'll be yours. Can video verify? I have a rusty iron pipe. Trade for 5 bottles of water. Firm price. All were useless messages. People trying to get something for nothing or treating trash like treasure. Lin Xian cleared all useless private messages with one tap. His gaze settled on the message at the very bottom of the list. ID Wang Dana. Big shot. I opened a chest and got a torn piece of parchment with some islands drawn on it. Looks like a map, but I can't read it. Give me 2 bottles of water, the 1,500 milliliters kind, and the map is yours. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He opened Wang Dana's chat window. Lin Xian sent a screenshot. The reply came quickly. Clearly the other person was watching the panel. Wang Dana, image. The image was blurry and extremely dark. He could barely make out a yellowed parchment. On it were drawn several irregular island outlines with some wavy lines between them and a few incomprehensible symbols marked nearby. It was indeed a sea chart, but the other party seemed to have deliberately taken an unclear picture. Lin Xian stared at the screenshot for a few seconds. Wang Dana, seeing no reply from Lin Xian, immediately grew anxious. Wang Dana, big shot, this is definitely a map. I'm not lying. I haven't had water in 3 days. My throat is on fire. 2 bottles, just 2. If not 1.5 will do. Lin Xian curled his lip. 2 1,500 milliliters bottles of purified water. In the current regional channel, that was enough to buy a person's life. But he didn't care at all. He still had several bottles of purified water from the system in his backpack and plenty of coconut juice stored on the deck. He didn't haggle. Lin Xian directly opened the trading interface. He dragged 2 unopened bottles of purified water from his backpack into the trade slot. Selected target Wang Dana. Additional condition, the parchment blueprint in the other's backpack. Click confirm. The other party accepted almost instantly. Trade successful. 10 fee deducted, water resources not deducted in kind converted to 1 sea crystal coin. Obtained rough sea chart 1. The 2 bottles of water vanished. A rolled up piece of parchment materialized and fell onto the deck. Wang Dana sent a voice message, his voice hoarse like sandpaper on wood. Thanks, big shot. Big shot is awesome. May you live 100 years. Lin Xian closed the private chat. He bent down, picked up the parchment, and spread it out on the deck. The paper was rough in texture with burnt edges. The chart had no latitude or longitude lines, only hand-drawn island outlines and current markers. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the chart. There was a current belt drawn with wavy lines. In the middle of the current belt, a dense cluster of black dots was marked. Lin Xian squinted. That was the reef cluster he had just left. The place where the stack fruit was hidden. Nearby was a small black island, likely the first island Lin Xian had landed on. The coordinates matched. Lin Xian immediately built a spatial model in his mind. After leaving the newbie village, he had sailed east-southeast with a northerly wind for a day and a half. He had stopped at the reef cluster. Now his position was right in this area marked by the black dots. Lin Xian's finger traced eastward from the reef cluster. In the bottom right of the chart, about 3 finger widths from the reef cluster, a massive island outline was drawn. This island's area on the chart was at least several hundred times that of the first island. In the center of the island, a towering mountain peak was marked, and the edges had shapes resembling harbor inlets. Around this large island on the chart, several red skull and crossbones marks were drawn. In the world of One Piece, skull marks on a sea chart usually signified extremely dangerous sea king nests or pirate strongholds. Not far, Lin Xian estimated the scale on the chart. From the reef cluster to this island at the speed of an ordinary sailboat, it would take about 2 days. Considering he had already traveled a significant portion of the distance with enough stamina, the LV-2 sailboat at quadruple speed could get there in half a day. Lin Xian stood up. He rolled up the parchment and stowed it in his system backpack. He walked to the helm, gripping the rough wooden tiller tightly with both hands. His stamina had recovered by half, enough to sustain a long-distance voyage. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The iron block breathing technique activated instantly. Muscle fibers clenched, blood and chi surged. His will sank, connecting with the fruit's origin. Speed 2 layers stack. Whoosh. The air let out a muffled explosion. The once lifeless single-masted sailboat shuddered violently. The mainsail snapped taut instantly. The bow lifted sharply, crashing heavily onto the water, cleaving 2 massive white waves. The sailboat shot forward like an arrow from a bow racing towards the island. A fierce wind blasted his face. Lin Xian planted his feet, firmly gripping the tiller to maintain course. For hours later, the sun began to dip westward. The glare on the sea became blinding. Lin Xian released the stacked state. The boat's speed plummeted, and the mainsail went slack again. The sailboat glided forward on its momentum. He walked to the bow, resting a hand on the gunwale, and gazed into the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a massive dark gray silhouette rose abruptly from the sea. It was an island. Its outline was jagged, with an extremely high peak in the center piercing the clouds. Less than 5 nautical miles away. Lin Xian smirked. New map arrived. Less than 5 nautical miles away. Lin Xian smirked. New map arrived. The sailboat raced across the sea. 2 layers of stacked devil fruit abilities enveloped the hull. The wooden bow roughly cleaved through the seawater, churning up towering white waves several meters high. Quadruple speed. Lin Xian stood before the helm, his hands firmly gripping the wooden tiller. The fierce sea wind blasted against him, causing his tattered clothes to flutter loudly. He squinted, gazing at the horizon ahead. The red dot on the system map had long vanished, replaced by the memorized route on the parchment chart. The silhouette of the massive island ahead grew increasingly distinct. Dark gray rocky peaks pierced the clouds. The mountain surface was bare of vegetation, exuding an air of deathly stillness. At this speed I can land before dark, Lin Xian muttered to himself. He freed one hand and retrieved a bottle of purified water from his system backpack. He unscrewed the cap and took a large gulp. The sweet liquid moistened his throat parched by the sea breeze. His stamina slowly began to recover. Just then several black dots appeared on the sea ahead. Lin Xian set down the water bottle, his gaze sharpening. As the distance closed, the dots gradually enlarged. They were not reefs nor the dorsal fins of sea beasts. They were 3 dilapidated wooden rafts. 3 3-meter square primitive rafts haphazardly lashed together with coarse hemp ropes. The rafts heaved violently with the waves. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the tiller, subtly adjusting course. He had no intention of approaching. The distance shrank to 200 meters. Relying on his senses enhanced by the devil fruit, Lin Xian made out the situation on the rafts. Scattered across the 3 rafts, 5 people lay sprawled in disarray. 3 men and 2 women. Their clothes were tattered and torn. The exposed skin, blistered from the scorching sun, showed large patches of peeling, taking on a sickly purplish red hue. They huddled in the center of the raft, trying to shield each other from the wind. The edges of the raft were overgrown with green seaweed, and the skeletons of a few dead fish lay scattered in a corner. One slightly overweight man struggled to lift his head. He saw the white towering wave. He saw the single-masted sailboat cutting through the wind and waves. The man froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, droplets of blood seeping from his cracked corners. Then he suddenly scrambled to his feet on the raft. A ship. That's a ship. The man's voice croaked, trembling with the frantic desperation of a cornered soul. The other 4 were jolted awake by the scream. Simultaneously they raised their heads and followed his gaze. Shock, ecstasy, barely concealed greed. 5 pairs of eyes locked onto the 10-meter-long LV-2 sailboat. While they were still scraping at wooden planks with their nails and drinking brackish rainwater, someone else was already sailing a real ship. It's a big shot. It must be the 47291 Big Shot from the regional channel who upgraded his boat. A woman with hair like a bird's nest shrieked. Help! Save us! Pull us up! He'll do anything. He'll be your dog. Big Shot, give me some water. I'm dying of thirst. The 5 people waved their arms frantically on the raft. The overweight man even tried to strip off his foul-smelling shirt, waving it like a signal flag. The sounds drifted over intermittently on the sea wind. Lin Xian stood on the deck expressionless. He watched those wildly flailing arms. He listened to the desperate cries for help. He did not lower the mainsail. He did not release the stacked devil fruit abilities. His hands never left the tiller. The sailboat maintained quadruple speed, charging straight ahead. 100 meters away. He's not slowing down. He's heading this way. The overweight man shouted, his face twisted with fervor. The Big Shot is coming to save us. We're not going to die. The woman wept with joy, clasping her hands and bowing frantically. 50 meters. Lin Xian could clearly see their faces contorted with excitement. He turned the helm. The sailboat carved a graceful arc across the sea. The bow swerved sharply. 20 meters. The sailboat, trailing a massive spray of water, skimmed past the side of the 3 rafts. The waves churned. The wake from the quadruple speed formed a half-meter-high wall of water that slammed directly into the raft. Whooshed. Seawater poured down on them. The 5 survivors were knocked over by the giant wave, tumbling and choking on the bitter, salty water. The raft shook violently, the hemp ropes creaking as if about to snap. The sailboat had already surged dozens of meters ahead. The people on the raft were stunned. They lay on the soaked planks, wiping seawater from their faces, staring blankly at the sailboat that was growing smaller and smaller, showing no sign of stopping. What are you doing? The overweight man was the first to react. He grabbed the edge of the raft and roared. Why didn't you stop? Can't you see we're dying? How can you be like this? Standing by and doing nothing. We're all from Earth. Don't you have any compassion? Your ship is so big. What's taking the 5 of us? Are you even human? Curses and moral blackmail drifted over on the sea wind, filling Lin Xian's ears. The woman's wails mingled with the men's vicious curses. I hope you get eaten by a sea king. You selfish beast. You'll die a miserable death. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Xian stood before the helm. He let go with his left hand and picked at his ear. So noisy. He glanced back at the people jumping and shouting on the raft. The distance had stretched to 200 meters. Morality. Compassion. On this devouring sea, how many planks could morality buy? Could compassion shield against the fangs of a sea king? Take them aboard. A 10-meter single-masted sailboat. There was indeed space. But what then? 5 mouths to feed. 5 people needing water and food every day. The system rations and sweet coconut water in Lin Xian's backpack were things he had risked his life to snatch from those mutated crabs. The blood scabs on his hands had not yet fully healed. Why should he share them with these useless fools who dared not even leave the novice village? Moreover, in extreme hunger and despair, who could guarantee these 5 wouldn't turn on him once aboard? 2 bottles of water, people in the regional channel were willing to sell anything. If they knew Lin Xian had a devil fruit, a complete freshwater collector, and piles of dried meat, these 5 would not hesitate to throw him overboard and seize the ship. The merciful die fast. I want to live a few more days. Lin Xian turned his gaze back. He did not curse in return. Arguing with dead men was pointless. In this deep sea without a safe zone, relying on 3 broken rafts, they wouldn't survive the night. Lin Xian's eyes swept over the sea behind the rafts. There a massive shadow was rapidly ascending from beneath the water. The sea breeze grew stronger. The curses from the raft abruptly ceased. They were replaced by extremely short, heart-rending screams. Then the screams were completely drowned out by a huge splash. A few black dots along with that patch of sea merged back into the horizon and vanished. Lin Xian finished the last sip of water from the bottle. He tossed the empty bottle into his system backpack. The sailboat continued its wild race. The sky gradually darkened. The sun clung to the horizon, dyeing the sea a bloody red. The outline of the island ahead now filled most of Lin Xian's field of vision. It was an immensely massive island, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the novice village island where Lin Xian was born. The island's periphery was ringed by towering black cliffs. Waves crashed against the rock walls, shattering into white foam and producing a deafening roar. Above the cliffs, dense vegetation and enormous tree canopies were faintly visible. At the island's center, the cloud-piercing peak loomed with an oppressive weight. The mountain body had a dull metallic luster. Lin Xian reduced the output of his devil fruit ability. The sailboat's speed gradually decreased. The 2 layers of stacking were undone. The mainsail returned to normal wind-catching mode. Lin Xian walked to the bow. He carefully observed the island's coastline. The sailboat approached the cliff. Lin Xian dispersed the fruit ability covering the helm. The buzzing sound disappeared, and the speeding vessel suddenly slowed down. The immense inertia caused the bow to crash heavily into the waves, sending sprays of water everywhere. The mainsail became limp again, swaying helplessly in the gentle breeze. Lin Xian turned the steering wheel. The sailboat glided along the ocean current at the edge of the cliff, slipping into a natural concave bay. Here the sea was calm, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. Several large rocks perfectly blocked the view of the outside sea. A natural harbor. Lin Xian dropped the anchor. The rough rope tightened, and the ship steadied. He did not rashly approach the shore. In this world, the greatest danger often comes not from the sea kings, but from humans. Lin Xian took out a few pieces of worn canvas from his system backpack and draped them conspicuously over the ship's rail for simple camouflage. Then he walked to the center of the deck. He looked down at himself. His t-shirt had become tattered rags barely hanging on his shoulders. The edges of his shorts were frayed. His skin was rough and bronzed from the sea breeze and scorching sun, with a light layer of white salt crust on the surface. There were also several shallow pink scars left by rock crabs on his left arm and back. Lin Xian rubbed the salt grains on his face. With this look, if I go to the foot of the overpass with a bowl, I could easily earn $200 a day. He was quite satisfied. He really did resemble a survivor of a shipwreck. In this vast ocean, being conspicuous was the last thing one wanted. A hapless victim drifting at sea for days, nearly starving, would hardly attract any attention. Lin Xian organized the pure water and dried meat in his system backpack, ensuring there were no flaws visible from the outside. He walked to the edge of the ship and jumped down. His feet landed on the soft beach. A wave of intense dizziness struck him. The ground seemed to undulate. This was the land sickness reaction after a long time at sea. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his chest contracting. The iron block breathing technique activated. His muscle fibers tightened, instantly forcibly locking his sense of balance. As his blood circulated, the dizziness was violently suppressed. He released his breath and walked along a dirt path that wound up behind the beach, passing through a dense coniferous forest. The scent of pine resin wafted through the coniferous forest. The soil beneath his feet was damp. Lin Xian observed the footprints and tire tracks as he walked. The tire tracks were deep, indicating frequent transport of goods on the island. The footprints were messy, with both peasant straw sandals and heeled leather boots. This proved that this was not a secluded, deserted island, but rather a town with established trade with the outside world. After passing through the woods, his view suddenly opened up. A sizable settlement appeared at the end of the dirt path. The buildings were mostly wooden and stone structures with red-brown tiled roofs. The streets were paved with irregular flagstones. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled fish and the pungent scent of low-quality rum. People bustled about on the streets. Peasants dressed in coarse linen hurried by with their burdens. A few women with headscarves were bargaining at roadside stalls. The sound of clanging metal came from the blacksmith shop. Lin Xian glanced at the wall, where most of the items were farming tools and ordinary iron swords with no fine firearms or renowned blades in sight. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. His gaze passed over the commoners and locked onto a few distinct figures within the crowd. 3 burly men with broad-bladed sailor knives at their waists were laughing loudly as they exited a tavern. They had rough skin and tattooed arms with crude skull designs. Their steps were unsteady, their lower bodies weak. Lin Xian assessed them in his mind. They looked like easy pickings. The town's combat power was not high. At least on the surface, there was no one who could threaten him. A few sailors boasted loudly at the entrance. Lin Xian perked up his ears. Last time I went to the Goya Kingdom, the women, there was something else. Goya Kingdom. A familiar geographical name. Luffy's hometown. Lin Xian pieced together the puzzle in his mind. He withdrew his gaze, locking onto a grocery store at the street corner. The shop was small, with a few wooden barrels out front filled with shriveled apples and black bread. Behind the counter stood an old man with graying hair. He wore a faded shirt and was wiping the counter with a rag. He had a kind face devoid of the hostility often found in those who had lived by the sword for years. This was the one. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His shoulders instantly slumped. His legs began to wobble. He stumbled awkwardly towards the grocery store. His foot just happened to trip over a raised flagstone. Bang! Lin Xian fell beside the wooden barrels of the grocery store. He did not immediately get up, but rather with great difficulty reached out his blood-crusted and salt-encrusted hand to clutch the edge of the barrel. The old man was startled by the noise. He put down the rag and leaned out halfway. Hey young man, are you okay? The old man frowned, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Lin Xian lifted his head. His lips were cracked and his eyes were vacant. His Adam's apple struggled to move a few times, producing an extremely hoarse voice. Water, please. The old man's gaze swept over Lin Xian's tattered clothes, his scars, and a thick layer of salt crust. Caution was quickly replaced by sympathy. This outfit, this miserable state, could not be faked. This was undoubtedly someone who had just escaped from the jaws of the sea. What a tragedy, another shipwreck. The old man sighed. He turned and took a ceramic bowl from under the counter, filling it with clear water from a nearby tank, and brought it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian snatched the ceramic bowl. He did not suppress his instincts with the iron block, but instead allowed his body to show its extreme thirst for water. He gulped down the water, letting it spill down his chin and wet his chest. Drink slowly, don't choke, the old man reminded. Lin Xian finished the water, clutching the ceramic bowl tightly to his chest, gasping heavily. Thank you. Thank you. His voice was still hoarse, but carried a hint of vitality. He supported himself against the barrel, slowly standing up. His body still swayed slightly. Boss, may I ask? Where is this? Lin Xian looked around with a dazed expression. My ship encountered a storm, and I drifted on a piece of wood for several days. I don't know where I've ended up. The old man looked at Lin Xian and shook his head. You're lucky. This sea area has not been peaceful recently. Lin Xian asked in response. Not peaceful? Are there sea kings? The old man snorted. What sea kings? It's pirates. Recently, several ruthless characters with bounties in the millions have emerged, and the Navy can't catch them at all. Millions in bounty. Lin Xian felt reassured. In the Grand Line, pirates with bounties in the millions were hardly worth being cannon fodder. But here that made one a local tyrant. And right now, with one punch, he could smash through black reefs, and at 4 times the sailing speed, he could turn a pirate ship into splinters. The monsters in this beginner's village are a bit low level, Lin Xian thought to himself. The old man took half a piece of hard black bread from the barrel and stuffed it into Lin Xian's hands. Eat something to fill your stomach, poor boy. Lin Xian accepted the black bread with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly. Thank you. You are truly a good person. How can I repay you? Forget it, just consider it a good deed for the sea god. The old man waved his hand. Remember, this is Grapefruit Island. Lin Xian took a bite of the black bread. The rough wheat bran scraped against his throat, carrying a faint sour taste. He chewed while pretending to listen attentively. Grapefruit Island, Lin Xian repeated. Yes. The old man picked up the rag and continued wiping the counter. An inconspicuous little subsidiary island. If you want to find a ship back home or look for a job, you'll need to go to the main island. The old man paused his actions, pointing to the east. It's very close to the main island. A merchant ship can get there in half a day. What is the main island called? Lin Xian asked. The old man glanced at him. Rogue Town. Lin Xian's chewing came to an abrupt stop. The crumbs of black bread lodged in his throat. He lowered his head, concealing the sudden spark in his eyes. Rogue Town. Those 3 words represented an exceptionally unique coordinate in the world of One Piece. The birthplace of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, as well as his execution site. The town marking the beginning and end of the East Sea. The entrance to the Grand Line. Lin Xian swallowed the rough wheat bran. He had always thought he would be cast into some unknown sea area by the system, slowly drifting towards the main storyline. He never expected to find himself stepping directly onto the pulse of the era. The East Sea. The weakest sea. But also the sea with the most opportunities. There was Colonel Smoker. The famous Sword Snow Walk and Sandai Katetsu. Lin Xian raised his head, wearing again that kind of relief and confusion after surviving a catastrophe. Rogue Town. I remember. Thank you, boss. He clutched the half piece of black bread, dragging his heavy steps slowly, turning to leave the grocery store. Entering the crowd. The town of beginnings and endings. Lin Xian took another bite of black bread. Lin Xian swallowed the coarse black bread in a few bites. The dry wheat bran scraped down his throat, leaving a tang of stale sourness. He brushed off the crumbs from his hands and gazed over the counter. The shopkeeper was bending down to lift 2 large wooden boxes beside the counter. The boxes were covered with iron sheeting and filled with heavy iron nails and miscellaneous items. The old man dug his hands into the edges of the box, veins bulging on his neck, his face turning red, yet the box remained unmoved. Old bones are no longer useful. The boss let go of his hands, straightened up, panting heavily. Lin Xian stepped forward. Boss, let me help. Consider it payment for this half piece of bread. He did not employ the breathing technique of the iron block, nor did he activate the ability of the overlapping fruit. With the enhanced strength from his body, transformed by the fruit over the past few days, along with the power gained from training in armament hockey, he gripped the grooves on both sides of the box. With a forceful push from his waist, the box weighing over 100 pounds lifted off the ground. Lin Xian hoisted the box onto his shoulder and walked steadily to the corner indicated by the old man to set it down. He then turned around and strode back to the counter, repeating the process with the other box. The entire sequence was fluid, not even a breath out of place. The old man stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian, his gaze flicking between Lin Xian's tattered clothes and his solid muscles. Your strength. Did the shipwreck not leave you starving and weak? The boss' tone was filled with disbelief. Lin Xian scratched the back of his head, revealing an extremely honest smile. I practiced every day by paddling that broken plank while adrift at sea. Boss, my mind got muddled while drifting at sea, and I can't even remember the days. What year is it now? The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and casually replied, it's the year 1522 of the sea-round calendar. You can forget such days. It seems you were truly frightened into a daze. Lin Xian's smile froze momentarily, his pupils suddenly constricting. 1522. Lin Xian lowered his head, hiding the sudden brilliance that erupted in his eyes. He repeatedly thanked the boss, grabbed the remaining half of the black bread, and turned to leave the grocery store. The street was still noisy with the sounds of bargaining from the common folk mingling with the clanging from the blacksmith shop. Lin Xian kept his head down, avoiding the patrolling town guards, and turned into a narrow, secluded alley. In the alley lay garbage bins emitting a foul odor. A few stray cats, startled by the footsteps, scampered up the wall. Lin Xian leaned against a moss-covered brick wall. His chest heaved violently. His breathing became extremely labored. The year 1522 of the C-round calendar. To ordinary people, this was just a string of numbers on the calendar. But to Lin Xian, a time traveler with omniscient insight, it was a key to ushering in a new era. It was the year when the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy left Windmill Village and officially set sail. The 7 warlords of the sea were still reigning over the oceans, while the 4 emperors held steady in the New World. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters were at their peak. Most importantly, the great war that would engulf the entire world and change the fates of countless individuals had yet to ignite. Countless opportunities, legendary weapons, and devil fruits lay quietly in corners around the world waiting to be discovered. Lin Xian raised his right hand. With a thought, dark-colored armament hockey enveloped his fist, and a deep metallic sheen flickered in the dim alley. He opened the system panel in the lower right corner of his retina. Entering the regional channel. The number of survivors in the upper right corner 56102200. The chat box scrolled with chaotic messages. Who has fever medicine? I was bitten by a venomous insect. My temperature is 40 degrees. I'll trade it for a raft blueprint. Help, I encountered a ship flying a skull flag. They are approaching. How can I find an island? I've been drinking urine for 3 days. Lin Xian looked at these messages and closed the panel. 2 worlds. These people were still struggling for the bare minimum of survival. Meanwhile, he had already begun plotting how to overturn the power dynamics of this world. Lin Xian closed his eyes. His consciousness sank deep into his mind. The mysterious blue orb floated silently in the darkness, emanating a cold light. He recalled the moment he swallowed the overlapping fruit in the stone chamber beneath the sea. The will and impurities contained within the devil fruit were effortlessly crushed and devoured by this blue light. The curse of the devil fruit stemmed from the sea's disdain for devils. Now that the devil was gone, the curse had lost its effect, and he had become a capable person who could swim in the sea. But what about the other iron law? A person can only eat 1 devil fruit. If one were to consume a second, the 2 devils within would battle each other, resulting in the death of the user. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach broke this iron law by exploiting the peculiarities of the dark fruit and his unique physique. Lin Xian opened his eyes. There was no devil within his body, only the pure source of power. Since there was no devil, the issue of devils fighting each other did not exist. As long as his physical strength could withstand it, and as long as that blue light could continue to crush external devil wills, he could completely consume a second, third, or even 10th devil fruit. The ability of the overlapping fruit is cumulative. What if he stacked the destructive power of the quake fruit? What if he stacked the speed of the grape fruit? Lin Xian smirked. He considered himself a pure cheat. As long as he wanted, he could intercept all the unclaimed top-tier fruits on this ocean. He could gather all the powers that originally belonged to others into his own possession. He had the navigation chart provided by the system, a ship with 4 times the sailing speed and a physique immune to seawater. He could completely go on a resource-plundering spree along the main storyline of Luffy's journey. Lin Xian stepped out of the dark alley. The sunlight shone back onto his face. He needed to head to the main island Town. There a more comprehensive intelligence network awaited him, along with supplies for the Grand Line, and perhaps even encounters with key figures from the plot. However, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, gazing at the sky. The year 1522. The plot had officially begun. This meant that a coveted divine fruit he had long desired was already in the hands of another. Lin Xian pushed open the battered wooden door. The hinge shrieked in protest. Inside the tavern, the light was dim, the air hung thick with sweat, cheap tobacco, and the sour tang of fermenting wort. A few sailors were sprawled over an oil-stained table, snoring. In a corner, a drunk was retching. Lin Xian made his way to the bar. The barkeep was a broad, one-eyed man rubbing a wooden cup with a rag whose original color could not be guessed. "What'll it be?" the barkeep asked without lifting his eyelids. Lin Xian flipped his wrist, opened a bundle of ragged cloth, and withdrew 2 green-skinned coconuts from his system pack. 2 dull thuds as the coconuts hit the bar. "Exchange for a drink." "The strongest you have," Lin Xian said, tapping the wood. The barkeep's hand froze. The one-eyed man stared at the 2 coconuts still beaded with water. On the open sea, fresh fruit was worth more than coins. It kept scurvy at bay. The barkeep took the coconuts, turned to an oak barrel behind him, and ladled a large, cloudy mug of ale, which he shoved across the counter. The liquid sloshed over the rim and stained the wood. Lin Xian lifted the wooden mug and crossed to the furthest corner of the room. He drew out a chair whose back had been broken in 2 and sat down. He watched the bubbles rising in the murky drink. 1522. The year spun in his mind like a pocketed coin. He stroked his chin. If his memory did not fail him, Luffy set sail in this very year. That meant the plot had fully begun to unfurl, the gears of the age were starting to turn. His fingers traced the rough rim of the cup. The first half of the Vita Hong Lu, the Sky Islands. That self-proclaimed god with the long earlobes, Amy Lu. The Xianglei fruit. Lauded as one of the most fearsome of the natural types. In Lin Xian's original plan, that fruit had been the prime objective: speed, destructive force, and an elevation of observation haki. Consume it, and you become a perfect hexagonal warrior, able to strike and to hold. But now it was 1522, Amy Lu would already be reigning over the Sky Island. The priest would be everywhere. Try to ambush it. 800 years too late. No chance, Lin Xian muttered and tossed back a long swallow. The bitter tart ale slid down his throat, and a sharp burn flared in his stomach. Lin Xian leaned against the chair and brooded for exactly 60 seconds. Anyone would suffer a jolt losing such a step toward the heavens. This was the Xianglei fruit, not roadside cabbage. But Lin Xian disliked wasting energy on regret. Dwelling on what was lost served no purpose. The system would not hand out consolation prizes. After a minute he straightened and set the cup down. His gaze fell to his hands. Calloused palms, thick knuckles, skin bronzed by labor. He formed an intention. Armament haki surged across his right fist like a second skin. A dark metallic sheen glinted in the dim light, deep and solemn. The Xianglei fruit is strong. He thought, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. But is my dai fruit truly inferior? No weakness to seawater. Such a trait was an envy of all the gifted. Fall into the sea and you needn't wait to drown, you might even fish on the way down. Besides, the core rule of his fruit was stacking, unlimited accumulation. At that moment a quarrel erupted in the middle of the tavern. You bastard. You promised me 30%. A pirate with a flowered headscarf bellowed as he overturned a table. 30%. What work did you do? The bald pirate sneered, drawing a sailor's knife at his waist. The headscarf man could not dodge and took a kick to the gut. He flew backward and slammed straight into the corner where Lin Xian sat. Lin Xian did not rise. He pressed his left hand onto the scarred tabletop in front of him. He sank his will downwards. The dai fruit's ability activated hardness 2 layers stacked. The table's surface showed no change, yet its internal molecules were instantly compressed and reformed. Thud. The headscarf pirate crashed against the table's edge. There was no splintering of wood, only the brittle snap of bones. The pirate screamed, clutching his shattered ribs as he slid to the floor. He felt he had struck not timber, but a solid bar of steel. The bald pirate advanced, knife in hand. He glanced at his fallen companion, then at Lin Xian. Hey kid, that table's solid, he said. A flash of malice crossed his eyes. But you blocked my path. He hefted the blade and brought it down toward Lin Xian's head with savage force. Lin Xian remained seated. His left hand stayed on the table, his right lifted the wooden cup, and he drank. The blade neared his skull. He extended his right index finger. Its tip was instantly sheathed in armament haki. The dai fruit engaged strength 2 layers stacked. He flicked his finger against the descending edge. Clang. A shrill clash of metal and steel split the air. The bald pirate's thumb immediately burst open, blood spattered. The finely forged sailor's knife snapped, splitting inch by inch, shards spinning through the light. A tremendous recoil surged down the hilt into the pirate's arm. Like a man struck by thunder, he was lifted off his feet and hurled backwards. Boom. He smashed through the tavern door and tumbled into the street. Whether he lived or died remained unknown. Silence fell over the room. The snoring sailors stirred awake. The retching drunk froze. The barkeep's hand paused mid-wipe. Every gaze turned to the ragged young man in the corner. Lin Xian set his cup down. If you're going to fight. Don't flip other people's tables. No manners, he remarked. The Xianglei fruit might be flashy, but run into a rubber fruit, and you'd still take a beating. Fine. Sour grapes, he told himself. But if he stacked his power 2 layers, then 4, then 8, then 16, and capped it with armament, one punch would settle it. Elemental transformation's supreme armament, the sword master's cleave before absolute force, all technique, is a paper tiger. You could even shatter space itself. Become electricity, all you like, so what? Strike together with the air, and it will explode. Physical supremacy, that is a man's romance. Lin Xian grinned. The melancholy evaporated. Lu Fei would follow his destined path, so along his way of the swordsman. As for Lin Xian, he would be the bulldozer who hurled bricks with brute force, simple and blunt. He leaned against the wall and summoned the system panel at the bottom right of his retina. He entered the regional channel. He had been busy these days, traveling and testing his ability, and had not kept close tabs on others. The chat window scrolled faster than before. I finally upgraded to LV2 sailboat. I don't have to wait to die on a raft anymore. Big boss, take me. I'm still prying planks with my hands. My nails are ruined. I've landed on an island. There's a place called Shuangyue Village. I'm trying to sneak into the dojo to learn swordsmanship. The host is called Gung Sailing. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Shuangyue Village. Sulong's old home. Someone had been born perilously close to a plot point. He scrolled further. One message bordered in color leapt out at him. ID Long Out Yin. Everyone stop struggling. This game is about fate. I just found a fruit covered in rings on a deserted island. After eating it, I can control fire. From today on, I am the king of this sea. The replies poured in hundreds in an instant. Shock and flattery stacked one after another. Holy. A devil fruit. Fire King. Take me in. He'll keep you warm. Boss, give coordinates. He'll row over and join you. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Fire. Isn't the burning fruit supposed to belong to AC? This was likely a run-off-the-mill Logia, or perhaps a beast type. There were plenty of fruits that could make fire across this sea. But with a base of 100,000 people, someone would eventually stumble into lucky fortune. Acquiring resources beyond the ordinary, the system forced everyone into competition. If you did not advance, you would be culled. While others grew stronger, standing still was the same as waiting to die. Lin Xian shut the chat. He rose to leave the tavern. Shio Island was only a temporary stop. Uluaga Town was his true destination. There lay supplies bound for the Vida Honglu and enough formidable opponents to test the limits of the Dai fruit. He tossed a few copper coins onto the table. They were the payment from the dead fish head sold. He stepped toward the door and crossed the broken floorboard. As he turned, and his foot passed the tavern threshold. At the bottom right of his retina, a blinding golden flash exploded without warning. Immediately, a prompt window filled half his field of vision. The golden light at the lower right corner of his retina was blindingly bright. Lin Xian stepped out of the tavern. The sunlight poured straight down, striking his face. He squinted. The golden light rapidly expanded in his vision, transforming into a translucent system pop-up. System-wide announcement: survivors reduced to 55000. The third phase of the protection period is now officially unlocked. Shipbuilding system has been updated. LV. Free ship upgrade permission granted. Lin Xian halted. The streets bustled with people. A few townsfolk carrying fish baskets brushed past him, leaving a strong scent of the sea in the air. He paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, focusing entirely on the system panel. LV. Free ship. The LV. 2 single-masted sailboat had already given him a measure of self-preservation at sea. Combined with the fourfold speed boost from the stack fruit, he could even escape from ordinary sea kings with ease. But that was, after all, just a small boat cobbled together from wood. Faced with truly extreme weather or the massive pirate ships that stretched dozens of meters long, it was still far from sufficient. To dominate these seas, his ship had to be upgraded. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together. With eager anticipation, he tapped on the shimmering golden upgrade requirements list. The light screen unfurled. 3 extremely concise lines of data jumped out. LV. 3 2-masted armed ship. Required materials for upgrade. Wood 0.20 sets. Iron ingot 0.5 sets. Sea crystal coins 135, 1000. The smile on Lin Xian's face instantly froze. He stared fixedly at those 3 lines of numbers. He checked repeatedly to make sure he hadn't misread an extra 0. Damn it all. Lin Xian couldn't hold back and swore loudly right there on the crowded street. His voice was so loud it startled a nearby apple vendor, causing 2 shriveled apples to roll onto the bluestone pavement. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, turning to stare at the ragged youth shouting at thin air. Several patrolling town guards also placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, approaching with wary expressions. Lin Xian immediately fell silent. He pulled down the tattered straw hat he had scavenged from a pile of corpses, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and hurried through the crowd with his head lowered. Turning into a deserted alley, Lin Xian leaned against the brick wall, panting heavily. He brought up the system panel again. Those 3 lines of numbers still hung there coldly. This damned system has a heart blacker than Blackbeard's. Lin Xian ground his teeth. He began to calculate the difficulty of acquiring these materials in his mind. 20 sets of wood. 1 set equals 20 wood fragments. 20 sets meant 400 fragments. Based on his experience felling trees on the beginner island, chopping down a mature coconut tree would yield at most 2 to 3 wood fragments. 400 wood fragments meant he would have to cut down nearly 200 trees. I'm here to become the pirate king, not a lumberjack. Lin Xian ranted internally. And that was just the most basic material. Iron ingots 5 sets. 10 ingots per set. 50 standard iron ingots. This was something you simply couldn't mine on a deserted island. The beginner island was entirely composed of black reefs without a trace of iron ore. To get iron ingots, there were only 2 ways: either find an island with mineral veins and mine, and smelt them yourself, or buy them directly from a blacksmith in a human town. Mining himself wasn't realistic. He had no tools, no time. He had to buy them. This led to the third and most critical condition. 1,000 sea crystal coins. Lin Xian glanced at the balance in his inventory. 135 coins. That was his entire fortune, earned by risking his life on the beginner island to smash the head of a chieftain-level rock armor crab. Killing 1 chieftain-level monster gave you a few dozen coins. 1,000 sea crystal coins. Was he supposed to single-handedly take down dozens of sea kings? This is clearly forcing players to die. Lin Xian's gaze turned cold. He saw through the system's underlying logic. 100,000 people were thrown onto this sea. Early resources could be barely scraped together through island gathering. But at this LV3 milestone, the system had directly cut off the possibility of solo development. Wood required massive logging, iron ingots required purchases in town, and sea crystal coins required immense accumulation. These resources weren't available on deserted islands. Nor were they in the hands of commoners. They were concentrated in the hands of local powers, nobles, merchant guilds, the navy, and pirates. The system was forcing players out of their comfort zones. It forced them into conflict with the natives of this world, to plunder, to fight. If you didn't plunder, you would remain stuck at LV2 forever, and then be crushed by other upgraded players or local pirates. Breeding a monster. He patted his empty pockets. Buying iron required money. Buying wood required money. Even eating a full meal in town required money. Legitimate work was out of the question. Hauling sandbags at the docks would earn you at most a few copper coins a day, not even enough to buy a single iron nail. I need a quick way to make money. Lin Xian straightened up. He brushed the dust off his shoulders. He walked out of the alley. His gaze swept across the street. Shio Island was a small satellite island. The town wasn't large. but it was small yet complete. He followed the street forward until he reached the central square. A massive wooden bulletin board stood in the square. A few idle townsfolk were gathered around it. Lin Xian squeezed into the crowd. He looked up at the board. It was plastered with various wanted posters and notices. The papers were yellowed by the sea breeze, their corners curled up. In the world of One Piece, what was the fastest way to make money? Aside from direct robbery, it was turning in pirates' heads at a marine base for bounty. Lin Xian's eyes darted rapidly across the wanted posters. Wanted buck, dead or alive. Bounty 1, 5 million berries. Wanted one-eyed Jack, dead or alive. Bounty 2 million berries. Berries were the universal currency of this world. Although the system demanded sea crystal coins, the system shop had a currency exchange function. 10,000 berries could be exchanged for 1 sea crystal coin. 1,000 sea crystal coins meant 10 million berries. Lin Xian stroked his chin. 10 million. In the East Blue, that was an enormous sum. The average bounty in the East Blue was only around 3 million. Arlong, whom Luffy defeated, had a bounty of only 20 million. To scrape together 10 million, he would have to kill several pirates with bounties in the hundreds of thousands, or directly take down a dominant figure of the East Blue. Buck, Jack. Lin Xian muttered the two names. Their bounties were too low. Killing them would be troublesome, and the money wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. His gaze moved further up. At the very top of the bulletin board was a brand new wanted poster. The paper was pristine white, and the photo on it was extremely clear. The photo was of a man with a face full of scars. He wore an iron headband studded with jewels. In his hand, he held a massive serrated greatsword. His gaze was exceptionally ferocious. Wanted Iron Wall Craig, captain of the Craig Pirates. Dead or alive. Bounty 8 million berries. 8 million berries. Equivalent to 800 sea crystal coins. Adding that to what he already had, and selling off some random loot, the cost for the LV. 3 upgrade would be just about covered. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was the one. He turned to look at an old man nearby who was smoking a pipe. Old-timer, can I ask you something? Lin Xian put on a simple, honest expression. Where does this Craig usually operate? The old man blew out a smoke ring and glanced at Lin Xian. An outsider. I'd advise you not to ask. That Craig bunch are a pack of madmen. They recently plundered a merchant ship. Word has it they're holed up in that abandoned mine north of Shio Island, dividing the spoils. The mayor doesn't dare say a peep, and even the marine patrol boats give it a wide berth. Abandoned mine. Lin Xian committed the location to memory. Thanks, old-timer. Lin Xian turned and left the square. He didn't return to the tavern, nor did he head to the docks. He walked straight towards the blacksmith shop on the edge of town. Inside, the forge was blazing red. A bare-chested blacksmith was swinging a hammer forging metal. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Xian approached the counter. Boss, got any blades? The blacksmith stopped working, wiped his sweat with a towel, and looked Lin Xian up and down. Yeah, standard fine steel longsword, 10,000 berries apiece. A better one with a blood grew 30,000. Lin Xian pulled out a few copper coins he had earned from selling dead fish at the tavern earlier, jingling them in his hand. No money, Lin Xian replied bluntly. The blacksmith's face darkened. No money. You come here to waste my time. Get lost. Get out. The blacksmith swung his heavy hammer with brutal force, sending a scorching gust of wind that shooed Lin Xian away like a fly. Lin Xian was not angered. He stepped back 2 paces, evading the flying sparks, and turned to walk out of the smithy. Standing on the bustling street, Lin Xian dusted off his hands. Lack of money was indeed a hard blow, but what he lacked least was adaptability. Going to take down the 8 million bounty, Iron Wall Craig, empty-handed would be somewhat regrettable. Although he had absolute confidence in his armament hockey and the stack fruit, in this world, even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. The pirates wielded guns and cannons. If he capsized in a ditch, the system wouldn't grant him a reload and restart. Since he was hunting pirates for money to buy materials, why not just take the money directly? In this world, apart from pirates, the quickest moneymakers were the unscrupulous merchants dealing with them. Lin Xian lowered the brim of his straw hat, hands thrust into his tattered trousers, and aimlessly strolled along the street. Before he knew it, he had passed through the noisy market and arrived at the wealthy district of Shio Island. The scene here was utterly different from the commoner quarters. The road beneath his feet changed from pitted flagstones to smooth marble. The buildings on either side were no longer drafty wooden shacks, but 3-story villas built from massive white stone blocks. In front of each villa lay a neatly trimmed garden. The air was free of the foul stench, mingling fish and urine, carrying only the faint fragrance of roses. Lin Xian halted before a sprawling mansion. The perimeter was enclosed by tall black iron railings. Above the gate hung a gleaming golden plaque inscribed in ornate script, Golden Beard Trading Company. 4 burly guards stood at the entrance, clad in matching black uniforms, brandishing new flintlock rifles with fine steel short swords at their waists. Their eyes were fierce, fixated on every passing commoner like watchdogs. Should anyone draw near, they would unceremoniously swing their rifle butts. Lin Xian did not approach. He walked to the shadows across the street, squatting beside a stone wall draped in ivy. Next to him was a beggar with a broken leg. The beggar, clad in a sour-reeking sackcloth, stared greedily at the half-eaten black bread in Lin Xian's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. Lin Xian glanced at him, broke off a piece, and casually tossed it into the beggar's battered clay bowl. Uncle, I'd like to ask something. Lin Xian lowered his voice, his tone as casual as asking for directions. Who is the big shot living in that house opposite? The beggar lunged at the half-loaf like a starving wolf, wolfing it down. The dry brand stuck in his throat, choking him until his eyes rolled back. He thumped his chest, forcefully, finally swallowing, then cautiously raised his head, gazing at the mansion with awe. Young brother, you must be new to Shio Island. That's the residence of Master Goldenbeard. Don't you ever provoke them. The beggar's voice dropped, laced with primal fear. That old man has a black heart. On the surface, he runs a legitimate shipping business, but behind the scenes, he deals arms and slaves to those murderous pirates. The beggar glanced around, leaned in, and whispered mysteriously, I heard a few days ago he just closed a big deal with a major client selling dozens of orphans from the town to the Grand Line. He made tens of millions of berries. They've been throwing banquets at home for days, even the mayor attended. Arms, slaves, tens of millions of berries. These 3 words flashed through Lin Xian's mind. You're the one. Lin Xian curled his lips into a brilliant smile. He wouldn't have a second's moral burden robbing such a man. Since pirate money was temporarily out of reach, borrowing a little from these bloated, oppressive rich merchants wouldn't hurt, would it? Consider it an act of justice. And incidentally upgrade his pitiful single-mast sailboat. Lin Xian stood up, not sparing another glance at the beggar, and stepped out of the shadows. He wasn't in a hurry to act. It was broad daylight, though he wasn't afraid of the 4 rifle-armed guards. Even if the flintlock's lead bullets struck him, given his current physical strength and the defensive iron body, they'd leave at most a few white marks. But gunshots were too loud. Once he caused a commotion, it would be troublesome if the island's marine garrison showed up. His primary goal now was to get money and upgrade the system's ship, not to act as an anti-government insurgent. Low profile was the key. Lin Xian leisurely circled the sprawling mansion's perimeter. His eyes scanned the terrain and defenses like radar, taking everything in. The front gate had 4 armed guards, the tightest defense. The backyard wall was about 3 meters high, densely embedded with shards of glass for security, glinting sharply in the sunlight. Inside the wall, he could faintly hear rhythmic footsteps. 2 groups, alternating patrols. Covert sentries. The defenses were fairly tight, but to Lin Xian, who had mastered the Marine's 6 powers, iron body, and a devil fruit ability, it was like paper. The sky gradually darkened. The sun sank below the horizon, the last rays swallowed by darkness. Shio Island welcomed the night. Lin Xian avoided the patrolling town guards and returned along the same path to his LV-2 single-mast sailboat moored in a hidden bay. He ducked into the cramped cabin, rummaging through the system backpack. Finally, he pulled out a piece of worn black canvas. It was trash head scavenged from the nest of a mutant crab on the newbie island. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the deck. Dipping his finger in soot from under the stove, he roughly marked the eye positions on the canvas and drew 2 circles. Then he coated his right index finger with a thin layer of armament hockey. 2 soft puffs sounded. His finger, sharp as a blade, precisely poked 2 holes through the canvas. He slipped the canvas over his head, tying a tight knot at the back. A crude, even comical robber's mask was complete. Ugly as it is, practicality matters. Lin Xian checked his reflection in the moonlight on the sea surface, quite satisfied. On this vast ocean, no one knew what tomorrow would bring. Hiding one's identity was always the first rule. He didn't want to end up on a Marine wanted poster tomorrow for a few tens of millions of berries, hounded like flies by bounty hunters. Under the cover of night, Lin Xian approached the high rear wall of the Goldenbeard Trading Consortium. Shards of broken glass crowned the 3-meter perimeter. His leg muscles tensed. The iron block breathing technique activated. Slightly bending his knees, he erupted upward with explosive force, clearing the 3-meter barrier effortlessly. Midair, he adjusted his posture. The iron block's mastery over muscular control granted him absolute command over every fiber of his body. His feet touched ground. Not a whisper disturbed the silence, no louder than a fallen leaf settling upon grass. Crouched deep within shadow, Lin Xian swept his gaze across the courtyard. 2 rotating sentry pairs patrolled in disciplined sequence. A black-clad guard rounded the corner just then. Catching sight of a fleeting silhouette, he opened his mouth to shout, when Lin Xian struck like lightning. He became a blur, closing the distance in an instant. His right hand snapped forward, fingers rigid as a blade, striking the guard's nape with surgical precision. Irk! The man's eyes rolled back, his body went slack and collapsed. Lin Xian caught the falling form midair and lowered it gently into the grass. The entire sequence lasted under 2 seconds, clean, decisive, efficient. He dusted off his hands. He scaled the downspout beside the wall, limbs moving in fluid unison, ascending rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into the 2nd floor of the main building. Thick carpet muffled every footfall along the corridor. Faint light bled from beneath the door of the study at the far end. Lin Xian pressed close to the panel. Inside, paper rustled, and a revolting chuckle echoed. Hee hee, this batch is truly exceptional. Nobles from the Grand Line adore such tender, fair-skinned cargo. This haul alone will net us several million berries. Lin Xian peered through the keyhole. A portly man glistening with sweat and sporting a golden handlebar mustache sprawled across a broad rosewood desk. Piles of bundled berries littered the surface. Saliva dripped from his lips as his eyes gleamed with raw avarice. 2 towering personal guards stood flanking him, hands resting on their sword hilts. Lin Xian straightened. Without hesitation, he raised his right foot and drove it squarely into the solid wooden door. Boom! The heavy door shattered inward in splinters. Splinters flew. The trio inside recoiled in shock. The fat merchant jiggled violently, his wad of cash scattering across the floor. The 2 guards reacted instantly. Who dares? They roared in unison, drawing cutlasses and charging Lin Xian from left and right. Cold steel flashed, aimed for his throat and chest. Lin Xian stood motionless in the doorway, watching the blades descend, fists clenched. His will surged. Armament hockey ignited, coating both fists in obsidian-hard luster beneath the lamplight. Simultaneously, the Doro fruit awakened. Power, doubled layered. His muscles swelled, radiating raw explosive might. Lin Xian met the blade's heat in launching both fists forward. No flourish. No artifice. Only overwhelming strength and velocity. Clang. Clang. Two shrill, grating impacts. Their tempered steel cutlasses shattered against his knuckles, fracturing into jagged shards. Before astonishment could even flicker across their faces, Lin Xian's fists pierced the wreckage, crashing into their chests with brutal finality. Crack. Ribs snapped audibly. Both men vomited crimson arcs, hurtling backward like puppets with severed strings. Tum. They slammed into the study's stone wall, cratering two massive depressions, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the impact points. They tumbled lifelessly to the floor, unconscious before they landed. The entire exchange unfolded in a heartbeat. Goldenbeard stared, utterly dumbfounded. He slumped onto the floor, quivering like gelatin. Those two were elite bounty hunters, hired at exorbitant cost from the Grand Line, yet they hadn't lasted a single strike. Trembling, he gaped at the man before him, a figure clad in a ridiculous black balaclava. Who are you? His voice cracked, bravado crumbling into panic. This is Seastone Island. It's half a day's sail from Lobetown, where the Navy's elite forces are stationed. Do you have any idea who stands behind me? Lin Xian absent-mindedly cleaned his ear. Villains perish from excessive monologue. You've never heard that proverb. He strode to the rosewood desk, ignored Goldenbeard entirely, and swept the bundles of cash into his system inventory. 1 bundle. 2. 10. His berries balance surged wildly on the interface screen. 1,000 berries. 5,000 berries. Goldenbeard watched his ill-gotten fortune vanish into thin air, his heart bleeding with every digit. That's my money, you thief. Summoning desperate courage, he staggered upright, only for Lin Xian to pause mid-motion. Lin Xian turned. His gaze, icy detached, locked onto Goldenbeard. Raising his right hand, he coated his fingertips in armament hockey, then plunged them deep into the rosewood desktop. The wood yielded like tofu. He tore out a chunk and crumbled it to dust between his fingers. Goldenbeard's fragile courage evaporated completely. He dropped to his knees, pounding his forehead against the floor. Master, hero, spare me. Take all the money. Just spare my life. Lin Xian brushed wood shavings from his palms. What's on this desk barely reaches 10 million. He stepped before Goldenbeard, looming tall. You claim this deal would earn you several million more, correct? Goldenbeard froze. No, that's all, everything's here. Lin Xian sighed. I despise liars. He lifted his foot and placed it squarely atop Goldenbeard's right hand, then pressed down. Hawk. A shriek like a slaughtered pig tore through the study. I'll tell. Goldenbeard sobbed, tears and snot streaming, left hand trembling as he pointed behind the bookshelf. Behind that painting, the safe. Lin Xian walked to the shelf. He yanked down the oil painting, revealing a steel-reinforced vault. Password. 6/8. Lin Xian didn't touch the dial. He stepped back half a pace. His right fist blazed anew with armament hockey. Power, layered, amplified. He launched a single devastating punch. Boom. A thunderous hollow detonation. The vault door buckled inward, its locking mechanism obliterated. Lin Xian wrenched the warped metal aside. Inside, neatly stacked gold bars and thick bundles of high-denomination berries. Without hesitation, he transferred every item into his system space. He glanced at his balance, 23 million berries. With the gold included, total value exceeded 30 million. Not only had he secured enough materials for level 3 advancement, he'd also funded his next phase of cultivation. Lin Xian clapped his hands once satisfied. Turning, he regarded Goldenbeard, slumped, hollowy, defeated. Who are you? Lin Xian walked to the window and threw it wide open. Night wind rushed in, billowing the tattered edges of his robe. He glanced back once, then leapt cleanly through the frame into the darkness below. Lin Xian leaped out the window. The night wind rushed into his crude black hood. He landed steadily on the stone awning extending from the second floor. His knees bent slightly to absorb the impact of the fall. Before he could close the system panel, a piercing alarm tore through the night sky of West Eye Island. The sound came from the tower in the front courtyard of the Golden Beard Merchant Guild. The commotion from the two guards crashing through the brick wall had been too loud, ultimately alerting the perimeter guards. Immediately after, the dense sound of footsteps surged from both sides of the street. Military boots stomped on the bluestone slabs, producing a uniform muffled rhythm. Hurry! Surround the guild. Block all exits. Don't let a single fly escape. The light of torches merged into a brilliant expanse, dispelling the darkness from the streets. A squad of naval soldiers in blue and white uniforms, armed with brand new flintlock rifles, rapidly fanned out, using the cover along both sides of the street to form an encirclement. Leading them was an officer with the rank of second lieutenant. He drew his command saber from his waist and pointed it directly at the second floor awning where Lin Xian stood. Dozens of dark gun barrels were raised in an instant. Locked on. You up there with the hood. Put your hands on your head and surrender immediately. The second lieutenant roared, his voice echoing through the night. Lin Xian crouched at the edge of the awning and glanced down. There were quite a few people, around 50. The web of fire was densely arranged, sealing off all the dead angles on the ground. Pretty fast response time, Lin Xian muttered to himself. He could definitely fight them. 50 ordinary sailors couldn't even break through his iron body defense. But these were just low-level grunts earning a fixed salary. Killing them wouldn't earn him any money and would directly max out his bounty, drawing the intense scrutiny of Marine headquarters. His current goal was to develop, not to wage an all-out war against the world government. It wasn't worth it. Time to bail, time to bail. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He focused his will, guiding the mysterious blue energy within his body. Layer fruit activate. Target legs. Attribute speed. 1 layer stacked. 2 layers stacked. A low hum resonated. The muscle fibers in Lin Xian's thighs and calves instantly swelled, straining the tattered fabric of his trousers. Veins bulged and a dark congested red flushed across his skin's surface. Terrifying explosive power accumulated within the muscles. Simultaneously, the breathing technique of the iron body activated automatically, forcibly locking the connections between muscles and bones to prevent the overloaded power from tearing his own ligaments. Fire! The second lieutenant ordered, decisively swinging down his saber when he saw Lin Xian show no sign of surrender. A cacophony of bangs erupted as dozens of flintlocks spat tongues of flame. Gunpowder smoke filled the air. A dense swarm of lead bullets wove a deadly net, descending upon the second-floor awning. At the very instant the gunshots rang out, Lin Xian moved. His legs exploded with force. A thunderous crack echoed as the hard stone awning was blasted into a crater half a meter in diameter, sending debris flying in all directions. The immense recoil propelled Lin Xian diagonally upward. The speed was too great. The lead bullets pierced through the afterimage he left behind, smattering against the guild's second-floor brick wall and shattering chips of stone. Inside, the stubby golden beard was so terrified, he lay flat on the floor, clutching his head and trembling. The second lieutenant's eyes went wide. He had lost sight of the target. "Where is he, sir?" "Up there," a sharp-eyed sailor shouted, pointing at the sky. Lin Xian had already landed on the red-tiled roof of the guild's main building. He didn't pause. His legs alternated in powerful thrusts. Each stride covered over 10 meters. The tips of his feet barely touched the tiles before he was already on the roof of the next building. In the darkness, Lin Xian transformed into a black whirlwind, furiously weaving through the uneven rooftops of West Eye Island. The wind in his ears became a sharp howl. The surrounding scenery blurred into indistinct streaks. Stacking quadruple speed onto his living flesh imposed a far greater burden than stacking it onto inanimate objects. Lin Xian felt his lungs heave violently like a bellows, the air scraping against his windpipe at high speed, bringing waves of searing heat. His heart hammered, pumping scorching blood to every limb. But the feeling was exhilarating. Absolute speed brought absolute freedom. The second lieutenant's furious shouts came distantly from behind, ordering the pursuit. A squad of sailors sprinted through the streets, trying to track the black silhouette on the rooftops. But two legs could never outrun a monster moving at quadruple speed. In just 10 seconds, Lin Xian had burst out of the wealthy district, leaving the pursuers far behind. He didn't slow down, following the route in his memory straight to the hidden cove at the island's edge. He passed through the commoners' district and crossed the conifer forest. The cart tracks on the dirt road blurred past beneath him. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian landed steadily on the soft sandy beach. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks once again filled his ears. He deactivated his ability. The muscles in his legs rapidly contracted, returning to normal. A wave of intense soreness washed over him, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Lin Xian plopped down onto the sand. He yanked off the black canvas hood and tossed it aside, panting heavily. 2 layers stacked on the body can only sustain a short burst. Any longer, and the muscles will dissolve. Lin Xian assessed his physical condition quickly. His stamina had dropped by nearly a third, still within controllable limits. As long as he avoided a prolonged standoff, this burst of speed was enough to handle most emergencies. He stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and walked towards the LV. 2 single-masted sailboat moored behind the reef. The money was secured. He had the material costs now. In a couple of days, he'd upgrade this broken boat. Lin Xian grabbed the rough rope hanging over the side of the boat and pulled himself aboard. Lin Xian stood on the deck, his feet pressing against the familiar creaking wooden planks. He walked to the bow of the ship and drew the half-broken knife he had taken from the guard. With a single swing, the coarse hemp rope snapped, and the stone anchor sank into the depths of the sea. At that moment, a flash pierced the night. A blinding white beam swept towards him from the entrance of the bay, striking Lin Xian's single-masted sailboat with precision. He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the intense light. The waves churned violently as a colossal object slowly entered the bay. It was a 3-masted ship, the bow adorned with a gigantic seagull emblem. The white sails bore a blue naval insignia, identifying it as a proper Navy warship, its size over 10 times that of Lin Xian's rickety wooden vessel. A massive shadow was cast upon Lin Xian's single-masted sailboat, completely engulfing it. On the deck of the warship, armed Navy soldiers stood in full gear. Muskets were held level, their dark muzzles aimed downward. The side cannon ports were opened and 6 heavy cannons were rolled out, with gunners standing by holding torches. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and the briny scent of the sea, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Listen up, those in front," boomed the loudspeaker on the warship. "This is the patrol ship of the 16th Division of the Navy. You are surrounded. Immediately cease sailing. Hands on your head. Surrender. Repeat. Surrender at once." On the bridge of the warship stood a Navy lieutenant clad in a coat of justice, holding a monocular and looking down at the pitiful little wooden boat. Report, Lieutenant, the target vessel is not flying a pirate flag. It appears to be a civilian single-masted sailboat, the adjutant reported beside him. Civilian. Hiding behind the rocks at this hour, they must be accomplices of that robber, the lieutenant snorted coldly. He had just received a distress signal from Grapefruit Island. The Golden Beard Trading Company was robbed, and the robber fled towards the coastline. He immediately ordered the surrounding waters to be sealed off, effectively blocking this hidden bay. Fire a warning shot. Disable their main mast, the lieutenant commanded. Boom. A solid cannonball screamed through the air towards the sea. The cannonball landed 10 meters to the left of the single-masted sailboat, creating a massive spout of water that cascaded down onto Lin Xian's deck. The ship rocked violently. Lin Xian stood at the helm, letting the icy seawater drench him. He reached up and yanked off the ridiculous black canvas hood from his head. He casually tossed it into the sea, revealing his true appearance. He raised his head to gaze at the massive warship above, a dramatic arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Surrender. Lin Xian scoffed. That word does not exist in my dictionary. I have no money, but I have a life. However, you cannot take this life from me. He gripped the wooden helm tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness. The blue energy within him suddenly boiled. The ability of the layered fruit activated. Target single-masted sailboat. Attribute speed. Layer 1 added. A wave of invisible fluctuation enveloped the entire sailboat in an instant. The wooden hull emitted a dull resonance. The seawater around the waterline began to churn irregularly. Not enough, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Layer 2 added. Boom. A violent force surged into the hull, causing the mainsail to inflate to its limit. The canvas fibers screamed under the strain. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as the waterline of the single-masted sailboat shot up suddenly. The bow lifted directly off the water, and the entire ship tilted at an exaggerated angle. On the warship, the lieutenant lowered his binoculars. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "What is that ship doing? Is it leaking?" The adjutant looked equally puzzled. Report, Lieutenant, the wind direction hasn't changed, but that ship's sail seems ready to explode. In the next moment, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Hold on tight. Lin Xian growled, even though he was the only one on the ship. He violently turned the helm. The single-masted sailboat moved with no gradual acceleration. From a standstill to full speed took just an instant. Boom. The stern of the ship ejected a white torrent of water several meters high. The entire vessel shot across the surface of the sea like an arrow. The speed was too rapid. The hull pitched violently on the surface, almost flying just above the crests of the waves. The quadruple speed from the Tuileries edition completely shattered the physical limits of this wooden boat. Fire. Block him. The lieutenant shouted in shock, his voice hoarse from the scream. Boom. 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 The 6 cannons fired simultaneously. The cannonballs crashed into the sea, but all the attacks missed. By the time the cannonballs hit the water, the single-masted sailboat had already rushed dozens of meters away. The water column exploded at the stern instead, providing propulsion for the sailboat. The massive hull of the warship blocked the entrance to the bay, leaving Lin Xian with a narrow gap of less than 5 meters between the warship and the rocks. For a high-speed sailboat, this width was nearly a dead end. A slight deviation would result in a catastrophic collision. He's insane. He wants to crash into the rocks, the adjutant exclaimed. Lin Xian did not slow down. He fixed his gaze on the gap, his hands steady as a rock. Armored hockey enveloped his arms, forcibly stabilizing the violently shaking helm. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Go through. Lin Xian sharply turned the helm. The single-masted sailboat traced an extremely perilous arc across the water. The hull tilted, and the starboard side nearly grazed the rocks. The wooden planks scraped against the rocks, sparking a shower of sparks. The left mast barely brushed past the side armor of the warship. Creak. The ear-piercing sound of friction made one's teeth ache. At that critical moment, the single-masted sailboat squeezed through the gap, bursting into the vast night, see its speed unimpeded. Transforming into a white shadow, it quickly vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a long white trail that lingered on the water's surface. On the deck of the warship, there was a deathly silence. All the Navy soldiers gaped at the empty sea, their muskets still aimed. The lieutenant stood frozen in place, his mouth slightly agape. The half-broken cigar that had been clenched between his teeth slipped from his grasp and fell onto the deck, sparking a few embers. He rubbed his eyes and turned to look at the adjutant. Did you see that, eh? The adjutant swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Then, was that really a wooden boat? The lieutenant's voice trembled. Report, Lieutenant. It was indeed a wooden boat. Moreover, it only had one mast. The lieutenant took a deep breath and crushed the cigar underfoot. Immediately report to headquarters. An unidentified high-speed vessel has appeared in the East Sea. Suspected to be a powerful devil fruit user. He gazed out at the vast night, see an inexplicable chill rising within him. When did this weakest sea produce such a monster? On the surface of the sea, Lin Xian released one layer of addition. The ship's speed slowed down, returning to double speed. Maintaining quadruple speed for too long would eventually cause this LV-2 wooden boat to disintegrate. He let go of the helm and shook his sore arms, glancing back at the now tiny black. That was Grapefruit Island. Navy, enjoy the exhaust fumes. The single-masted sailboat raced wildly across the pitch-black sea. The quadrupled speed brought by the double-layered enhancement allowed this wooden vessel to nearly break free from the constraints of the ocean. The howling wind screamed in his ears, and the distant Shio Island had long faded to a mere black. Lin Xian held onto the steering wheel tightly. His arm muscles were taut using armament hockey to protect the connection of the helm, preventing it from snapping under such high speeds. Midnight passed. Confident that he had completely shaken off the naval patrol network of Rogtown, Lin Xian released his grip. His mind settled. The power of the layered devil fruit ability instantly dissipated. Splashed. The sailboat, losing its extraordinary propulsion, crashed heavily into the waves, sending water splashing everywhere. The ship's speed plummeted, and the mainsail let out a mournful cry under the unbearable load, finally returning to a normal state of catching the wind. Lin Xian's legs went weak, and he fell directly onto the deck. Maintaining the double-layered enhancement for an extended period not only drained his physical strength, but also placed a terrifying strain on his mental power. He felt as if a blender was wildly operating in his head, causing a splitting headache. This cheat is indeed useful, but it can be a bit life-threatening. Lin Xian rubbed his throbbing temples and muttered a complaint. He didn't even have the strength to crawl back to the cabin. He pulled over a tattered rain cover to drape over himself, and with the rise and fall of the sailboat in the waves, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight was blinding. Seagulls circled overhead, making a cacophony. Lin Xian lifted the rain cover and sat up. His entire body ached as if his bones had been disassembled and reassembled. He took a deep breath and activated the iron block breathing technique. His blood and chi swiftly circulated within him, dispersing the lactic acid and fatigue in his muscles. He stood up and walked to the side of the ship. A strange island appeared ahead. There were no formal ports surrounding the island, only a few rickety piers built from rotten wood. Dozens of boats of varying sizes were docked along the shore. More than half of the sails bore various grotesque skull designs. Pirate ships. Lin Xian took out the parchment sea chart from his system backpack and quickly confirmed his location by matching it with the outline of the coastline and the flow of the ocean currents. Black Reef Town. A no-man's land far from the jurisdiction of the naval branch. There was no law here, no order, only the most primal violence. Fugitives, bounty hunters, pirates, black market merchants, all sorts of people congregated here. A good place. Lin Xian tucked away the sea chart. A smirk crept onto his lips. For an ordinary player, this place was hell. But for Lin Xian, who urgently needed vast resources to upgrade his ship, it was heaven. He turned the helm and docked the single-masted sailboat in an inconspicuous corner. He tossed down the anchor and used some rags to simply disguise the ship. Then Lin Xian jumped onto the pier. His current appearance was extremely shabby. A tattered t-shirt, pants covered in salt crust, and hair that looked like a bird's nest. Walking through the dirty and chaotic streets of Black Reef Town, even the stray dogs by the roadside didn't want to look at him. Lin Xian ignored the malicious glares around him. He walked straight towards the town center. There stood a 3-story wooden building, the most luxurious place in all of Black Reef Town. Bloody Mary Inn. He pushed open the greasy spring doors of the inn. The first floor was a bustling tavern and restaurant filled with the smell of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and roasted meat. Lin Xian approached the bar. The owner was a bald man with a face full of excess flesh, currently using a knife to pick his teeth. He glanced at Lin Xian and impatiently waved his hand. Get lost. Go beg outside, don't dirty my territory. Lin Xian said nothing. He reached into his chest and pulled out a bundle of brand new berries from his system backpack. Smack! 100,000 berries slammed onto the wooden bar. The bald owner's toothpicking motion came to an abrupt halt. His eyes fixed greedily on the stack of bills. The best room. Prepare hot water. Also get me a clean set of clothes. Lin Xian spoke calmly without a hint of fluctuation. The bald owner immediately replaced his impatient expression with a fawning smile. In this town, having money made one a king regardless of whether one was a beggar or a navy. I'll arrange it right away. Please, sir, upstairs. 3rd floor, room no. 1. Lin Xian lay in the large wooden bathtub. The hot water soaked into his sore muscles. He let out a long breath, washing away the sea salt and blood crust that had accumulated over the past half-month. A layer of gray-black grime floated on the water's surface. Lin Xian closed his eyes and brought up the system panel. Berry balance, 23 million. With over 20 million in cash along with the gold bars from the Goldenbeard safe, he was now a bona fide multimillionaire. He opened the shipbuilding system. LV. 3 dual-masted armed ship with 0.20 sets, iron ingots 0.5 sets, sea crystal coins 135. 1000. Lin Xian focused, directly exchanging 1 million berries for 1,000 sea crystal coins. Sea crystal coins 11351000 requirement met the most challenging financial issue had been resolved. The remaining tasks were to procure wood and iron ingots. Purchasing wood and iron ingots in bulk in this rundown town will certainly make me a target for the black market merchants, and I might even attract the attention of pirate crews. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Rather than spending money, it would be better to just steal. He stood up from the bathtub and dried himself off. On the bed lay the new clothes bought by the owner. A fitted black hunting outfit made of tough materials suitable for combat. A pair of leather boots that made no sound on the wooden floor. Lin Xian dressed himself neatly. He looked completely renewed. His cheeks, once gaunt from malnutrition, had become sharp and defined after a few days of meat-based nourishment. Paired with the black hunting outfit, he exuded a sense of competence that was understated. He pushed the door open and went downstairs, stopping by the blacksmith shop in the town. He spent 100,000 berries to buy a long knife forged from refined steel. The blade was straight and lacked a guard. It was not a renowned blade, and Lin Xian didn't need one. As long as it had sufficient hardness combined with his armament hockey and the layered devil fruit, even a firewood stick could shatter steel. He returned to the Bloody Mary Inn. It was noon. The restaurant on the first floor was filled with people. Lin Xian found a corner by the window and sat down casually, placing the refined steel knife on the table. "Customer, what would you like to order?" The bartender approached. A large plate of roasted sea beast meat and 2 liters of rum. Lin Xian tossed out a few coins. Soon the sizzling roasted meat was brought over. Lin Xian picked up the knife and fork, cutting off a large piece to stuff into his mouth. The meat was coarse, but the spices were generous, bursting with calories. He chewed heartily, enjoying the satisfaction brought by the carbohydrates and fats. Just then the door of the restaurant was violently kicked open. 3 burly men swaggered in. The leader was a one-eyed man with a gruesome scar running from his forehead down to his chin. 2 bloodstained short axes hung at his waist. "Boss, bring us drinks. Serve up your best meat," the one-eyed man shouted as he pulled out a table and sat down. The few civilians who had originally been seated at that table were so frightened they scrambled away, not even daring to take the money on the table. The one-eyed man slammed the 2 short axes heavily onto the table. "Damn, this haul is not bad." Although that village in the east was a bit poor, the old village chief's house surprisingly concealed hundreds of thousands of berries. One of the tall, thin pirates took a swig of alcohol and chuckled sinisterly. "The captain is impressive." The old man wouldn't say where the money was hidden, but after the captain chopped off his son's hand with an axe, he immediately confessed. "It's a pity about the women in the village. They resisted too fiercely and ended up killing a few. Otherwise, selling them to slave traders would have made a nice profit." The third fat pirate grabbed a piece of meat with a bone, chewing with grease dripping from his mouth. The trio spoke loudly, showing no signs of concealing their words. The other patrons in the restaurant lowered their heads, hastening their meals, afraid of attracting trouble. Lin Xian sat in the corner, swallowing the roasted meat in his mouth. He picked up a wooden cup and took a sip of rum, calmly observing the 3 pirates. The one-eyed man had a bounty of around 3 million. His 2 underlings combined would be worth about 1 million. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the weapons at their waists and the bulging bags of money. Hundreds of thousands of berries could be exchanged for dozens of sea crystal coins. 3 iron weapons melted down could probably yield half a set of iron ingots. The ships they docked at the port, if dismantled, should be able to provide enough wood for 10 sets. Lin Xian quickly calculated in his mind. In these vast seas, sympathy was the cheapest commodity. He only saw 3 moving material packages. "These are not pirates. They are clearly delivery men sent by the system to provide me with upgrade materials." Lin Xian tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile. The one-eyed man and his companions finished eating and drinking, sweeping the plates off the table to the ground without settling their bills, swaggering out of the inn. Lin Xian picked up the napkin on the table and leisurely wiped the grease off the corner of his mouth. He stood up and grabbed the refined steel long knife from the table. He pushed open the spring door and followed them outside. The midday sun was somewhat scorching. The hunt began. The midday sun was scorching. The streets of Black Reef Town reeked of sun-dried salted fish and the sour stench of sewers. Lin Xian carried a refined steel longsword he had just purchased for 100,000 berry, the scabbard's tip lightly tapping against his thigh with each step. He maintained a moderate distance, trailing behind the one-eyed man and his 2 companions. These 3 pirates had just looted a large sum of money and were in a state of extreme exhilaration. They swaggered along, their steps unsteady. Not even a rear guard, and such reckless formation. Lin Xian muttered inwardly. These 3 were nothing but walking loot boxes, practically begging to be stripped clean. The trio turned into a secluded, narrow alley. On either side stood tall wooden buildings, compressing the sunlight into a thin ribbon that fell upon the grimy flagstones covered in sewage. Several stray cats rummaging through the trash piles pricked up their ears at the footsteps and scrambled onto the walls. The alley grew deeper and darker as they advanced. The one-eyed man at the front suddenly halted. He raised his right hand, signaling. The lanky man and the fat pirate immediately stopped, turning around in unison. The hideous scar running from the one-eyed man's forehead to his chin contorted, making him appear exceedingly ferocious. He drew 2 short axes from his waist. The blades still bore dark red bloodstains unwashed. The lanky man and the fat pirate also drew their cutlasses, spreading out left and right to trap Lin Xian in the dead end. "Kid been tailing us this whole time. Tired of living." The one-eyed man spat the phlegm hitting the flagstones. His single eye scrutinized Lin Xian from head to toe, clean black hunting attire, an ordinary longsword, without even a blood groove. This appearance in Black Reef Town marked him as either a fresh-faced novice just out to sea or a self-righteous bounty hunter. "With that delicate skin, you think you can take my head for the bounty?" The lanky man snickered sinisterly, twirling his blade. The fat pirate chimed in. "Boss, this kid's clothes look pricey. We could strip him and sell him. The sword could fetch a few glasses of rum too." Lin Xian stood his ground, not retreating. He shrugged, gripping the scabbard with his left hand and pressing his right thumb against the guard. "I need to borrow something," Lin Xian said calmly. "Borrow what?" The one-eyed man snorted. "Your lives. And your ship." Before his words faded, Lin Xian's feet exploded with force. Crack! The flagstone beneath him shattered into a web of fissures. Lin Xian turned into a black blur, crossing the dozen meters in an instant to appear before the 3. "You're asking for it." The lanky man reacted fastest, gripping his cutlass with both hands and swinging it fiercely down at Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian didn't even blink. His right hand gripped the hilt, his will sinking deep. Stack fruit activate. Target right arm. Attribute strength. 1 layer stacked. The muscle fibers in his right arm instantly swelled, straining the sleeve of his black hunting coat. Terrifying explosive power surged through his arm into the refined steel longsword. Draw. Lin Xian's right hand violently unsheathed the blade, swinging it upward. The refined steel longsword turned into a silver ribbon in the dim alley, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Clang. The two blades collided. There was no stalemate. The lanky man's cutlass snapped clean in two. The broken blade spun into the air, embedding itself in the adjacent wooden wall. Lin Xian's blade didn't pause, obliterating everything in its path as it struck the lanky man's chest. The immense force erupted. The lanky man didn't even have time to scream before his feet left the ground, hurtling backward. Boom. He slammed into the brick wall at the alleys and smashing a large crater into it. His body was embedded in the rubble, chest caved in, blood gushing, instantly lifeless. 1/1 kill. The air in the alley seemed to freeze. The fat pirate's sneer froze on his face, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He glanced at his comrade embedded in the wall, then at Lin Xian's blade, untouched by a single drop of blood. His Adam's apple bobbed wildly. Monster. The fat pirate let out a shriek, turned, and fled, not even bothering to pick up his fallen sword. Coward. Get back here. The one-eyed man roared. He didn't run. After years in Black Reef Town, he knew turning your back on an enemy meant certain death. His eyes bloodshot, he gripped his axes tightly and charged at Lin Xian with a furious howl. They'll split you in half. The two axes reeking of blood came from left and right, sealing off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. They aimed straight for his face and neck. Lin Xian stood still, not even bothering to dodge. He raised his left hand, fingers spread. With a thought, dark armament hockey instantly enveloped his entire palm. A deep metallic sheen gleamed coldly in the dim light. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward barehanded, meeting the falling axe blades. Clang. An ear-piercing clash of metal exploded in the alley, sparks flying. The one-eyed man felt as if he had struck not flesh and blood, but a solid block of tempered steel. The immense recoil surged through the axe handles into his arms, splitting his tiger's mouth open and sending blood streaming. He stared, his eyes nearly popping out. Lin Xian's left hand had clamped down on the axe's edge. The sharp blade hadn't cut through the black skin, instead it had chipped a finger's-sized notch in the weapon. What is this? The one-eyed man stammered, his arrogance utterly shattered. He struggled to pull back the axe, but the black hand was like a vice, unmoving. Your axe has decent iron content, Lin Xian grinned. His right arm muscles bulged again. The long sword swung horizontally. The blade sliced through the air with a low hum. The one-eyed man couldn't react. He only saw a flash of silver before his eyes. His vision spun instantly. He saw the sliver of sky at the top of the alley, saw his own headless body gushing blood, and finally crashed heavily onto the sewage-covered flagstones. A head soared into the air, rolling to a stop by a pile of trash. Lin Xian didn't spare a glance at the corpses. He flicked the blood off his blade and turned toward the alley's entrance. The fat pirate had reached the mouth of the alley, scrambling frantically toward the main street. Lin Xian gripped the hilt, pulling his right arm back into a throwing stance. The power of 1 layer surged through his body once more. Go! Lin Xian hurled the refined steel longsword. It became a silver bolt of lightning, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Thud! The blade pierced precisely through the fat pirate's back, emerging from his chest. The immense momentum carried his body forward, pinning him to the flagstones at the alley's entrance. The fat pirate twitched twice before falling silent. The battle was over. It had taken less than 10 seconds. Lin Xian shook his left hand, dispelling the armament hockey. He walked over to the one-eyed man's headless corpse and crouched down, expertly searching for loot. He pulled 2 heavy money pouches from the man's waist. Opening them, they were stuffed with large denomination berry notes. He then moved to the wall and retrieved the lanky man's pouch as well. About 300,000 berry in total. Peasants, Lin Xian muttered with a curl of his lip, tossing the pouches into his system inventory. Then he picked up the one-eyed man's chipped axes and pulled the broken cutlass from the wall. The system panel in the lower right corner of his vision automatically opened. Iron weapons detected. Proceed to smelt. Smelt. The weapons in Lin Xian's hands instantly dissolved into specks of white light absorbed by the system. Obtained iron ingot shards, 15 iron ingot progress, 1553 weapons for only 15 shards. This conversion rate is pathetic. Lin Xian shook his head. Still, every bit counts. He walked to the alley's entrance, kicked aside the fat pirate's corpse, gripped the hilt, and yanked the refined steel longsword free. He wiped the blood off on the fat pirate's clothes and sheathed the blade. The quality of this sword was surprisingly good. It had remained intact despite the intense clash. Lin Xian straightened his black hunting coat and strode out of the dark alley. The sunlight outside was still blinding. Pedestrians hurried past, oblivious to the 3 corpses now lying in that shadowy lane. In Black Reef Town, death was the least remarkable thing. Lin Xian followed the street, heading straight for the port on the town's edge. The sea breeze carried a strong scent of salt and rotting wood. Docked at the pier were vessels of all sizes. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the Jolly Rogers, quickly locking onto his target. It was a medium-sized 2-masted sailboat moored at the outermost end. The hull was painted black with a few empty wine barrels scattered messily on the deck. The bow was carved into a ferocious, one-eyed skull, the flagship of the one-eyed pirate crew. The ship was sizable, though the wood wasn't top-tier, its volume was impressive. Lin Xian stood on the pier gazing at the pirate ship swaying with the waves. On the system panel, the progress bar, for wood 020 bundles, was glaringly offensive. He rubbed his hands together. Time for the demolition crew to get to work. Lin Xian strode forward, stepping onto the wooden gangplank leading to the pirate ship. Lin Xian stood on the deck of the one-eyed pirate's two-masted schooner. The vessel rose and fell with the waves, and the wooden structure emitted a muffled creaking sound. The ship was considerable in size, crafted from ordinary pine wood, but its strength lay in its abundance. Lin Xian sought no tools, for he himself was the finest human demolition machine. The muscles in his right arm bulged slightly, and the power of the stack fruit was activated, layer upon layer of strength stacked. A dark jet-black armament hockey instantly enveloped his fist. Lin Xian approached the thick mainmast, twisted his waist, and unleashed a punch. With a sharp crack, the solid wooden mast, half a meter thick, snapped cleanly in two. Wood chips flew everywhere. The massive canvas sail and rigging collapsed with a thud onto the deck, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the lower right corner of his retina, the system panel automatically appeared. A prompt appeared: abandoned vessel wreckage detected. Proceed with decomposition. Decomposed, Lin Xian murmured. A layer of white light enveloped the entire two-masted schooner. Then the colossal hull began to disintegrate at a visible rate, transforming into countless specks of light that streamed into the system backpack. Standing on the pier, Lin Xian watched the ship vanish from the sea's surface. The system notification read: lumber progress 820 stacks. A medium-sized pirate ship only yields 8 stacks of lumber. This system's conversion rate is utterly exploitative, Lin Xian muttered with a wry smile. He still needed 12 more stacks of lumber and 5 stacks of iron ingots. Lin Xian dusted off his hands. From his system backpack, he pulled out a massive coarse burlap sack. With a thought, 5 million berries in cash poured into the sack. He hoisted it with one hand, turned, and strode off the pier toward the depths of Black Reef Town. The underground black market of Black Reef Town was built inside an abandoned mining cavern. The entrance, extremely well hidden, lay in the backyard of a dilapidated slaughterhouse. The air was thick with a mix of rusty iron, cheap gunpowder, and the musty smell of a place untouched by sunlight. As Lin Xian set foot on the stone steps leading underground, 3 thugs in tattered leather armor emerged from the shadows. They blocked his path. The leader toyed with a rusty dagger, his eyes fixed greedily on the heavy sack in Lin Xian's hand. Outsider, don't you know the rules? You gotta pay a toll to enter the black market, the thug sneered, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He gazed at these 3 worthless scum whose combat power was barely a 5. With the sack in his left hand, he raised his right. Before the thug could even register Lin Xian's movement, a blur flashed before his eyes. Lin Xian's right hand had already clamped tightly around his neck. His fingers closed, and with a sharp crack, the sound of a snapping cervical vertebra echoed through the narrow passage. The thug's eyes bulged, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Lin Xian released his grip, and the limp body slid to the floor. The smug grins on the other 2 thugs' faces froze instantly. They looked at their fallen comrade, then at Lin Xian's impassive expression. Clamping their hands over their mouths in terror, they scrambled back into the shadows. I know the rules. You pay with your life, Lin Xian said, stepping over the corpse as he continued down the stone steps. The underground black market was vast. Hundreds of stalls were arranged in an orderly fashion within the enormous cavern. There were no town guards, only gang enforcers patrolling with flintlock rifles. The goods on offer were a motley assortment: smuggled arms, illegal drugs, dubious treasures, and even collared slaves. Lin Xian had no interest in any of it. He walked straight through the bustling crowd to the deepest shop in the market. The shop was large, with its rear piled high with various metal ingots and ores. A skinny man with yellowed teeth leaned against the counter, puffing on a pungent hand-rolled cigarette. Lin Xian stepped forward and slammed the enormous sack onto the wooden counter. With a dull thud, the impact made the scales on the counter jump. The yellow-toothed owner was startled. He straightened up and eyed Lin Xian with impatience. What's this? Looking for trouble? Lin Xian unzipped the sack. Stacks of crisp, high-denomination berries were exposed in the dim light. They exuded the unique scent of money, oil, and ink. The owner's eyes went wide, a barely concealed greed flaring in his murky pupils. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, struggling to suppress his ecstasy. I want to buy refined iron ingots, Lin Xian said, rapping the counter. He'll take your entire stock. The owner's eyes darted around as he quickly assessed the young man before him, alone with an unfamiliar face, yet carrying a fortune. This was a prime fat lamb delivered by the heavens. All of it, huh? Quite a bold claim, the owner said, blowing out a smoke ring and tapping his pipe. Refined iron ingots are in high demand. 10,000 berries each. No haggling. Lin Xian stared at him. The market price for a refined iron ingot was 3,000 berries, and the owner had more than tripled it. Is this iron made of gold or laced with sea stone? Lin Xian laughed in disbelief. He had no mood to haggle with a dishonest merchant. Market price, 3,000 each. He'll take everything. Not a single berry more, Lin Xian said, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. The yellow-toothed owner's face darkened. He slammed his pipe onto the counter. Kid, haven't you asked whose turf this is? Daring to bargain in my shop. The owner sneered. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. From the shadows at the back of the shop came the synchronized sound of rifles being cocked. 4 burly black market thugs stepped out. They wore matching black vests, their muscles bulging, each holding a brand new double-barreled flintlock rifle. 4 dark muzzles were trained on Lin Xian's head and chest. Nearby customers quickly scattered, fearing stray bullets. Some pointed at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Flaunting wealth in the black market. This was the consequence. Now that sack of money is mine, the owner chuckled, triumphantly reaching for the sack on the counter. Leave the money and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so we'll spare your life. Lin Xian looked at the 4 armed thugs. He sighed. Can't we just do business properly? You leave me no choice but to use force. Before he even finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure vanished from the spot. The 4 thugs saw only a blur. They didn't even have a chance to pull the triggers. Lin Xian appeared before them. He didn't draw a blade, his fists were clenched. The power of the stack fruit layered strength upon strength. Armament hockey instantly hardened his fists. For thunderous muffled impacts sounded almost simultaneously. Lin Xian's fist struck the chests of the 4 thugs with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force shattered their sternums instantly. The 4 burly men spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies flying backward like discarded sacks. They crashed directly into the shelves piled high with iron or behind them. Metal ingots scattered everywhere with a deafening clatter. The 4 thugs lay in the debris, twitched a couple of times, and fell completely unconscious. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The yellow-toothed owner's hand froze mid-reach for the sack. His triumphant expression solidified, then twisted into sheer terror. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. Lin Xian turned and walked behind the counter. He reached out with his right hand, grabbed the owner by the collar, and lifted him like a chicken. His right fist, coated in jet-black armament hockey, gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Lin Xian stopped his fist right in front of the owner's nose. The force of the punch made the owner's face sting. Now will you sell at market price? Lin Xian asked, looking into his eyes, his tone still calm. Yes, whatever you say, sir. He'll give them to you for free. The owner nodded frantically, tears and snot streaming down his face. He had sensed true killing intent. This young man would not hesitate to punch his head off. I'm a fair man. I said I'd buy, so I'll buy, Lin Xian said, releasing his grip. The owner fell to the ground, scrambled to his feet, and Lin Xian pointed to the shelves behind. What are you waiting for? Pack them up. The owner immediately called over his shop assistants, who frantically brought out all the scattered refined iron ingots and neatly stacked them in front of the counter. Lin Xian stepped forward and pressed his palm against the ingots. A prompt appeared. Iron ingots 50 detected. Proceed with absorption. Absorb. A white light flashed. The 50 refined iron ingots vanished instantly. Iron ingot progress, 55 stacks complete. Lin Xian counted out 150,000 berries from the sack and tossed them onto the counter. Goods for cash settled. The owner looked at the money, bowing repeatedly, not daring to breathe loudly. With the iron ingots taken care of, Lin Xian hoisted his sack and turned toward the other end of the black market. That was the lumber trading zone. The commotion from earlier had already spread throughout the market. As Lin Xian approached with his sack, the greedy stares around him quickly retracted. A few gangsters who had intended to cause trouble immediately turned away, pretending to admire the scenery. In this lawless place, brute force was the best passport. Lin Xian walked into the largest lumber shop. The owner, a one-eyed old man, glanced at Lin Xian and without any pleasantries quoted the fairest price. Lin Xian spent 300,000 berries to buy all the top-quality oak and pine in the shop. He touched them with his palm, and a white light flickered. A notification appeared. Lumber fragments obtained 240. Lumber progress, 20 stacks complete. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He zipped up the sack and stored it back in the system backpack. Facing these desperados, Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to put on an act. He turned and strode out of the underground black market. No one dared to stop him. Everyone automatically made way for him. Emerging from the abandoned slaughterhouse, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. The sea breeze dispelled the musty smell on him. Lin Xian followed the street straight back to his single-masted sloop moored at the hidden pier. He jumped onto the deck. Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the bow. He took a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of excitement. After drifting on this cruel sea for nearly a month, surviving attacks from mutant crabs and naval cannon fire, he had finally arrived at his true transformation. Lin Xian opened the system panel at the lower right of his retina. He entered the shipbuilding system. A light screen expanded. The 3 lines of data, which had been cold and unyielding, now all glowed green, indicating completion. LV. 3 two-masted armed ship. Lumber 20 stacks complete. Iron ingots 55 stacks complete. Sea crystal coins 113,510,000 complete. All prerequisites had finally been met. Night-shrouded Black Reef Town. Lin Xian, carrying an empty sack, retraced his steps from the underground black market. The town's taverns still echoed with raucous clamor. The scent of cheap alcohol and grilled meat fermented in the air. He did not linger. Avoiding the main thoroughfares, he chose secluded, unlit alleys. Half an hour later, Lin Xian traversed the coniferous forest at the town's edge and returned to the secluded bay. Waves relentlessly battered the black reefs. The LV-2 sloop lay quietly moored in the shadows. Its hull was covered in scratches. The mainmast, subjected to previous frenzied acceleration, had developed fine cracks. The port side still bore a dent from a waterspout kicked up by a cannonball from the Shio Island Navy. This cobbled-together wooden boat was on the verge of being scrapped. Lin Xian grabbed a dangling rope and vaulted onto the deck. The planks beneath his feet groaned in protest. He walked to the bow and sat cross-legged. He took a deep breath of the briny sea breeze. Finally, the step. Lin Xian opened the system panel at the bottom right of his retina. The shipbuilding system interface unfolded. LV. 3 double-masted armed ship with 20 units satisfied, iron ingot 55 units satisfied, sea crystal coins 113-51000 satisfied. 3 lines of green text glowed in the darkness. To gather these materials, he had robbed a corrupt merchant and slain 3 pirates on the streets of Black Reef Town. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian raised his right hand. His index finger precisely pressed the upgrade button, which shimmered with golden light. Confirm upgrade. The system inventory was instantly emptied. A full 20 units of wood fragments and 5 units of refined iron ingots vanished into thin air. 1,000 sea crystal coins were directly deducted by the system. The next second, a blinding white light erupted from the sloop's bottom. The light was intensely condensed, piercing the night over the bay and illuminating the surrounding reefs as bright as day. Lin Xian had to raise his arm to shield his eyes. The deck beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Creak, crack. The excruciating sounds of tearing wood and grinding metal echoed across the bay. The system took over the laws of physics. The sloop, originally less than 10 meters long, frantically deconstructed, reassembled, and expanded within the white light. Lin Xian felt his standing position rising continuously. The hull rapidly elongated fore and aft. The waterline deepened significantly, displacing the surrounding seawater and stirring up rings of white foam. The original rough pine deck was replaced by harder, fine-grained ironwood. The railings on both sides were heightened and thickened. 6 square gun ports took shape as the planks rotated. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Boom. Behind the main mast, a second, stouter auxiliary mast rose abruptly, thrusting into the night sky. Brand new white sails automatically unfurled, flapping loudly in the night breeze. The entire upgrade process lasted a full 3 minutes. The white light finally subsided. Lin Xian lowered his arm and opened his eyes. A medium-sized 20-meter-long double-masted armed ship lay steadily moored on the sea. The hull was a deep dark brown. Its lines were sleek and exuded a sense of power. Lin Xian stood up. He walked to the new gunwale and reached out to touch the thick solid wood railing. The touch was cool and hard. It was no longer the cheap planks that could be punched through with ease. The deck was wide and flat, sufficient for his daily physical training and hockey cultivation. Lin Xian pushed open the solid wood door of the wheelhouse. The space was spacious. In the center sat a large navigation table. A windproof kerosene lamp hung on the wall. Lin Xian lit the kerosene lamp. A dim yellow light illuminated the entire room. He took out the rough parchment sea chart from his system inventory. He spread it flat on the navigation table. His finger traced across the chart. Lobe Town, the entrance to the Grand Line. With his current equipment and strength, he was qualified to go there and contend for opportunities. He left the wheelhouse and descended the stairs to the lower cargo hold. The hold was divided into several independent areas: a freshwater storage room, a food storage room, and an ammunition magazine. The space was immense enough to store supplies for months of sailing. Returning to the deck, a golden light flickered again at the bottom right of his retina. A new system pop-up window appeared. LV. 3 ship upgrade complete. Detected player's first upgrade of a ship to level 3, triggering exclusive enhancement branch selection. Please choose one of the following 3 branches as the permanent enhancement attribute for this ship: irreversible 1. Firepower enhancement. 6 steel smoothbore cannons are automatically generated on both sides of the hull. Cannon range increased by 30, cannonball power increased by 20. 2. Armor reinforcement. Hull structural strength increased by 100. The wooden surface is imbued with metallic properties, greatly enhancing resistance to physical impact and corrosion. 3. Speed streamlining. Hull bottom structure optimized. Wind resistance reduced by 20, water drag reduced by 15. Base sailing speed increased by 30. Lin Xian looked at the 3 options on the panel. His excitement gradually subsided. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. These 3 options represented 3 completely different schools of navigation. His gaze swept over the first option. Firepower enhancement. The greatest dangers at sea were pirates and sea kings. With 6 enhanced cannons, he would have long-range striking capability. When encountering enemies, he could directly bombard them. Lin Xian immediately ruled out this option. Cannons required cannonballs and gunpowder, which were exorbitantly priced on the black market. Firing a single shot was like burning money. The power of 6 ordinary smoothbore cannons was barely enough to deal with small fry in the East Blue. On the Grand Line, monster-level pirates casually catching cannonballs or slicing them apart with a sword was standard. Lin Xian's own fists were more effective than cannons. He had no need for such costly conventional weapons. His gaze shifted downward. The third option: speed streamlining. Increased base speed, reduced wind resistance. Being faster allowed him to take the initiative in pursuit or escape. Lin Xian shook his head. He had the stack fruit. Speed was the last thing he lacked. As long as his stamina held out, he could stack 2, 4, or even 8 layers of speed onto the ship at any time. The system's 30% base increase was meaningless against the multiplicative amplification of his ability. His gaze locked onto the second option: armor reinforcement. This was precisely what he urgently needed. Previously off the coast of Shio Island to shake off a Navy patrol ship, he had forcibly applied 2 layers of speed stacking to the LV-2 sloop. The quadruple speed sent the wooden boat hurtling across the sea. The hull simply couldn't withstand the terrifying physical strain and water impact. The mainmast cracked, the keel deformed. If he had sailed for 10 more minutes, the ship would have disintegrated on the spot. The stack fruit granted Lin Xian speed and power that defied the rules. But he lacked a vessel capable of bearing that power. He didn't need the ship to have cannons. He didn't need the ship to be fast. He only needed the ship to be tough enough. Tough enough to withstand his unrestrained use of his ability. You're the one. Lin Xian raised his finger and decisively pressed the second option. Branch selected armor reinforcement. Enhancement begins. As the system prompt fell, a layer of dark golden light materialized out of thin air. Starting from the bow, it swept rapidly backward across the entire double-masted armed ship. Where the light passed, the dark brown ironwood deck underwent a qualitative transformation. The grain of the wood became incredibly dense. A faint metallic luster coated the surface of the planks. The gunwales, railings, masts, and the ropes for raising and lowering sails all shimmered with a dark golden radiance. The enhancement process lasted 10 seconds. The light faded into the hull. The double-masted armed ship still looked like a wooden vessel. But Lin Xian could feel that the ship beneath his feet was entirely different. It exuded an integrated metallic quality. Time to test its metal. Lin Xian walked to the wide deck at the bow. He took a deep breath. He bent his legs, slightly planting his stance firmly. He sank his mind. A surge of cerulean energy instantly became active. Stack fruit activate. Target right arm. Attribute strength. 1 layer stacked. The muscles of his right arm rapidly swelled, veins bulging. Dark black armament hockey poured out without reservation. It tightly encased his entire right fist. The deep metallic sheen exuded a dangerous aura. The two forces converged at a single point. Lin Xian suddenly twisted his waist, rotating his hips. His right fist, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, slammed violently into the ironwood deck beneath his feet. Boom! An extremely muffled, thunderous noise exploded across the bay. The sound was not loud, but it carried a chilling, penetrating force. The instant his knuckles touched the deck, a tremendous recoil force surged back up his arm. His bones emitted a grinding sound of strain. Lin Xian grunted. The recoil pushed him back half a step. He shook his numb wrist and looked down. At the spot on the deck that had been struck with full force, not even a faint white mark remained. The smooth dark goldenwood grain was pristine. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He crouched down to carefully touch the spot. He drew in a sharp breath. That punch had stacked 1 layer of strength plus armament hockey hardening. In the dark alleys of Black Reef Town, that same punch could shatter even a sailor's knife forged from refined steel. Striking this reinforced armor, it couldn't even breach the defense. The system-produced armor reinforcement was far stronger than expected. This ship's current hardness could definitely withstand direct bombardment from standard Navy warship cannons. If it encountered smaller Sea Kings, it could ram them without suffering any damage. Perfect. Lin Xian stood up. The night wind stirred his black hunting attire. He turned his head to look at the coastline. In the distant coniferous forest, several points of torchlight were moving rapidly. The commotion at Black Reef Town had drawn pursuers. An outsider sweeping up goods worth millions of berries. The desperados in the black market wouldn't easily let such a fat prize slip away. Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Ignoring those small fry, he turned and walked toward the solid wood helm above the wheelhouse. He gripped the helm handles with both hands. He sank his mind. Stack fruit activate. Target double-masted armed ship. Attribute speed. 1 layer stacked. The dark golden hull emitted a low hum. 2 layers stacked. The seawater around the hull instantly roiled. Lin Xian felt the feedback from the ship beneath his feet. There was no creaking of breaking planks. The armor reinforcement perfectly withstood the terrifying physical load of quadruple speed. Lin Xian spun the helm hard. The double-masted armed ship executed a violent spot-turn drift within the bay. A huge white waterspout shot from the stern. The entire ship, braving the night wind, charged directly out of the secluded bay. Its speed instantly soared to the maximum. It left the black market thugs who had just arrived on the coastline far behind. Only a long white wake remained on the sea surface. Lin Xian grinned, caressing the thick helm. Now I can finally drive like crazy without restraint. Dawn. A secluded cove on the edge of Black Reef Town. The sea breeze carried a piercing briny tang. Lin Xian stood before the wheel of a LV-3 two-masted armed ship. His hands gripped the dark golden solid wood helm. He sank his consciousness inward and activated his stack fruit ability. Target the two-masted armed ship. Attribute speed. 2 layers stacked. A low hum emanated from the dark brown hull. The seawater around the ship's bottom instantly churned, erupting into a vast cloud of white mist. A colossal kinetic force poured into the vessel without warning. There was no mournful crack of splitting planks. The armor-reinforced attribute flawlessly endured the terrifying physical tearing sensation of quadruple speed. The entire ship, like a waking black iron beast, charged straight out of the cove against the oncoming wind, plowing 2 towering white walls of spray across the sea surface. Awesome. Lin Xian felt the steady stability beneath his feet and grinned. The money was well spent. With this ship, he finally had the capital to dominate this sea. Less than an hour out to sea, a black speck appeared on the horizon. As the distance closed rapidly, a medium-sized sailing ship, flying a skull and crossbones black flag, came into view. On deck, a dozen pirates were drinking and playing cards around a barrel, completely oblivious to the approaching death. Lin Xian did not slow down. He fixed his gaze on the pirate ship's broadside and spun the helm hard. The two-masted armed ship, carrying the terrifying inertia of quadruple speed, arced across the sea like a black hammer, crashing straight into its target. The lookout on the pirate ship finally noticed the anomaly. He rubbed his eyes staring at the dark brown sailboat rapidly magnifying in his sight, and dropped his telescope onto the deck in sheer terror. Enemy attack. Starboard side. The ship's too fast. A piercing scream shattered the morning calm. The pirates scrambled, dropping their cups and drawing their weapons. The pirate captain, a burly thug with a face full of rough flesh, drew his curved blade and roared, "Fire the cannons. Blast him to pieces." It was too late. Boom. A deafening crash echoed across the sea. The dark golden bow of the two-masted armed ship with an irresistible force rammed deep into the starboard side of the pirate vessel. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The fragile pine railing and deck of the pirate ship against the armor-reinforced impact were as flimsy as paper. The immense impact force tilted the pirate ship severely to port, and seawater poured in. The pirates on deck tumbled like rolling gourds, crashing into a heap. Lin Xian stood before the helm, not even swaying. He released the wheel, tensed his legs, and like a black cheetah leaped across the few-meter gap between the ships, landing steadily on the broken deck of the pirate vessel. "Kill him." The pirate captain steadied himself, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. 7 or 8 pirates reacting swiftly raised their muskets and pulled the triggers simultaneously at Lin Xian. Gunshots rang out and smoke filled the air. Lin Xian did not dodge. The iron body breathing technique activated instantly, his muscles tightening like steel. The lead bullets struck his black hunting outfit, producing dull thuds before bouncing off weakly and clattering onto the deck. They hadn't even scratched his skin. The pirate's eyes bulged as if they had seen a monster. Lin Xian patted the smoke from his chest. He hadn't even drawn the fine steel longsword at his waist. Armament hockey instantly coated his right fist. The dark black metallic luster seemed exceptionally cold under the sunlight. He pushed off the deck, transforming into a blur, and appeared before the pirate captain in an instant. "You?" The pirate captain only managed to utter a single word. Lin Xian threw a punch. No power stacking, just pure armament hockey hardening. His fist slammed into the captain's chest. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The captain's 200-pound body flew backward like a cannonball, snapping the rigging of 2 masts in succession before crashing heavily into the wooden door of the cabin. He was killed instantly. The remaining pirates were utterly broken. This was no battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Lin Xian did not stop. He turned and swept a fierce kick. A surge of air rolled outward. A nearby half-meter thick secondary mast was snapped cleanly by his leg. The massive wooden pillar collapsed, crushing several fleeing pirates into pulp. In less than 3 minutes, not a single person stood on the deck. The thick smell of blood overwhelmed the saltiness of the sea. Lin Xian stepped expressionlessly over the bodies, expertly looted a few money pouches filled with berries from the captain's quarters and the hold. Then he went to the ship's bottom, coated his right fist with hockey, and punched 3 times in succession. A large hole was blasted through the hull. Seawater surged in. Lin Xian grabbed the money pouches and leaped back onto his own two-masted armed ship. He turned the helm and sailed away, leaving the pirate ship to slowly sink into the whirlpool. For the next half-month, the waters around Black Reef Town became Lin Xian's private hunting ground. Leveraging the elusive quadruple speed of his two-masted armed ship, he became the most terrifying calamity in these waters, preying exclusively on low-tier pirate crews with bounties of around 2 to 3 million berries. His tactics were monotonous, yet extremely efficient: violent ramming, boarding, bare-handed domination, looting valuables, and scuttling ships. In this lawless no man's land, without naval jurisdiction, survival of the fittest was the only rule. Lin Xian bore no psychological burden. These pirates' hands were stained with the blood of commoners, and he killed them without batting an eye. Soon a reputation spread rapidly through the underground black market of Black Reef Town. The Ghost Captain. Some said he sailed an invulnerable black ghost ship 10 times faster than a marine battleship. Others claimed he was a three-metertal, green-faced, fang-toothed monster that feasted on pirates' hearts. The rumors grew wilder, but Lin Xian's daily routine was extremely regular. Out hunting at dawn, returning to the secluded cove at dusk, and hauling sacks of loot to the underground black market to fence his goods. In the evenings, he would sit in the tavern on the ground floor of the Bloody Mary Inn and eat grilled meat. As the slaughter continued, the berry count in his system backpack snowballed wildly. It had already surpassed the 40 million mark. Yet Lin Xian's mood grew increasingly restless. Noon. A corner of the Bloody Mary Tavern. Lin Xian used his fine steel longsword to cut a piece of sizzling, fatty grilled sea beast meat and shoved it expressionlessly into his mouth. The taste of cheap spices assaulted his taste buds. He picked up his wooden mug and took a gulp of rum, glancing at the system panel in the lower right corner of his retina. He had enough money. With his current wealth, he could live comfortably even in the Grand Line. But his growth and strength had stagnated. The low-tier pirates of the East Blue were far too weak, so weak that he didn't even need to activate the power stacking of his stack fruit. He could achieve absolute domination with just basic armament hockey and the iron body breathing technique. There was no life or death pressure, no evenly matched confrontation. His armament hockey was stuck at the minor achievement stage, unable to break through to the level of large-scale hockey imbuing. His muscle control with the iron body had also reached its limit. Boring. Lin Xian set down his mug, tapping his fingers absently on the table. He had fleeced this sea of all its worth. Any pirate crew with half a brain had long since fled the Black Reef Town waters at the mere mention of the Ghost Captain. For 3 consecutive days he had sailed for hours without spotting a single pirate flag. Dull and tasteless. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair, his gaze passing through the noisy tavern. It was time to leave this beginner's village. Lobetown, the gateway to the Grand Line. There the most vicious criminals and the most elite Marines of the entire East Blue gathered. There he would find opponents capable of pushing the limits of his stack fruit. Noon. Black Reef Town. The first floor of the Bloody Mary Tavern was still bustling. The stench of cheap tobacco and fermented wort mingled in the air. Lin Xian sat in a corner by the window. He sliced off a piece of sizzling grilled sea beast meat and shoved it into his mouth, chewing. The coarse flesh was extremely high in calories, rapidly replenishing his stamina. He raised his wooden cup and took a gulp of rum. The fiery liquid slid down his throat. Lin Xian leaned back in the wooden chair, its backrest half broken. For the past half-month he had repeated the same cycle at sea, every day ramming, slaughtering, and looting. He had already stripped the lower-tier pirates of the East Blue bare. He was growing quite bored. With the thought, a translucent system panel unfurled in the lower right corner of his retina. Lin Xian tapped on the regional chat channel, which he hadn't opened in a long time. He wanted to see how the other 100,000 poisonous insects forced into this survival game were faring. A light screen popped up. The number of survivors in the upper right corner was glaringly stark: 41205. In just over a month, over half of the 100,000 had died. On this vast sea, corpses were the one thing never in short supply. The messages in the chat box were scrolling at breakneck speed. Lin Xian glanced over them. His brow arched. The tone had shifted. Half a month ago the channel was filled with desperate cries of help. Out of water. And my raft is falling apart. Now those cries had vanished. In their place was an intense aura of capitalist greed and underworld bravado. The Raging Tide Merchant Guild is recruiting LV. 3 armed ship captains. We supply iron ingots and timber. Base salary of 100,000 berries. 996 work culture, work a full year, and get a clue to a devil fruit. Serious inquiries only. Selling the exact coordinates of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Only 10 million berries. Payment first, goods later, as scammers will have their entire family die. High bounty. A 30-meter sea king has appeared near Blackstone Island. Seeking professional fighters to form a team and clear it. Materials will be split equally. Imagirl 1. 7 meters tall, cute face, looking for a big shot with a tier 3 ship to take me in. I can warm your bed and cook. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. These people really take their competitiveness everywhere, don't they? He muttered. Even after being transported to a perilous age of sail, they were still pulling that corporate recruitment and zero-yuan shopping crap. He scrolled through the light screen. In the flow of information, class division was stark. The vast majority of low-level players were still slaving away for the natives just to get a bundle of timber or an iron ingot. But a small handful of top players relying on absurd luck or ruthless methods had already built massive guilds. Some were even posting coordinates in the channel, bragging about leading a raid on an uninhabited island and proclaiming themselves its lord. Just then a bold message with a glaring rainbow border popped up. This was a global pin loudspeaker from the system shop, costing a full 100 sea crystal coins to send. An absolute luxury item for the rich. The sender's ID was Arrogant Dominator. The Divine Domain Guild is officially established today. Coordinates 50 nautical miles east of Frost Moon Village in the East Blue. This guild currently possesses 13 Devil Fruit users, 10 tier 3 armed ships, 500 core members. From today onward, the East Blue Seas are under Divine Domain's control. All players passing through these waters must voluntarily pay 30% of their supplies as protection money. Those who don't pay will be sunk on sight. Submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. The moment this message appeared, the entire regional channel exploded. Thousands of replies scrolled frantically below it. 13 ability users. Holy crap, what kind of insane luck is that? Did they stumble into a devil fruit nest? Dominator, please accept my worship. I'm turning my ship around right now to join you. That's too overbearing, isn't it? We're all survivors from Earth. Why should we pay you taxes? Who the hell do you think you are? Arrogant Dominator immediately replied with a voice message. His tone was extremely arrogant. Because I ate an ancient Zoan. Because I can turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Anyone who disagrees, sail your ship over and try me. The channel went noticeably quieter. The deterrent power of an ancient Zoan was a complete game changer for players who couldn't even scrape together guns and cannons at their current stage. Lin Xian stared at the pinned message. His fingers tapped lightly on the rough wooden table. 13 Devil Fruit users. An ancient Zoan. 10 tier 3 ships. It certainly sounded intimidating. At a stage where most people were still fighting monsters with wooden clubs and rusty iron swords, this force could sweep through the player base. But Lin Xian raised his wooden cup and let out an undisguised cold laugh. These idiots had completely failed to grasp the underlying logic of this world. This was the world of One Piece. It wasn't some Reskin sandbox building game. The East Blue was called the weakest sea, not because there were no strong people here, but because all the troublemakers had been plucked out like weeds by the Marine headquarters admirals. A dozen Devil Fruit users blatantly forming gangs in the East Blue, and even brazenly declaring they were taking over the seas and demanding protection money. Did they really think the Marine base at Lobetown, which governed the entrance to the East Blue, was just for show? Did they really think Garp, the Marine hero who frequently returned to his hometown of Fusha Village in the East Blue to visit his grandson, was just a figment of the air? If the world government's Cypherpole agency got wind of this sudden bunch of alien ability users, they would definitely dispatch a Buster Call level fleet to deliver some physical salvation. No, it probably wouldn't even come to that. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The ancients weren't wrong. Lin Xian shook his head. He knew the true measure of these players all too well. So what if they'd eaten a devil fruit? Without hockey, without a foundation in physical combat, those so-called ancient Zoans and Paramecias were just sitting ducks in Lin Xian's eyes. With his current physical hardness, a fusion of iron body and armament hockey, plus the 2 layers of power stacking from his multiply fruit, 1 punch would be enough. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Head, just pulverize it into mincemeat. In the face of absolute power, undeveloped fruit abilities were nothing but flashy paper tigers. Lin Xian closed the chat panel. He had absolutely no intention of getting involved in this village brawl level guild war. He had the multiply fruit and a perfect script of knowledge. Developing as a lone wolf, playing the fool to catch the wise was the choice for maximum profit. Good luck, you top dogs. Lin Xian downed the rest of his rum in one gulp. When these arrogant players were getting ground into the dirt by the marine fleet, he could just sail over in his double-masted armed ship at 4 times the speed to loot the corpses. 13 ability user corpses. Maybe he could use his multiply fruit to research something new, or they might even drop a reincarnated devil fruit. Now that was a truly foolproof risk-free profit. Lin Xian stood up. He fished a few silver coins from his pocket and tossed them carelessly onto the table. He grabbed his fine steel longsword and pushed open the tavern's greasy spring door. The afternoon sunlight was blindingly bright. Stepping out of the tavern, the sunlight was blinding. Lin Xian followed the street to the bounty notice board at the center of Black Reef Town. A few bounty hunters in tattered leather armor were gathered there, pointing and murmuring at the newly posted wanted posters. Lin Xian squeezed into the crowd. His gaze skipped over the petty bounties of 2 or 3 million and locked onto the brand new bounty poster at the very top. The man in the photo had a shaved head, a face full of fierce bulging muscles, and a black eye patch over his left eye. The bounty, 15 million berries. Target, blood axe lock. This bastard has come near Black Reef Town, muttered an old bounty hunter, puffing on his pipe, his voice low. I hear he's blessed with godlike strength. Just the day before yesterday, he massacred the entire 18th branch of the East Blue. Even the marine captain was cleaved in 2 by his axe. He's anchored at Skull Island, 30 nautical miles west to rest. Who dares to provoke him? Lin Xian stared at the string of zeros on the wanted poster. 15 million. In the East Blue, according to the system's pricing, this head could be exchanged for 1,500 sea crystal coins. More importantly, godlike strength. Finally, a worthy punching bag, Lin Xian said, tearing down the wanted poster, folding it twice, and stuffing it into his pocket. The surrounding bounty hunters looked at him as if he were a dead man. Lin Xian ignored them, turned, and walked toward the harbor. In a hidden bay, a double-masted armed ship lay quietly at anchor. Lin Xian jumped onto the deck and shoved open the door to the wheelhouse. A sea chart was spread across the navigation table. His fingers swiftly traced across it, stopping at a red dot 30 nautical miles to the west. Skull Island, a desolate isle of jagged rocks. Set sail. Lin Xian walked to the helm, his hands gripping the dark gold solid wood wheel. Layer fruit activate. Speed to layer stack. Whoom. A deep roar erupted from the hull. The armored vessel cleaved through the sea, shooting out of the bay like an arrow from a string, braving the gale. At quadruple speed, the seascape on either side blurred into streaks. Lin Xian stood at the helm, letting the wild wind tousle his black hair. His blood flowed faster, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his eardrums. The past half-month of easy fights had left him rusty. He needed an opponent who could push his layer fruit and armament hockey to their limits. 3 hours later, the silhouette of a black island gradually sharpened on the horizon. The island was surrounded by hidden reefs resembling a giant skull floating on the water's surface. On the beach at the island's edge, a massive 3-masted sailing ship was anchored. 2 crossed blood-red giant axes were painted on its sails. Several bonfires were lit on the beach. Dozens of pirates were roasting meat and drinking, and the faint cries of women could be heard. Lin Xian did not slow down. He fixed his gaze on the broadside of the 3-masted pirate ship, spinning the helm hard. Boom. The double-masted armed ship, carrying the terrifying inertia of quadruple speed, charged directly onto the beach. The dark gold bow, like a battering ram, smashed viciously into the right side of the 3-masted ship. Wood splinters and fragments of iron flew through the air. The immense impact force caused the 3-masted ship to list to the left. Its mainmast snapped in 2 and crashed onto the beach. The bonfires were overturned by the shockwave, sending sparks flying. The pirates who were drinking were stunned by the sudden turn of events, scrambling to avoid the falling mast. Lin Xian released the helm. His right hand gripped the hilt of the fine steel long sword at his waist. He pushed off the deck with his legs leaping into the air and landing steadily on the sand. Enemy attack. Some reckless fool is asking for death. The pirates came to their senses, drawing their cutlasses and muskets, surrounding Lin Xian in a circle. Annoying. A thunderous voice came from behind the pirate crowd. The throng parted to both sides. A giant of a man, nearly 3 meters tall, strode forward. He was bare-chested, his body a mass of granite-like, bulging muscles crisscrossed with scars. In each hand, he carried a giant axe as large as a door panel. The axe blades were still stained with fresh gore and blood. This was Blood Axe Locke. Locke lowered his head, his single eye looking down at the young man who was less than 1.8 meters tall. His gaze swept over the undamaged black ship behind Lin Xian, and a glint of greed flashed in his eye. Kid, you dare ram my ship? You've got some nerve, Locke grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. I was just getting bored. He'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the sea kings. Lin Xian drew his fine steel longsword, and casually twirled it in a flourish. You look like a mutant gorilla, and you talk too much, Lin Xian taunted. You're asking for it. Locke flew into a rage. He took a massive step forward, leaving a deep crater in the sand. His colossal body exploded with speed that belied its size. The axe in his right hand carried a wave of bloody wind, descending like an avalanche toward Lin Xian's head. The air itself was torn apart, letting out a sharp whistle. Lin Xian did not dodge. His blood surged. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung the sword upward from below to meet the giant axe. Clang! A deafening metallic clash exploded across the beach. Sparks flew. A terrifyingly immense force surged down the length of the blade. Lin Xian grunted, his feet sinking deep into the sand up to his ankles. This pure physical strength was more than 10 times greater than the pirates he had faced before. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The fine steel longsword which Lin Xian had bought for 100,000 berries let out a mournful screech and snapped in two. The broken blade spun through the air and embedded itself in a nearby reef. The residual force of the giant axe continued downward. Lin Xian decisively released the hilt, leaning his body backward and sliding out from under the axe blade. Boom! The giant axe struck the sand. The sand exploded like a fountain, leaving a half-meter deep trench. Locke pulled out his axe, letting out a wild laugh. What's wrong, kid? Scared. The surrounding pirates joined in the jeering, their muskets trained on Lin Xian, ready to finish him off. Lin Xian stood a few meters away. He looked down at the blood seeping from his split tiger's mouth. He shook his numb arm. The pain did not frighten him, instead it fully ignited the fighting spirit that had been suppressed for half a month. He really is a good sandbag. Lin Xian threw away the broken hilt in his hand. He took a deep breath. His consciousness sank. The mass of deep blue energy within his body began to boil wildly. Layer fruit activate. Target arms. Attribute strength. 1 layer stack. The muscles in his arms instantly swelled, straining the sleeves of his black combat suit. Not enough. A hint of madness flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. 2 layer stack. Boom. Rampaging power surged through his body. Lin Xian's bones emitted a series of sharp cracks. Then the dark pitch-black armament hockey poured out without reservation. It spread from his wrists, tightly encasing his fists and forearms. The deep metallic luster radiated a suffocating pressure in the firelight. Locke keenly sensed the change in Lin Xian's aura. Those black fists instinctively made him feel a hint of danger. Playing tricks. Locke roared, swinging both giant axes simultaneously. The 2 door panel-sized axes turned into a crimson whirlwind, sealing off all of Lin Xian's escape routes in a horizontal slash aimed at his waist. Lin Xian stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Boom. A large crater exploded in the sand. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His entire form turned into a black streak of lightning, charging directly into Locke's attack range. Meeting the descending axe blade, Lin Xian pulled his right arm back and unleashed a powerful, straightforward punch. His fist and the giant axe collided violently in midair. Boom! A visible ring of white shockwave exploded outward with the 2 of them at its center. A fierce gale raged. The pirates within a dozen meters were thrown to the ground by the blast, howling and scrambling. The sand on the beach was completely swept away, revealing the hard rock layer beneath. The wild grin on Locke's face froze. He felt as if he had struck not flesh and blood, but an immovable mountain of steel. A tremendous recoil surged up the axe handle into his arms, instantly tearing his tiger's mouth and spraying blood. His massive body, weighing over 200 caddies, involuntarily slid back half a step. His proud, God-given strength was brutally suppressed by this single punch. This is impossible. Locke's single eye bulged as he let out an incredulous roar. Lin Xian withdrew his right fist. The fist, covered in armament hockey, did not even have a single white mark on it. He looked up at Locke, who was right in front of him. Crack! Crack, crack! An extremely subtle sound of fracturing echoed across the silent beach. Locke looked down. His fine steel giant axe, which had slaughtered countless people and could even cleave through marine battleship armor, suddenly had a crack appear on its surface. The crack spread rapidly, covering the entire axe head like a spiderweb. Lin Xian grinned, revealing his white teeth. If you're weak, just train more. If you can't win, just die. Got it. The sea breeze swept up the sand. Locke lowered his gaze to the cracks spreading across the surface of his great axe. The fissures raced along the fine steel grain. He refused to believe it. How could his innate divine strength lose to a youth of such vastly inferior stature? Lin Xian gave him no time to recover. The muscles in his left arm swelled instantly. The dark jet-black armament hockey enveloped his fist without reservation. Its deep metallic luster refracted a chilling, murderous intent under the sunlight. Shatter! Lin Xian uttered a single word. His left fist shot forward. The knuckles struck precisely at the center of the crack on the great axe's side. Crack! The crisp sound of metal breaking echoed across the beach. The fine steel great axe exploded with a thunderous blast. Shards of iron, large and small, scattered in all directions. Several sharp fragments slashed Locke's arm, drawing a trail of blood. The shards struck the reef behind him, gouging deep pits into the rock. The immense impact surged back through the axe handle. Locke's tiger's mouth split open completely. Blood gushed forth. His massive frame staggered backward uncontrollably. With each step back, he left half-meter-deep footprints in the sand. The beach fell into a deathly silence. The surrounding pirate underlings gaped. Their flintlocks forgotten, unfired. Locke steadied himself. A flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. His proud strength had been bested by this youth. But having dominated the East Blue for years, his ferocity was fully ignited. "He'll kill you," Locke roared. He discarded the remaining half of the axe handle. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on his arms. His fist as large as a sandbag hurtled toward Lin Xian's face with a bloody gale. The air tore with a muffled howl. Lin Xian stood his ground. He sank his legs slightly, activating the iron body breathing technique. His entire body tensed instantly, blood and chi surging. A faint metallic sheen spread across his skin. Bang! Locke's heavy fist landed solidly on Lin Xian's chest. A dull thunderous impact rang out. The sand beneath Lin Xian's feet instantly collapsed into a shallow crater. Gravel sprayed outward, but his straight spine did not bend an inch. His form remained utterly still. Locke froze. He felt as if he had punched solid sea prism stone. The immense recoil sent a sharp pain through his knuckles. Lin Xian tilted his head. He spat out a mouthful of saliva tinged with blood from his gums. "Is that all the strength you have?" Lin Xian curled his lip. "Didn't need enough." Before his words faded, Lin Xian's legs exploded with power. The multiply fruit. Strength 2 layers stacked. Target right leg. The beach erupted. Lin Xian launched himself into the air like a projectile. His right leg whipped through the air with a shrill scream, hurtling toward Locke's neck. His speed was so great that only a black afterimage remained. Locke had no time to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his thick arm to block. Crack! The sickening sound of bone breaking echoed. Locke's arm was snapped, cleanly bent at a grotesque angle. Lin Xian's right leg, its momentum undiminished, slammed heavily into Locke's neck. Locke's nearly 3-meter frame was sent flying sideways. He crashed through 3 thick coconut trees in succession. Wood chips flew everywhere. He finally smashed into the black rock behind him. The rock shattered. Locke slid to the ground. Blood gushed violently from his mouth and nose. He convulsed twice. The light in his one eye rapidly faded. He was completely dead. The battle was over. It had lasted less than a minute. The pirate underlings stared at Locke's corpse embedded in the rubble, their minds blank. That was Bloodaxe Locke with a bounty of 15 million. The East Blue tyrant, who could cleave a marine captain in two. Seconds later, fear finally overcame their shock. "Monster! He's a monster! Run!" The underlings dropped their flintlocks and cutlasses, scrambling and crawling into the island's deep jungle. Wishing they had more legs. The beach was soon left with only a few corpses and a burning campfire. Lin Xian did not pursue. A group of small fry with bounties of a few 100,000 or none at all was not worth the energy. He walked over. He pulled the half-blade of fine steel from the reef. He approached Locke's corpse. With a swift chop, the head worth 15 million berries rolled onto the ground. Lin Xian tore a piece of cloth from a nearby pirate's body, wrapped the head in it, and held it in his hand. Blood dripped from the cloth onto the sand. Then he walked toward the capsized, 3-masted pirate ship. Demolition crew at work. Lin Xian leaped onto the broken deck and entered the hold. Locke's plundered treasure was piled in a corner, 5 wooden chests filled with gold coins and banknotes. Lin Xian placed his palm on them. With a thought, they all vanished into his system inventory. Roughly estimated the value exceeded 20 million berries. Next, he placed both hands on the main keel of the 3-masted ship. Deconstruct. A flash of white light. The massive pirate ship dissolved into countless points of light that streamed into his system. Obtained wood fragments 400. Obtained iron ingot fragments 120. A big ship sure is generous. The system conversion rate finally acted like a decent person for once. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He turned and walked back to the beach, leaping onto his 2-masted armed ship. He turned the dark gold helm. Multiply fruit, speed 2 layers stacked. The 2-masted armed ship let out a roar as it reversed out of the beach. Then it carved a perfect arc across the sea surface, speeding toward Black Reef Town. At 4 times the normal speed, Skull Island was soon left far behind. Dusk. Black Reef Town. The Bounty Exchange was located in the town center, a 2-story building constructed from sturdy blue stone. Nominally under the jurisdiction of the world government, it was actually controlled by several large gangs specializing in processing the heads brought in by bounty hunters and taking a hefty commission. The hall was abuzz with noise. Dozens of bounty hunters were queuing to settle their jobs. The air was thick with the smell of blood, cheap tobacco, and sweat. Lucky today killed a 3 million bounty pirate. I took down a 5 million one with my crew yesterday. The hunters bragged about their exploits. Their weapons clinked with a crisp sound. Bang! The heavy oak door was pushed open. Lin Xian stepped into the hall carrying a blood-soaked cloth bundle. His black hunter's coat was smudged with a little dust. The noise in the hall died down slightly. Many recognized this young man who had recently made a name for himself in Black Reef Town. "It's that ghost captain. Did he bring back another haul today?" Lin Xian ignored the stares around him and walked straight to the premium exchange counter at the back. The clerk behind the counter was a middle-aged fat man with a monocle. He was fiddling with an abacus, not even looking up as he asked, "How much is the bounty? If it's under 3 million, go queue outside." Lin Xian said nothing. He tossed the cloth bundle onto the counter. Slap. The bundle came undone. Locke's head, its eyes wide open in death, rolled out. Its one eye was wide open, and the gruesome scar across its face seemed particularly piercing under the gaslight. The blood from the severed neck stained the wooden countertop. The fat man looked up impatiently. The moment his eyes landed on the head, his fingers froze on the abacus. His monocle fell from his eye socket, clattering onto the abacus. His voice trembled and his face turned deathly pale. He hastily pulled a thick stack of wanted posters from under the counter and flipped to the bottom one. The face in the photo matched the head on the counter perfectly. Blood axe lock. Bounty of 15 million berries, the fat man screamed. This shout plunged the entire noisy hall into dead silence. Every bounty hunter stopped moving. Hundreds of eyes locked onto the counter. The air seemed to freeze. 15 million. In the East Blue, that number represented absolute power and terror. The monster who had just massacred a Marine base 2 days ago was now nothing more than a dead head on the counter. Count it. Give me bearer bonds. Lin Xian knocked on the wooden counter. His voice echoed in the dead silent hall. The fat man swallowed hard. He fumbled for a verification device, confirmed the head's identity and time of death. No problem. After deducting the 10% fee, that's a bearer bond for 13,500,000 berries. Please keep it safe. The fat man handed over a small black briefcase with trembling hands, his demeanor utterly respectful. Lin Xian took the briefcase. He turned and walked toward the door. The crowd parted automatically, creating a wide aisle. No one dared to meet his eyes. The bounty hunters who had been boasting moments before all lowered their heads. From this day forward, the name Ghost Captain would become a taboo in these waters. Lin Xian walked out of the bounty exchange. Night had fallen. He carried the briefcase and walked along the street toward the hidden bay. There was no value left for him in these waters. Just after he left in the shadows of a corner of the exchange hall, a man in ordinary linen clothes lowered the brim of his hat. He pulled a black den mushi from his pocket. On the shell of the snail was printed a tiny blue seagull emblem. Brr. The call connected. Reporting to Captain Smoker. Target confirmed. Blood Axe Lock has been killed, the man said in a low voice. Who killed him? A deep voice came from the den mushi, accompanied by the sound of blowing smoke rings. A lone bounty hunter. The underground in Black Reef Town calls him the Ghost Captain. We haven't found any background information on him yet, but he displayed terrifying physical strength, suspected to be a devil fruit user. Lin Xian pushed open the wooden door of room Tianzi No. 1 at the Bloody Mary Inn. The thick stench of blood still clung to his black hunting coat. He peeled it off and tossed it carelessly onto the wooden chair back. With a flicker of thought, the small black leather case packed with 13,500,000 berry in banknotes along with the treasure looted from Locke's ship vanished instantly into thin air. It entered the system inventory. Berry balance, 57,200,000. Lin Xian walked to the basin in the corner. He cupped the icy water and splashed it directly onto his face. Water droplets slid down his sharply defined cheeks, splattering onto the wooden floorboards. The continuous high-intensity muscular exertion coupled with the mental strain of quadruple sailing speed left him feeling a trace of fatigue. He grabbed a towel and wiped his face. Just as he was about to lie down on the relatively soft wooden bed, a knock came. 3 long, 2 short. The exceptionally rhythmic rapping echoed in the quiet corridor. Lin Xian did not move. The towel froze midair. This was definitely not the innkeeper's service rhythm. In Black Reef Town, the rule was that anyone knocking at the door in the dead of night was either seeking vengeance or planning a backstab. Who is it? Lin Xian's voice was flat. There was a 2-second silence outside the door. Lord Lin Xian. A deep male voice filtered through the door panel. I am a lieutenant from the 16th branch of the Marines. I am ordered to discuss a deal with you. No ill intent. The Marines. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. They were fast. It had been less than an hour since Locke's head was dumped at the bounty exchange, and the Marines had already latched on like a plaster. Lin Xian walked over and pulled the wooden door open with one hand. Under the dim gaslight of the corridor stood a man in plain linen clothes. He had a crew cut. His waist was bulging, clearly concealing a flintlock. The man's gaze was piercing, sweeping swiftly over Lin Xian. He saw no weapons. His muscle lines were not exaggerated. He did not look at all like the monster who could beat Blood Axe Lock to death with his bare hands. Lin Xian stepped aside. Enter. The man walked into the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Xian pulled over a wooden chair missing a corner and sat down with a commanding air. He crossed his legs. A Marine coming to a bounty hunter to discuss business. How novel. Lin Xian looked at him. Spit it out. What's the matter? The man stood ramrod straight, exuding a soldier's rigidity. My name is Carter, lieutenant of the 16th branch. Carter cut straight to the point. The Marines have taken note of your recent exploits. Especially today, when you single-handedly killed Locke. So, are you here to hand out a civilian bravery medal? Lin Xian sneered. Carter ignored Lin Xian's taunt. The East Blue has been turbulent lately. All branches are stretched thin for troops. Especially in this lawless zone of Black Reef Town, pirate activity is rampant. Carter fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. The Marines need capable civilian strongmen like you to assist in clearing the seas. Of course the compensation is generous. Lin Xian sneered inwardly. Discussing business. They were clearly here to take his measure. If he acted overly righteous or utterly opposed, the Marines would definitely put him on a high-risk watch list. They might even dispatch a fleet to encircle him. After all, an uncontrollable powerhouse was more troubling to the authorities than pirates. Lin Xian shifted his posture, leaning forward. He deliberately let a greedy smile spread across his face. He rubbed his fingers together. Compensation. I only care about money. How much can you Marines offer? Carter frowned slightly. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. But inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that you're greedy, it's that you have no weaknesses. A greedy man is easy to control. Carter reached into his coat and pulled out a bulging money pouch, tossing it onto the table. Clatter. The sound of gold coins colliding was exceedingly pleasant. This is the deposit. 1 million berry. Carter said the target is on the Poison Fong route 30 nautical miles east. Iron Hook pirate crew. The captain's bounty is 8 million. Bring me his head within 3 days. The final payment is 5 million. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the pouch. He weighed it in his hand. The weight was substantial. An 8 million bounty, and you're only paying 6 million for the kill. That's a nice middleman's cut. Lin Xian clicked his tongue, but he unceremoniously stuffed the pouch into his pocket. Deal? Have the final payment ready in 3 days. Carter nodded with satisfaction. Pleasure doing business, Lord Lin Xian. He pulled open the door, and walked out. The sound of footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. The door closed. The greed on Lin Xian's face vanished instantly. In its place was extreme calm and calculation. He toyed with the pouch in his hand. 16th branch. Who are you kidding? Lin Xian snorted coldly. A few days ago off the coast of West Citrus Island, it was a patrol ship from the 16th branch that had pursued him. Those incompetents didn't have this kind of intelligence network or reaction speed. What's more, the man calling himself Carter carried a very faint scent of cigar. In the east blew a marine who liked cigars and had spread his intelligence network to Black Reef Town. There was only one man, the highest authority in Logue Town, White Hunter Smoker, trying to use me as a free thug and test my hand at the same time. Lin Xian tossed the pouch onto the table. Being targeted by a stubborn marine like Smoker was definitely a nuisance. Once the other party figured out his true strength or discovered he wasn't an ordinary bounty hunter, they would stop at nothing to capture him. But an extremely audacious plan suddenly popped into Lin Xian's mind. Freeloading. The Marines had the most complete intelligence network, the most accurate sea charts, and even held all the leads on devil fruits in the East Blue. Since you want to use me as a pawn, then he'll just climb up the gun barrel. Use the Marines' intelligence to farm the system's materials. And while I'm at it, go to Logue Town, the town of beginning, and in to intercept the greatest fortune. Lin Xian walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze blew into the room. He gazed at the dark sea in the distance. Then he'll use them first as a letter of fealty to the Marines. At the edge of the poison-tooth shipping lane, an unnamed desolate island. The waves crashed against the dark rocks, and the air was thick with a strong, salty smell. Lieutenant Carter stood on a flat rock. The sea breeze stirred his linen uniform. He raised his wrist to glance at his watch. There were only 10 minutes left of the agreed 3-day deadline. During these 3 days, the intelligence network of the 16th Division operated at full capacity, attempting to track down the young man using the alias Ghost Captain. However, they found nothing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air over the sea. This kid wouldn't have run off with a million Bailey deposit, would he? Carter furrowed his brows just as the words left his mouth. Boom. A muffled sound of breaking water echoed across the sea. A dark brown two-masted armed ship surged through the waves. The ship bore no markings. It moved at astonishing speed, rushing directly into the shallow waters. The anchor was dropped, smashing into a hidden reef. Lin Xian, dressed in black hunting attire, leaped down from the deck, holding a large burlap sack in one hand. He stepped onto the rocks, producing a dull thud. Striding up to Carter, he casually tossed the burlap sack onto the ground. The opening of the sack spread apart. 3 bloody heads rolled out, their severed necks staining the gray-white rocks with blood. Carter's eyelid twitched violently. He recognized the middle head at a glance. It wore a black eye patch over its right eye and had a deep gash on its chin. It was indeed Iron Hook with a bounty of 8 million Bailey. As for the other two, I ran into 2 blind fools along the way. One was the Viper with a bounty of 4 million, and the other was the Mad Bear with a bounty of 550,000. Lin Xian brushed off the dust from his hands. Buy one, get 2 free. Let's settle the balance. Carter swallowed hard. 3 days. He crossed the poison-tooth shipping lane, accurately locating 3 erratic pirate crews and executing all of them without deploying a large fleet, accomplishing it single-handedly. Such efficiency was something even the elite teams of the 16th Division could not achieve. Just a moment, Carter said as he pulled out a black den mushy from his pocket. Stepping aside, he lowered his voice and reported quickly. Lin Xian leaned against the rock, pulled out a cigar from his pocket, and bit down on it without lighting it. Sure enough, there's a big fish lurking behind. Lin Xian thought to himself. 15 minutes later, a medium-sized naval warship slowly emerged from the shadows behind the island. The sails bore a massive blue seagull emblem. The cannon barrels on the side glinted coldly in the sunlight. The warship came to a halt and lowered a heavy wooden gangplank. A burly man stepped down the gangplank, draped in a white coat emblazoned with the word justice. His epaulets displayed his military rank. Colonel Brown of the 16th Division. Brown approached Carter and glanced down at the 3 heads on the ground before his gaze shifted to Lin Xian. His gaze was piercing. Lin Xian, 20 years old. No record of going to sea. No criminal history. He suddenly appeared in Black Reef Town half a month ago using the alias Ghost Captain. Your achievements are quite remarkable. It has been a long time since such a powerful bounty hunter has appeared in the East Sea. The colonel personally comes to deliver the final payment. The Navy's efficiency is impressive. Lin Xian spat out the cigar from his mouth. Brown ignored Lin Xian's teasing. He pulled out a promissory note for 10 million Bailey and handed it to Carter, who then passed it to Lin Xian. This is what you deserve, Brown said, looking into Lin Xian's eyes. But I'm not here just to settle the account. Here it comes. Lin Xian tucked the promissory note into his pocket and raised an eyebrow. What? Want to check my taxes? The Navy needs talents like you. Brown stated directly. Piracy is rampant in the East Sea. The 16th Division is severely understaffed. In my capacity as the highest-ranking officer of the division, I formally invite you to join the Navy. If you agree, you will be directly granted the rank of second lieutenant and enjoy the benefits of regular military personnel. Carter added a second lieutenant can directly command an elite team of 50. In the East Sea, this is a position that many have struggled for 10 years to attain. Lin Xian felt overjoyed inside. A direct appointment with protection for ships of unknown origin. This offer is undoubtedly a godsend for an average player. But he was not an average player. An offer that came rushing in would definitely not fetch a good price. Lin Xian suppressed his smile. He reached into his chest pocket, pulled out the 10 million promissory note along with the previous 1 million deposit from Carter. Smack. He slapped the money into Carter's hand. Colonel, you've drawn a big pie here, but I have a weak stomach and can't digest it. Lin Xian waved his hand and used to a carefree life. I can't stand the Navy's daily check-in rules. Being a bounty hunter allows me to kill whoever I want and make quick money. It's much more comfortable. Brown's expression darkened. In the East, few bounty hunters dared to disrespect the Navy like this. Do you think being a bounty hunter is easy? Brown raised his voice. You killed Locke and Iron Hook. Their remnants and the black market forces behind them will definitely retaliate against you fiercely. Can you handle the hostility of an entire sea alone in a single ship? The Navy is backed by the world government with the most complete intelligence network and logistical support. This is your best refuge. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, but did not turn around. Kill one if they come, kill two if they come together. Just right to collect heads for bounties. Lin Xian replied flatly, no need for the Navy to worry. As he spoke, one foot had already stepped onto the gangplank. Carter grew anxious and turned to Brown. If such combat power could not be recruited, it would undoubtedly be a major problem if he leaned towards the pirate camp. Brown took a deep breath. He knew that dealing with such a willful lone wolf would not work with mere threats. He had to offer real benefits. Stop. Brown stepped forward. Lin Xian halted on the gangplank, tilting his head. The rank of second lieutenant is just the beginning. Brown revealed his trump card. If you join, I can recommend you to Lowtown in the name of the 16th Division to participate in the selection of the elite recruit camp in the East Sea. Lin Xian turned around, his gaze intense. What can I do there? Get a nicer looking uniform. Lin Xian pretended to be naive. There you can access the true core power of the Navy. Brown emphasized the Navy's closely guarded secrets, 6 styles. The explosive speed of shave, the suspension of moonwalk, the penetration of finger gun. Furthermore, if you perform exceptionally well, there is even a chance to access the training methods for hockey. Brown paused for a moment before throwing out the final temptation. No matter how much money a bounty hunter makes, they cannot buy such top-tier cultivation resources. You possess exceptional physical talent, or do you want to spend your entire life as a mere brute cutting fish in the East Sea? Lin Xian fell silent, lowering his head with a furrowed brow. His fingers unconsciously stroked the hilt of the knife at his waist. Deep down, he was already laughing like a pig. 6 styles. Hockey. What he needed most now was a systematic theoretical guide. The iron block was just a fragment he obtained from the novice treasure chest. His hockey had been stuck at the minor success stage, unable to break through. If he had the Navy's systematic training combined with the insane amplification of the devil fruit, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Moreover, Lowtown is the must-pass point for Luffy's journey to the sea, and it hides the god-level opportunity he has been eyeing for a long time. This is simply a perfect match for a sleepyhead. But the show still had to go on. Lin Xian remained silent for a full minute, his expression oscillating between struggle and weighing options. In the end, he let out a long sigh and slapped his thigh. 6 styles. Sounds quite impressive. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, feigning an expression of having suffered a great loss. All right then. Since the colonel is so sincere, I won't be ungrateful. He stepped down from the gangplank, took back the 1 million Bailey from Carter, and tucked it into his pocket. This money counts as my settling and fee. Is that all right? Lin Xian grinned. Brown's tense face finally relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. Of course. This is what you deserve. Brown stepped forward and gave Lin Xian's shoulder a hearty pat. Welcome to the Navy. Lin Xian, second lieutenant. Get ready. Oh, I will send a ship to escort you to Lowtown to report in tomorrow. No need to trouble yourself. He'll go on my own. That's fine. Brown nodded. The warship retracted the gangplank and slowly sailed away from the desolate island. Brown stood on the deck, watching the two-masted armed ship grow distant. Colonel, isn't it too risky to give him a spot in the recruit camp directly? Carter expressed concern. His background is unclear. What if he's an undercover agent for the pirates? Colonel Smoker is stationed in Lowtown. Whatever troublemaker comes under his watch will have to behave. Brown lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. This sharp knife, as long as it's in hand, can slice through all the pirates in the East Sea. On the rocky shore of the desolate island, Lin Xian gazed at the warship disappearing on the horizon. He stroked his chin. Top-tier cultivation resources for free. A free legitimate identity. And a free intelligence network. Lin Xian turned and leaped onto the deck, gripping the dark golden helm. The Navy thought they had recruited a sharp blade. They had no idea that the one they had just enlisted was a master at squeezing every last drop from the Navy's resources, leaving none behind. They had no idea that the one they had just enlisted was a master at squeezing every last drop from the Navy's resources, leaving none behind. They had no idea that the one they had just enlisted was a master at squeezing every last drop from the Navy's resources, leaving none behind. Returning to his dwelling, Lin Xian closed the wooden window with one hand. He leaned back against the chair. Joining the Marines. This move was exceedingly stable. In the East Blue, slaughtering under the name of a bounty hunter would inevitably invite the world government's reckoning. That rigid-minded smoker, once he deemed Lin Xian a potential threat, would surely mobilize warships to encircle and annihilate him. Now the other side had proactively extended an olive branch. Whitening his identity was merely a side benefit. The true core interest lay in the top-tier resources monopolized within the Marines. Lin Xian was all too aware of his own shortcomings. The stack fruit was extremely domineering, forcibly altering the laws of physics. The price was that his physical body endured extreme strain. Currently, he could at most maintain a 2-layer power stack before a soreness crept into the muscles of his arms. If he forcibly activated a 3-layer stack, his muscle fibers would instantly snap and his bones would shatter. His physical foundation could not keep pace with the development of his devil fruit ability. The 6 powers of martial art that surpassed the limits of the human body were the perfect vessel. In his mind, Lin Xian simulated tactical combinations. Shave for explosive speed. Then using the stack fruit to apply a 2-layer speed boost. That burst of power akin to teleportation. Even an admiral's Kinbunchika haki might not react in time. Iron body controlling blood flow to enhance physical hardness. Stacking 2 layers of hardness, then coating it with Busashoka haki. That would be the absolute limit of physical defense. Gun concentrating all bodily power into the index finger. Stacking 2 layers of power, the piercing force of gun would be enough to easily penetrate the steel plates of a warship. Renkyaku kicking out a sharp blade of air. Stacking 2 layers of speed and power, the range and cutting force of the slash would reach the level of a swordsman. These 6 techniques were a skill tree tailor-made for him. He currently possessed immense power, but lacked refined techniques for exerting force. The Marine base was the best free training ground. As for the Marines' rigorous and almost paranoid background check system, Lin Xian nearly laughed out loud. 100,000 Earth players had been forcibly transported to this world. The system had directly erased all physical traces. He was a complete non-person. The world government's intelligence network could scour the 4 seas and find not a shred of his background. A ready-made persona existed, an orphan who had grown up fighting beasts on an unnamed desolate island in the East Blue. With a clean background, no ties to any faction, extraordinary talent, and rich combat experience, Marine officers would surely vie to send such a pristine top-tier seedling to headquarters. Lin Xian stood up. He opened the regional chat channel on the system panel. In the channel, the proud player who had established the Divine Domain Guild was still sending messages. Today I robbed 3 native merchant ships. Got 500 sets of lumber. Players in the East Blue, hand over your protection money now, or I'll sail my ship right over you. Other players, too afraid to speak out, could only chime in below. The mighty god is awesome. Please take me along. I've already paid 30 sets of iron ingots. Mighty one, protect me. Lin Xian watched these messages and closed the panel. The players were still squabbling over basic materials and territory with native pirates. They had no idea that in this world true resources were forever held by the authorities. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Hockey Training Methods, Seastone Weapons, Renowned Swords, Com Belt Navigation Techniques. These things could not be obtained by looting 100 merchant ships. Take your time playing. By the time you've saved enough resources, I should have already mastered the 6 powers. And then your resources will all be mine. Lin Xian opened his system inventory. It was stuffed with various loot pillaged from pirate ships over the past half-month, bloodstained jewelry, silverware exclusive to nobles, artworks of dubious origin. These items carried a heavy black market label. Carrying them to meet the Marines would be like confessing his identity. Lin Xian grabbed a large gray cloak and draped it over himself. He pushed open the door and went downstairs. Deep night in Black Reef Town was still bustling. Avoiding the main roads, he skillfully slipped into the underground black market in the backyard of an abandoned slaughterhouse. The black market was dimly lit. Lin Xian walked into a pawn shop named Dark Fong. The owner, a one-eyed old man, was examining a pocket watch with a magnifying glass. Lin Xian stepped forward and directly emptied his backpack onto the wooden counter. Dozens of blood-stained gold necklaces, gem-encrusted daggers, and noble crests clattered down. The sound of metal striking metal was exceptionally crisp. The one-eyed old man put down his magnifying glass, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the loot and Lin Xian's face. This batch is hot. It still has the mark of the lock pirates, the old man said in a low voice. 20%, Lin Xian stated flatly. The old man's eye twitched. The black market usually bought stolen goods at 50%. At a 20% price, the profit margin was terrifying. Deal. The old man didn't hesitate, turning to open a safe. Stacks of brand new berries were pushed in front of Lin Xian. He didn't count them. His palm touched the bills, and they vanished directly. He turned and left, heading for the next pawn shop. Using the same method, he cleared all the incriminating spoils within half an hour. His system inventory now held 8 million berries in cash. All the shady items were gone. He followed a path through the coniferous forest back to the hidden bay. The night breeze blew. ALV. 3 double-masted armed ship lay quietly at anchor on the sea surface. The dark gold ironwood hull gleamed with a cold luster under the moonlight. Lin Xian looked at the ship, frowning. This ship was too conspicuous. The fully armored reinforced ironwood construction and the streamlined hull structure. No shipyard in the East Blue could produce a warship of this craftsmanship. Sailing it to the Marine base to report and would definitely make Smoker tear it apart for research on the spot. It had to be hidden. Lin Xian leaped onto the deck. He walked to the helm and gripped the solid wood spokes with both hands. He sank his will. The stack fruit activated. Speed to layer stack. Seawater churned beneath the hull. The double-masted armed ship surged out of the bay and into the vast dark sea. Lin Xian didn't light the lantern. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding waters gained over the past half-month, he steered the ship north. 2 hours later, a highly dense cluster of reefs appeared ahead. Sharp black rocks jutted out of the sea. The currents here were exceptionally turbulent. Ordinary ships wouldn't dare approach these waters. Lin Xian didn't slow down. The armored hull ignored the scraping of the peripheral reefs. The bow directly shattered several protruding rocks, forcing its way deep into the reef cluster. At the very center of the reefs was a natural half-submerged sea cave. The cave entrance was extremely well hidden, completely veiled by hanging sea vines. Lin Xian withdrew his fruit's power. The ship's speed dropped sharply. He adjusted the helm, guiding the double-masted armed ship to glide slowly into the cave. The interior of the cave was vast. The seawater formed a calm, stagnant pool within. Lin Xian walked to the bow and cut the hemp rope. The heavy stone anchor crashed into the water, securing the ship. He rummaged through the cargo hold for several large, dark-colored tarpaulins and covered the entire ship tightly. From the outside, it looked like nothing but a dark cliff face. Having done all this, Lin Xian returned to the cabin. He stripped off his tough black hunting clothes. These clothes were stained with too much pirate blood, carrying an indelible aura of slaughter. He took a set of ordinary coarse cloth clothes from his inventory and changed into them. On his feet were a pair of worn straw sandals. He casually tousled his hair. Standing before the mirror, Lin Xian now looked like a long-term drifter at sea, a down-and-out, impoverished youth. Although the higher-ups already knew my identity, the soldiers training in the same batch did not. It was better to keep up the act. Playing the fool to catch the wise, humiliating the arrogant. That was the most satisfying way, Lin Xian mused. Dawn. Black Reef Town docks. The mist had not yet dissipated, and the air was thick with the heavy stench of fish and the sour fermented odor of seawater. Lin Xian stood at the very tip of the wooden pier. He wore a set of coarse cloth clothes that had been washed to a pale white, with the trouser legs rolled up above his knees and a pair of worn-out straw sandals on his feet. His hair was a messy mop on his head. A patched canvas bag was slung diagonally over his shoulder. As the sea breeze blew, he shrank his neck, presenting a down-and-out look of someone who had never seen the world. A small naval patrol ship broke through the mist and slowly docked. Lieutenant Carter stood on the bridge. He looked down at Lin Xian on the pier, and the corner of his eye twitched violently twice. If he hadn't personally seen this kid yesterday, single-handedly carrying the heads of 3 pirates with bounties of 10 million, Carter would have absolutely mistaken the man before him for a refugee begging for food from some remote village. Keep pretending. Go ahead, Carter thought to himself. The heavy wooden gangplank was laid onto the pier. Lin Xian grinned, revealing an extremely honest smile. He stepped onto the gangplank and bounded onto the warship's deck in 2 or 3 strides. Once on board, Lin Xian's eyes began to wander everywhere. He walked to the port side and reached out to touch the black smoothbore cannon barrel. Sir, this iron tube is really thick. Firing it must cost a fortune, right? Lin Xian looked back at Carter, his face full of curiosity. Carter rubbed his brow. He couldn't stand this kind of clumsy acting anymore. Set sail. Return to the 16th branch. Carter ignored Lin Xian's attempt to chat and directly gave the order to the helmsman. The warship retracted the gangplank and the sails were hoisted. The hull cut through the waves, leaving the lawless no-man's land of Black Reef Town behind. The wind was strong on the deck. Waves slapped against the bow, splashing white spray. Carter came out of the cabin carrying 2 cups of hot coffee. He handed one of them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the cup, and without caring if it was hot, he gulped down a large mouthful. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, and he exaggeratedly stuck out his tongue. Lin Xian. Yesterday, with Colonel Brown present, there were some things I couldn't ask in detail. Carter leaned against the wooden railing, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian's eyes. As your future direct superior, I need a comprehensive assessment of your background. Lin Xian held the coffee cup with both hands and nodded. Sir, ask whatever you want. I'm the most honest person you'll meet. Did you eat some kind of strength-enhancing devil fruit? Carter got straight to the point. Devil fruit users within the Navy were key management targets. If Lin Xian was a user, his file would have to be directly reported to Marine headquarters at Marineford for stricter review. Lin Xian scratched his messy hair. The expression on his face perfectly displayed a mix of 3 parts confusion and 7 parts bewilderment. Sir, what is a devil fruit? Can it fill your stomach? Lin Xian blinked. Carter frowned, staring intently at Lin Xian's facial muscles. He found no micro-expressions of lying. I've been an orphan since I was a child, Lin Xian sighed, his tone becoming somewhat low. I was abandoned on a nameless, deserted island. Every day, I either fought wild boars or competed with tigers for meat. I never learned any techniques. I was just born with a bit more strength. In a fight, I rely entirely on brute force. Carter's frown deepened. Innate supernatural strength. The East Blue had indeed produced a few freaks with natural monstrous strength, but that kind of power was absolutely not enough to defeat Blood Axe Locke with bare hands. Locke was a monster who could split a warship's armor with a single axe strike. You don't believe me, sir? Lin Xian put down his coffee cup. He knew that relying on smooth talk alone wouldn't fool these Navy officers who had been on the front lines for years. He had to provide a visual shock to firmly cement the persona of innate supernatural strength. Lin Xian turned and walked to the center of the deck. There stood a load-bearing pillar used to secure the mainsail's rigging. The entire pillar was cast from solid steel, over 30 centimeters in diameter and extremely sturdy. So let me show you a little trick. Lin Xian flexed his wrists. He bent his legs slightly and stabilized his stance. He didn't activate the stack fruit. The mass of blue energy inside him lay quietly dormant deep within. He didn't channel armament hockey. There was no dark metallic sheen on his skin. He even completely stopped the breathing technique for Tekai Iron Body. What Lin Xian was using now was pure raw physical strength. Over the past month, through high-intensity combat and the subtle influence of his ability, his physical density had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. He pulled his right arm back. Beneath the coarse cloth sleeve, the lines of his muscles instantly bulged, full of explosive power. He explosively twisted his waist, rotating his hips. Bang! Lin Xian's right fist slammed heavily into the solid steel pillar. An extremely muffled impact sound exploded across the deck. The shockwave caused several nearby sailors to cover their ears. The entire warship actually swayed slightly under this single punch. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and shook his wrist. This iron pillar is pretty hard. My hand is a bit numb, Lin Xian said with a simple grin. Sir, I don't have to pay for this, do I? Carter didn't speak. He quickly walked over to the pillar. His gaze fell on the spot Lin Xian had just struck. On the surface of the solid steel pillar, a depression was clearly visible. A distinct fist print, half a centimeter deep, was left behind. The steel texture at the edge of the fist print was severely twisted and deformed. Carter drew in a sharp breath. He turned his head sharply to look at Lin Xian, his breathing becoming rapid. No energy fluctuation from a devil fruit activation. No trace of armament hockey hardening. Pure physical strength had smashed a fist print into solid steel. Just how terrifying must his muscle density and bone strength be? Carter's expression completely changed. The previous vigilance and wariness vanished, replaced by an undisguised fervor. Within the Navy's system, devil fruit users were certainly powerful, but the Sea's curse was a fatal weakness. The truly top-tier combatants were often those monsters who had honed their physical techniques and hockey to the absolute limit. Like the Navy hero Garp, this young man before him could unleash this kind of destructive power with just his physical body, if he systematically learned the 6 powers and mastered armament hockey. What level of monster would he grow into? Screw the compensation, Carter exclaimed, excitedly cursing. He strode over and heavily patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian, with talent like this, staying in the East Blue is a criminal waste. If you're willing to work hard, the recruit camp is definitely your stepping stone. Headquarters is your stage. Lin Xian put on an appearance of being flattered, nodding repeatedly. But inwardly he was overjoyed. With acting like this, it's a real shame him not taking home an Oscar, Lin Xian quipped to himself. He walked to the railing, picked up the now half-warm coffee, and took a sip. In truth, that punch just now had only used 70% of his strength. If he had gone all out, this solid steel pillar would have been punched straight through. But he had to hold back. He couldn't appear too astonishing, otherwise it would still arouse excessive suspicion from the higher-ups. Lin Xian looked at the vast sea ahead and made up his mind. At the Navy base, he would absolutely never reveal the power of the stack fruit. The identity of a devil fruit user was too sensitive. Once exposed, it would not only invite the jealousy of his comrades, but also attract covert investigations by the world government's cypherpol agencies. Those intelligence spies were like sharks that smelled blood. This would be extremely detrimental to his plan of quietly amassing wealth. As long as he firmly established the persona of innate supernatural strength. Then in the future, no matter how absurd the damage he dealt in battle or how astonishing the speed he displayed, it could all be plausibly attributed to his exceptional physical talent. I'm just an ordinary person with a bit more strength. Who dares to say I have a cheat? Lin Xian rubbed his chin, a faint, imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With this perfect disguise, he could unscrupulously exploit the system for all it was worth. The Navy's 6 powers, training methods, hockey cultivation insights, internal exclusive intelligence network, and even those advanced resources only accessible to officers, he wanted them all. The warship sailed at full speed across the sea. A few hours later, a magnificent complex of buildings emerged from the sea, mist unfolding before Lin Xian's eyes. It was a military fortress built on a massive island. Towering gray walls encircled the entire base. On the walls, dense rows of heavy artillery turrets were lined up, their dark maws pointing directly at the sea. A huge blue seagull flag fluttered in the wind on the tallest tower. From within the fortress, the faint, unified shouts of sailors training could be heard. The sound was earth-shaking. They had arrived at the 16th branch. The warship slowed down and slowly sailed into the military port. Dozens of large battleships were anchored in the harbor. In comparison, Carter's patrol ship looked like a toy. The heavy wooden gangplank was lowered. Lin Xian, carrying his old canvas bag, followed Carter onto the base's concrete ground. The moment his feet touched solid ground, Lin Xian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the glint of eager excitement in his eyes. Not far away on the vast parade ground, several hundred new recruits in white sailor uniforms were doing extreme weighted running laps. Sweat soaked their uniforms. An instructor holding a whip shouted curses loudly from the side. Lin Xian, that's where you're headed, Carter pointed at the parade ground, his tone serious. The training in the recruit camp is extremely brutal. The instructors here won't care how impressive you were on the outside. If you don't meet the standards, you're eliminated on the spot. Lin Xian followed Carter's finger and looked over. Brutal training. Lin Xian sneered inwardly. Physical training wasn't even a warm-up for him. His only current shortcoming was a lack of systematic striking techniques and theoretical guidance. Learning the 6 powers and hockey is indeed a technical skill that requires great comprehension, Lin Xian thought. An ordinary person might need years, or even a decade to even touch the threshold of the 6 powers. But he was different. At worst, I'll activate the stack fruit, and stack my comprehension twice. With quadruple the learning ability, let's see who in this recruit camp can outpace me. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the strap of his canvas bag. He took long strides to keep up with Carter heading towards the new recruit registration office. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The training ground of the 16th Division was baked to an unbearable heat. The air was thick with the acrid smell of evaporating sweat and raised dust. Over 500 new recruits dressed in white sailor uniforms were performing extreme weighted squats, each shouldering a solid wooden log weighing 100 pounds. Heavy panting echoed across the vast field. At the front of the training ground stood a burly man nearly 2.5 meters tall. His open officer's uniform revealed rippling chest muscles, a long, hideous scar running down the center of his chest. The chief instructor of the recruit camp, Major Buck. Haven't you eaten? Get lower. Buck shouted, wielding a barbed whip, his roar drowning out the entire field. This is the 16th Division of the Navy. Once on the battlefield, pirates won't show mercy just because your legs are weak. With a crack, the whip struck the cement ground, producing a sharp sound. A few recruits, overwhelmed by exhaustion, shivered in fear, but gritted their teeth to lift the log. Lieutenant Carter led Lin Xian through the barbed wire at the edge of the training ground, heading straight for Buck. Lin Xian wore faded coarse clothing, stepped in worn straw sandals, and had a messy head of hair, carrying a patched canvas bag over his shoulder. As he walked, he surveyed the training facilities around the field. The facilities are quite complete. A great place to take advantage of, Lin Xian mused inwardly. Carter saluted Buck. Major Buck, I've been ordered to bring a new recruit to join in. He presented an envelope. Buck's brow immediately furrowed into a tight knot. From his elevated position, he glanced at Carter, then his gaze fell upon Lin Xian. Transfer student. Buck did not take the envelope, his voice laced with disdain. Carter, do you think my recruit camp is a garbage dump? Why are you stuffing every Tom, Dick, and Harry into my camp? Carter lowered his voice to remind him. This was personally approved by Colonel Brown. He has great potential. Potentially. Buck scoffed, sizing up Lin Xian. Without exaggerated muscles or proper posture, he looked like a complete country bumpkin just arrived in the city. In Buck's eyes, such a person was undoubtedly a relationship-based recruit. I don't care who approved him. If he enters my camp, he must abide by my rules. A spoiled brat, I've seen one go to waste before. Carter opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from mentioning Lin Xian's incident with Locke. He glanced sympathetically at Buck before turning to leave. Buck faced the training ground. All of you, at attention. With a thud, 500 logs hit the ground simultaneously, raising a cloud of dust. Buck pointed at Lin Xian. Newbies, take a look at this transfer student beside you. He probably thinks that just by wearing a military uniform, he can enjoy a peaceful life in the rear. The recruits' gazes converged on Lin Xian. Seeing his shabby attire, a few chuckles erupted from the ranks. The bald recruit in the front row grinned widely. Standing 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, nicknamed Iron Tower, he was known as a troublemaker. Report, instructor. Iron Tower shouted loudly, provocatively, eyeing Lin Xian. This delicate pretty boy probably can't even lift a log. Keeping him around is just a waste of food. Surrounding recruits burst into laughter. Lin Xian stood still, ruffling his messy hair, looking up to the sky in silence. He inwardly complained, I'm dressed like this, and I'm still considered a privileged kid. Do I need to write on my face I can fight to prove it? Buck looked down at Lin Xian. Kid, no one wants you here. Either leave now, or prove you deserve to stay. Lin Xian sighed, casually tossing aside his canvas bag. How does the officer want me to prove it? Buck's eyes flashed with surprise, then he pointed to a pile of dusty black ironstone locks in the corner of the training ground, the heaviest one, 200 pounds. Go over there, lift it with one hand, and do 100 reps. If you finish, you stay. If not, you won't eat today, and you'll leave tomorrow. The entire field fell into silence. A 200-pound stone lock, lifting it one-handed 100 times was enough to snap the bones of a normal person's arm. The instructor wants to ruin him. Someone gasped in shock. Iron Tower gleefully remarked, Kid, don't break your arm, you should just leave early. Lin Xian ignored them and slowly walked towards the corner. Looking at the marked weight of 100 kilograms on the black ironstone lock, he smirked. It's not even half as heavy as Locke's broken axe. Without warming up or taking a stance. No use of the devil fruit powers, nor covering with armed color hockey. Just pure foundational physical strength. Lin Xian casually bent down, gripping the iron handle with his right hand. His fingers closed around it, and the muscles in his arm instantly tensed. He exerted force and lifted. Who? The 200-pound black ironstone lock made no heavy scraping sound as it lifted off the ground, gliding smoothly through the air to rest steadily above Lin Xian's head. It was as effortless as picking up a bottle of water. The air in the training ground seemed to freeze. Iron Tower's sneer became stiff, thinking he was seeing things. Major Buck's eyelids twitched. He knew just how heavy that was, and this kid hadn't even bent his knees. 1, Lin Xian said flatly. The stone lock fell, then lifted again. 2, 3. His movements were exceedingly uniform. His breathing was steady and elongated, not a drop of sweat on his face. 10 reps, 50 reps, 80 reps. The 500 recruits were collectively petrified. The only sounds were the wind from the swinging stone lock and Lin Xian's calm counting. 99, 100. Lin Xian released his grip, allowing the 200-pound iron lump to fall freely. Boom. The stone lock crashed heavily onto the cement ground, creating a deep pit and sending fragments flying. Lin Xian shook his wrist, turned to Buck, and displayed an exceedingly innocent smile. Report, instructor, I've completed 100 reps. The center of gravity of this stone lock is a bit off. Are there any other tasks? I haven't even broken a sweat. The entire field fell silent. Buck's Adam's apple rolled violently. He suddenly realized that the intimidation tactic he attempted to impose was merely a boring game of house to this young man. This was definitely a formidable character to be reckoned with. Carter's claim of great potential turned out to be true. After the stone lock incident, the atmosphere in the 16th Division's recruit camp shifted entirely. The troublemaker Iron Tower would take a detour whenever he saw Lin Xian, not even daring to meet his gaze. Instructor Buck never again mentioned the term spoiled soldier. He even proactively moved Lin Xian's bunk to the quietest private room. Lin Xian was content with the peace. He changed into a clean white sailor suit and sat punctually in the front row of the theory classroom every day. Physical training. Buck had directly granted him an exemption. After all, making a man who could toss a 200 iron ingot like a toy carry logs would be a waste of time. Lin Xian poured all his energy into mastering the theoretical knowledge of the 6 powers. This was the sole motivation that made enduring the base's poor-quality meals worthwhile. In the lecture hall, Buck stood before the blackboard, chalk in hand. The 6 powers are martial arts that transcend human physical limits. There are no shortcuts, only repeatedly breaking through the Buddhist barriers. He sketched a diagram of leg muscle engagement on the board. Let's start with Soru. The principle is simple: in an instant stomp the ground dozens of times in rapid succession. The explosive reaction force generated enables high-speed movement imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Xian sat in the audience, his eyes fixed on the blackboard. He gripped a charcoal pencil, frantically recording the PowerPoints and muscle contraction sequences in his notebook. Dozens of stomps in an instant, Lin Xian calculated mentally. This requires explosive leg muscle power and extreme ankle bone hardness. An ordinary person attempting it would shatter their ankle outright. But he was different. His body, transformed by the mysterious blue light and honed through a month of intense combat at sea, was beyond ordinary. His bone density had long exceeded normal limits. If he combined it with the speed or power stacking of the stack fruit. Lin Xian licked his lips. This martial art was practically a custom-made cheat engine for him. Next, Jeppo, Buck said, tapping the blackboard, sending chalk dust drifting down. An extension of Soru. Using powerful leg strength to kick the air, generating strong buoyancy to move freely midair. Lin Xian's grip on the charcoal pencil creaked. Air superiority. On this vast sea, the ability to fly meant absolute dominance. Escape when outmatched and descend from the sky to strike. Afternoon. The blazing sun hung high. The training ground was filled with groans. The recruits, following Buck's theory, furiously stomped the concrete floor with their boots. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impacts echoed in succession. Soon some had their boots worn through, their soles bloodied, rolling on the ground, clutching their feet. Iron Tower gritted his teeth and forced himself only to hear a sharp crack from his ankle, a direct fracture. Medics carried him to the infirmary. Useless. Keep training. Buck roared, brandishing his whip. Lin Xian didn't join the chaos. He walked alone to the sandpit at the far edge of the training ground. This was the abandoned obstacle course area, undisturbed. Lin Xian closed his eyes. He regulated his breath, replaying the muscle engagement diagram Buck had drawn in his mind. Gastrocnemius contraction. Ankle joint locked. Power from the ball of the foot. He didn't use the stack fruit. He didn't coat himself in armament hockey. Pure physical strength. Just testing the waters. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The muscles in his legs tensed to the limit in an instant. His right foot slammed into the sandpit. Bang, 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 bang. In a fraction of a second, Lin Xian's right foot stomped the sand over a dozen times, so fast it left only a blur. The ground shook violently. Sand erupted. A powerful reaction force surged up his leg bones. Lin Xian felt his body lighten. A sharp wind whistled past his ears. Whoosh. His figure vanished from its spot instantly. The next second, Lin Xian appeared before a barbed wire fence 10 meters away. He steadied himself and looked down at his boots. The soles were warm but unworn. A slight ache spread through his leg muscles. I've cracked it. Lin Xian grinned. Though he was still far from the Soru of the headquarters officers who could cross 100 meters in an instant, this was his first attempt. No fruit stacking, no hockey assistance. Pure physical foundation absorbing the technique. Even I'm scared of this talent, he mused. Over the next 3 days, Lin Xian became a sponge. Shurgan, concentrating all power into the index finger, hardening it to deliver a lightning-fast strike, rivaling a bullet. Renkyaku, using rapid contraction and extension of leg muscles to kick out razor-sharp vacuum slashes. Kami, relaxing all strength to evade attacks by sensing air currents from an opponent's movements. Tekai, he had already mastered a fragment, but now with the complete breathing method and muscle control theory, he integrated it seamlessly. Whatever Buck lectured on stage, Lin Xian noted down. After class, he found a secluded corner to drill the power techniques relentlessly. His progress was terrifyingly fast. He could feel the vast but crude power within him being honed by the 6 powers. Late at night, the recruit camp dormitory lights went out. Snoring filled the air. Lin Xian slipped out of bed, donned casual clothes, and silently crept out of his private room. He arrived at the abandoned warehouse behind the base. It was piled with scrapped warship steel plates and rusted cannon parts overgrown with weeds. Even patrol guards rarely came here. Moonlight streamed through the broken roof. Lin Xian approached a 3 cm thick warship armor plate. He extended his right index finger. The theory of Shurgan flashed through his mind. Power concentrated. Muscle hardened. But Lin Xian didn't stop there. His consciousness sank inward. A deep blue energy stirred and surged within him. The stack fruit activated. Target right index finger. Attribute power. 1 layer stacked. A faint crack came from the finger bone as muscle fibers tensed to the extreme. Dark armament hockey flowed out, wrapping the entire finger tightly. A deep metallic sheen glinted lethally in the moonlight. 6 powers technique. Fruit stacking. Hockey coating. A trinity. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His right arm shot forward. The index finger pierced the air with a shrill sound, driving viciously into the steel plate. Thud. No deafening metallic clash. Only a muffled penetration. Lin Xian's index finger sank into the steel plate without resistance. As if piercing through tofu. He withdrew his finger. On the thick warship armor, a perfectly smooth round hole appeared. The cut edges of the steel were faintly red from the instant high-friction heat. Lin Xian blew the iron filings off his fingertip. The finger was unharmed, not even a scratch. The original Shurgan is said to rival a bullet in power. Lin Xian mused, staring at the hole. My strike could probably punch straight through a Navy heavy cannon barrel. What if he stacked 2 layers? He shook off the wild thought. 1 step at a time. His finger bone could only safely handle a single layer for now, forcing 2 would shatter it. Then he stepped back 2 paces, fixing his gaze on a nearby scrap solid iron pillar. He raised his right leg, thigh muscles contracting wildly. Rankyaku technique activated. Swish. Lin Xian kicked out. A half-meter-long pale blue vacuum slash flew from his leg. The slash tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Clang. It struck the iron pillar precisely. Sparks flew. A smooth gash 5 centimeters deep was carved into the pillar, as thick as a thigh. Lin Xian lowered his leg. No hockey, no fruit. Just pure technique to deliver this lethality. He was immensely satisfied with the gash. The knowledge he had freely absorbed over these days had transformed his combat system qualitatively. He was no longer a brute swinging fists with raw strength. Now he truly possessed the capital to stand in the grand line. Lin Xian retracted his armament hockey and turned to leave the abandoned warehouse. The sea breeze blew, carrying a distant saltiness. He looked toward Lowtown, calculating the time that Straw Hat Rubberman Luffy should be setting sail soon. The gears of the great pirate era were about to spin wildly. The feeling of my power skyrocketing every day is utterly addictive. Lin Xian clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked sharply. The night was profoundly deep. At the Navy's 16th branch recruit camp, the searchlights circling the training ground had long since gone dark. Far away atop the watchtower, the silhouette of a rifle-bearing sentry stretched long and slender beneath the moonlight. Sea winds swept over the towering gray ramparts, carrying a thick, briny tang into the camp compound. Lin Xian lay on the hard plank bed in his solitary dormitory room. He had not undressed, only loosened the collar of his white naval uniform. His thigh muscles twitched involuntarily, faintly spasming, a lingering aftereffect of today's grueling physical regimen. For the entire afternoon, he had relentlessly drilled the precise kinetic nodes of the martial art shave inside an abandoned warehouse. To achieve what Lieutenant Commander Baku had described as treading the ground dozens of times in an instant, Lin Xian had refrained from using any devil fruit ability, relying solely on raw physical endurance to withstand that terrifying recoil force. His ankle bones groaned repeatedly under unbearable strain, leg muscle fibers tore apart only to be swiftly reknitted by his extraordinary regenerative capacity. The agony was excruciating, yet the results were equally astonishing. Lin Xian raised both hands and kneaded the aching calves with firm pressure. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing metamorphosis. That on-sun disciplined brute force strength, raw and unrefined, was now being meticulously honed grain by grain through the Navy's 6 forms. After a moment of kneading, he paused. Leaning back against the headboard, he focused his will. In the lower right corner of his retina, a translucent system interface instantly unfolded. With practiced ease, he navigated into the regional chat channel. This was his nightly ritual, a quiet diversion, to observe what new schemes his fellow Earthborn transmigrants had conjured up. A luminous interface shimmered into view. In the upper right corner, the survival count read 38412, another sharp decline from just days ago. The East Blue's environment was brutally hostile. Sea King's mutated beasts, indigenous pirates. Each day claimed more lives among the players. Yet within the chat window, not a trace of sorrow or despair lingered. Instead, the atmosphere burned with feverish intensity. A message crowned with iridescent, server-wide broadcast effects remained pinned rigidly at the very top of the screen. Its sender ID, AO Shi Kwang Shun. Server-wide announcement. The New World Grand Alliance has officially been established today. Just 1 hour ago, we completed the full-scale military annexation of 3 major East Blue guilds, the Crimson Brotherhood, the Wolf Knight Order, and the Poseidon Alliance. From this day forward, all player factions in the East Blue have been unified. The old order lies shattered. Our era has truly dawned. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at the lines before him. Military annexation. It seemed an exceptionally brutal internal war had erupted among the players these past few days. Driven by competition for scarce resources, they had fully internalized the ocean's ruthless law of the jungle. AO Shi Kwang Shun showed no sign of stopping, flooding the channel with further declarations flaunting the Alliance's staggering might across the entire server. Currently, the New World Alliance fields 5300 elite combatants, all equipped with weapons forged from steel-grade alloys or higher. We command a fully manned fleet of 120 Tier 3 armed vessels and 400 Tier II sailing ships. This colossal armada can crush any maritime domain within the East Blue. And most critically, A.O. Shun's text flared blood red, dominating half the screen. Within our ranks, we now hold a total of 18 Devil Fruit users, spanning both Zoan and Paramecia types. This is divine power bestowed upon us. All independent players still adrift in the East Blue must report to the waters east of Frost Moon Village within 3 days for formal integration into the Alliance. Those who refuse integration shall be deemed enemies and executed without mercy. The moment this oppressive broadcast appeared, the regional channel erupted into chaos. Rank-and-file independents were utterly stunned by these staggering figures. 5,000 troops, 120 Tier 3 ships. My heavens, this scale is terrifying. 18 Devil Fruit users. Has Lord Shun raided the very nest of the Devil Fruit tree itself? His fortune is nothing short of celestial. I'm joining. I'll turn my ship around immediately. Lord Shun, save me a spot. I'll bring 10 sets of premium timber as my pledge of loyalty. There's no way for independents to survive alone. Everyone band together quickly. The New World is unquestionably the strongest patron in the East Blue. Ride with Lord Shun and feast on riches and glory. Worship swept the channel like a monolithic tide. In this survival game where life was as cheap as straw sheer numbers, and the mystique of Devil Fruits granted these players an overwhelming sense of security, they glimpsed in those grandiose statistics the shimmering mirage of dominion over these seas. As collective fervor swelled, discourse grew increasingly inflated. Then a player named Long Ao Tian leapt into the fray. Brothers, we now command 5,000 warriors, an invincible fleet, and 18 God-tier ability users. Such power could stride unchallenged across these waters. Why must we still toil daily on barren islands, chopping wood, digging stone? Why bow to the whims of native pirate scum? Are there not numerous Navy branch bases scattered across the East Blue? I've heard those installations hold treasures, ammunition provisions, perhaps even untouched Devil Fruits slumbering in their vaults. Lord Shun, lead us to assault a Navy base. Wipe out those native officers, seize their territory and supplies. We'll crown ourselves sovereign lords of the sea. This incendiary proposal instantly ignited greed and ambition across countless players. Yes, attack the Navy. I've long despised those white-uniformed NPCs. 2 days ago they sank my ship with cannon fire. We have ability users at the vanguard. What do we have to fear? Just open fire and blast their base gates to splinters. Loot gold, seize grain, plunder Devil Fruits. Long live the New World. Fanatical zeal spread like wildfire through the chat window. 5,000 armed men had granted them a dangerously illusory confidence, the arrogance to challenge the world's native powers. Lin Xian reclined on the hard plank bed, watching the torrent of messages clamoring for Navy base raid scroll across the luminous interface. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, wide and exaggerated. A pack of fools whose brains have drowned in seawater. Lin Xian scoffed aloud. He disabled auto-scroll on the chat channel and fixed his gaze upon the phrase 18 Devil Fruit users. To ordinary players, Devil Fruits were invincible cheats, divine superpowers handed down from heaven. Lin Xian knew the world's underlying logic all too well. Devil Fruits did grant extraordinary abilities, but such power came at a cost, and its efficacy depended entirely upon individual cultivation. An ordinary person who had just consumed a fruit, still ignorant of its boundaries and limitations, would face only one outcome against a Navy officer versed in hockey and trained in the 6 forms unilateral slaughter. Lin Xian recalled today's test in the abandoned warehouse. Wrapping armament hockey around his index finger and combining it with the precise kinetic technique of finger gun, he pierced, without invoking his stack fruit, a 3 centimeter thick naval warship armor plate effortlessly. Should that same fingertip strike a so-called Zoan-type user, no matter how thick their hide, his finger would bore straight through, leaving a clean, transparent aperture. Hockey reigned supreme overall. Moreover, these players had no inkling of the cataclysmic energy unleashed when the world government's vast war machine began to turn. 5,000 troops, 120 Tier 3 ships. Impressive sounding, yes, but before the Navy's buster call, they wouldn't even stir a ripple on the water's surface. The standard buster call deployment comprised 10 flagship warships armed with heavy artillery, 5 Navy vice admirals of terrifying prowess, 1 Navy admiral, and 10,000 elite fully armed sailors. That level of concentrated bombardment could erase a medium-sized island from the map in under an hour. These players sailed wooden vessels cobbled together by the system, wielding cold steel forged from refined steel, yet dared dream of challenging the Navy, an institution built upon centuries of maritime supremacy. Do they truly believe this is a MMORPG siege battle, where death means merely respawning at the nearest graveyard? Lin Xian shook his head. They had been thoroughly intoxicated by the system's early-stage safeguards and the deceptive ease with which they'd acquired power. They failed to grasp why the East Blue was dubbed the weakest sea, because every single troublemaker here had already been uprooted, like weeds, by the legendary Navy hero Captain Garp, who casually returned home to Windmill Village to dote on his grandson. Even granting the Navy remained idle, for argument's sake. Lin Xian ran a swift tactical simulation in his mind. If he now piloted his armored, dual-masted warship directly into the heart of that 120-vessel fleet, activating his stack fruit to quadruple velocity, the dark gold ironwood vessel would become a black reaper upon the waves, shattering those fragile wooden hulls into airborne splinters. As for those 5,000 troops, with Shafe propelling him skyward at blinding speed and 2 layers of stacked power amplifying his Rankyaku kicks, he needed only unleash dozens of vacuum slashes midair to bisect every last one of them at the waist. Before absolute quantity was nothing but a hollow jest. Should this 5,000-strong alliance truly dare raise arms against a Navy branch, Smoker of Lowtown would mobilize his forces without delay. Worse still, the incident might reach Navy headquarters, prompting dispatch of an admiral candidate to purge these heretics. Then those 5,000 lives, and the 18 freshly acquired devil fruits, would become mere decorations upon Navy officers' epaulets, badges of merit earned in battle. Lin Xian willed the interface closed. The luminous panel dissolved before his eyes. Darkness reclaimed the dormitory. He felt no envy toward the so-called New World Alliance. A tree that towers above the forest invites the storm. On this merciless sea, any boastful display before achieving absolute strength was merely hastening one's own demise. Survival demanded patience, concealment, gradual growth, and the art of playing the fool to devour the tiger. Lin Xian pulled the thin, faintly mildewed blanket over himself. Let the outside world rage on. It held no relevance for him. Let those expendable pawns draw the world government's fire. Once the Navy's heavy cannons reduced them to ash, he would glide across the waves aboard his Fortimus-accelerated dual-masted warship, scavenging the battlefield. 18 reborn devil fruits awaited him. That bountiful inheritance, Lin Xian had already reserved it for himself. Tomorrow Lieutenant Commander Baku will instruct the aerial stabilization mechanics of Moonwalk. Lin Xian closed his eyes. He regulated his breath. Feasting on Navy rations, learning elite techniques for free, that is true divinity. He rolled onto his side. The hard-plank bed creaked softly twice. Lin Xian slipped swiftly into deep slumber, ready to endure tomorrow's relentless trials and embrace yet another stage of metamorphosis. The hard-plank bed creaked softly twice. Lin Xian slipped swiftly into deep slumber, ready to endure tomorrow's relentless trials and embrace yet another stage of metamorphosis. The hard-plank bed creaked softly twice. Lin Xian slipped swiftly into deep slumber, ready to endure tomorrow's relentless trials and embrace yet another stage of metamorphosis. Morning. The resonant sound of a military horn pierced the sky above the 16th Division base. 500 new recruits quickly assembled on the drill ground. The synchronized footsteps echoed on the concrete, raising a small cloud of dust. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the third row. Dressed in a brand new white sailor suit, his military cap was pulled down low. His gaze swept across the front. Instructor Major Buck was checking the roll call with a roster in hand. The armed sentinels around stood at attention, while in the distance logistical troops pushed carts filled with fresh vegetables and meat toward the mess hall. Lin Xian looked at this tightly functioning military machine and smirked. Out there those players are still brawling over scraps of wood, while here the food standards are measured down to the gram. Lin Xian thought to himself. He became even more resolute in his decision to integrate into the system. On this vast sea, the world government was the biggest local tyrant. The morning physical training ended. The new recruits were granted 15 minutes of rest. Lin Xian leaned against the barbed wire beside the sandpit, twisting open his military water bottle for a drink. Not far away, a few new recruits huddled together, lowering their voices to gossip. Have you heard? In the waters east of Frostmoon Village, a pirate alliance called New World has recently emerged. Bald Iron Tower wiped the sweat from his face, his tone revealing shock. They're collecting protection fees everywhere, not even letting passing merchant ships go. They're really arrogant. Another tall, skinny recruit chimed in. I heard their leader is a devil fruit user, and there are more than one. There are at least a dozen users. When has the East Sea ever seen such a large gang of monsters? Lin Xian paused his drinking. It seemed those players had indeed stirred up trouble. A scale of 5,000 people and over 100 third-rate ships were indeed quite eye-catching in the weakest sea of the East Sea. The sound of heavy military boots approached. Major Buck walked over to the sandpit with a whip in hand. What nonsense are you chatting about? Buck snorted, coldly glancing at the gossiping recruits. Just a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins causing a ruckus. The recruits immediately fell silent, standing at attention. Buck surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. The Navy's intelligence network has been monitoring them for a long time. Colonel Smoker from Lowtown has already reported the situation directly to Marine headquarters. He paused and said the headquarters has mobilized 3 top warships. Led by a vice admiral, they will arrive in the East Sea within a month at the latest. The recruits gasped. A vice admiral was a figure that ordinary sailors looked up to. Faced with the heavy artillery from the headquarters, any devil fruit user will be reduced to mere pulp on the sea surface. Buck raised his chin. This is the consequence of challenging the world government. Everyone keep training. Lin Xian stood in line, looking down as he adjusted his cuffs. He bit his lip hard, fearing he would laugh out loud. A ragtag crew of 5,000, over 100 dilapidated wooden ships, facing the heavy artillery fleet led by a vice admiral. How tragic. Lin Xian silently mourned for the arrogant gods for half a second. Fortunately, he hadn't let his impulsiveness lead him to seek dominance. Otherwise, he would be the one waiting to be bombarded now. Late at night, in a single dorm, Lin Xian turned over and quickly fell asleep. For the next month, Lin Xian completely entered a closed-door training mode. During the day, he sat in the front row of the theory class, feverishly absorbing the techniques of the 6 styles. Every muscle contraction point that Buck talked about was firmly etched in his mind. At night, after the lights out in the camp, he would silently slip into the dense woods behind the base. Moonlight penetrated the treetops, scattering on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Lin Xian stood in the clearing, his legs slightly bent. The fruit of layers activated. Speed double layer stack. His leg muscles contracted violently, the shaving technique instantly activated. The front of his feet stepped on the ground multiple times within a fraction of a second. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure vanished without a trace. On a sturdy tree trunk 30 meters away, there was a deep footprint. The bark exploded with chips flying. He stopped, panting heavily. A wave of soreness spread through his calf muscles. Then he raised his right leg. His thigh muscles tensed. The gale foot technique activated. Whoosh! A pale blue vacuum slash shot out from his leg. The slash tore through the air, directly severing a half-meter thick pine tree in half. The cut was incredibly smooth. He turned around, mobilizing all the blood in his body, activating the iron breathing technique. Hardness double layer stack. The dark black armed hockey emanated from him, swiftly covering his right arm. A profound metallic sheen radiated a deadly chill under the moonlight. Power concentrated in his index finger. A finger gun. He jabbed towards the nearby granite. His fingers smoothly penetrated the hard rock. When he pulled it out, it left a 10-centimeter deep round hole. Lin Xian looked at his intact fingertip, extremely satisfied. The fusion of the 6 styles and the fruit of layers had dramatically increased his combat power. He was no longer a brute who could only swing his fists with raw strength. His power techniques had become exceptionally precise. Half a month later, during an extreme, weight-bearing cross-country run, the sun blazed overhead. The new recruits carried 50-pound sandbags sprinting along the rugged mountain path behind the base. Lin Xian ran at the front of the pack. He did not use his fruit ability, nor did he cover himself with armed hockey. He purely relied on his physical strength to endure this high-intensity expenditure. Sweat dripped into his eyes, blurring his vision. His lungs burned painfully, and his heart raced. Above the mountain path, a loose, weathered rock suddenly fell crashing down towards his head. Lin Xian did not even look up. An odd tremor suddenly surged deep within his brain. He closed his eyes. The world around him changed. His vision disappeared, replaced by an extraordinarily clear perception network. Half a meter above him, the sound of the falling rock was painfully sharp. 3 meters to his left, a venomous snake coiled on a branch, flicking its tongue. 10 meters to his right, Iron Tower was gasping heavily, his steps unsteady, and his heartbeat rapid. 15 meters away, a bird flew past the treetops, the flapping of its wings creating vibrations in the air. The movement trajectories of all living beings and objects were all clearly imprinted in his mind. With his eyes closed, Lin Xian instinctively shifted half a step to the left. Bang! The weathered rock crashed where he had just stood, scattering debris. Lin Xian opened his eyes, a glimmer of wild joy flashing in his gaze. Observation hockey. Although his perception range was only a mere dozen meters, it was undoubtedly a qualitative change from nothing to something. Armed hockey focused on offense and defense, while observation hockey concentrated on perception. Coupled with the absolute mobility of the 6 styles, his combat system was finally fully formed. Time flew by. The month-long rookie training was nearing its end. In the morning, the loudspeaker at the 16th Division base announced, in 3 days, an internal graduation assessment will be held. The best-performing recruits would receive the sole opportunity to further their training at the Marine headquarters in the Grand Line. At dusk, Lin Xian stood alone at the edge of the cliff on the back mountain. The sea breeze fluttered his white sailor's suit, the edges rustling. He gazed down at the rolling waves below, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The East Sea was too small. The highest combat power here was merely a small fry with a bounty of 20 million. Even those players' alliances boasting of dominance were just ants that could be crushed at will by the headquarters commanders. Only by venturing to the Grand Line, to that gathering place of monsters in the New World, could he unlock the full potential of the Fruit of Layers. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The joints cracked like popping beans. He was determined to take first place in the assessment. He wanted all the superior resources and top-tier hockey cultivation methods from the headquarters. The blazing sun hung high, casting a white glare over the training ground of the 16th Division. 500 new recruits stood in formation with a somber atmosphere enveloping them. Today marked the day of the graduation assessment, determining who would secure the sole opportunity to advance to the headquarters of the Grand Line for further training. On the high platform, Instructor Major Buck pressed his hands on the railing, gazing down at the crowd. No more nonsense. Buck's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating across the training ground. The assessment consists of 3 parts: basic physical fitness demonstration of the 6 styles and combat confrontation. The one with the highest overall score will be sent to Marineford. The rest will be sent to various basic ships to scrub decks. The new recruits below gasped for breath, their eyes filled with fervor. Lin Xian stood in the 3rd row yawning. He had practiced observation hockey on the back mountain late into the night, and now he was extremely tired. The first item is extreme weight-bearing cross-country. At the edge of the training ground, piles of sandbags loomed like small mountains. Each weighed 100 pounds. The recruits paired up, hoisting the sandbags, and began to sprint around the mountain path that encircled the base. The mountain path was rugged, and the scorching sun blazed down. In less than 10 kilometers the line had stretched out significantly. Most of the recruits were shaking their white sailor uniforms, soaked with sweat, their lungs wheezing like bellows. Lin Xian led the first squad at the forefront. He carried the sandbag on his shoulder, his steps light, as if he were strolling in a garden. He did not utilize any fruit abilities, relying solely on the physical foundation honed over the past month through the 6 styles. Huff, huff. Beside him ran a new recruit, named Ryan, his face pale, on the verge of passing out. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Ryan. I say, was that stew of sea beast meat at the camp last night a bit too tough? It got stuck in my teeth. Ryan stumbled, nearly rolling down the mountain path along with the sandbag. He stared at Lin Xian as if he were a monster. Everyone else was on the brink of exhaustion, and you still have the energy to think about the toughness of the meat. Lin Xian, aren't you tired? Ryan gasped, his speech fragmented. Lin Xian shrugged, adjusted the sandbag on his shoulder, and remained unfazed. What's this? I've lived on a deserted island since I was a child. This level of exercise is nothing. In the monitoring room, Major Buck stared at Lin Xian on the screen, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. This kid has run 15 kilometers with a 100-pound weight and hasn't even broken a sweat. Lieutenant Carter, standing beside him, puffed out his chest with pride, unable to suppress the grin on his lips. Major Buck, I told you before, someone personally approved by Colonel Brown is definitely a monster. This spot, I believe it belongs to him alone. Buck snorted coldly. Good physical fitness doesn't mean one can fight. The 6 styles are the real threshold. Half an hour later, the basic fitness assessment concluded. Lin Xian undoubtedly secured first place, leaving the second place behind by a full 5 kilometers. On the training ground, the new recruits lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Xian leaned against the pull-up bar, pulling out a compressed biscuit from his pocket and crunching on it. All personnel assemble. The second item, demonstration of the 6 styles. Buck's voice rang out once more. The assessment was simple. As long as one could demonstrate the basic form of any of the 6 styles, they would pass. The new recruits stepped forward one by one. Shave. A recruit stomped his foot only to sprain his ankle and scream as he fell to the ground. Storm foot. Another recruit kicked out with his right leg, creating a breeze that didn't even stir a piece of paper. Most of them didn't even touch the threshold. The 6 styles demanded too much from the body. Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn. He walked to the sand pit in the center of the training ground. All eyes in the crowd focused on him. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't perform too outlandishly, such as piercing steel plates or kicking down big trees, otherwise he would be regarded as a freak and taken for dissection. A standard version of shave would suffice. He slightly bent his legs, and the muscles in his calves contracted instantaneously. Without using the abilities of the layered fruit, pure physical strength exploded forth. Bang, 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 bang. In mere moments, the tips of his feet had struck the sand dozens of times. The ground shook violently. Swish. Lin Xian's figure instantaneously vanished from his original position. Only a blurred afterimage remained in the air. The next second, he appeared steadily in front of the barbed wire 10 meters away. The crowd fell silent. Major Buck suddenly shot up from his chair, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes wide like saucers. This is a standard shave. No extraneous movements, explosive power perfected. Buck's voice trembled. Just 1 month. Even in the elite training camp of Marineford, it was rare for new recruits to master shave in such a short time. Lieutenant Carter grinned widely beside him, secretly calculating how much recommendation bonus he could earn this time. In the ranks of the new recruits, Ryan gaped. Should I also spend a few days on a deserted island? After a brief shock, Major Buck worked to calm his emotions and cleared his throat. The final item, combat confrontation. Pairs will be formed and opponents will be decided by drawing lots. The winners will advance until a champion is determined. A makeshift ring was set up in the center of the training ground. The new recruits stepped forward one by one, drawing slips of paper from the lottery box. Lin Xian strolled over leisurely, casually grabbing a piece of paper and unfolding it. The number written on it was 7. Who is number 7? The sergeant in charge of registration shouted. The crowd parted automatically, and a 2-meter-tall, muscular man stepped forward. He was heavily muscled, and his bald head reflected the sunlight. This was once the notorious recruit of the camp, codename Iron Tower. Iron Tower had recently fractured his ankle while training shave and had spent most of the past month in the infirmary. He had just removed the cast and rejoined the ranks a few days ago. Upon seeing the number in Lin Xian's hand, Iron Tower's expression instantly soured, looking worse than if he had eaten a dead fly. He would never forget that on the first day of camp, this seemingly frail young man had lifted 200 pounds of black iron stone as if it were a toy, doing it 100 times. The gears of fate turned wildly, slapping this piece of iron plate directly onto his face. Lin Xian looked at Iron Tower, a harmless smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey Iron Tower brother, did you get your cast off? You're recovering pretty quickly. Lin Xian waved the slip of paper in his hand. Let's have a friendly sparring match later. I look forward to your guidance. Iron Tower swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What guidance are you talking about? The provocation of the Iron Tower ended in a swift defeat. A simple arena was set up in the middle of the training ground. The scorching sun was blinding. The Iron Tower grabbed the fence with both hands, leaped up, and landed heavily on the platform. The wooden planks let out a muffled groan. Standing 2 meters tall, his knotted muscles glistened with oil under the sunlight, riddled with bulging veins. His bald head reflected a harsh glare. Lin Xian, get up here. The Iron Tower roared. A month ago, Lin Xian had lifted a 200 stone lock with one hand, humiliating him in front of the entire recruit camp. Later, while forcefully training the shave technique, he fractured a bone and spent a full half-month bedridden. He held Lin Xian entirely responsible for that debt. The recruits below held their breath. The Iron Tower had a fierce temper and fought dirty. In previous combat drills, he had broken the ribs of quite a few recruits. Lin Xian ambled over to the edge of the arena. Instead of vaulting over the fence, he bent down and ducked through. Straightening up, he looked down at his worn straw sandals and leisurely tightened the laces. Are you ready to write your will? The Iron Tower cracked his knuckles. Lin Xian looked up, sizing up the Iron Tower's exaggerated bulging muscles. Brother, Lin Xian sighed, his face full of sincerity. Your muscles look like over-fermented bread, scary on the outside, but it's all just air inside, isn't it? All show no go. There was a moment of silence below. Uffed, someone couldn't hold it in. Then a low wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the ranks. Lane was clutching his stomach, his shoulders shaking. The Iron Tower's face instantly turned a livid purple. A faint visible steam even rose from the top of his head. You're asking for it. The Iron Tower's eyes turned bloodshot. Weep. The staff sergeant acting as referee blew his whistle. Before the sound faded, the Iron Tower was already moving. His massive 2-meter-tall frame, like a rampaging heavy tank, charged forward. With every step he took, the arena trembled. A fist the size of a sandbag tore through the air, bringing a sharp, whistling sound straight toward Lin Xian's face. If that punch landed solidly, it could kill even an ox. Some of the recruits below closed their eyes, unable to bear the bloody scene to come. Major Buck stood at the base of the arena, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xian's movements. The wind from the punch rushed against his face, messing up the stray hairs on Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian stood there, his hands still in his pockets. He watched the fist growing larger and shook his head. Too slow. Lin Xian's lips moved slightly. Through his observation hockey, the Iron Tower's movements were as slow as a movie playing in slow motion. The muscle exertion, the shift in center of gravity, the attack trajectory, all were completely exposed. He didn't use any fruit enhancement. Shave. Thump, 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 thump. Extremely subtle, yet rapid stamping sounds echoed across the arena. The Iron Tower's fist smashed violently toward Lin Xian's face. Yet there was no dull sound of fist meeting flesh. Only a highly penetrating gust of air. The fist slammed into a blur of afterimages. The Iron Tower's pupils contracted. Where was he? In that instant, a hand casually patted the Iron Tower's bald head. Slap. The sound was soft, but the insult was immense. Every hair on the Iron Tower's body stood on end. At some point, Lin Xian had appeared behind him like a ghost, grinning at his shiny head. This noggin, it's got a nice feel to it. Polished pretty smooth, Lin Xian even commented. The recruits below were collectively petrified. Lane's jaw nearly hit the ground. He'll kill you. The Iron Tower was completely enraged, his reason evaporating. Using the momentum of his forward charge, he twisted his waist sharply, his left leg sweeping toward Lin Xian's waist with violent force in a spinning back kick. The power was so great it created a sound of air being torn. Lin Xian's smile faded. Jokes aside, he had no intention of being lenient with a wastrel who tried to pull a dirty trick. He stood his ground without retreating. His right arm rose. His middle and index fingers came together. Muscles contracted, power focused. There was no armament hockey coding, just the basic technique of the 6 powers. Lin Xian's fingers precisely tapped the root of the Iron Tower's sweeping thigh, where a highly vulnerable nerve cluster lay. The instant his finger made contact, the Iron Tower's violent motion came to an abrupt halt. It was like a race car speeding wildly had its power suddenly cut off. The Iron Tower's eyes bulged. An extremely sharp, indescribable feeling of numbness shot from his thigh root, instantly sweeping through half his body. He felt the entire left side of his body go numb. Boom. The 200 giant toppled sideways like a felled log, crashing heavily onto the wooden planks. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. Wind blew across the training ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. There was no fierce struggle, no earth-shattering collision of energy. Just a single pass, a single finger. The former bully of the recruit camp was down. The roll call book slipped from Major Buck's hand. Lieutenant Carter's mouth hung open. It was too fast. So fast that they hadn't even seen how Lin Xian had done it. Lin Xian stood there shaking his wrist. He looked at the man lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, then turned his head to look at the dumbstruck Major Buck below. Lin Xian spread his hands with an innocent look on his face and yelled loudly, "Sir, everyone saw it. He's faking it. I didn't even use a third of my strength. He just fell down on his own." The next day, the finals roster was announced. Lin Xian was pitted against Xios. Xios was universally acknowledged as a prodigy in the recruit camp, hailing from an aristocratic family in the East Sea. In the semifinals, Xios faced a top 3 elite recruit with his hands in his pockets, not even shifting his feet. When his opponent threw a heavy punch at his chest, his wrist snapped on impact. With a single kick, Xios sent his opponent flying off the ring. Too weak. Xios stood on the platform, pulling out a spotless white handkerchief to fastidiously wipe non-existent dust off his military uniform. "Fighting with you commoners is nothing but a stain on my clothes." The recruits below dared not speak their anger. Xios not only had powerful connections, but was also a top student personally mentored by Major Barker, rumored to have already mastered the iron body technique among the 6 styles. Next match, Lin Xian versus Xios, the referee announced loudly. Lin Xian yawned and climbed onto the ring slowly. He still wore that pair of worn straw sandals, his white sailor uniform hanging loosely on his frame, his hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. Xiao stared at Lin Xian, his brow furrowed and eyes flashing with undisguised disgust. So you're the wild monkey who scraped by on brute strength. Xiao folded his handkerchief meticulously and tucked it into his pocket. I was going to cripple you in one move. But I've changed my mind. I'll break your bones one by one and show you that between commoners and nobles lies an unbridgeable chasm. Lin Xian didn't respond. He stood still, then suddenly sniffed. His brow creased. He reached out and fanned the air in front of his nose vigorously. Hey buddy, Lin Xian said, looking at Xiao's with disdain. That cologne of yours is way too strong. Top notes of cheap roses, base notes of moldy orange peel. Are you here to fight, or to attract bees and butterflies? It's an eyesore. A moment of silence fell below the ring. Then suppressed snickers broke out among the recruits. Zaya's face instantly turned the color of liver. His most prized aristocratic taste had been publicly humiliated by a straw sandal-wearing hick. You're asking for death. Xiao's completely lost his composure. He exploded off his legs, and the solid wood floor of the ring let out a muffled cracking sound. Xiao shot forward like an enraged leopard. When he was still 3 steps away from Lin Xian, he suddenly halted. He took a deep breath. His muscles swelled and tensed visibly, his skin instantly turning an eerie iron gray. Iron body, Xiao's roared. He didn't throw a punch. Instead, he lowered his shoulder and charged at Lin Xian like a heavy tank at full speed. It was an absolute confidence in his own defense. He intended to crush Lin Xian's sternum with the most brutal force. The recruits below gasped. Zaya's iron body was already quite refined. Even a stone would shatter under such a charge. Lin Xian stood his ground, a mocking curl on his lips as he watched Xiao's bear down on him. Shallow breathing, sluggish chi and blood flow. Your iron body is barely pig iron, Lin Xian mused inwardly. He didn't dodge. He didn't even shift his feet. He too took a deep breath, and his skin didn't turn iron gray, but instead took on a deeper, colder pitch black hue. Bang! The two bodies collided in the center of the ring with no frills. A thunderous muffled boom like 2 solid steel ingots smashing together exploded. A visible shockwave swept out from the point of impact. The wooden planks of the ring's surface were torn up, splinters flying everywhere. The recruits below instinctively closed their eyes, expecting Lin Xian to be sent flying. But then crack. A sickening sound of bone breaking pierced everyone's ears. Then a white figure flew backward like a kite, with a broken string screaming in agony. It wasn't Lin Xian. Xiao's crashed heavily at the edge of the ring. The immense impact snapped the thick rope railing. He tumbled onto the concrete floor below, clutching his right shoulder and wailing piteously. His right shoulder was completely caved in. Bone pierced through skin, blood staining his immaculately pressed sailor uniform. His vaunted iron body was as fragile as tofu against Lin Xian's terrifying physical hardness. Lin Xian stood in the center of the ring, brushing dust off his shoulder. Is that all? He asked, looking down at Xiao's. Is your iron body made of paper? Xiao's writhed in pain on the ground, his carefully styled blonde hair smeared with dirt and blood. He looked up at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with undisguised terror and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao screamed hysterically, his voice distorted by agony. How could you use iron body? You're a commoner. How can you be harder than me? Because I don't wear cologne, Lin Xian said, spreading his hands with an innocent look. He walked to the edge of the ring and looked down at Xiao's. All right, this farce is over. Lin Xian's smile faded. His gaze turned ice cold. He raised his right leg slightly. His thigh muscles tensed to the limit. Moon step. Lin Xian kicked. Shine. A sound of tearing air rang out, sharp and piercing. A pale blue vacuum slash detached from Lin Xian's toe. It shot straight for Zaya's face, carrying a fierce, unmatched killing intent. Zaya's pupils shrank, his heart seized, as if by an invisible hand. He sensed the true breath of death. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. A warm liquid trickled down his pant leg. He had wet himself in terror. Boom. The pale blue vacuum slash grazed Zaya's scalp precisely. It sheared off the thick patch of blonde hair on top of his head. The slash continued unabated, slamming into the high wall bordering the training ground. A smooth, 3-meter-long bottomless gash appeared in the solid concrete wall. Debris rained down, clattering on the ground. Xiao sat slumped on the floor, his head cold where the hair was gone, a large bald patch in the middle. He rolled his eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and fainted from sheer terror. The entire field fell into dead silence. The wind blew across the grounds, and no one dared make a sound. All 500 recruits stood with jaws dropped. Ryan rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Iron body. Moonstep. Absolute domination. This guy who always complained about the tough meat in the mess hall and was always yawning had trampled the camp's strongest prodigy like a dog. On the high platform. Slap. Major Barker, flushed with excitement, slammed his hand onto the solid wood table before him. A spiderweb of cracks appeared on the tabletop. A genius. No. This is a monster. A true monster. Barker's voice trembled as he stared at Lin Xian. Lieutenant Carter stood nearby, back ramrod straight, his grin almost reaching his ears. And at the top of the stands, Colonel Brown, the highest-ranking officer of the 16th Division, who had not appeared until now. He rose abruptly from his leather armchair. His hands gripped the railing in front of him tightly. Colonel Brown's battle-hardened eyes blazed with an intense light as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xian in the ring. On the playground, silence reigns. The scream of Xiao's has ceased. The medic hurriedly carried a stretcher onto the ring, taking him away. The fall of a genius happens in the blink of an eye. At the highest point of the stands, Colonel Brown, the highest commander of the 16th Division, strode down the steps. He pushed aside the soldiers blocking his path and walked straight to the ring, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Xian. Good. Very good. Colonel Brown's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. This is the kind of soldier the Navy needs. 500 new recruits fell silent. Ryan looked at Lin Xian and swallowed nervously. He decided to grab more seaweed at the cafeteria tonight. Colonel Brown took a document with a bright red seal from his aide and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian first in the comprehensive assessment. Colonel Brown's voice was booming. According to the special approval from the Navy headquarters, you have obtained the sole quota to further your studies at Marineford. 3 days later, embark with the supply ship. Lin Xian accepted the document with both hands. He stood at attention and saluted in a very unstandard way. Thank you for your guidance, Colonel. Lin Xian grinned, showing his neat white teeth. Sir, will there be enough to eat in the headquarters? Will there be any sea beast meat? Colonel Brown was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder heavily. Plenty. The food at Marineford is the best in the entire military. As long as you have the ability, you can enjoy the special meals provided to officers. Lin Xian was thrilled. Absolutely no waste of food. Lin Xian promised earnestly. On the surface, he appeared to be a naive country bumpkin, but inside, he was already overjoyed. Marineford, the Navy's headquarters. They're the top martial arts masters and powerful figures of the sea gather. High-ranking officers are everywhere. The advanced techniques of the 6 styles, the high-level applications of the 2-color hockey, and even those cursed fruits gathering dust in the world government's treasury. All are premium opportunities waiting to be seized. First, let's set a small goal. Practice the 6 styles to perfection at the headquarters and conveniently acquire a set of advanced hockey cultivation methods. Lin Xian stuffed the document into his pocket, secretly calculating. The assessment concluded. The crowd dispersed. Lieutenant Carter approached Lin Xian, his face serious. He lowered his voice. Lin Xian, come with me. Someone wants to see you. Who is it? It's mealtime. Lin Xian rubbed his belly. Stop talking nonsense. You'll find out when you get there. Carter turned and led the way. The two passed through the playground and entered the base's office building. They climbed the stairs all the way to the top floor. The corridor was eerily quiet, and all the station soldiers had been withdrawn. Carter stopped in front of the base commander's office. He did not knock, but turned and hurried down the stairs. Lin Xian looked at the tightly closed solid wood door. He pushed the door open. The room was unlit. The curtains were drawn tightly. Thick smoke filled the room, making visibility less than 2 meters. The air was filled with the acrid smell of cheap tobacco. Behind the desk sat a tall man. He wore an open jacket with goggles hanging around his neck. With 2 thick cigars clenched between his teeth, he exhaled dense smoke. The highest commander of Rogetown, the White Hunter Smoker. Smoker lifted his eyelids. His sharp gaze pierced through the smoke, fixing intently on Lin Xian. An overwhelming sense of pressure spread through the room. The air seemed to thicken. Lin Xian stood at the door, suddenly bent over, coughing violently. He waved his hand in front of his nose to fan the air. Cough, cough, cough. Sir, are you lighting a bonfire in your office? Lin Xian covered his nose, complaining with a look of disgust. The smell of this smoke is too strong. Is your lung tube made of cast iron? It must be blackened by now. The pressure dissipated instantly. Smoker's eyes twitched violently. He took one of the cigars from his mouth and forcefully extinguished it in the ashtray on the desk. Lin Xian, 20 years old, orphan, a castaway, born with extraordinary strength. Smoker spoke, his voice deep and hoarse with a gravelly texture. He appeared in the 16th Division a month ago, demonstrating astonishing martial arts talent. Yes, sir. Lin Xian boldly stepped forward, pulled out the chair opposite the desk, and sat down. Since childhood, I've been scavenging food with wild boars. It's been tough. It was hard enough to get into the Navy to earn a meal. Smoker scoffed coldly. He opened a drawer, pulled out a small black leather case, and tossed it directly onto the table. Bang! The case was unlocked. Upon impact, the lid popped open, revealing a thick stack of unmarked bonds. It was the 13 million berries Lin Xian had exchanged for the heads of rock and black reefs. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Smoker leaned forward, hands crossed on the table. Ghost Captain. Lin Xian's smile remained unchanged. He glanced at the bonds in the case and scratched his messy hair. Sir, so much money. Is this a bonus for me? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. And what is this Ghost Captain story? I'm terrified of ghosts since I was little. Please don't scare me. Smoker stared into Lin Xian's eyes. He tried to find any hint of panic or guilt in those eyes. None. The other person's gaze was as clear as that of a fool. Carter and Brown are easy to fool. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Smoker bit down on the cigar again, exhaling a puff of thick smoke. The underground black market of black reefs is indeed tight-lipped. But I investigated during that half-month and found all the sunken pirate ships' breach points in the East Sea. They are extremely smooth, directly smashed by a power that exceeds common sense. Smoker paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. Then my subordinates discovered a dark golden ironwood brigantine covered with a tarpaulin in the depths of the reefs. No shipyard in the East Sea can produce a vessel of that hardness. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair. He had been stripped of his disguise. Smoker, this hunting dog, indeed had an extremely keen sense of smell. But he was not worried at all. If Smoker wanted to capture him, this office would have been surrounded by hundreds of gunmen and heavy artillery. Instead of sitting here talking to him alone. Sir, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Lin Xian spread his hands, looking innocent. What ironwood ship? Am so poor I can hardly afford a straw sandal. Where would I get such high-end goods? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't need you to admit it. I also don't need evidence. Smoker stood up. He walked to the window and pulled the curtains wide open. The blinding sunlight flooded into the office, dispersing some of the smoke. Smoker looked at the new recruits training below. The East Sea is my jurisdiction. Any uncontrolled powerful force is a highly dangerous threat. Smoker turned and looked at Lin Xian. According to the rules, I should immediately order you to be thrown into prison for strict interrogation. Lin Xian did not respond. He knew Smoker had more to say. But you killed Rock and Iron Hook. You cleaned up all the pirate scum in the waters around Black Reefs. Smoker walked back to the desk looking down at Lin Xian. You helped the Navy clear out the trash. That's why I'm here talking to you today, instead of taking action. Then should I thank the Colonel for sparing my life? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. You're a troublemaker. An extremely dangerous troublemaker, full of lies. Smoker bluntly evaluated. The East Sea is too shallow to accommodate a dragon that stirs up the waters like you. I don't care what your purpose is for infiltrating the Navy. I also don't want to delve deeper. Smoker opened the drawer, pulled out an order stamped with the Navy headquarters top secret red seal, and threw it directly in front of Lin Xian. This is a special pass to Marineford. Smoker leaned on the table, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Get to the headquarters. Go wreak havoc on those high and mighty old folks. Don't be an eyesore on my turf. If you dare to cause trouble within the Navy, I swear, even if I chase you to the New World, I'll make sure to throw you into Impel Down. Lin Xian picked up the order on the table. This old smoker is quite straightforward. He realized he couldn't manage him, so he simply packed him up and sent him away like a plague. You're generous, sir. Lin Xian folded the order neatly and pocketed it. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants. Then I won't be inhaling secondhand smoke here. Wishing you a promotion, sir. As he reached the door, Lin Xian paused. He turned back and grinned at Smoker. By the way, sir, smoke less cigars. Really, it affects your lifespan. I'm doing this for your own good. The door closed. Smoker stood in place, staring at the tightly shut solid wood door, his brows furrowing deeply. That kid, Smoker murmured to himself. He reignited the cigar that had been extinguished, taking a deep puff. I hope Admiral Sengoku sees him and doesn't get a headache. Lin Xian pushed open the wooden door of his single dormitory. The scent of tobacco from Smoker's office seemed to still cling to his clothes. He took off his coat and tossed it carelessly onto the head of the bed. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water, a translucent system panel in the lower right corner of his retina suddenly flickered wildly. The harsh red light nearly illuminated the entire dim room. Ding! Upgrade authority for LV. Force Steel warship officially unlocked. Lin Xian set down his water glass, pulled over a chair, and sat down. With a thought, he tapped the flickering panel. A row of golden text materialized. LV. Force Steel warship upgrade requirements 1. Sea crystal coins 100002. Lumber 500 units 3. Iron ingots 500 units. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the first 3 items. 10,000 sea crystal coins converted to 100 million berries. Though the pirates of the East Blue were impoverished, killing a few more worth tens of millions could patch the sum together. The quantities of lumber and iron ingots had increased tenfold, but sweeping the black market or directly plundering a few large trading companies would only take a bit more effort. His current assets plus the over 10 million Smoker had returned still fell short of the target, but it was not a major issue. His gaze continued downward. It landed on the final item, a core material marked in bold red by the system. 4. Core material 1, complete Sea King corpse exceeding 50 meters in length, death within 24 hours. Lin Xian's breath caught for half a second. He stared fixedly at the words 50 meters, and Sea King, confirming his eyes were not playing tricks. 50 meters. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair and couldn't help but curse. Is the system asking me to build a ship or to court death? Sea Kings, the true rulers of this vast ocean. Even coastal Sea Kings were terrifyingly massive. 50 meters was akin to a dozen-story building swimming in the sea. They possessed terrifying bite force, indestructible scales, and unparalleled mobility in the deep sea. An ordinary person encountering such a monster in the water would barely suffice as a toothpick. Even marine battleships had to detour upon encountering large Sea Kings or rely on the sea stone on their hulls to conceal their presence. Lin Xian opened the regional chat channel. Unsurprisingly, the entire channel was in complete chaos. The barrage of messages scrolled so fast the naked eye could not keep up. A 50-meter Sea King. System, you might as well just erase us outright. Are you crazy? My current level 3 ship is only 20 meters long and my cannons can't even leave a white mark on a sea beast. Fight a 50-meter Sea King. That's delivering takeout to the monster. 500 units each of lumber and iron ingots. That would strip the trees from several islands and hollow out multiple mines. This is an impossible mission. Who can kill a Sea King? I'm begging for a strong ally. He'll be your dog, just let me on the ship. Despair spread wildly through the chat box. The players who had been inflated by the establishment of the New World Guild were instantly drenched by this ice-cold bucket from the system. The cruelty of the law of the jungle was laid bare in that moment. Lin Xian turned off the auto-scroll, crossed his hands behind his head, and fell into deep thought. The other players were in despair, but he was not. Complaining solved nothing. I can secure the money and basic materials in Lowtown before reporting to Marine headquarters. Lin Xian calculated rapidly in his mind. Lobetown is the largest transit hub in the East Blue, the black market, and trading companies definitely have ample spoils. The key was that 50-meter Sea King. He assessed his current combat power. Initial mastery of the 6 styles awakened observation hockey and the ability to stack his devil fruit to double either strength or speed. On land, facing a massive beast, he was confident he could wear it down. But in the Sea King's home turf. Water pressure, buoyancy, breathing limitations. Even if he was immune to the sea's curse and could use his abilities underwater, killing a 50-meter Leviathan in the deep sea while keeping the corpse intact was a near-death gamble. A direct confrontation is definitely the worst option, Lin Xian mused, stroking his chin. I need a shortcut. He began recalling the ecological distribution map of the waters near the East Blue. The edge of the calm belt. Sea Kings were dense there, but most exceeded 100 meters, too dangerous to provoke. Is it possible to scavenge? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Though the East Blue was weak, occasionally large Sea Kings would be stranded on deserted islands due to abnormal currents. Or perhaps some native powerhouse passing by had beaten one half to death and left it floating on the surface. As long as the death was within 24 hours of the system would accept it. I can use the Marine Intelligence Network to check recent Sea King sighting records, Lin Xian decided. After idly browsing the forums for 2 hours, the regional channel previously flooded with despairing messages suddenly stuttered. Then a dazzlingly colorful server-wide broadcast seized the top of the entire screen. The special effects were explosive, radiating light in all directions. The publisher's ID Aoshi Quanshan. Server announcement. The New World Alliance is officially declared. The Alliance's flagship Tyrannosaurus Rex has successfully submitted all materials and completed the LV for Steel Warship upgrade. We will be the first player force to set foot in the Grand Line. Also a notice to all struggling solo players in the East Blue: the Alliance is now selling tickets for level 4 ships. One ticket costs 1000 sea crystal coins, or an equivalent devil fruit lead. First come, first served. As this broadcast appeared, the noisy regional channel fell utterly silent. It remained quiet for a full 10 seconds. Then an even more frenzied and incredulous tidal wave of messages erupted. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. How is this possible? The rules were posted less than 10 minutes ago. How did they instantly gather 1000 sea crystal coins and all those materials? Forget the materials, that was a 50-meter Sea King. How did they kill it? Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Is the system bugged? Lord Quanshan is a beast. New World is unstoppable. Please sell me half a ticket. I'll pawn my underwear. Lin Xian sat bolt upright. He stared at the colorful broadcast on the screen, his brows deeply furrowed. Instant upgrade. A flicker of gravity crossed Lin Xian's eyes. This was definitely not a system bug. No matter how arrogant Aoshi Quanshan was, he could not conjure a 50-meter Sea King corpse out of thin air in 10 minutes. Unless they had prepared it long ago. 18 devil fruit users, Lin Xian recalled the earlier intelligence. If among those 18 someone possessed a devil fruit ability to control Sea Kings or create massive physical traps, or if they stumbled upon a stranded giant beast by sheer luck. But regardless of the process, the result was clear. The New World Guild had truly built a steel warship. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair again, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Interesting. A tall tree catches the wind. A steel warship piloted by players appearing ostentatiously in the East Blue would be like a bloody chunk of meat attracting countless sharks. Smoker would not stand idly by. The Marine headquarters fleet was already en route. Building it is one thing, whether it can sail out of the East Blue is another matter entirely. The Marine headquarters fleet was already en route. Building it is one thing, whether it can sail out of the East Blue is another matter entirely. The Marine headquarters fleet was already en route. Building it is one thing, whether it can sail out of the East Blue is another matter entirely. A translucent system interface hovered in the dim dormitory, dazzling rainbow effects flickering continuously. The message from Aoshi Quanshan occupied the top of the entire screen. Area announcement. Golden treasure chest has been opened. The system rewards are incredibly generous. I just opened an advanced domineering cultivation manual and a modified electromagnetic main gun. That main gun has a caliber of 3,000 millimeters. Its range is 10 kilometers. The system indicates that its power is enough to shatter a small island. This is the foundation of the New World Alliance. In the East Sea, we are the absolute gods. The barrage in the channel fell into a brief pause. Immediately, fervent messages flooded the chat box. Electromagnetic main gun. Damn, this is a complete dimensional strike. Advanced domineering manual. What is this? The New World is invincible. Aoshi Quanshan reveled in the atmosphere of being worshipped by thousands. He continued to send messages filled with blood and arrogance. Many are curious as to how we dealt with that 50-meter Sea King. I don't mind telling you. We sacrificed a full 100 core combatants. 5 Tier 3 armed ships. We lured it into the hidden reefs of the Poison Fong route. We forced it to stop moving with our ships, then filled the gap with lives. 100 lives for a complete corpse. For a Tier 4 iron warship. This deal is a huge profit. The survival rule of this sea is the survival of the fittest. As long as we can grow stronger, what's a few lives lost? The direction of the barrage began to shift strangely. Some casual players felt a chill at the disregard for human life. But more were blinded by that Tier 4 warship and the electromagnetic main gun cheering wildly. Aoshi Quanshan paid no attention to those faint doubts. He directly threw out the final bombshell. The resources of the East Sea are too scarce. We need more sea crystal coins, more devil fruits. Isn't the system telling us to hunt pirates? How much can those indigenous pirates be worth? The real treasure is in the naval bases. 3 days from now, I will personally pilot the Tyrannosaurus and lead the Alliance fleet to battle. Target Naval Division 16. We will use that electromagnetic main gun to shatter their gates. We will use the blood of the indigenous navy to sacrifice for our New World Alliance. Seize the base's armory. Take all their devil fruits. From today on, the East Sea is under our control. Lin Xian leaned against the hard wooden backrest of the single bed. The corners of his mouth twitched, letting out an undisguised sneer. 100 lives for a Sea King's corpse. Lin Xian shook his head. This casualty ratio would have sent a naval commander to a military court to be executed 10 times over. He rummaged through his system backpack and pulled out a piece of jerky, tossing it into his mouth to chew slowly. His mind rapidly analyzed the opponent's combat power composition. Sacrificing 5 Tier 3 ships indicates that their output is extremely lacking, relying only on suicide charges. Did they really get a modified electromagnetic main gun? It sounds incredibly impressive, but Lin Xian was well aware of the system's nature. The more powerful the weapon, the higher the requirements for its carrier. Even if the Tier 4 ships are iron warships to withstand the recoil of a 3,000mm electromagnetic cannon, the hull's keel must reach an extraordinarily high level of toughness. The initial Tier 4 ship, given directly by the system, would definitely not withstand a few shots. If they were not careful, firing a shot could result in their own ship collapsing before the target was destroyed. As for those clamoring to flatten Division 16, Lin Xian directly closed the system panel. The interface dissipated, and the room fell back into darkness. Braindead, he gave a forward evaluation. They think they can push over the world government just by getting a metal shell at some cost. These people have no idea that the East Sea is called the weakest sea because the pirates here are weak, and not because the Navy station here is weak. Division 16 indeed lacks exaggerated high-end combat power, but Colonel Brown has heavy artillery positions, and Major Buck is proficient in the 6 styles. Thousands of well-trained gunmen and artillerymen, along with a solid military fortress. 5,000 players armed with cold weapons and old flintlock guns attacking a city. It's purely giving military merit to the naval commanders. Moreover, Smoker has long reported the intelligence to Marineford, calculating the time the main fleet should be arriving. Lin Xian stroked his chin. He decided to grab more food in the cafeteria tomorrow. One must be well prepared for the show with enough popcorn. Just then, bang bang bang. A hurried, extremely violent knocking sound exploded in the corridor. The wooden door shook violently, the hinges creaking under the strain. Lin Xian rolled out of bed. He didn't turn on the light and directly opened the door. In the dim gaslight of the corridor, Lieutenant Carter stood outside the door. He was dressed in full combat gear. The tactical vest was laden with real ammunition clips. The standard long knife at his waist was already half drawn. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. His face was ashen, breathing heavily. His entire state was tense to the extreme. Sir, it's the middle of the night, and you're banging on the door. Lin Xian yawned, glancing at Carter's gear. Did the pirates break into the base? Or are you trying to flee overnight? Carter ignored Lin Xian's teasing. He stared intensely at Lin Xian, speaking rapidly. Shut up. Get dressed. Grab your weapons. Emergency assembly for the whole camp. Everyone must arrive at Military Port No. 10 within 3 minutes. Latecomers will be shot on the spot for treason. After Carter finished speaking, he turned and strode toward the next dormitory. The sound of military boots on the wooden floor echoed heavily. Lin Xian put away his nonchalance. He turned to look out the window. There were no air raid alarms in the night sky. There were no firelights of an enemy attack in the base. Yet the air was thick with a heavy atmosphere of impending danger. Lin Xian quickly put on a white sailor suit. He stepped out. Downstairs, the entire new recruit camp was in an uproar. 500 new recruits rushed out of the dormitory under the scolding of their instructors. No one dared to speak. Everyone felt that unusual oppression. Lin Xian mixed into the crowd, sprinting toward the military port. He passed through the playground and over the supply warehouse. The searchlights of the military port were all turned on. The dazzling brightness illuminated the entire sea surface as bright as day. Thousands of regular sea soldiers were fully armed, lined up at Dock No. 10. The musketeers were in front, and the artillerymen were behind. The barrels of heavy coastal defense cannons were already raised. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Lin Xian stood in the third row of the new recruit formation. He squinted, slightly activating his observation hockey. His perception network extended outward. Colonel Brown stood at the front of the dock. He usually wore a coat emblazoned with the word justice, but at this moment he was dressed very neatly, with even the disciplinary buttons fastened tightly. Major Buck stood half a step behind him, his hands firmly pressed against his pants seams. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. The highest officer of Division 16 actually displayed a humble stance, as if welcoming superiors. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely muffled sound of rushing water echoed from the horizon. The cement ground of the entire military port even began to tremble slightly. Lin Xian turned to look at the sea. At the end of the searchlight's strong beam, the thick sea fog was torn apart by a violent physical force. A massive object slowly entered the illuminated range. It was a warship, a super battleship so large it completely defied the shipbuilding norms of the East Sea. As it sliced through the waves, the water it displaced created tumtor-high surges within the military port. Several patrol boats docked nearby looked like plastic toys in comparison. The bow was covered with thick superalloy armor. The main mast rose high, and a huge seagull flag flapped in the night wind. 3 layers of heavy artillery were densely arranged along the side. The dark cannon muzzles emitted a cold metallic sheen. The sheer number of those 3 layers of artillery surpassed the total firepower of the entire Division 16. The warship gradually slowed down. Its immense shadow directly covered half the military port. This was the confidence with which the world government ruled the oceans, the heavy warships of the naval headquarters. A synchronized gasp echoed from the new recruit formation. Ryan's legs went weak, and he bit his lip hard to avoid collapsing to the ground. Lin Xian stood still. His gaze did not linger on those heavy artillery. His observation hockey locked onto the bridge at the highest point of the warship. There stood a figure. It was too far away to see the face clearly. He could only sense an extremely violent, extremely restrained aura. The intensity of that aura far surpassed any creature Lin Xian had encountered in the East Sea. It was even more terrifying than that nearshore sea king, a vice admiral of the headquarters. That was fast. Lin Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ao Shi Guangshin was still dreaming about flattening the naval base 3 days later in the channel. But the heavy troops had already pushed their cannons to his doorstep. Lin Xian restrained his aura forcefully, suppressing the bluish energy within him. The fleet of the headquarters has arrived. The pattern of the East Sea is about to be completely reshaped. Let them fight. The worse the better. Lin Xian thought to himself. Once you blow those players' Tier 4 ships to scrap, it'll just happen to prepare some fruits, and see if I can pick up some scraps. A heavy metal ramp suddenly fell from the side of the warship, crashing onto the concrete of Dock No. 10. Colonel Brown straightened his back and raised his right hand. Thousands of sea soldiers raised their right hands in unison. The sound of boots clapping together echoed through the night sky. The crisp sound of boots stepping on the metal ramp was steady and rhythmic. A tall figure walked up the ramp into the strong light of the searchlight. The metal ramp emitted a dull thud. The strong light of the spotlight was abruptly cut off by a tall figure. The wide white coat rustled in the night wind with the characters, Justice, emblazoned on the back, strikingly noticeable. A mohawk hairstyle, a thick beard, a sheathed famous blade hung at his waist. A vice admiral of the Navy headquarters named Wu Shou. He did not release any aura. Merely stepping off the warship, the murderous aura accumulated from years of slaughter on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood overwhelmed the entire area without reservation. The air grew extremely heavy. The faces of the new recruits in the front row turned pale, their breaths becoming uncontrolled and heavy. Some were weak in the legs, biting their lips tightly to avoid collapsing on the ground. Colonel Brown quickly stepped forward. He stood firm, his feet together, and saluted with an exceptionally standard military salute. Colonel Brown, base commander of the 16th Division, greets Vice Admiral Wu Shou. Brown's voice was loud, filled with utmost respect. Wu Shou stopped in his tracks. He surveyed the surrounding array of sailors, his gaze lingering for half a second on the trembling new recruits, a slight frown creasing his brow. The troops from the East Sea are still so lacking in bloodlust. Wush's voice was deep. Colonel Brown lowered his head, not daring to respond. He quickly took a document from his aide and handed it over with both hands. Report, Vice Admiral. The target has been confirmed. A pirate alliance calling itself New World is based in the waters east of Frostmoon Village. Brown reported quickly. Intelligence shows that they have 5,000 armed personnel and 120 armed ships. Upon hearing this, a clear mockery flashed in Wush's eyes. Brown swallowed hard and continued, the leader of the opposing side is extremely arrogant, claiming that in 3 days he will lead the fleet to flatten the 16th Division. The surroundings fell silent. The night wind swept through the dock. Wu Shou turned his head. He looked at Brown with an extremely cold gaze. Flatten the division. Wu Shou reached for the hilt of his famous blade at his waist. Clang. The blade slid out half an inch, a chilling glare flashing under the spotlight, stabbing at the eyes of those around. A bunch of fleas from the East Sea, tired of living. Wush's voice suddenly rose, resonating throughout the military port. Convey my orders. The entire 16th Division mobilize. He pointed to the trembling new recruits standing in the back. Take these greenhorns who have never seen blood. Let them go to the battlefield and see what true justice is. What the brutality of war is. Yes. Colonel Brown shouted hoarsely in response. The entire place erupted in excitement. The officers roared loudly, directing the deployment. The massive war machine of the nation meshed together at this moment, starting to operate frantically. Lin Xian leaned at the back of the line. He had his hands in his pockets, watching Wu Shou on the stairs. His gaze did not linger on Wu Shou's face, but was firmly locked onto the sheathed, famous blade. He began to simulate scenarios in his mind. If he mastered Wush's sword technique and combined it with the double-layer power of the Fruit of Layers, how terrifying would a single strike be? The 6 styles focus on close combat, lacking a bit in wide-area destruction methods. Lin Xian calculated, I must find an opportunity to steal the sword technique during this voyage. If I can't learn it after one look, then I'll look at it a couple more times, and at worst I can stack a few layers of comprehension. Taking advantage of the chaos as the troops dispersed to collect equipment, Lin Xian felt slightly heavier. With 2 layers of observation hockey layered, his perception network instantly covered a range of 50 meters around him. He avoided 2 logistics personnel carrying ammunition, lightly stepping on the ground, activating the shave technique. He slipped into the corridor behind the dining hall. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian rejoined the group, heading to the dock to board the ship. The pockets of his oversized white sailor uniform were now bulging. They were stuffed with a long string of freshly washed green grapes. Apples were too large, affecting movement when stuffed in pockets. Bananas were easily squished. Grapes, being small and numerous, were the most suitable for carrying. He plucked a grape and tossed it into his mouth. The juice burst in his mouth, sweet with a hint of sour. When a devil fruit user dies, the devilish power within the fruit rapidly detaches from the corpse, randomly attaching itself to a nearby ordinary fruit, completing its rebirth. The New World Alliance has 18 users. That's 18 walking devil fruits. The animal and superhuman abilities boasted by the proud world god in the regional channel are in Lin Xian's eyes all prime resources waiting to be picked. As long as he gets close enough on the battlefield, once the main force's heavy artillery turns those players into dust, this string of grapes in his pocket could mutate into priceless devil fruits at any moment. This wave is definitely a blood profit. Lin Xian was extremely satisfied with his pre-battle preparations. Dock 10. The crane emitted a piercing roar. Boxes of extremely heavy black powder and solid iron shells were being hoisted onto the warship. The air began to fill with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Lin Xian was assigned to a light assault ship on the left flank of the fleet. This ship had a shallow draft, and its hull was long and narrow. It was not equipped with heavy artillery on either side. Its core task was singular: to penetrate the enemy ranks with its high speed after the main fleet's bombardment had cleared the area, engaging in the bloodiest boarding battles and surprise assaults. The deck was packed with new recruits. Each person tightly gripped a standard long knife or an old flintlock. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Some were frantically drawing crosses in prayer on their chests. Others leaned against the railing, dry heaving. Ryan stood next to Lin Xian. He gripped the solid wood railing tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, creating a rapid clicking sound. Lin Xian leaned against the mast. He swallowed the skin of the grape he had just eaten and turned to look at Ryan. "I say, Ryan." Lin Xian casually patted Ryan's tense shoulder. Ryan jumped abruptly, turning his head. His eyes were filled with terror. "When the fighting starts, it's okay to have weak legs. Just find a place to lie down," Lin Xian said in a low voice, teasingly serious. "But whatever you do, don't wet your pants. The deck was just washed down with seawater by logistics. If you dirty it, you'll have to scrub it yourself when we return from battle." Ryan's mouth hung open stiffly. He looked at Lin Xian's face, which bore no signs of tension and even held a hint of mockery. Lin Xian, but there are 5,000 men." Ryan's voice trembled. "And 18 users. What does dying matter?" Lin Xian scoffed. He raised his hand, pointing to the massive main heavy battleship docked at the center of the harbor. "If the sky falls, that big ship in front will hold it up," Lin Xian said in an extremely relaxed tone. "The admiral up there can split a ship with a single strike. We're just going to put on a show and pick up some scraps. Relax, just treat it like going out to fish." Ryan's eyelids twitched. What the hell, going out to fish? Who goes fishing with thousands of heavy artillery shells and standard long knives? But looking at Lin Xian's carefree demeanor, Ryan's emotions, which were about to collapse, surprisingly calmed down a bit. "All personnel board the ship. All ships report readiness." The calls of the communication officer echoed between the masts of the various warships. Woo! An extremely low, mournful war horn roared above the 16th Division's military port. The sound wave tore through the tranquility of the night sky. The winch turned. The massive cast iron anchor was slowly pulled up from the water. The mainsail was raised. The heavy canvas was instantly filled with the sea breeze, completely obscuring the starlight above. The naval fleet officially set sail. The main heavy battleship led the way. The immense bow cut through the waves without obstruction. On both sides were a dense array of division patrol vessels and assault ships. The entire fleet sailed out of the military port with grandeur. Like a dark steel cloud, it carried the absolute military will of the world government, advancing at full speed towards the waters east of Frostmoon Village. Night wind, thick with the brine of seawater, lashed against the wooden hull of the assault vessel, striking it with a muffled, resonant thud. The deck was packed with people. Not a sound stirred the air. This light assault vessel sat shallow in the water and moved swiftly. Unburdened by heavy artillery, its sole purpose was boarding combat. Lean sat atop a wooden crate, gripping the barrel of an antiquated flintlock musket with a ragged cloth, knuckles white with tension. He wiped it again and again. Though the barrel already gleamed like polished silver, his hands refused to still. Beside him, a raw recruit bowed his head, palms pressed together, lips moving in silent, fervent prayer. Others crouched at the rail, retching into the inky black sea. Nothing rose but hollow gasps. Lin Xian sat alone at the very forward edge of the deck. His legs dangled freely over the side. Below him, the sea churned and roiled. He did not glance at the trembling recruits. His gaze swept past the heaving swells, fixed instead upon the impenetrable darkness far ahead. To onlookers, he appeared lost in idle reverie. In truth, a translucent system interface hovered before his eyes, a cascade of messages still flooding the regional chat channel. Obish Kwangshan had just pinned a server-wide announcement: coordinates east sea 30 nautical miles east of Shuangyue Village, the entrance to Fontooth Channel. I know some of you have become lapdogs of the Navy. Come and die. Below it were attached several screenshots: a colossal steel warship anchored upon the open sea, its silhouette framed against jagged obsidian black reefs. Lin Xian studied the images. How thoughtful, he mused inwardly. Revealing one's position before battle, and even supplying a terrain map. No classical treatise on warfare condoned such recklessness. These players, having grown complacent within safe zones, truly believed that possessing a level IV vessel rendered them invincible. Lin Xian summoned the system's rudimentary nautical chart, inputted Obish Quanshan's coordinates, and overlaid them. The two maps aligned perfectly. Instantly his mind began constructing a dynamic battlefield model. Entrance to Fangtooth Channel. Left flank dominated by dense reef clusters and treacherous currents. Right flank features an abandoned lighthouse. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee. The fleet's heavy warships would lead the advance, their main batteries outranging any crude player-forged cannons by a wide margin. Upon engagement, Admiral Wushu would undoubtedly order saturation bombardment. Those 100-odd wooden vessels would be little more than floating targets beneath such firepower. A direct hit vaporizes the crew instantly. Not even corpses remain, let alone devil fruits. Lin Xian calculated coldly. He needed a location shielded from artillery fire, yet close enough to recover bodies. The abandoned lighthouse on the right. Beneath it stretched a vast blind spot, calm waters sheltered from the current. Splintered timbers and corpses alike would drift there, carried by the tide. Lighthouse base it is. Loot the bodies, then dive and vanish. Lin Xian finalized his plan. 18 awakened users were his primary targets. So long as he reached the corpses, the cluster of grapes in his pocket stood a chance of absorbing residual devil fruit energy. He slipped a hand into the deep pocket of his loose sailor's coat and felt the cool, unbroken length of grapes. Lin Xian. A low voice came from behind. He dismissed the interface and turned. Lieutenant Carter stood there clad in full tactical vest. His long blade swayed gently with the ship's motion, its hilt brushing softly against the ceramic plate on his thigh. His gaze settled on Lin Xian's legs dangling beyond the railing. His brow furrowed. Sir, Lin Xian greeted, without rising. Carter stepped forward, standing beside him. He glanced down at the trembling recruits, then back at Lin Xian. I know you dominated the recruit camp, even crippled Shios. Carter lowered his voice, grave and unyielding. But this is war. Sea wind tousled Carter's short hair. War is no dueling ring. Stray bullets, shrapnel from shattered timber, collapsing masts. They kill without warning. Carter held Lin Xian's gaze unwavering. Drop that careless demeanor. Enter battle with frivolity and you'll fall faster than any other. Carter was a veteran, 10 years in the East Sea. He'd watched too many gifted newcomers perish on their first charge, undone by arrogance. He refused to see Lin Xian, a rare extraordinary talent, wasted here through sheer negligence. Lin Xian studied the taut line of Carter's jaw. He heard the sincerity beneath the sternness. In this entire fleet, only Colonel Brownsmog and, perhaps, Carter truly cared about the lives of their men. Lin Xian sighed. He plunged his hand back into his pocket, fumbled briefly, and plucked a single green grape from the cluster. He raised it toward Carter. Sir, care for one. Just washed. Surprisingly sweet. A grin split his face. Carter froze, staring at the dew-kissed grape resting on Lin Xian's fingertip. Around them hung the suffocating hush before battle, the roar of waves, the dry heaves of recruits. Yet this man offered him a grape. Carter's face darkened. Were you even listening? He ground out between clenched teeth. Listening. Yes, war is brutal. Bullets don't discriminate. Lin Xian tossed the grape into his mouth, chewed, twice swallowed. Sir, anxiety solves nothing. The tenser you are, the stiffer your muscles, and the slower your evasion. A grape calms the nerves and replenishes blood sugar. Carter drew a slow, steadying breath. He realized with quiet despair that he and Lin Xian spoke entirely different languages. Do as you please. Carter turned away, hand resting on his sword hilt. When boarding begins, stay close to me. Don't wander off. With that, he strode toward the deck center to inspect the recruits' muskets. Lin Xian watched his retreating back. Stay close. Then how do I loot corpses? Lin Xian murmured inwardly. He turned back toward the sea. At the horizon, the faintest blush of dawn began to stain the sky, pale as a fish's belly. Dawn approached. The fleet accelerated. The flagship, a heavy warship, cut through towering waves at the vanguard. The thunder of churning water filled the air. The assault vessels followed hard behind. Less than 10 nautical miles remained to Fangtooth Channel's entrance. Then, the wind shifted. From headwind to tailwind. Under full sail, the fleet surged to its peak velocity. The assault vessel's bow reared high, then slammed down onto the sea with crushing force. Icy spray drenched the deck, soaking the recruits' uniforms. No one complained. The acrid tang of gunpowder grew stronger, drifting from ahead. The enemy's cannons were already loaded. Lin Xian rose. He brushed dust from his trousers, then slid both hands into his pockets, closing his fingers around the cool, unbroken cluster of grapes. Shoo! A piercing whistle exploded from the mainmast crow's nest. The lookout stood in his swaying basket telescope, trained forward, shouting hoarsely toward the horizon. Enemy sighted. 5 nautical miles dead ahead. Every recruit jerked upright. Lean dropped his rag and snatched up his musket, eyes locked ahead. Carter drew his blade. The steel flashed skyward. All hands, prepare for engagement. His roar echoed across the vessel. Lin Xian walked to the prow. At the limit of vision, the sun breached the sea's edge, its first golden rays spilling across the waves. The scene ahead unveiled itself in merciless clarity, a dense swarm of black specks. Over 100 wooden warships of varying sizes arrayed broadside, sealing Fangtooth Channel's entrance completely. Their masts flew flamboyant banners, skulls, crossed bones, even a grinning Pikachu. These were the players' ships, No uniform discipline, no coherent formation, yet overwhelming in sheer number. 5,000 souls. 100 vessels. Their chaotic mass coalesced into a visceral, oppressive spectacle, so potent it made recruits stumble backward. Some even dropped their muskets. Yet at the very front of that wooden armada, anchored like a sovereign among serfs, floated a vessel utterly alien to this age. A steel warship 50 meters long, sheathed in matte gray armor that gleamed with cold metallic indifference beneath the morning light. Its bow had been reforged into a monstrous dragon's head, and at the ship's heart, pointing skyward like a blasphemy against nature, loomed a cannon of staggering girth. This was no black powder ordnance. Thick coils wound along its barrel, humming with crackling arcs of cobalt blue lightning. An electromagnetic main battery, the flagship of the New World Alliance. Tyrannosaurus. Salt-laced wind thick with the acrid tang of gunpowder scoured the sea's surface at the entrance to the Venom Fong route. The sun surged fully above the horizon, gilding both fleets locked in tense confrontation. Over 100 wooden sailing vessels, large and small, drifted haphazardly across the water, a chaotic swarm of startled wasps with no formation, no discipline, no cohesion. Banners fluttered wildly from their masts, skulls dripping swords, even crudely hand-painted grinning faces. Directly ahead of these weathered timber ships loomed the Tyrannosaurus, a 50-meter-long ironclad warship, a leviathan anchored immovably amidst the swells. Its dark gray armor gleamed coldly under the sun's glare. Ao Shirquangshin stood atop the massive dragonhead bow. Clad in dazzling silver full-plate armor, he raised a system-issued ultra-high-power megaphone. "Listen up, Navy NPCs." His voice, arrogant beyond measure, boomed across the waves, reverberating with such force it drowned out the roar of the surf. "I am the Alliance Sovereign of the New World. You are surrounded. Drop anchor. Lower your sails. Surrender all munition supplies, and every devil fruit aboard. Cooperate without resistance, and perhaps I'll spare your lives today. My mood is unusually generous. Refuse, and this day next year will be your funeral anniversary." The megaphone fell silent. A deafening, feverish cheer erupted from the player fleet. "Brothers, charge. Loot gold coins. Smash the Navy. Grab their officer uniforms. After this battle, we're financially free. Tonight hot springs and beauties." Crude taunts and raucous jubilation fused into one deafening cacophony. They held the Navy in utter contempt, as if facing not seasoned warriors but mere dungeon mobs ripe for grinding experience points. On the 16th Branch's naval assault ship, Lane gripped his flintlock with trembling hands, his face ashen as he stared at the teeming mass of enemies, and that monstrous ironclad. Lin Xian, do they truly fear even the Marine headquarters?" Lane's voice quavered. Lin Xian leaned against the mainmast, plucking a green grape from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. "They don't fear them," Lin Xian said calmly, chewing slowly. "Their brainstems simply never developed. Headquarters, heavy warship. Bridge of the flagship." Vice Admiral Mousy stood motionless before the command deck, arms crossed, his broad justice cloak billowing in the sea breeze. His gaze fixed on the rabble opposite, waving pitchforks, screaming incoherently, his brow deeply furrowed. No rage, only bewilderment. "Brown," Mousy said without turning, his voice low and chilling, "is this the extremely dangerous enemy you claimed required full headquarters reinforcement?" Commander Brown, standing rigid behind him, felt cold sweat instantly soak through his uniform jacket. Wiping his brow, he stammered, "Your Excellency, the intelligence confirms 5,000 hostiles, and that ironclad. A pile of unrecoverable scrap." Mousy cut him off coldly. His eyes held the detached disdain of a man observing rats cavorting in a sewer. No formation, no discipline, not even the proper grip on a blade. Such rabble wouldn't merit so much as a glance from true pirates, even in the Grand Line. "Signal the fleet," Mousy commanded, raising his right hand. "Main batteries, prepare to fire. One salvo, send them all to the abyss." As the Marine signalman reached for his horn, the Tyrannosaurus loomed across the water. Seeing no response from the Navy, Ao Shirquangshin lost all patience. "You spit on honor, then die." He hurled the megaphone aside and roared, "Charge main cannon. Fire and obliterate them." VVVVRR. A piercing ultrasonic shriek tore through the air above the sea. At the Tyrannosaurus's center, its modified 300mm electromagnetic main cannon whirred to life. Thick coils flanking the barrel blazed with searing cobalt light. A violent electromagnetic field erupted outward from the ship's hull. The surrounding seawater began to boil violently, erupting in great plumes of white steam. Players on deck clutched their ears and screamed, not in pain, but in exhilarated frenzy. "Lock onto the headquarters flagship. Fire." Quangshin laughed maniacally. Boom! An indescribable earth-shattering detonation shook the heavens. A colossal cobalt beam, over 3 meters wide, ripped through the air before the muzzle, tearing reality itself asunder. Carrying apocalyptic kinetic force, it streaked straight toward the bridge of the Marine headquarters flagship. Where it passed, the sea surface was crushed downward into a deep, jagged trench. Seawater vaporized instantly. Oppression, lethal, suffocating oppression. On the assault ship, Lin Xian snapped upright. His observation hockey screamed in alarm. This energy could erase him in an instant. "That system gadget really doesn't play by the rules," Lin Xian muttered, eyes locked on the blinding blue streak. On the flagship's bridge, Vice Admiral Mousy's previously dismissive gaze contracted sharply the moment the beam ignited. He felt it, a threat. An existential threat. Shink. Without hesitation, his right hand closed around the hilt of his famed blade. Draw. Slash. A movement too swift for the human eye. Utterly simple, utterly devastating. II-style sky rend. A terrifying crescent-shaped flying slash, tens of meters long, launched from Mousie's blade. Its hue was a profound, translucent cobalt. Black fissures split the air visibly in its wake. Bearing the unyielding will to sever all things, it met the roaring electromagnetic beam Hedon. Crew. Two titanic forces collided mid-sea between the two fleets. Mousie's flying slash, imbued with the indomitable spirit of a supreme swordsman, split the thick cobalt beam cleanly down its center. The beam's trajectory shattered. Two thinner streams of cobalt light veered past the flagship's port and starboard sides, missing it by mere meters. But the devastation had only just begun. Though deflected, the beam retained terrifying residual momentum. The leftward stream swept directly across the Navy's left flank. Their 3 light patrol vessels of the 16th branch floated silently. SSSSHHH. In that instant of contact, the 3 ships, crowded with hundreds of Marines, cannons, masts, and sailors alike, vanished. Utterly. Instantly. Vaporized. Wood disintegrated into ash. Flesh didn't even scream. Evaporated entirely by the infernal heat and electromagnetic fury. Only 3 vast vortices and billowing clouds of boiling mist remained upon the sea. Silence. Absolute paralyzing silence descended upon the battlefield. On the assault ship, Lane's legs gave way. He collapsed onto the deck, urine soaking his trousers. Pure primal terror. Lin Xian braced himself against the rail, staring at the hollow expanse where the patrol ships had been swallowing hard. Damn. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder those idiots strutted like gods. This railgun's power is utterly absurd. Had Vice Admiral Mousie not been present, the 16th branch would have been wiped out in minutes by these players. Commander Brown's thousands of matchlock muskets were less than cannon fodder against such a weapon. On the flagship, Mousie remained frozen, mid-swing, blade still drawn. His eyes fixed on the 3 vaporized patrol ships to port, his expression darkened like storm-choked skies. Veins bulged fiercely along his sword-wielding forearm. Unforgivable. Gritting his teeth, killing intent blazing in his eyes, he whispered, "I underestimated them. What is that accursed weapon?" He'd assumed it was some crude homemade artillery, unworthy of serious attention. He had never imagined its destructive capacity could reach such incomprehensible heights. Had he hesitated half a second longer, the flagship's bridge would have been annihilated. Across the water, Ao Shi Kwangshen's manic grin froze, then cracked. He stared wide-eyed at the Marine Admiral standing high upon his flagship, whose single blade had cleaved apart the electromagnetic main cannon. This is impossible." Kwangshen's voice trembled. "That's a system-designated absolute lethality weapon. How could a mere blade split it?" Players stood stunned. Their ultimate trump card, their pride, their invincibility, had just been casually dismantled by an NPC. In that breathless pause, Mousie's flying slash, still intact, still carrying immense residual force, continued its flight, skimming the waves with terrifying speed. It carved a bottomless chasm of water straight toward the player fleet's vanguard. "Dodge!" Someone shrieked in panic. But wooden sailing ships couldn't outrun a supreme swordsman's technique. Shink. The razor-thin cobalt slash sliced through the fleet's front line. 3 third-tier armed vessels, leading the charge, shattered like paper toys beneath that single elegant cut, instantly bisected. Their cleavage was unervingly smooth, wood grains still visible along the flawless edges. Hulls groaned and collapsed inward as seawater flooded in. Hundreds of players on deck didn't even register what had happened before being dragged alongside splintered timbers into the freezing depths. Their jubilation died mid-breath. Terror, cold, absolute, inescapable, had finally arrived. The sea breeze suddenly ceased. The light blue flying slash, stretching over several dozen meters, cut through 3 level 3 armed ships before its residual force dissipated into the rolling waves. The broken mast crashed into the water, stirring up a towering column of water. A massive fleet of over 100 player warships fell into a deathly silence. The regional chat channel screen flickered madly before Lin Xian's eyes, scrolling at a speed that left only a blur. Monsters? What kind of monster is that? It sliced through an electromagnetic main cannon with a single strike. This is something a carbon-based life form can do. Run. Run. This is something we cannot fight. You foolish mad god. You've messed with the wrong person. The players who were just boasting about exploding gold coins and robbing military uniforms completely collapsed in that moment. Fear spread. Ahead on the bridge of the steel battleship Tyrannosaurus, the dazzling silver armor of the mad god shone intensely under the sunlight. He clutched the railing tightly, his eyes wide open. Impossible. The level 4 ship provided by the system, the electromagnetic cannon given by the system. His lips trembled, his voice hoarse. Lin Xian stood at the bow of the assault ship, spitting out 2 grape seeds. He squinted, his observation hockey locking onto the 50-meter-long steel battleship. His gaze passed over the mad god and settled on the center of the Tyrannosaurus, where the electromagnetic main cannon was still emitting white smoke. Several prominent radial cracks appeared on the heavy dark gray alloy deck. The cracks extended from the cannon base all the way to the ship's side. As expected, Lin Xian's lips curled. The modified weapon provided by the system was indeed outrageous. But the laws of physics still existed. The terrifying recoil of the 3,000mm caliber electromagnetic cannon was something the keel of a steel battleship could not withstand. Firing one shot cracked the deck. Firing another shot would likely cause this ship to disintegrate on the spot. The trump card in the Mad God's hands was essentially a one-time consumable. Fire. 2 words pierced through the crashing waves, echoing over the entire naval fleet. Major General Squirrel stood at the highest point of the main ship. As his command was issued, this massive war machine belonging to the world government revealed its most ferocious fangs. Boom. 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 The deafening sound of cannon fire merged into one. On both sides of the headquarters heavy battleship, 3 layers of over 100 heavy artillery pieces roared in unison. Thick tongues of flame spewed forth. The entire main ship lurched backward by half a meter under the tremendous recoil. The sky darkened instantly. Dense, heavy fragmentation shells accompanied by an extremely piercing whistle tore through the sky and violently struck the densely packed player fleet ahead. A fragmentation shell smashed onto the deck of a 2-masted sailing ship, exploding with a thunderous roar. An incredibly violent shockwave mixed with countless fragments of iron instantly cleared all living beings within a radius of 10 meters. The wooden plank shattered. Human bodies were torn apart. Orange-eared fireballs erupted one after another on the sea surface. Level 2 and 3 wooden warships were utterly fragile against the Navy's heavy artillery. The hull was blown apart, the mast broken. Flames soared into the sky. The shrill screams of the dying, the desperate cries of the hopeless, and the cracking sounds of burning would fill the entire sea area. Severed limbs and burning would crash down onto the surrounding sea. The seawater was stained a glaring dark red. On the assault ship, the new recruits stared blankly at the hell on earth before them. Ryan leaned over the ship's railing, his stomach churning, even spewing yellow water. Not just him, a large number of new recruits tossed aside their weapons, covered their ears, and knelt on the deck retching. They had sweated and endured beatings in the rookie camp, but they had never witnessed such pure slaughter. Here a life was not even worth a number. Lieutenant Carter drew his long knife and kicked over a new recruit who was crying with his head in his hands. "Get up. Grip your guns tight." Carter shouted hoarsely, "This is war. If you don't want to die, keep your eyes wide open and watch." Lin Xian stood beside Carter. He did not vomit, nor did he feel fear. He pulled a grape from his sailor suit pocket and popped it into his mouth. Sweet. He looked at the fireballs continuously exploding ahead, his expression extremely calm. Covering fire is indeed exhilarating, but it's too wasteful. Lin Xian calculated in his mind, this will waste a lot of materials. When players' ships sank, the system materials sank with them. This style of play was completely inconsistent with his frugal persona. The bombardment from the headquarters main ship continued relentlessly for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the cannon fire ceased. On the surface of the sea ahead, thick smoke billowed. Over 100 player warships, more than half, had completely sunk or turned into burning wreckage. The remaining ships were mostly riddled with holes, losing power, spinning helplessly on the sea surface. Only that steel battleship Tyrannosaurus, relying on its heavy armor, withstood several cannon shots, still standing firm on the sea. But its hull was also covered in charred craters, and many players had been killed on the deck by the shockwave. The Mad God slumped on the bow of the ship, his helmet missing, his face covered in soot. Major General Squirrel surveyed the aftermath on the sea. "All troops advance. Jump aboard and clean up." His tone was icy. "Leave no prisoners. Except for the ability users, capture them alive and escort them to impel down." The Navy's rules were extremely clear. Ordinary pirates were executed on the spot. Devil Fruit users had to be captured alive. Once an ability user dies, the fruit will randomly respawn in the sea, increasing uncontrollable factors. Imprisoning them and impelled down is the safest way to contain them. The resounding charge horn sounded. Dozens of light assault ships from the 16th Division, filled with Marines, surged forward like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks charging at the remains of the enemy formation. The assault ship Lin Xian was on led the charge. The enemy ship drew closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. On the opposite side, on a damaged level 3 armed ship, a dozen surviving players, bloodied, raised their swords and guns, letting out desperate roars. "Kill. Let's fight them." Bang! The bow of the assault ship slammed into the side of the enemy ship. The wooden plank splintered. The ship violently rocked. The heavy metal ramp crashed down, connecting to the enemy ship's deck. Charge! Lieutenant Carter led the charge, swinging his knife to knock down an approaching player. The new recruits with red eyes held their bayonets as they surged down the ramp onto the enemy ship. Close quarters combat erupted. Blood splattered, the sounds of clashing swords and knives were extremely piercing. Lin Xian did not go down the ramp. At the moment the two ships collided, he slightly bent his legs. Chafe! A barely audible sound of air bursts erupted beneath his feet. Lin Xian's entire being transformed into a white residual shadow, leaping directly off the deck of the assault ship. He ignored the ordinary players waving their swords. His observation hockey had long locked onto the target. To his right, front on the side rear of the Tyrannosaurus, on a burning 2-masted sailing ship. A player of extremely burly stature covered in black coarse fur had transformed his hands into sharp bear claws. A Zoan-type black bear fruit user. He was currently swinging his bear claws, tearing 2 rushing Marines to pieces. Several officers from the 16th Division, holding sea prism stone handcuffs, were attempting to surround him and capture him alive. "Want to catch him alive?" Lin Xian was midair. His pockets were filled with grapes. The Navy captured people to imprison them and impel down. Who would he go to loot corpses from? These 18 ability users must die here today. Lin Xian suddenly twisted his waist in midair. Moonwalk. He stepped down explosively, creating a dull sonic boom. He forcibly altered his trajectory in midair, diving straight toward the black bear user like a hungry wolf fixated on its prey. 5 meters away, Lin Xian pulled back his right arm. 2 layers of power stacked. The armament hockey instantly covered his fist, taking on a deep, dark hue. The air violently twisted around his fist. Move aside. Lin Xian let out a low shout. The several officers surrounding the black bear felt a gust of wind roaring above their heads. The black bear user suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes reflecting an increasingly larger black fist. Instinctively, he crossed his arms, trying to block with his hard bare bones. Boom. Lin Xian's heavy fist smashed down on the black bear's arms without any embellishment. The ear-piercing sound of bones cracking erupted. The black bear's robust arms broke directly, white bone shards piercing through flesh exposed to the air. The momentum of the fist did not diminish, crashing heavily into the black bear's chest. The sternum collapsed entirely. The immense force penetrated his flesh, bursting through the black bear's back and creating a large hole in the solid wood deck beneath him. The black bear user spewed forth a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his massive body flying backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the main mast and sliding down to the bottom. Instantly killed. The deck fell into silence. Several officers with C-prism stone handcuffs stared blankly at Lin Xian. What are you doing? The order is to capture the ability user alive, a lieutenant shouted angrily. Lin Xian stood upright. He shook the blood off his fist and turned to look at the lieutenant. Sir, Lin Xian spread his hands innocently. I saw him about to kill someone just now and I panicked and couldn't control my strength. You know I have this innate strength. The lieutenant's face turned pale with anger, but was left speechless. Lin Xian paid no mind to the officer's fury. He strode over to the corpse of the black bear user. He crouched down. His right hand naturally reached into the wide pocket of his sailor suit, grasping a long string of green grapes. His observation hockey was activated to its utmost. He could clearly sense an extremely cold, violent, and tangible energy wafting out from the corpse of the black bear. That was the devil's power lost without a host. Double luck, 8 times luck. The devil's power swirled in the air for half a second, as if sensing something. It directly drilled into the string of grapes in Lin Xian's pocket. Lin Xian squeezed his pocket. The originally smooth grapes quickly sprouted eerie spiral patterns on their surface. The texture became extremely rough. It worked. Lin Xian stood up, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. On that steel battleship, there were still 17 ability users left. 17 premium blind boxes that could walk. Navy comrades. Lin Xian flexed his neck, the joints cracking crisply. He exerted force beneath his feet. The deck exploded. The white residual shadow shot up into the sky again, heading straight for the next battleship. This time his target was the mad god in shiny silver armor. Tyrannosaurus fruit. That thing sounds very valuable. Lin Xian hovered in midair. After dealing with the bear ability user, he did not descend immediately. He spread his observation hockey, sweeping his gaze across the sea that had been plowed by cannon fire. Gunpowder smoke filled the air. Broken planks bobbed on the surface. He noticed an extremely peculiar phenomenon. Beside the corpses of players who had been blown up or cut down, fist-sized white orbs of light were floating. The orbs emitted a faint fluorescence inconspicuous on the daytime battlefield. The surrounding Marines and surviving players paid them no heed. Only Lin Xian could see them. A thought stirred within him. Could these be dropped items? After a player died, their system inventory had simply burst open. Lin Xian bent his knees slightly. His body plummeted rapidly under the force of gravity. He landed steadily on the deck of a blazing two-masted sailing ship. The solid wood deck groaned in protest. Around him, over a dozen Marines from the 16th branch, bayonets fixed, were locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the remaining players. A player swung a sledgehammer, shattering a Marine's shoulder. Another Marine roared, driving his bayonet into that player's abdomen. Blood gushed. Screams pierced the eardrums. Lin Xian did not draw his blade. With his hands in his sailor uniform pockets, he strolled casually toward the nearest corpse. It was a player whose head had been half shaved off by a cannonball fragment. Above the corpse, a white light flickered. Lin Xian extended his right hand, and his palms swept swiftly through the orb. A crisp system notification exploded in his mind. He called up the system panel. The resource data instantly jumped. The number in the sea crystal coin column increased. The reserves of wood and iron ingots also rose. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It really was a gold explosion. He immediately activated scavenger mode. He pushed off with his feet, his thigh muscles tensing in an instant. An extremely dense series of stomps detonated across the deck. Lin Xian vanished from his spot, leaving behind an elusive white afterimage that darted at high speed across the chaotic deck. The Marines were fighting for their lives. He was looting corpses. He singled out the bodies of players who had already fallen in battle, his palm sweeping over 3 floating orbs in succession. The system notifications began to flood his mind. As he looted with fluid grace, he muttered under his breath. He stopped before a corpse clad in tattered leather armor riddled with bullets from a matchlock gun. Lin Xian reached out and touched it. Lin Xian's face darkened. He lifted his foot and kicked the corpse aside, ruthlessly commenting on its poverty. The battlefield was utter chaos. Lieutenant Carter, not far away, cut down an enemy with a single slash of his blade. He flicked the blood off and turned to look for Lin Xian. He only saw a white blur darting among the piles of dead. Carter roared at the top of his lungs, demanding Lin Xian fight. Without pausing his movements, Lin Xian shouted back that he was checking if the enemies were playing dead. Carter gritted his teeth in fury but had no time to deal with him as two more players charged with spears from the side. Carter turned back to the fray. Lin Xian finished looting the last corpse on the ship. A player drunk on bloodlust burst out of the cabin. His face was covered in blood, and he brandished a rusty greatsword. He noticed this figure in a marine sailor uniform scurrying around without drawing his blade. The player took Lin Xian for an easy target. With a wild roar, he lunged from the side and rear. The greatsword whistled through the air, aimed straight at the back of Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian didn't even look. His observation hockey had already locked onto the opponent's trajectory. Having just finished looting an orb with his right hand, he swung it backward in a fluid motion. He tensed his index finger, instantly hardening its tip with armament hockey. A deep jet black hue coated the finger. An extremely muffled sound of penetration rang out. Lin Xian's index finger struck the player's throat with pinpoint accuracy. The finger bone pierced the trachea and snapped the cervical vertebrae. The player's wild roar was cut short. The greatsword clattered onto the deck. The corpse collapsed limply. An orb emitting a faint blue light materialized. Lin Xian turned his palms, sweeping over it. He raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the bounty. He tossed the blueprint into his system inventory. Having cleaned out this ship, he felt no attachment. He bent his knees slightly and leaped into the air. With a technique, he kicked the air, creating a resounding boom. He jumped directly toward the next player warship still engaged in battle. Hundreds of shipwrecks lay scattered across this sea, littered with floating corpses and orbs. Lin Xian completely let himself go. He leaped between burning masts. He slid across shattered decks, his white sailor uniform appearing and disappearing in the thick smoke. He focused exclusively on the bodies of fallen players. The system notifications blended into a continuous stream. The sea crystal coin count skyrocketed. Groups of wood and iron ingots flooded into his system panel. The upgrade conditions for a level 4 steel warship were 10,000 sea crystal coins, 500 groups of wood, and 500 groups of iron ingots. Lin Xian watched the numbers on the panel jump. They were getting closer and closer to the material threshold. This ultimate harvesting pleasure was 10,000 times better than chopping trees and mining or himself. He muttered to himself as he looted another orb, regretting not suggesting more cannon fire earlier. A player lying nearby, pretending to be dead, suddenly sprang up, a dagger in his hand, aimed at Lin Xian's calf. Lin Xian raised his right foot and stomped down, breaking the player's wrist. In the same motion, he kicked the player's throat, crushing it. As the orb appeared, he reached out and looted it. 10 minutes passed. Lin Xian had changed ships 6 times in a row. His sailor uniform was stained with blood, but none of it was his own. It was all from his high-speed movements. The material column on the system panel was nearly full. Sea crystal coins had broken through 8,500. Wood was at 480 groups. Iron ingots were at 490 groups. Just a little more was needed. Lin Xian stood on a broken mast, his gaze sweeping toward a large 3-masted sailing ship to the right. A large number of player corpses were gathered there. Just as he was getting into the groove and preparing to rush toward that ship, Lin Xian's steps suddenly halted. His observation hockey pulsed violently. An extremely sharp premonition rang in his mind. It wasn't danger. It was an extremely peculiar, extremely subtle energy fluctuation. Lin Xian turned his head. His gaze pierced through the thick gunpowder smoke. He locked onto a wreck lying 50 meters to his left. That ship had been snapped in half by a cannonball, most of its hull already submerged. Only a battered captain's cabin remained above the water. There were no players there. No marines nearby either. But that energy fluctuation was emanating from that half-submerged cabin. Lin Xian felt his pocket. The bunch of grapes lay quietly inside. The 8-fold luck boost triggered earlier was still active. A thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Was this the hidden benefit of the 8-fold luck? In the world of one-piece items that could emit such a strange fluctuation were few. Besides a famous sword, it could be some extremely special material. Or perhaps some masterless devil fruit. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He abandoned the scattered, ordinary orbs around him. A big score was coming. He pushed off the mast with all his might, shattering it. Lin Xian skimmed the surface of the sea, heading straight for the wreck. He abandoned the scattered, ordinary orbs around him. A big score was coming. He pushed off the mast with all his might, shattering it. Lin Xian skimmed the surface of the sea, heading straight for the wreck. He abandoned the scattered, ordinary orbs around him. A big score was coming. He pushed off the mast with all his might, shattering it. Lin Xian skimmed the surface of the sea, heading straight for the wreck. The roar of cannon fire echoed. The surface of the sea was thoroughly shrouded in smoke and blood. Lin Xian bent his legs slightly, his feet bursting through the air as his figure turned midair. He leaped over 3 wooden sailboats engaged in fierce boarding battles, landing steadily on the half-submerged wreck 50 meters away. The solid wooden decks splintered in the middle. The seawater had risen above his ankles. The broken captain's cabin tilted, submerged in water. The wooden door had been shattered by cannon fire. Lin Xian treaded lightly, stepping into the water. His observation hockey locked onto a corner. There lay a mangled corpse. The body was clad in the standard leather armor of the player Alliance, its left side utterly torn apart by the Navy's heavy explosive shells. Innards mixed with splintered wood floated in the stagnant water, emanating an extremely potent smell of blood. This was precisely the superhuman ability user that Lin Xian had sensed earlier. Next to the corpse, a wooden crate filled with fruits had been blown apart. 7 or 8 bright red apples floated around the cabin carried by the incoming seawater. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks holding his breath. His observation haki was fully activated. In his perception, an extremely cold and violent invisible energy was slowly peeling away from the mutilated corpse. This energy lingered momentarily in the air. Then it seemed to be drawn by some invisible rule darting straight toward a red apple floating on the water's surface. The energy penetrated the apple's skin. The apple underwent an extraordinarily strange transformation. The originally bright red skin visibly faded, quickly turning into a deep dark purple. Immediately, intricate swirling floral patterns began to emerge on the smooth skin. An ordinary apple under Lin Xian's watchful gaze completely transformed into the coveted devil fruit of countless souls at sea. The resurrection mechanism of the devil fruit triggered. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian charged forward, his right hand plunging into the water to seize the newly formed devil fruit. A coarse texture met his fingertips. Ding! Acquired superhuman devil fruit, unknown, X1. The crisp system notification echoed loudly in his mind. Lin Xian's lips curled into a wild grin. With a thought, the dark purple fruit vanished from his hand, securely landing in a separate grid of the system's backpack. A zero-cost intercept. 1 card added to his hand. Having tasted success, Lin Xian did not linger. He turned and dashed out of the captain's cabin, his leg muscles tightening instantaneously. Shave! The air exploded. A white afterimage dashed across the burning battlefield at high speed. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian came to a halt on a double-masted ship that had been split in two. 3 corpses lay on the deck, each in a horrific state. One had its head cleaved off, another riddled with bullets, and a third burned beyond recognition. The surface of the 3 corpses radiated energy waves unique to ability users. Lin Xian crouched beside a charred body. He reached into the large pocket of his sailor's outfit, grasping a long string of green grapes. An 8-fold luck status continued to operate. 3 streams of cold gray energy seeped from the corpses, swirling and intertwining in the air. One of the energy streams quickly descended, diving straight into the grapes in Lin Xian's pocket. Lin Xian released his grip and took a look. 1 green grape had turned pitch black, covered in spiral patterns. Ding! Acquired devil fruit, unknown, X1. The fruit was added to his inventory, yet he did not smile. His brow furrowed tightly. The other 2 streams of energy that had seeped from the corpses did not enter the grapes he carried. They swirled in the air for half a second before darting away. Lin Xian did not pursue. He stood up, gazing at the distant smoke. The pull of 8-fold luck is still insufficient. Lin Xian quickly replayed the scenario in his mind. If the distance is too great, or if there are numerous other fruits in the vicinity, the success rate of interception will drastically decrease. There were still a dozen or so ability users on the battlefield. Lin Xian wanted to consume all these fruits. He did not want to leave any exquisite blind boxes for nature. I need to increase the dosage. Lin Xian stood beneath the broken mass, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. The bluish light ball within him began to rotate slowly. Stacking fruits activate. First layer, double luck. Second layer, 8-fold luck. Lin Xian did not stop. He forcibly drew upon all his physical and mental energy, crazily compressing that bluish energy. He attempted to break through his Bodhi's physical limits, forcefully activating the 3rd layer of stacking. 3 layers of luck stacked. 16-fold luck. Energy surged violently within him. Suddenly, Virum. An incredibly sharp explosion resounded deep within Lin Xian's mind. His body went rigid. Veins bulged on either side of his temples, throbbing violently. His vision twisted and tore apart the world, becoming a series of double images. His eardrums were pierced by a piercing pain. The sounds of cannon fire and screams vanished in an instant, leaving only a harsh high-frequency ringing in his ears. Stacking failed. The forcibly compressed bluish energy within him spiraled out of control, collapsing with a loud bang. The violent energy backlash flooded over him in an instant. Muscles spasmed and his bones creaked under the unbearable strain. Lin Xian felt a heat in his nostrils. 2 streams of blood uncontrollably flowed down, dripping onto his white sailor uniform. He opened his mouth. Uffed. A mouthful of thick blood gushed out, splattering onto the wooden deck in a shocking dark red pool. Lin Xian's legs went weak, and he knelt on one knee. He gripped the deck tightly with both hands, gasping for breath. With each inhale, an intense tearing pain surged through his chest. Damn it! Lin Xian raised the back of his hand, rudely wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He cursed inwardly. This Bodhi's constitution is still too weak. It simply cannot withstand the physical load of 3 layers of stacking. If I force it any further, I'll explode before even touching the fruit. Lin Xian quickly adjusted his breathing, ceasing the activation of the fruit's ability. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent energy within. Confirming the absolute limits of his abilities, Lin Xian abandoned the thought of continuing to stack. 8-fold luck combined with observation haki was already his current limit. Too greedy leads to indigestion. Just as Lin Xian prepared to get up and continue scavenging on the battlefield, an unexpected change occurred. At the very center of the battlefield, the location of the 50-meter-long steel warship, the Tyrannosaurus. The 3rd round of cannon fire from the Navy's main ship had just concluded. The Tyrannosaurus' heavy dark gray alloy armor had been blasted into 1,000 holes. The deck had caved in extensively, and the main mast had snapped. The battleship had lost power, violently swaying on the sea. The proud god had been completely forced into a corner. He stood atop the battered bow of the ship. His bright silver armor had been shattered halfway. His left arm hung weakly at his side, blood dripping from his fingertips. All around him were the corpses of players. A 5,000-strong alliance had been slaughtered within 20 minutes at the hands of the world government's war machine. A Navy assault ship collided with the side of the Tyrannosaurus. Lieutenant Carter, accompanied by dozens of elite Marines, swung up to the steel deck via ropes surrounding the proud god. Surrender or die. Carter raised his long knife, the tip aimed directly at the proud god's throat. The proud god lifted his head. His eyes had completely turned bloodshot, becoming an extremely bizarre dark yellow. Surrender. I'm a god. The proud god let out a hoarse roar. He did not draw his weapon. Instead, he threw his head back, stretching his arms out wide. A terrifying, ancient, and savage energy erupted explosively from within him. Roar! An ear-splitting, inhuman roar instantly tore apart the smoke above the battlefield. The sound wave transformed into a tangible physical shockwave, sending the dozen Marines surrounding him flying. Lieutenant Carter plunged his long knife into the steel deck, barely managing to stabilize himself. The proud god's body began to undergo an exceedingly horrifying physical mutation. His bones erupted with dense popping sounds, and his body grew at a visibly rapid pace. The remaining armor was burst apart by the expanding muscles, sending metal fragments flying in all directions. His human skin hardened rapidly, sprouting thick, dark brown scales. His legs mutated and became extremely robust. His toes transformed into sharp claws, piercing through the alloy deck beneath him. A thick tail over 10 meters long sprouted from his back. The tail swept out with a sharp tearing sound, directly snapping the main mast of the nearby Navy assault ship. The thick smoke dispersed. A prehistoric beast exceeding 30 meters in size thundered down onto the ruins of the Tyrannosaurus. Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus form. This colossal beast was covered in impenetrable thick armor. Its short forelimbs were lined with barbs. Its enormous head reared up high with corrosive saliva dripping from the gaps between its sharp fangs. Its scarlet eyes fixated on the massive naval headquarters ship ahead. Ultimate violence. Ultimate physical oppression. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary silence. All combatants halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the suddenly appeared prehistoric monster. Lin Xian crouched on a distant broken mast. He wiped away the blood on his chin, watching the armored Tyrannosaurus roaring at the sky. He swallowed hard. This thing is way cooler than Chitosensius artificial Tyrannosaurus fruit. Damn, it's incredible. The sea breeze was torn apart. The transformation of the mad god brought an extremely intense visual impact. A 30-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex lay across the sea surface, nothing less than a moving mountain of flesh. He took a stride with his thick hind legs, directly stepping onto an assault ship of the 16th Division. Crack! The solid wooden deck instantly collapsed. The sturdy keel broke on the spot. The entire ship was forcibly stomped into the sea. Dozens of sailors screamed and fell into the water, swept away by the inrushing seawater. A thick tail swept out horizontally. The air erupted with a series of muffled sonic booms. Two nearby patrol boats that attempted to approach were struck by the tail. The hulls snapped in the middle with wooden splinters flying everywhere. Cannonballs smashed against his dark brown scales, bursting into clusters of orange-earth flames. As the smoke cleared, only shallow white marks remained on the scales. The wound previously inflicted by Lieutenant Carter was now visibly writhing and healing. This was the most unstoppable trait of the ancient Zoan-type, terrifying resistance to damage and monstrous regenerative abilities. The mad god raised his enormous head. He let out a roar that shook the sea. The sound waves materialized into a tangible gale, raising towering waves over 10 meters high. In the regional chat channel, the surviving players who had been playing dead suddenly sprang back to life. On the translucent screen, comments scrolled wildly. Holy crap, is this a Godzilla? Mad god boss is awesome. Crush them. NPCs are just NPCs, they can't compete with cheaters. Boss swallow that leading vice admiral alive. Desperate souls are most prone to blind fanaticism. They automatically ignored the terror of the earlier bombardment and regarded this 30-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex as their savior. Lin Xian hid in the shadow of a broken mast in the distance. He had just vomited blood, his face pale. Glancing at the dense barrage on the screen, he curled his lips. A bunch of giant babies who've never been beaten. Lin Xian dismissed the panel. His gaze crossed the churning waves and locked onto the center of the battlefield. On the main flagship of the Marine headquarters, Vice Admiral Mamanga stood at the edge of the bridge. He watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaging through the fleet, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Ancient Zoan. Mamanga snorted coldly. Bare brute force utterly lacking in skill. A waste of a treasure. As he spoke, Mamanga bent his knees slightly. Bang! A deep pit was stamped into the solid alloy steel plate of the bridge. Mamanga shot into the sky. Moonwalk. Air burst in succession beneath his feet. Mamanga stepped on the air, ascending step by step, heading straight for the 30-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex. The white coat on his back fluttered loudly in midair. The mad god turned his massive head. His crimson vertical pupils locked onto Mamanga in midair. Enemies meeting face to face. The mad god opened his gaping maw. A deep roar emanated from the depths of his throat, and a foul stream of air burst forth. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his colossal body actually leaped out of the sea. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Mamanga. His mouth, full of sharp fangs dripping with highly corrosive saliva, attempted to swallow the Marine Vice Admiral whole in midair. Even a small hill would have half of it bitten off by that bite. Lieutenant Carter on the assault ship tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Breath stopped. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Mamanga did not retreat. He hovered in midair, his right hand casually resting on the sword at his waist. Clang! The long blade was drawn. The moment the blade left the scabbard, a profound, domineering aura erupted from Mamanga's body. Armament haki. It did not envelop his entire body, but was precisely concentrated in his right arm. Then that dark energy surged along his wrist, madly flooding into the blade. The gleaming blade instantly turned pitch black, and a faint dark red sheen even appeared on its surface. This was not ordinary hardening. This was a high-level application of armament haki flow and coating. The mad god's gaping maw was already before his eyes, with fangs less than half a meter from Mamanga's head. Mamanga's eyes were cold. His body nimbly inverted in midair. At the critical moment, he slid past the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fangs. With no flashy movements, he gripped the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. He then struck down fiercely at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's prized dark brown back armor. One sword-style C-splitter. The black blade cut through the air. Clang! An extremely harsh metallic scraping sound echoed across the entire sea. A long string of dazzling sparks exploded on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. The ancient Zoan armor that the mad god prided himself on held out for only a tenth of a second against the famous sword coated with high-level armament haki. Scales shattered. The blade cut into flesh without obstruction. Swoosh. A huge bone-deep wound over 10 meters long instantly appeared on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, directly dyeing a large area of the sea red. Roar. A miserable scream burst from the mad god's throat. Agony instantly drowned his reason. His massive body completely lost its balance. Boom. The 30-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed heavily into the sea, kicking up towering waves tens of meters high. One slash. Just one slash. Instant kill. The players who had been spamming the regional channel fell into collective silence. The chat box was utterly dead. The fear of a shattered faith was more despairing than physical destruction. In the distance, Lin Xian hid in the shadows. He did not look at the mad god crashing into the sea. His eyes were fixed on Mamanga in midair. The azure light orb within his body rotated slowly. Stack fruit activate. 1 layer, double comprehension. 2 layers, 8-fold comprehension. A faint blue light flickered in the depths of Lin Xian's pupils. His brain's processing speed instantly skyrocketed. Everything around him slowed down in his perception. He did not learn Mamanga's sword techniques. Techniques were dead. He was frantically analyzing the layer of pitch-black armament haki on Mamanga's blade. The flow trajectory, the muscle exertion method, the resonance frequency between spirit and flesh. An ocean of combat data flooded into his mind. Lin Xian endured the intense drain on his mental energy, engraving these techniques deeply into his memory. He stopped stacking abilities and rubbed his throbbing temples. Lin Xian glanced at the massive blood bloom rolling on the sea. What's the use of getting bigger? Lin Xian mercilessly mocked, a pure giant living target. You think you have a thick health bar, but they just deal true damage. Armor penetration. Concentration is the essence, understand. On the sea, Mamanga stepped on the air with moonwalks, slowly descending onto the deck of the main flagship. He sheathed his long blade. He did not even glance back at the mad god in the sea. Close the net. Mamanga's tone was calm. Fish him out. Put on the sea stone handcuffs. Several assault ships immediately surrounded the area. In the seawater, the mad god's massive body was rapidly shrinking. In his critically wounded, dying state, he could no longer maintain his Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Seawater poured into his lungs. The enormous wound on his back continuously drained his life force. He reverted to his human form. His silver armor had long shattered. He was covered in blood. With his last shred of strength, the mad god struggled in the sea. He grabbed a broken rope nearby, the dangling cable from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He climbed up the cable with difficulty. His fingers were rubbed raw by the rough hemp rope, his nails bent backward. He crawled onto the broken alloy deck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He collapsed in the accumulated water, gasping for breath. Each breath brought out large mouthfuls of bloody froth. Several marine assault ships had already closed in. Lieutenant Carter raised a flintlock pistol, aiming at him. "Don't move," Carter shouted. The mad god ignored Carter. He looked up at the gray sky. In his eyes, once full of ambition and arrogance, there was now only pure madness and venomous resentment. "I am a god." The mad god's voice was hoarse like a torn bellows. "Even if I die, I won't be farmed by you NPCs like a monster." He absolutely would not allow that to happen. The mad god raised his right hand, trembling. He opened the system panel only he could see. His gaze fell on the attribute interface of the Tier 4 steel warship. When upgrading the ship, the system had offered 3 exclusive enhancement branches: firepower, armor, and speed. Lin Xian had chosen armor reinforcement. But Aoshi Quanshan, in pursuit of ultimate destruction, had chosen an extremely radical hidden branch. He tapped the Bloodred option. Overload self-destruct program. Warning: activating this program will cause the ship's core power furnace to enter an irreversible overload state. An explosion will occur in 10 seconds. Confirm. A sinister grin spread across the mad god's lips. Blood trickled through his teeth. He looked at the surrounding marine warships and the massive main flagship in the distance. All of you be buried with me. The mad god's finger pressed heavily on the confirm button. Beep. A piercing, penetrating electronic hum suddenly emanated from the depths of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Immediately after, the entire 50-meter-long steel warship began to tremble violently. At the location of the power furnace in the bottom, an extremely glaring red light flared up. The temperature skyrocketed in an instant, and the surrounding seawater began to boil wildly. An ear-splitting electronic buzz pierced through the sea breeze, instantly drowning out the clamor of battle. Lin Xian stood atop a broken mast 100 meters away. A jolt shot through his scalp. His observation hockey screamed warnings, painting no clear image in his mind, only the pure shadow of death. A crimson glow emanated from the lower deck of the distant Tyrannosaurus. The temperature skyrocketed. The surrounding seawater churned violently. Aoshi Quangshan pressed the self-destruct button. The core power reactor of the Grade 4 steel warship entered an irreversible overload state. Can't play fair, so you flip the table, Lin Xian muttered through gritted teeth. A 50-meter-long warship detonating. This was far beyond the destructive force of conventional gunpowder. The system's modified weapons, once out of control, were nothing short of a catastrophe. Lin Xian didn't hesitate for a moment. Rescue. Spectate. Not a chance. He had pocketed enough money and snagged the fruit. Survival and profit came first. If he didn't flee now, he'd be reduced to ashes along with everything else. The muscles in his legs tensed instantly. His thigh muscle fibers stretched to their limit, veins bulging. The azure light orb within him whirred furiously. Stack fruit activated. 1 layer of speed stacked. 2 layers of speed stacked. His heart contracted violently, blood surging through his vessels at an inhuman pace. Lin Xian's foot slammed down hard against a wooden wreck. Soru. The air collapsed instantly. A visible ring of white shockwave clouds exploded beneath Lin Xian's feet. The thick broken mass disintegrated into dust. Lin Xian vanished into thin air. He shattered the physical limits of this East Blue Sea area. His form became a white afterimage, tearing through the air, skimming the surface as he bolted toward open waters. The speed was immense. The afterimage carved a meter-deep trench across the sea, forcing the water aside into 2 towering walls. The very next breath after he darted away, the Tyrannosaurus erupted in a final cataclysmic explosion. Aoshi Quangshan's manic laughter froze on his face. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. Extreme heat instantly vaporized his flesh bones and the tattered armor he wore. No sound accompanied it. In the first tenth of a second, the overwhelming blast robbed everyone on the battlefield of their hearing. A massive orange fireball swelled at the sea's center. Its brilliance outshone the sun in the sky. The blinding light struck everyone blind in an instant. The fireball expanded violently, devouring the 50-meter-long steel warship. The dark gray alloy armor melted into molten iron in the searing heat, then turned to gas. Then a colossal mushroom cloud soared skyward. Thick rolling smoke laced with crimson flames pierced the heavens, ripping apart the clouds above. A ferocious shockwave, a solid wall of air, swept outward with devastating force. The sea surface was pressed down several meters deep. The churning waves, upon hitting the air wall, instantly evaporated into a vast white mist. All wooden shipwrecks, drifting corpses, and fleeing players and marines along its path disintegrated upon contact with the shockwave. Splintered wood and shredded flesh turned to ash in the heat, erased without a trace. The flagship. Vice Admiral Mamanga was about to detain him. The moment the red light flared, his movements froze. His pupils contracted. Danger. Extreme lethal danger. Mamanga abandoned his sword draw. He kicked off the deck, leaping backward. At the same time, a profound wave of armament hockey erupted from within him. He covered his entire body without reservation. The jet-black hockey hardened every inch of his skin, forming an impenetrable black armor. The shockwave arrived. The solid air wall slammed into Mamanga's chest. Boom. A deeply muffled impact. Even for a battle-hardened Marine headquarters vice admiral enduring this destructive energy, capable of vaporizing steel, his body lost control. Mamanga's feet dug into the alloy deck, carving 2 long trails of sparks and leaving deep grooves. But the shockwave's kinetic force was overwhelming. He was hurled dozens of meters through the air, crashing heavily into the rear of the flagship. Boom. Mamanga's back slammed into a thick auxiliary mast. The solid wood mast, wrapped in iron plating, let out a mournful groan and snapped cleanly in the middle. The upper half, along with the massive sail, collapsed onto the rear deck. Mamanga landed on one knee, his right hand gripping the deck railing, fingers indenting 5 deep pits into the steel. He lifted his head. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his black uniform. He was wounded. The Marines around him were scattered and dazed. A large number had been knocked unconscious, blood oozing from their orifices. Colonel Brown crouched behind cover, staring in terror at the still-churning mushroom cloud. His hands trembled uncontrollably. No one had imagined that a ragtag group from the East Blue could unleash such terrifying destructive power. This had transcended the bounds of conventional naval combat. 10 li away, the sea still churned with aftershocks. Lin Xian halted on a floating piece of driftwood. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. The muscles in his legs still spasmed uncontrollably. Stacking 2 layers of speed and executing Soru to the limit placed an immense physical burden on his body. But he had survived unscathed. He turned to look at the distant mushroom cloud. The gale, mixed with waves of heat, tousled his hair. System-made stuff really has no martial ethics, Lin Xian muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the surface of the sea. The Weasel General knelt on one knee on the alloy deck, gripping the edge of the railing tightly, with his right hand, his 5 fingers sinking into the steel. A wave of high-temperature air rushed over his body, scorching much of the justice coat on his back. He lifted his head, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In the instant he was thrown away, his observation hockey captured an utterly absurd scene amidst the blazing flames and boiling vapor. A white afterimage clad in a standard sailor uniform of the 16th Division was frantically fleeing close to the surface of the sea. The speed was astonishing. This afterimage tore through the air waves even faster than the shockwaves produced by the explosion. The shockwave chased behind while the afterimage dashed ahead. It narrowly escaped the explosion zone at the last moment. The Weasel's eyes widened. He couldn't care less about wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His breath was caught in his throat. This speed. The Weasel's heart trembled, his gaze locked onto the direction where the afterimage vanished. East Sea. The weakest of seas. How could anyone unleash such a level of pure physical speed? The sorrow of the Navy's 6 styles relies on repeatedly stepping on the ground to generate explosive force. But the speed exhibited by that afterimage had completely exceeded the conventional sorrow. It was even faster than the rear admirals at the Navy headquarters who specialized in the 6 styles. Was that a private wearing a standard sailor uniform? The Weasel stood up, his chest heaving violently. He had encountered all kinds of geniuses during his long tenure at the headquarters. He had seen CP9 agents and monstrous new recruits from the headquarters. Yet he had never witnessed anyone at this age in such a remote sea display such exaggerated physical explosive power. Thousands of meters away, a massive cluster of black reefs loomed. Lin Xian halted his steps, leaning against the rough black rocks, gasping for breath. His chest heaved violently. The fierce wind whipped the scalding vapor directly at him. His sailor uniform was thoroughly soaked with sweat and seawater clinging tightly to his body. His leg muscles spasmed uncontrollably with the veins on the outer side of his thighs bulging. Overloading 2 layers of speed combined with the extreme use of Soru placed immense physical strain on him. But he did not pause. Time was pressing. The goal was clear. The arrogant mad god was dead, and the ancient species of the Tyrannosaurus fruit had become a thing without a master. Lin Xian quickly reached into the pocket of his sailor uniform, tightly clutching a long string of green grapes. A blue light orb within him spun wildly. Grapefruit activate. 1 layer of luck stacked. 2 layers of luck stacked. The 8-fold luck aura activated. Lin Xian closed his eyes. His observation hockey spread out without reservation. The perception network crossed over the waves, penetrating the smoke, heading straight for the center of the battlefield in the distance. An immensely vast and violent ancient energy had just spilled out from the location of the vaporized corpse. This energy was filled with the wild and primal aura of slaughter. It paused in midair for half a second, preparing to disperse in all directions in search of a new host. The distance was too far, thousands of meters away. Under normal circumstances, demonic power would attach itself to the remaining fruits on the battlefield. But Lin Xian had activated 8-fold luck. That immense, ancient energy suddenly changed direction. It surged directly toward the dark reefs. The speed was extreme. Lin Xian opened his eyes. A dark brown stream of energy pierced through the vapor, crashing directly into his chest. To be precise, it crashed into the pocket of his sailor uniform. Lin Xian released his grip, pulling out the grapes from his pocket. The topmost green grape was undergoing a violent physical mutation. The skin rapidly hardened, changing color from vibrant green to dark brown. Fine scale-like patterns grew on the surface with intricate spiral designs covering the scales. Its size had increased by a full circle, heavy and extremely burdensome. Ding. Obtained animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus form, X1. The crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Xian smiled. 0 risk. High reward. A dark brown fruit covered in intricate spiral patterns lay quietly in the palm of his hand. It was heavy, exuding the primal savage aura unique to ancient creatures. With a thought from Lin Xian, the fruit vanished into thin air, securely settling into an independent grid within his system backpack. Thank you for nature's bounty. Lin Xian brushed the dust off his hands. Farewell, old friend Berserker. He'll take good care of your legacy. He turned to gaze at the distant sea. The aftermath of the explosion had completely subsided. The mushroom cloud was forcibly scattered by the high-altitude sea breeze. The 4th-grade steel battleship Tyrannosaurus, which once loomed across the sea surface, had not even a large piece of iron plate, remaining utterly reduced to scrap metal sinking into the depths. The proud Berserker had vanished without a trace, not even a bone shard left, completely evaporated from this world. Aboard the main flagship, Vice Admiral Weasel stood at attention. The back of his justice coat was half scorched away, revealing the black military uniform beneath. He raised the back of his hand, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was icy cold. Relay my orders to all ships. Weasel drew the renowned blade at his waist, its tip pointing directly at the surviving players still struggling in the seawater ahead. Leave no one alive. Kill. The frigid command spread across the entire sea area through the amplified den mushy. The marine purge had officially begun. Assault ships and patrol boats wove through the burning wreckage. Musketeers stood at the deck's edge holding matchlock muskets fitted with bayonets, picking off the players floundering in the sea one by one. Gunfire crackled like popping beans. Blood dyed the sea area a deep crimson. Lieutenant Carter led an elite squad boarding a half-sunken wooden ship. Several trembling players were hiding in the cabin, still clutching rusty iron swords tightly. Carter kicked open the cabin door. With a swift slash of his blade, heads rolled. "Sir, there are 5 survivors here," a sergeant reported loudly. Carter walked over. 5 players lay scattered in the accumulated water. Being closer to the explosion's epicenter, they had been knocked unconscious by the terrifying shockwave, losing all ability to resist. "They're devil fruit users," the sergeant said, kicking one of them. The man's arm showed obvious signs of Zoan transformation, covered in stiff yellow fur. "Get the sea stone cuffs," Carter ordered, sheathing his sword. "Lock them all up and haul them onto the assault ship. These are serious criminals destined for impel down." Heavy pure sea stone handcuffs locked around the 5 prisoners' wrists. They were dragged onto the deck of the 16th Division's assault ship and thrown into a corner. At that moment, Lin Xian was hiding behind a large reef in the distance. Watching the cleanup operation unfold, he began his post-battle disguise. He scooped up 2 handfuls of black ash mixed with blood from the ground and smeared them haphazardly across his face. Grabbing the collar of his sailor uniform, he tore a gap in it with force. Then he rolled in the seawater, soaking himself completely, his hair plastered tightly to his scalp. To appear more pitiful, he even kicked off one of his straw sandals. Satisfied that he looked sufficiently disheveled, Lin Xian stepped onto a broken wooden plank and paddled slowly towards the assault ship. "Help! Give me a hand." Lin Xian grabbed the rope net on the assault ship's side, shouting in a faint, breathless voice. Ryan, who happened to be cleaning bloodstains by the railing, saw Lin Xian and quickly reached out to pull him aboard. "Lin Xian, you're alive." Ryan let out a long sigh of relief. "That explosion was terrifying. I thought you'd been vaporized." "Lucky break. I grabbed a plank," Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian plopped down on the deck, panting heavily, his acting seamless. He turned his head. In an instant, he spotted the 5 prisoners thrown in the corner of the deck. The pitch-black sea stone handcuffs glinted starkly in the sunlight. Lin Xian's breath caught for half a second. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the 5 figures. 5 ability users. 5 living ability users whose fruits he hadn't managed to pilfer. Lin Xian's heart bled. Internally, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in a frenzy. "My blind boxes. My top-tier fruits. All snatched away by these damn Marines." These were 5 potential superpowers. Even if he sold them to the system, they could fetch a hefty sum of upgrade materials. Now with Seastone on, the possibility of the fruits reincarnating was completely locked. Lin Xian clutched his chest, his heart aching. "Are you alright? Did you suffer internal injuries?" Ryan, seeing Lin Xian's contorted expression, quickly came over to ask. "I'm fine," Lin Xian said, taking a deep breath to suppress the bleeding sensation in his heart. "Just feeling a bit sorry." "Sorry for what?" "Sorry for the world government's food supplies. Taking these guys back means we'll have to feed them," Lin Xian rambled nonsensically. He stood up, patting the water stains off his trousers. Unable to let it go, Lin Xian walked over to the sergeant guarding the prisoners. The sergeant was jotting down the spoils of war in a small notebook. Lin Xian fished a relatively intact green grape from his wet pocket, wiped it on his clothes, and handed it over. "So you've worked hard." Lin Xian put on a curious expression. "Who are these guys? Worth your personal escort?" The sergeant took the grape and popped it into his mouth. "Ability users," the sergeant said, glancing at Lin Xian. "The vice admiral ordered their capture for impel down." "Oh, ability users." Lin Xian feigned surprise, lowering his voice. "These pirates are so poor. What good fruit could they afford? Probably a bunch of useless ones." The sergeant let out a scoff, flipping open his notebook. "They're useless, all right," he said, pointing to a prisoner on the ground with a long nose. "This one's Zoan type, Inu Nomi model dachshund." Lin Xian's lips twitched. "A dachshund? What practical use did that have besides a lower center of gravity? Tripping enemies." "That fat one," the sergeant pointed to another prisoner. "Zoan type Ushi Nomi model cow." During interrogation, he actually said his specialty was producing milk. I almost laughed despite myself. The pain on Lin Xian's face vanished instantly. "Dachshund. Cow." He turned to look at the remaining 3. "What about the other 3? Lin Xian pressed. "One is an alpaca form, one a hamster form, and the last is a paramecia-type static fruit that can only make hair stand on end. Can't even kill a mosquito." The sergeant closed his notebook, his face full of disdain. Lin Xian stood still, staring at the 5 unconscious players on the ground. The grief in his heart was gone, replaced by an absurd sense of relief. "My apologies for disturbing you." Lin Xian straightened up, his expression returning to calm. He even felt the Marines had done a splendid job this time. If he had actually killed these 5, causing them to drop these 5 garbage fruits, he would have to occupy 5 backpack slots just to loot them. Produce milk. Why didn't he produce oil instead? This fruit was wasted on that fatso. He should be running a dairy farm. "Sir, you are wise." Lin Xian gave the sergeant a thumbs up. "Scum like this belong in impel down, sewing uniforms for the world government. Killing them would be a waste of bullets." Lin Xian turned and left the corner, walking towards the other side of the deck. The system panel flickered at the edge of his retina. "See crystal coins 105,001,00000 wood 5,20500 units, iron ingots 5,10500 units, core material 01 50meter Sea King corpse." Aside from that ridiculous Sea King, all the regular materials for the 4th grade warship had been gathered. Coupled with the 2 unknown fruits in his backpack and that priceless ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, this sea voyage had yielded a bountiful harvest. The headquarters building of the 16th Division. In the top floor conference room, The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt suffocating. General Westmouse sat in the main seat, the justice coat behind him burned away by the high temperature with charred holes at the edges. He had not changed his clothes. Colonel Brown stood straight, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, not daring to wipe it away. Smoker sat on the right side of the long table, jacket open, biting on 2 cigars. Smoke swirled around. Brown, Westmouse spoke, his voice hoarse and cold. There's a new recruit in the fleet wearing a seaman's uniform. Brown trembled all over and quickly shouted yes. General, all 500 recruits from the new recruit camp are ready for battle. Westmouse ignored Brown's nervousness and continued speaking. I saw him when the enemy warship self-destructed. Westmouse squinted, recalling the tearing white afterimage. His speed broke the conventional limits of the Navy's 6-style shape. Even faster than the rear admiral from headquarters. The conference room fell into silence. Brown's eyes widened, his face filled with confusion. A recruit. Faster than the rear admiral from headquarters. How is that possible? In such a remote place as the East Sea, where could such a monster come from? Smoker exhaled a thick ring of smoke. He reached for the briefcase in front of him, pulled out a folder with a brown paper cover, and casually tossed it onto the long table. The folder slid to Westmouse's side. No need to check. Smoker's voice was low. His name is Lin Xian. 20 years old. First in the comprehensive assessment of the 16th Division's new recruit camp. Westmouse picked up the file and opened it. Smoker continued, no parents, an orphan from a deserted island. Innate superhuman strength. Recently, he single-handedly took down several pirate crews with bounties in the millions at Black Reef Town. His methods were clean and efficient. Colonel Brown listened in shock. Lin Xian, the recruit who incapacitated Xios with a single move during the assessment. He knew Lin Xian was strong, but never imagined he could take down a pirate crew alone at Black Reef Town. This kid is quite slippery, Smoker snorted coldly. He's been hiding his true capabilities. Pretending to be a greedy coward. I originally intended to send him to Marineford to give Admiral Sengoku a headache. Westmouse quickly scanned through the file. He looked at the registration photo stuck in the upper right corner. The young man in the photo had messy hair and a carefree smile. Bang! Westmouse suddenly slammed the file shut, hitting the table hard. A fierce light erupted in his eyes, hiding his true abilities. Westmouse sneered. That's because the East Sea is too shallow to contain his turmoil. Such explosive physical power should not be wasted in the division. Westmouse turned to Brown, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Cancel his arrangement to board the supply ship. Let him board my flagship directly. I will personally bring him back to headquarters. At Dock 10. The smell of gunpowder had not yet dissipated. The injured were being transported to the medical room in trucks. Lin Xian sat on the deck of the assault ship, gripping the hem of his seaman's uniform tightly. Sea water mixed with black ash dripped onto the wooden planks. Ryan squatted beside him, staring blankly at the sea. He had not yet recovered from the earlier explosion. All right, stop staring. Lin Xian patted Ryan's shoulder. The Sea Kings didn't eat you, and the enemy didn't blow you up. Save this life, oh, it's better to eat a couple more bowls at the mess hall tonight than anything else. Ryan mechanically nodded. The heavy sound of military boots approached. Lieutenant Carter strode onto the deck, covered in blood, his tactical vest riddled with large holes. He walked up to Lin Xian, his expression extremely complicated. Lin Xian. Stop fidgeting, Carter said in a low voice. General Westmouse wants to see you. In the top floor conference room. Come with me at once. Lin Xian paused for a moment. He smoothed out the hem of his clothes and stood up. The old man really has sharp eyes. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He knew that his explosive speed during the explosion had ultimately not escaped the eyes of the Admiral at headquarters. There was no escaping it. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Lin Xian walked in and shut the door behind him. The room was unlit. The smoke from Smoker's cigar made the vision a bit hazy. Westmouse sat in the main seat, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto Lin Xian. Good evening, gentlemen. Lin Xian casually greeted, his posture relaxed. Westmouse wasted no time and got straight to the point. I saw your escape speed when the enemy flagship exploded. Westmouse stared into Lin Xian's eyes. That was not merely shave. A rookie from the East Sea could not possibly master such a level of martial arts. Lin Xian stood still, his brain working rapidly. Being exposed face-to-face by such a high-level figure and pretending to be foolish was utterly meaningless. In the East Sea, he could disguise himself as a greedy thug to survive. But now he was about to go to Marineford, where stars gathered and monsters roamed. To access high-level hockey and better Navy resources, he must demonstrate corresponding value. Those without value have no right to even be pawns. Your eyesight is remarkable, General, Lin Xian said, hiding his previous nonchalance, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Show your full strength. Westmouse stood up, placing both hands on the table with a commanding presence. Let me see how much you have hidden. Prove that you deserve the resources of headquarters. Lin Xian did not respond. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The azure energy sphere within him began to spin wildly. Layers of fruit powers activated. 1 layer of power stacked. 2 layers of power stacked. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His muscles tensed instantly, the white seaman's uniform stretched tightly. A series of dense cracking sounds echoed from his bones. An incredibly fierce and violent aura like a humanoid beast erupted explosively from his body. Smoker's expression changed slightly as he removed the cigar from his mouth. Lin Xian moved. He slightly bent his right leg, stretching the fibers of his thigh muscles to the extreme. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The solid wood floor beneath Lin Xian exploded, creating a half-meter-wide pit with wood chips flying everywhere. Colonel Brown let out a strange shout in fright, instinctively drawing his sidearm. But Lin Xian had already vanished from the spot. The air was forcibly torn apart, producing a sound explosion. The next second, Lin Xian appeared in front of Wusmouse. His right fist hovered an inch from Wusmouse's nose, enveloped in deep, dark hockey. The violent punch wind howled past, directly tousling Wusmouse's mohawk, even causing the tattered justice coat behind him to flutter wildly. The entire process took less than a tenth of a second. Smoker dropped the cigar in his hand onto the table, scorching the documents. Colonel Brown dropped his gun on the ground, slumping back in his chair, gasping for breath. Wusmouse did not move. He did not even blink. But he fixed his gaze on the black fist, just inches away, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. Hockey. Hardening, Wusmouse's voice tightened, and this unreasonable explosive power. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you a devil fruit user? Wusmouse questioned. Only by consuming a rare Zoan-type devil fruit could such superhuman physical attributes be explained. A pure human body at 20 years old could not possibly reach such a level. Lin Xian withdrew his fist. He shook his wrist, dispersing the hockey. Facing Wusmouse's question, Lin Xian did not argue. He turned and walked towards the giant floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room. He pushed open the window. Outside, there was the turbulent sea of the military port. The sea breeze rushed into the conference room, dispersing the smoke. Lin Xian turned back to glance at Wusmouse. General, what you hear may be false, but what you see is reality. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xian leaped into the air, directly jumping from the top-floor conference room. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. The three men in the conference room rushed to the window. Devil fruit users are cursed by the sea, but once they touch the sea water, they lose all strength and sink directly. Jumping into the sea is equivalent to suicide. Ripples spread across the surface of the sea. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Just as Brown was about to call for a rescue team. Splashed. Lin Xian leapt up from the surface of the sea. He was standing on the water, looking up at the three officers in the window. Soaked to the skin, his white seaman's uniform clung tightly to him. He was still holding a flopping sea fish in his hand. General. Lin Xian wiped the sea water off his face, holding the fish high, shouting loudly. Can a devil fruit user swim? Let's get an extra meal at noon. The conference room fell into dead silence. Wusmouse gripped the window frame tightly. Not afraid of the sea, able to move freely in the water. This meant that Lin Xian was not a devil fruit user at all. He was a pure martial arts monster who achieved this terrifying level purely through physical talent. Lin Xian propped himself on the windowsill and climbed back into the meeting room from the sea. Seawater dripped from his hair, and clothes quickly pooling onto the hardwood floor. He tossed the still floundering, unfortunate sea fish into a corner and shook the water off his hands. Mamanga stared at him, his gaze burning with the intensity of beholding a rare treasure. Go to Marineford for advanced training. A dream opportunity countless Marines would never dare to imagine. Pack your things, set sail with the fleet tomorrow. Colonel Brown frantically signaled Lin Xian from the side, his entire body quivering with excitement. If the 16th branch could produce a senior officer who had trained at Marineford, this base commander would be grinning in his sleep. Smoker leaned back in his chair and relit a cigar. He said nothing, but a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian did not respond immediately. He roughly wiped the seawater from his face with his hand and feigned an earnest rub of his palms. Vice Admiral, if I go to Marineford, will meals and lodging be provided? Lin Xian asked cautiously. Mamanga frowned. The treatment at Marine headquarters is naturally top-notch. Why are you concerned about that? That's good, that's good. Lin Xian sighed in relief, then shifted the topic. But sir, I have a small request. Speak. Lin Xian straightened up, shedding his previous demeanor. His gaze suddenly turned deep, even tinged with sorrow. I need to bring my ship. Mamanga was taken aback. Colonel Brown was also stunned. Smoker's motion of blowing smoke rings paused. Your ship, oi. Mamanga scrutinized Lin Xian. You're a mere seaman recruit. Where did you get a ship? To be honest, Lin Xian sighed, his voice dropping to a low, hoarse tone. I grew up an orphan on a deserted island. An old blind carpenter took me in. Before he passed, he poured his life's work into building me a three-masted sailing ship. Lin Xian looked up, his eyes even reddening slightly. As he was leaving, the old man held my hand and said this ship was his very soul. As long as it sails, it's as if he's still by my side. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his tone resolute. So Vice Admiral, where the ship goes, I go. I can go to Marineford, but I must bring that ship with me. It's my only keepsake in this world. The meeting room fell into a silence so deep a pin drop could be heard. Colonel Brown was nearly in tears. He pulled out a handkerchief and blew his nose loudly. What a good lad, so loyal and sentimental. Smoker rolled his eyes dramatically. He took a hard drag on his cigar. Having investigated Lin Xian's background, he knew better than anyone that this kid was lying. What had he done with the bounty of tens of millions of berries from Black Reef Town? Bought lumber and iron ingots. That so-called wreck of a ship was anything but ordinary. Yet Smoker didn't expose him. He was eager to see this smooth-talking menace off. Mamanga looked at Lin Xian. He had seen countless people. This tearful performance struck him as somewhat overdone. But did it matter? It didn't. As long as Lin Xian's strength was genuine, even if he wanted to bring a pig to Marineford, Mamanga would personally arrange a private cabin for that pig. A three-masted sailing ship. Mamanga snorted. A trivial matter. You may bring it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, about to thank him. Mamanga raised a hand to stop him. But let me be clear, we'll cross the calm belt into the Grand Line. The weather there is brutal. Sea kings roam freely. If your wooden boat falls apart mid-journey, the Marines won't be responsible. I want slow the fleet to salvage a pile of planks. Don't worry. Lin Xian thumped his chest confidently. My old man's craftsmanship was superb. That ship is sturdy enough to weather any storm. Get out. Assemble at Dock 6 tomorrow at dawn. Mamanga waved his hand in dismissal. Lin Xian snapped to attention and saluted with a crisp marine salute. Yes, sir. He turned open the door and closed it, a fluid motion. The moment he stepped out of the meeting room, the sorrow and grief on his face vanished. A wild grin spread across his lips, and he barely stifled a laugh. Done. Lin Xian mentally whistled. That was the LV. Three-armed three-master he had sunk tens of millions of berries and a mountain of materials into. Not only was its armor reinforced, but it could also bear the fourfold speed boost from the pawpaw fruit's power. Leaving it to rust in the East Blue, that would be the act of a fool. Now with the Vice Admiral's special approval, this warship could sail into the Grand Line alongside the Marine fleet. Not only would he save on navigation charts, but he could also freeload off the Marine's escort. It was an absolute win. The next morning, a thin mist shrouded the military port of the 16th branch. A deafening blast of steam whistles tore through the morning calm. The massive fleet from Marine headquarters had completed resupply and stood ready to depart. The colossal steel flagship lay anchored in the center like an immovable fortress on the sea, surrounded by a dozen heavy cruisers. Their dark cannon maws glinted with a cold metallic sheen in the dawn light. Vice Admiral Mamanga stood on the flagship's bridge, hands resting on the railings, surveying the port below. Smoker and Colonel Brown saw them off from the dock. Weigh anchor, Mamanga commanded. Just then a grating sound of wooden planks scraping came from the bay entrance. A three-masted sailing ship about 20 meters long wobbled out of the morning mist. The vessel was a deep iron black, flying no flag. Its bow lacked even a proper ram. It swaggered into the military port, wedging itself among the fleet of steel behemoths. Like a husky that had strayed into a wolf pack. Utterly incongruous. On deck, Lin Xian, clad in a crisp new Marine ensign uniform, gripped the helm and flashed a grin at Mamanga on the flagship. Mamanga frowned slightly at the ship. He saw nothing special about it. Though the wooden structure appeared sturdy, it seemed fragile against the Grand Line's extreme weather. So this is your heirloom? Mamanga's voice came through a din mushy speaker. Yep, my old man's life's work. Lin Xian shouted back, his tone brimming with pride. Smoker bit down on his cigar on the dock, sneering. That kid's full of tricks. He exhaled a plume of smoke. The waters of the Grand Line run much deeper than the East Blues. Hope he doesn't drown himself. Set sail, Mamanga said, curtly, turning back into the cabin. The heavy iron anchor was hauled up by thick chains. The flagship's massive smokestacks belched thick black smoke. The enormous Marine fleet slowly sailed out of the 16th branch's port, cutting through the waves toward the Red Line. Lin Xian piloted his LV. Three-armed ship, keeping close to the flagship's starboard rear. He didn't need to gauge the wind, following the steel giant ahead would ensure a safe arrival. The sea breeze filled the sails. Lin Xian released the helm, letting the vessel automatically follow the fleet's wake. He walked to the bow and leaned on the railing. With a thought, a translucent system interface unfolded before his retina. He directly accessed the regional chat channel. The aftermath of yesterday's sea battle was still brewing. Of the 100,000 players, the number of survivors had now dropped below 30,000. The 5,000-member alliance established by Aoshi Kwangshan had been completely annihilated, teaching all surviving players a harsh lesson. The chat channel was filled with lamentations. Lin Xian watched the scrolling messages with a calm gaze. Survival of the fittest. In this cruel world, weakness itself was a sin. He closed the chat channel and turned his gaze forward. I've arrived in the Grand Line. He closed the chat channel and turned his gaze forward. I've arrived in the Grand Line. Lin Xian lay sprawled on the deck, his hands pillowed behind his head. The sunlight was blinding. The sea breeze filled the sails of the three-masted armed vessel, which clung tightly to the starboard rear of the massive naval fleet ahead. Their course was set for the Grand Line. He summoned the system panel, and a translucent interface unfurled before his retinas. Sea crystal coins 105,001,0000 wood 5,20500 units, iron ingots 5,10500 units, cork material 0,1 50meter. Sea King Corpse. Lin Xian stared at the final line, lost in thought. The standard materials had been fully scavenged from the battlefield just yesterday. Only this Sea King Corpse remained. 50 meters. In a place like the East Blue, it was rare to encounter a leviathan of this size, except near the calm belt's edge. Even if one appeared, Lin Xian had no intention of settling for just any random catch. He rolled over, propping himself against the ship's railing, watching the seawater cleave apart along the hull. The system's ship upgrades always yielded more extraordinary results from superior materials. The Tier 3 armed vessel, forged with fine iron and century-old ironwood, boasted an indestructible armor reinforcement. Tier 4 was a steel warship, a qualitative leap. If he carelessly stuffed in a 50-meter coastal Sea King, the system would likely churn out nothing more than an ordinary ironclad. That would be a terrible waste. Back in Black Reef Town, he had browsed a few illustrated guides on the Grand Line. The Grand Line and calm belt teemed with deep-sea behemoths that had lived for centuries and undergone mutations. Venomous sea serpents, electric deep-sea eels, armored sea turtles with skin as hard as sea stone. If he could procure a top-tier Sea King with a special attribute as the primary upgrade material, his Tier 4 warship would surely soar. The armor reinforcement branch had already given him a taste of its benefits. If he could integrate the special attributes of a Sea King at Tier 4, this ship would become a true fortress on the sea. I need to find a chance to bag a big one, Lin Xian calculated inwardly. Preferably one that's tough, fast, and has some special tricks. He lifted his head. His gaze crossed the sea surface, landing on the steel flagship ahead. Black smoke billowed from its smokestack. Vice Admiral Mamanga was aboard that vessel. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Xian. He couldn't win an unknown fight, so had find someone else to do the heavy lifting. Ahead lay Marineford, the Marine headquarters, the gathering place of the strongest combat power on the seas. Akinus Magu Magu, Nomi Kizaris Pika Pika, Nomi Akiji's Hai Hai Nomi. And then there was the Marine hero who used mountains as punching bags, Garp. All of them were walking arsenals of skills. Lin Xian's current combat system was primarily based on physical techniques and haki. He had already mastered the 6 powers Soru Jeppo Shurgon Rankyaku and Tekai. He was still missing one technique, Kami. But these were just the fundamentals. Life Return Rokugan Advanced Busashoka Haki and the future sight of Kenbunchika Haki. These were the true killing moves. He had already memorized the sword technique Vice Admiral Mamanga used yesterday to finish his opponent in a single stroke. Though he couldn't replicate it yet, the seed had been planted. Once at headquarters, as long as these powerhouses dared to make a move in front of him, he would activate the stack fruits ability, 8-fold or even 16-fold comprehension. Any 6 powers secret technique or haki infusion would be mine after just one glance. Freeloading is the ladder of human progress, Lin Xian grinned widely. Building good relations was the first step. Once at headquarters, he had to pose as an ardent lover of justice, a humble and eager young man. Fetching tea, carrying water, flattering, whatever it took. As long as he could learn the real skills, what was dignity worth? Could dignity be eaten? The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more excited he grew. He even began to wonder, could the stack fruits ability be used on others? It could stack the laws of physics. Strength, speed, comprehension, luck. If he stacked 2 layers of strength and applied it directly to Garp, Garp already possessed the power to shatter mountains with a single punch. Doubling that. The image was too beautiful. Garp throws a punch, and a 100-meter-long top-tier Sea King drops dead on the spot. Lin Xian would follow behind, clapping and shouting, "Impressive, old man," while casually stowing the Sea King's corpse into his system backpack. Without lifting a finger himself, had secured the upgrade materials for his Tier 4 warship. He could even milk some goodwill from Garp. Old man, see. With me around, you're even stronger. I'm really your lucky charm. After that, who would dare stop him from strutting around Marineford? Even Akainu would have to offer him a cigarette. Lin Xian abruptly sat up. This plan sounded flawless. But he quickly calmed down, his brow furrowing. No, the risk was too great. If he used his fruits ability on someone else, they would definitely sense something was off. A powerhouse of Garp's caliber had an absurd level of control over his own body. How could he not notice his strength inexplicably doubling? Once his fruit ability was exposed, a paramecia that could grant buffs to others while bypassing the rules, and more critically the fact that Lin Xian could still swim. If the World Government Science Division got wind of this, Vegapunk would definitely take a ship overnight, strap him to an operating table, and slice him open for research. They would study why he wasn't afraid of seawater, what secrets lay hidden within his devil fruit factor. Lin Xian had no desire to be a lab rat. Lay low, Lin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing this wild notion. Make a fortune in silence. Don't get cocky. Until he had absolute power to protect himself, the stack fruit would remain his hidden trump card. He must never reveal it to anyone, not even the Marines. Even to Smoker and Mamanga, Lin Xian would insist he was born with supernatural strength, a pure physical freak. Being a physical powerhouse was a gift of talent. Having an outrageous devil fruit ability was a crime for inviting envy. Lin Xian lay back down on the deck, hands pillowed behind his head. He closed his eyes. The sunlight bathed him in warmth. Days of intense combat and scavenging had kept his nerves taut. Now he could finally relax a little. The flagship's wake left a broad trail of white foam on the sea. The armed vessel followed steadily behind. After an unknown amount of time, as Lin Xian was drifting off to sleep, the sunlight in his vision suddenly dimmed. An enormous shadow fell across the deck. It blocked the sun. Lin Xian didn't open his eyes. His Kenbunchika Haki had already detected a familiar presence. There were no footsteps. The visitor had descended through the air. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Vice Admiral Mamanga stood in a black suit draped in a tattered coat of justice. His arms crossed, he looked down at Lin Xian lying on the deck. His gaze was calm. Sir. Lin Xian sprang up with a kip-up, snapped to attention, and saluted. Salute, sir. The voice was thunderous, brimming with vigor. Flying Squirrel ignored his military gesture. His gaze swept across the 3-masted sailing ship, its hull forged of iron black wood. The grain of the planks was exceptionally fine, the sensation underfoot, like treading on raw iron. Your old man's craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. Flying Squirrel withdrew his gaze, fixing his eyes on Lin Xian. The naval dockyards might not even be able to procure timber of this quality. That blind old man poured his entire life's work into this vessel. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, a hint of simple-minded pride blooming appropriately on his face. Flying Squirrel stared into his eyes, then suddenly spoke. You were lying on the deck, just now staring at the sky. What were you thinking? His voice was low, laced with undisguised scrutiny. A recruit who had displayed speed surpassing all conventional limits on the battlefield. A thorn who dared to request bringing a private vessel to headquarters right in front of a vice admiral. Flying Squirrel refused to believe that this young man's mind was occupied with trivialities. Ambition, power, or the yearning for the approaching center of authority. Lin Xian lowered his saluting hand and scratched the back of his head. He looked at Flying Squirrel, his eyes brimming with earnestness, even accompanied by a subtle gulp. Reporting, sir. I was thinking about the food rations at the headquarters' new recruit camp. Lin Xian's tone was grave. They say the Sea Kings in the Grand Line have firm, flavorful meat. I was just wondering if the mess hall at headquarters offers an unlimited supply of grilled meat and seafood. The sea breeze swept across the deck. The air plunged into a brief, deathly stillness. Flying Squirrel's brow furrowed deeply. A crack rare as a comet appeared on his cold, stern face. A vein on his temple throbbed twice stark and sudden. Food rations, grilled meat, seafood. He, a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, had personally come to this rundown ship to probe the character of a promising newcomer. And all this brat had on his mind was eating. Do you have any idea where you're going? Flying Squirrel's voice turned icy. Marineford. Lin Xian answered swiftly. Then do you know that the elite recruit camp at headquarters gathers all the monsters from the 4 Blues and the Grand Line? Flying Squirrel took a step forward. The leather of his boot struck the wooden plank with a dull thud. There, no one cares if you were born with monstrous strength. Combat assessments every fortnight. Elimination for those at the bottom. Broken limbs are commonplace. What awaits you is a hellish, demonic training regimen. Flying Squirrel locked his gaze on Lin Xian's eyes, seeking a trace of fear or retreat. You're not worried about being washed out. Lin Xian stood his ground, facing the vice admiral's oppressive aura. He didn't retreat a single step. Not only did he not back down, but Lin Xian also grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. He spread his hands, his posture utterly relaxed. Sir, you flatter me. Lin Xian patted his solid chest, producing a series of dull thuds. I've got no other skill, just raw strength. I'm built to last. As long as the mess hall fills my belly and the meat keeps coming, no demonic training can faze me. He leaned in, slightly lowering his voice, his demeanor shifting to one of fawning opportunism. Besides, in the one you personally picked, sir. If I get eliminated, wouldn't that be a stain on your reputation? Rest assured, for the sake of that meat, I'll grind those pampered noble brats into the dirt. Arrogant. Vulgar. Flying Squirrel fell completely silent. He looked at the young man, laughing without a care in the world. Lin Xian's eyes were clear as a mountain spring, as if he truly only cared about his next meal. This paradoxically left Flying Squirrel with nothing to criticize. Physical combat masters were often simple-minded, trusting only their fists. Lin Xian's performance perfectly fit the persona of a wild talent from a desolate island blessed with terrifying physical gifts. Very well. Flying Squirrel shot him a profound look, then turned around. Remember what you said today. When you get to Marineford, earn your keep with your fists. Before the words faded, Flying Squirrel bent his knees slightly. Bang! The air ruptured with a dull sonic boom. His form launched skyward, stepping on the Jeppo, transforming into a black streak that flew directly back towards the steel flagship ahead. Lin Xian stood on the deck, watching the vice admirals disappearing back. The simple-minded grin on his face vanished instantly. Old fox trying to pry information out of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He walked to the bow, pressing his hands against the rough wooden railing. The sea breeze suddenly turned ferocious. The once gentle waves began to churn violently. The seawater took on a deep ink-green hue. The air grew thick with moisture and an indescribable sense of oppression. Woo! The flagship ahead blared a piercing long horn. The entire fleet began to slow down, its formation tightening. Lin Xian looked up. On the horizon where the sky met the sea, previously empty, a dark red shadow had appeared. At first it was just a slender red line. But as the fleet advanced, that line expanded with savage speed, dominating his field of vision. It was a wall. A wall of dark red continent connecting the sky and the deep sea, spanning the very center of the world. The red line. Black clouds were torn asunder by the mountain peaks. The rock face was etched with the ravines of time, displaying a heavy metallic luster. The sheer power of nature manifested in that moment. Humanity's steel warships seemed as insignificant as a few leaves before this continent. A deafening roar of surging water rolled in from ahead, drowning out the engines of the warships. It was the sound of seawater flowing backwards in a frenzy. The currents of the 4 Blues converged here, defying all laws of physics, climbing up the fissures of the red line, rushing straight towards the heavens. Lin Xian stood at the bow. The fierce wind whipped against him, making his sailor uniform snap and flutter. Sea spray dampened his hair. The entrance to Reverse Mountain lay right before his eyes. The most brutal, most frenzied coliseum of the great age of pirates had opened its gates to him. The water flowed backward. The ocean currents of the 4 seas converged in the cracks of the red earth continent, defying the laws of physics as they surged upward through the dark red rock crevices. The massive naval fleet was forcefully lifted into the sky by the surging upward currents. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Lin Xian firmly planted his feet on the deck. His hands gripped the helm tightly. The steel flagship ahead rocked violently in the turbulent waters. Alarm bells echoed through the skies. Water splashed onto his face, stinging painfully. Lin Xian's 3-masted armed ship was lightweight. In such a violent upward current, the bow arched high, almost being thrown into the air. Trying to capsize my ships. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. The azure orb of light within him spun rapidly. Layers of speed activate. Speed was layered. 2 layers of speed were combined. He did not apply the speed to the forward trajectory, but forcibly altered the vector direction of the accumulation, applying it downward against the ship's weight. Pressing down, the wooden ship suddenly sank violently amidst the raging waters. The bow was forcefully flattened, firmly gripping the trajectory of the current. Following the steel behemoth ahead, the fleet ascended to the peak of the inverted mountain safely. A brief calm. The clouds rolled beneath them. Immediately after, there was a despairing descent. Following the downhill path, the fleet thundered into the area known as the Graveyard of Pirates. The Grand Line. The moment they passed through the clouds, sunlight vanished. The sky darkened abruptly. One moment it was clear and bright, the next the wind howled fiercely. Raindrops the size of beans mixed with hailstones the size of fists pelted down mercilessly. The temperature plummeted within seconds. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist. The hail struck the steel deck of the flagship, producing deafening clangs. Navy soldiers shouted loudly, frantically retracting the sails and securing the supplies on deck. Major Squirrel stood on the bridge, allowing the hail to strike him. He turned to look behind. He wanted to see that arrogant new recruit, the so-called heirloom of a rickety wooden ship, to see if it had been pierced through by the hail. Lin Xian held the helm with one hand and pressed his other hand against the ship's railing. This lousy weather can turn hostile in an instant. He watched as fist-sized hailstones slammed toward his wooden deck. My precious ship can't be damaged. I spent tens of millions on this. 2 layers of hardness stacked. 2 layers of defense combined. A subtle dark light flashed across the surface of the iron-black wooden boards. The density of the wood was forcibly elevated to an unreasonable level in an instant. Hailstones struck the deck, shattering directly into ice shards. Not a single white mark was left. The armed ship stood firm amidst the storm. Major Squirrel watched closely from the front, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The strength of that wood was surprisingly comparable to the alloy steel plates of the headquarters. What kind of divine carpenter is that blind old man of his? Lin Xian had no time to care about Major Squirrel's astonishment. He wiped the ice water off his face. At the edge of his retina, the previously calm system panel suddenly emitted glaring red light. It flashed wildly. The words East Sea Region Channel, originally located at the top left of the interface, instantly turned gray. Then a system prompt popped up. Detected that the player has left the East Sea region. Connection to East Sea Region Channel has been disconnected. Searching for new regional network. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The East Sea Channel was cut off. This meant he had completely exited the social circle of the novice village. Those East Sea players who were still fighting over a few wooden boards could no longer appear in his sight. A brief pause. The light curtain brightened again. A brand new chat interface popped up. The title shimmered with a dark golden glow: Grand Line, first half entrance area. Lin Xian quickly glanced at the upper right corner of the interface. Online users 10245. Lin Xian's breath momentarily stilled. In the East Sea Channel, even after the reckless actions of the proud world mad god, there were still nearly 20,000 lingering on. Yet this entrance area of the Grand Line, which gathered the elite of the Four Seas, surprisingly, had only a little over 10,000 left. Combined, the initial players from the Four Seas numbered at least 400,000. Only this 10,000 managed to survive the crossing of the inverted mountain and entered the Grand Line. The elimination rate was an astonishing 97%. This meant that every player who reached here had climbed over countless corpses to survive. The refresh rate of the barrage in the chat box slowed significantly. Gone were the meaningless curses, wails, and cries for help from the East Sea Channel. Each message appeared succinct with a strong sense of purpose. Lin Xian squinted his eyes, pulling over a thick tarp to shield himself from the rain. Hiding behind the helm, he carefully read each message sent by these survivors. Coordinates 234, 567. Encountered unknown turbulence, ship damage assessed at 30. Urgently in need of high-grade ship repairing materials, offering a 50-meter sea turtle-class beast core in exchange. Selling a beginner's map of the Grand Line, incomplete version, only in exchange for fresh water and high-calorie food. Scammer, get lost. A super-large whirlpool has appeared in the waters ahead, recommended to detour. Includes wind direction data at the edge of the whirlpool. Price 50 sea crystal coins. Lin Xian looked at this information. The survival dynamic had completely changed. They were no longer the naive youths from the East Sea huddling together for warmth. They were true survivors. Beast core. Is this a new type of material? Lin Xian noticed an unfamiliar term. Continuing to scroll down, he discovered that hunting sea creatures over 50 meters could yield beast cores. Beast cores were essential items for upgrading 4th-tier warships. The weather on the Grand Line was utterly illogical. Moments ago, hailstones pelted one's face. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a torrential downpour accompanied by gale-force winds capable of blowing a person away. Lin Xian locked the ship's will, set it to follow the wake of the lead vessel ahead, and ducked into the dry cabin. The quarters of the 3-masted armed ship were quite spacious. Lin Xian shook off the water droplets, fished out a large piece of dried sea beast jerky from a storage chest, and settled into a wooden deck chair. He tore off a strip, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously. With a flicker of thought, the translucent system interface unfurled before his eyes once more. Grand Line first half entry zone. Online players 10242. In just that short span, 3 more had vanished. Lin Xian stared at the screen, swiftly scrolling through the cascading information. Selling current chart for coordinates 341, 122. Price 3 units of fresh water. Scammers, stay away. seeking anti-scurvy miracle cure or fresh citrus. Trading a fragmentary scroll of first-grade armament hockey. Bring your offer. Warning: 3 Navy patrol ships are prowling the Mangrove Sea area ahead. Flags unclear. Suggest all parties take the Reef Cluster Channel to port. Buying various sea beast bones and cores. Fair prices, no deception. Lin Xian swallowed the jerky in his mouth. On the East Blue Channel, the screen was flooded with boasts like, "In the greatest under heaven. Tomorrow, I'll overthrow the world government. And someone save me." Here the core of communication revolved around only 3 things: sea routes, and weather resource exchange, and evading the Navy. The waves wash away the sand, Lin Sun sneered. All the fools got filtered out by NPCs or sea kings in the 4 blues. Those who remain are all veteran schemers who deeply understand the art of lying low. Having survived a 90% elimination rate, this group was not only lucky, but also possessed sharp minds. They had clearly recognized the cruelty of this world. The system's newbie protection period was long gone, and those so-called modified weapons were nothing but scrap metal in the face of true powerhouses. Lin Xian continued scrolling. A bold highlighted message caught his eye. Anonymous player recruiting strong teammates. Target the edge of the comm belt. Hunt lone pirate ships and medium-sized sea kings. Requirements: proficiency in basic hockey or possess a devil fruit ability. Loot share negotiable. Serious inquiries only. These people had learned their lesson. They no longer grandly rallied thousands to confront the Navy heathen like Aoshi Quanshan. Instead, they broke into smaller groups, forming elite squads to wage guerrilla warfare in blind spots like the comm belt's periphery, making a fortune in silence. Hunting medium-sized sea kings also yields cores, Lin Xian mused, stroking his chin. That's not a bad idea. Once I'm settled in Marineford, he'll have to find a chance to get a piece of that action. Upgrading a level 4 warship required a 50-meter class Sea King carcass, and upgrading other components needed cores. Lin Xian had originally planned to freeload off Vice Admiral Garp's combat power, but that was just a plan fraught with variables. If a player team did the grunt work while he reaped the rewards from behind, it would be far more efficient. Lin Xian continued to observe. Besides the survival and trade info, the channel was also rife with specialized scams. Exclusive reveal. Distribution map of devil fruit spawn points in the first half of the Grand Line. Only 100 sea coins. First come, first served. Clearance sale. Iron Body quick training manual for the 6 powers. Master it, and become impervious to blades. Only 50 sea coins. Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he read these posts. Quick training, Iron Body. Whoever trains that is digging their own grave, he grumbled inwardly. Those in the original story who treated Iron Body as an absolute defense were long dead and buried. He himself only dared to withstand attacks heated by combining Iron Body with armament hockey and the hardness stacking from his layered fruit. These scammers selling such defective products were practically committing murder for money. However, this also reflected that the overall strength of the player base had indeed risen a notch. Lin Xian closed his eyes, quickly assessing the combat prowess of this group in his mind. They were generally a tier above those in the East Blue. Those who managed to enter the Grand Line all had some kind of ace up their sleeve. Either they were lucky enough to draw powerful system weapons, or they had consumed a basic devil fruit. Yet they still remained at the stage of relying on external system tools. Those who, like Lin Xian, had honed the 6 powers and 2 forms of hockey through inhuman perseverance on the brink of life and death, and had mastered their fruit ability at a rule-based level, were exceedingly rare. No pressure at all. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his gaze calm. His current combat system was already fully formed. Shave, Moonwalk, Finger Gun, Tempest, Kick, Iron Body. Observation hockey for predicting danger, armament hockey for hardening defense and attack. Added to this was the physical rule stacking of the layered fruit. 8-fold strength, 8-fold speed, 8-fold hardness. And in critical moments, he could even activate 8-fold luck, directly altering causality. With a configuration of this level, Lin Xian was confident he could go toe-to-toe not just with players, but even with the rookie supernovas in the first half of the Grand Line, who had bounties over 100 million. This was the foundation of his confidence in infiltrating the upper echelons of the Navy fleet. While other players were still terrified of avoiding Navy patrols and struggling amidst the storms, Lin Xian had already hitched a ride on the world government's bandwagon, enjoying personal escort from a Navy Vice Admiral. He was even scheming on how to freeload the top-tier resources of Navy headquarters. The class gap, huh? Lin Xian took a huge bite of jerky, mumbling indistinctly. The ship suddenly lurched violently. The wooden bulkheads creaked under the strain. The jerky in Lin Xian's hand nearly fell. A deafening clap of thunder sounded from outside. This thunder was different from ordinary thunder. It was a deep, oppressive boom that made one's chest feel tight, as if some colossal creature was roaring within the clouds. Lin Xian frowned, immediately dismissing the system panel and springing to his feet. He walked to the cabin door and peered out through the round glass porthole. The sky outside had turned completely black. It wasn't nightfall, but thick, dense clouds pressing directly down onto the sea surface. Violet lightning flickered within the clouds, massive arcs of electricity darting between the cloud banks. Occasionally a bolt would strike the sea, instantly blasting a geyser of water dozens of meters high. Waves had already risen to over a dozen meters. The 3-masted armed ship was like a helpless leaf in the raging sea. A small transponder snail on the table suddenly started ringing. Brr. This was military communication equipment sent by Vice Admiral Mamanga before boarding, specifically for maintaining contact during the fleet's voyage. Lin Xian walked over and picked up the receiver. The snail's face instantly morphed into Momonga's cold, stern expression. This is Momonga. The Vice Admiral's deep voice came through the snail accompanied by the extremely noisy sounds of wind and rain. An exceptionally severe convective weather system is ahead accompanied by thunderstorms and tornadoes. Fleet change formation. All ships furl sails and activate backup steam engines. Increase spacing, maintain a safe distance of 100 meters. Watch out for whirlpools on the sea surface. Roger that, sir, Lin Xian replied briefly. Lin Xian, Momonga's voice paused. Your wooden ship doesn't have a steam engine, does it? No, it doesn't, Lin Xian answered bluntly. Then fend for yourself. Stay close to the flagship's wake. If you fall behind, the fleet won't wait for you. Snap. The snail was hung up, reverting to its dazed expression. Lin Xian put down the receiver. He walked to the cabin door and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The gale mixed with frigid seawater instantly rushed and stinging his face. Lin Xian didn't flinch. He strode out of the cabin and locked the door behind him. Water on the deck had already risen past his ankles. The lead steel warship ahead had already furled its massive sails. Thick black smoke billowed from its smokestacks, and the steam engine roared with a deafening thunder. The colossal steel beast forcibly stabilized itself amidst the raging winds and waves cleaving through the sea as it advanced. Deprived of wind power, Lin Xian's three-masted ship's speed dropped instantly. A wave slammed into its side, causing the hull to list violently. Lin Xian strode to the helm and gripped the cold wooden wheel with both hands. The muscles in his thighs tensed instantly. The azure orb within his body began to spin wildly. Layered fruit activate. One layer of speed stacking. Can't go too fast, or it'll be discovered, Lin Xian thought. He locked the stacking effect solely onto the ship's forward momentum. The three-masted armed ship shuddered violently, its bow forcibly cleaving through a wall of water several meters high. Its speed began to climb. Against the raging tempest, it stubbornly clung to the wake of the steel flagship. A few hours later, the raging winds suddenly ceased. The heavy dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by invisible giant hands. The blinding sunlight poured down unimpeded, and the sea surface temperature surged to 40 degrees within just 3 minutes. Lin Xian took off his drenched sailor's uniform soaked by the icy seawater. He wrung it out and hung it over the ship's wool to dry under the sun. The weather of the Grand Line was like a completely uncontrollable madman. The previous half-month's voyage had utterly reshaped Lin Xian's understanding of the word climate. Mornings could still be engulfed in heavy snow, freezing even the ropes of the main mast in thick layers of ice. By noon, the deck was hot enough to fry sea beast meat. By evening, a super whirlpool could form in front of the fleet without any warning. It was utterly illogical and completely unpredictable. Lin Xian bit into a piece of high-quality jerky provided by the Navy, leaning against the door frame of the cabin. He watched the formation of the naval fleet ahead. Even the elite forces of the headquarters, seasoned by countless battles, appeared exhausted under the torment of such extreme conditions. Boom! A monstrous wave towering over 10 meters high struck from the side, without warning. The wave shimmered with an eerie, deep purple hue, evidently mixed with some kind of toxic seaweed or microorganism. The two naval light frigates ahead had no time to evade. They were struck solidly on the side by the colossal wave. The steel armor emitted a nauseating sound of metal distortion. Sailors on the deck were thrown everywhere, their screams merging with the alarm sounds. Lin Xian's armed ship followed closely behind, right in the trajectory of the wave strike. Stacked fruit, dual layers of hardness combined. Lin Xian pressed one hand against the rough wooden railing, a fleeting blue light flashing within his body. The iron-black hull suddenly sank amidst the giant wave. The already dense wood was forcibly compressed to an illogical degree in an instant. The wooden ship cleaved through the purple wall of water like an indestructible black heavy sword. The surging seawater poured onto the deck and swiftly drained away through the channels. Not even a tiny white mark was left behind. The hull didn't even tremble violently, it remained as steady as a mountain. On the bridge of the main ship ahead, Admiral Wu Shuang held a monocular, capturing the entire scene. He slowly lowered the binoculars, deep furrows etched on his brow. What on earth is this wood made of? Wu Shuang murmured softly. He watched as the alloy frigate of the headquarters was dented by the waves, while that inconspicuous broken wooden ship remained unscathed. Could it be leftover pieces of the Adam's treasure tree? What kind of background does that kid's blind father have? Wu Shuang shook his head, suppressing the doubts in his heart. As long as that kid could make it to Marineford, nothing else mattered. Lin Xian leisurely retreated to the cabin. With a thought, a translucent system interface unfolded before his retina. As the course deep in the system network frequently switched. Disconnected from Grand Line first half entrance zone, current connection, Grand Line Cactus Island Sea Area. Lin Xian glanced at the online number in the upper right corner of the interface. 6,432 people. In just 3 short days, the base of over 10,000 had evaporated by nearly half. The barrage in the channel was pitifully sparse, each message tinged with despair. Coordinates unknown. Encountered a giant mutated sea king. The ship's bottom was bitten through, abandoning ship. Is anyone nearby? Help. This message sent out in less than 10 seconds. The sender's avatar instantly turned gray. There was no further communication. Lin Xian scrolled past expressionlessly. In the Grand Line, without strength, even calling for help was redundant. Another 5 days passed. The fleet entered a foggy sea area that was shrouded in darkness year-round. The temperature dropped sharply, and large and small broken wooden planks and unknown gigantic bones floated on the sea surface. The system interface flickered again. Current connection Devil's Triangle Sea Area Edge. Lin Xian stared at the title on the screen, his gaze slightly sharpened. Online count, 342 people. The entire channel was eerily silent. Not a single word of help was uttered. Lin Xian leaned against a wooden chair, quietly watching that number. 341, 339, 320. The numbers flickered at a chillingly steady pace. Half an hour later, that number monotonously jumped to 1. The entire fleet was annihilated. Over 300 elite players who had struggled to survive in the Grand Line were silently devoured by this eerie sea area in just half an hour. Not even a splash of water was kicked up. Truly tragic, Lin Xian remarked with a slight smirk. He tossed the remaining jerky in his hand into his mouth and chewed vigorously. Individual players in this world where monsters and anomalies ran rampant were like meat minced in a meat grinder. They had no power to resist. He turned to look through the porthole at the enormous naval fleet ahead. The searchlights of the main ship sliced through the fog like swords. The massive steam engines roared, crushing all obstacles on the sea surface. The navigator calculated the ocean currents with precision, while the weather instruments warned in advance of the impending storm. It's still better to be within the system. Lin Xian sighed sincerely. It was nice to lean against a big tree for shade. With the vast national machinery of the Navy clearing the path ahead, he only needed to comfortably lie back and be a slacker. And by the way, enjoy the scenic views and military supplies along the way. The next few days were dull and oppressive. Yet Lin Xian's mentality remained surprisingly steady. Every day apart from eating and sleeping, he hid in the cabin, repeatedly familiarizing himself with the physical load in the dual-yeared state. Until the morning of the 16th day. The violent sea winds suddenly turned gentle. The gloom and fog that had shrouded the fleet began to dissipate rapidly. Golden sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, spilling onto the shimmering sea surface. Woo! A long and deep foghorn sounded from the main ship ahead, resonating throughout the entire sea area. Lin Xian pushed open the heavy cabin door and strode to the bow of the deck. At the end of his line of sight, the sea fog completely cleared. A magnificent fortress island resembling a war beast slowly emerged on the horizon under the sun's rays. At the highest point of the island stood the Grand Naval Headquarters building. The enormous seagull flag fluttered in the wind. Countless heavy artillery pieces were densely packed along the coastline like a steel jungle. Behind the island, a towering door of justice loomed, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. A suffocating sense of heavy oppression came rushing forth. Marineford, the highest symbol of military might of the world government, has arrived. Accompanied by the deafening roar of machinery, the 100-meter steel gate slowly parted across the ocean surface. Sunlight streamed through the gap, dispersing the sea mist. Lin Xian stood on the deck, gazing up at the colossal structure that bridged the sea and sky. The Gate of Justice. Beyond it, the full panorama of Marine headquarters unfolded before his eyes. The island was crescent-shaped, encircled by a massive breakwater that protected the naval port. Countless heavy cannons pointed seaward, their barrels gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. At the island's center, the Marine headquarters building soared into the clouds, its white walls and blue tiles crowned by a giant seagull flag fluttering in the wind. An aura of solemnity and menace swept over him. The fleet slowly sailed through the gate. Lin Xian did not linger at the bow. He turned and walked to the helm, steering his three-masted armed vessel slightly away from the flagship's wake. Within the military port, the core berths were filled with identical headquarters, heavy cruisers, and admiral-specific ships. His iron-black wooden vessel stood out conspicuously among them. As the flagship prepared to dock, Lin Xian bent his knees slightly and stomped the air. Moonwalk. In a few bounds, he landed steadily on the flagship's rear deck. Mamanga stood on the bridge, listening to a subordinate's report on defense handover. Sir. Lin Xian strode over, snapped to attention, and saluted. Mamanga turned, frowning slightly. We're about to dock. What are you running around for? Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Sir, look ahead. All those steel behemoths of headquarters. This broken boat my old man left me parked there would be an eyesore. If I accidentally scrape an admiral's vessel, I can't afford the damages. He paused, his tone turning earnest. Could I request a more secluded spot? Just somewhere to moor the ship. Mamanga glanced at Lin Xian. The fleet had just endured a long voyage. Handing over defense, settling the wounded, reporting battle conditions. A pile of troubles awaited him. He had no time to waste on a recruit's berthing issue. At least you know your place. Mamanga turned to a nearby ensign. Take him to the outer abandoned dockyard. After he's settled, have him report to the recruit camp. Yes, Vice Admiral. The ensign saluted. Lin Xian grinned from ear to ear. Thank you for your understanding, sir. He turned and leaped back onto his own ship. Lin Xian followed the ensign, who rowed a small boat toward the Crescent Island's outermost edge. Far from the core military port, the water was littered with discarded planks and rusty anchors. A few dilapidated wooden piers extended into the sea, overgrown with thick algae. Park here. The ensign pointed to the innermost pier. Don't wander off. Pack your things and follow me. Got it. Lin Xian agreed readily. He maneuvered the ship to shore, dropped anchor, and tied the ropes. The ensign waited on shore, smoking. Lin Xian ducked into the cabin and hauled out several thick, blackened old tarps. He deftly draped the tarps over the bow, where a ramming spike, a remnant of the system's armor enhancement, protruded, its shape too ferocious. Next, he camouflaged the reinforced waterline on both sides with torn fishing nets and tarps. Not enough. Lin Xian pressed his hands against the deck. A faint blue orb rotated within him. Stack fruit activate. He didn't stack hardness. Instead, he reversed the operation. He forcibly extracted part of the structural strength from the outer planks, giving the wood a gray decayed hue, as if severely corroded by seawater. After this manipulation, the indestructible level 3 armed vessel was transformed into a weathered, battered wooden boat on the verge of falling apart. Wealth should not be flaunted. In a place teeming with monsters, a wooden ship capable of withstanding the Grand Line's extreme weather would easily attract unwanted attention. He picked up a faded cloth bag containing 2 sets of clothes. Stepping over the gunwale, he jumped onto the pier. The wooden planks creaked underfoot. Lin Xian steadied himself and took a deep breath. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with the scent of oil and steel. This was the scent of the world's power center. The sky over Marine headquarters was clear. Seagulls circled above the breakwater. In the distance, faint uniformed shouts echoed from the training grounds. Tens of thousands of Marines were undergoing intense physical training. There were no civilians here. The entire island was a pure war machine. Let's go. The ensign stubbed out his cigarette. Lin Xian followed him along the pier toward the main road. As soon as he stepped onto the hard concrete pavement, at the edge of his retina, the system panel, which had been dormant, suddenly flared to life. Not the soft blue light of before, but a piercing dark crimson. Detected player entering specific zone Marine headquarters regional network, switched successfully automatically connected to secret channel HQ infiltrators. Lin Xian's steps faltered. His gaze deepened instantly. HQ infiltrators. He quickly called up the panel. The online count in the top right corner showed 42 players. Lin Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. The channel lacked the spam of the East Blue. Only cold transactional information and intelligence exchanges. Warehouse 3 of logistics guard shift tonight. Blind spot 12 seconds. Payment 2 blades of good forged quality. Wanted Logia-type devil fruit. Trade for instructor Zephyr's leftover armament hockey manuscript. Lin Xian's heart raced as he read these terse messages. Zephyr's armament hockey manuscript. A treasure. 42 people. Among a 99% elimination rate, those who survived and infiltrated Marine headquarters were no pushovers. They had infiltrated every corner of Marine headquarters. They might be laborers, recruits, or even risen to ensign positions. These people were all wolves in Marines clothing. Interesting. Lin Xian dismissed the panel. He looked up at the towering Marine headquarters building in the distance. The murkier the water, the easier to catch fish. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up. The ensign ahead urged him. Coming, sir. First time seeing such a grand spectacle. My legs are a bit weak. Lin Xian put on a naive grin and jogged over. Lin Xian slowed his pace. His military boots struck the hard concrete pavement of Marineford, producing crisp echoes. On both sides of the road lay manicured lawns and towering ornamental trees. A sea breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. In the distance, deafening chants echoed from the training ground where tens of thousands of shirtless Marines were performing weighted squats. Rows of patrols marched past the intersection in unison, carrying bayonet-fixed flintlock rifles. Lin Xian's attention was entirely fixed on the dark red system interface at the edge of his retina. The online count flickered, shifting from 42 to 47. Lin Xian curled the corner of his mouth. In this brutal game with a 99% elimination rate, nearly 50 players had successfully infiltrated the world government's supreme military fortress. Those who could survive crossing the reverse mountain and take root in the heavily guarded Marine headquarters were far from ordinary. The chat box scrolled slowly, each line revealing meticulous calculation. Don't sign up for logistics labor. I've carried 2,000 heavy explosive shells today, and my back is broken. These NPCs treat us like beasts of burden, only giving 10 military merits a day. Who told you to sell yourself cheap? I spent 100,000 berries and 2 fine-grade short blades to bribe a logistics sergeant. Now I'm assigned to the archives, sorting files. I drink tea and read newspapers every day. Safe as can be. Archives bro, can you look up devil fruit encyclopedia data for me? I'll pay 200 crystal coins. No time. I need to find the training manuscripts for the 6 powers first. Those sell for a fortune on the black market. Anyone up for a team raid on Armory? No. 3. I've observed a 3-minute patrol blind spot at 2 in the morning. There's a batch of scrapped flintlock rifles inside. Dismantling them yields plenty of refined iron ingots. Lin Xian watched the barrage of messages, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. With the great age of pirates upon them, these people chose not to become pirates or righteous Marines, but to be parasites in Marineford. Stealing scrapped rifles, bribing sergeants, hauling shells. These 47 players scattered across every corner of Marineford were his free intelligence network. The blind spots of the armories, the data in the archives, the logistics department's material movements. Once these people unearthed something truly valuable, he would swoop in and seize it without even lifting a finger. Hey, stop gawking. The lieutenant walking ahead halted and turned to scold. Lin Xian immediately dismissed the interface, put on an innocent grin, and quickened his pace to follow. Passing through 2 tree-lined avenues, they arrived before a massive circular building. Its gray-white exterior bore a giant blue seagull emblem, and above the entrance hung a plaque: Marineford Recruit Training Camp. 2 armed sentries, both over 2 meters tall, stood on either side of the gate. At the registration desk to the side sat a scar-faced officer with the rank of lieutenant. The escorting lieutenant stepped forward and handed over a transfer order stamped with a red seal. A new recruit transferred from Branch 16 of the East Blue. Personally approved by Vice Admiral Mamanga. The scar-faced officer took the unlit cigarette from his mouth, accepted the order, and scanned it briefly. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the escorting lieutenant to settle on Lin Xian. He studied Lin Xian's faded sailor uniform, and his opportunistic wandering eyes a flicker of disdain crossing his face. New recruits from the Four Seas. Haven't seen one in over half a year. The last one, a prodigy from the West Blue, lasted less than 3 days before having 3 ribs broken and retiring in tears. The scar-faced man casually slapped the order onto the desk and signed it. All right, I'll take it from here. Go report back. The escorting lieutenant nodded and retraced his steps. The scar-faced man stood up, a towering 2 meters and 20 centimeters, his broad shoulders straining the white uniform. He walked up to Lin Xian, looking down from his height. "I'm Shuan, the induction instructor for the recruit camp." Shuan's voice was rough. "For an admiral to bring you back personally, you must have some reputation in the East Blue." Lin Xian snapped to attention and answered loudly. "Reporting instructor. I'm quite strong and have a big appetite." Shuan snorted coldly. "Strong? In Marineford, strong men are a dime a dozen. Don't think just because you made some waves in a little puddle like the Four Seas you can swagger around here. Follow me. He'll lay down the rules." Lin Xian shoved his hands in his pockets and followed unhurriedly. The moment he stepped through the recruit camp gates, the masculine aura of sweat and heat billowed over him. The interior was vast. On the left field, dozens of recruits were doing suicide runs carrying solid logs. On the right, in the combat zone, 2 men fought barehanded, the sounds of bones colliding incessant. Nearby, on an empty patch of ground, a recruit with a crew cut punched a half-meter-thick steel plate, leaving a deep fist indentation. At that level, he would be an overwhelming force in the East Blue, but in the Marineford recruit camp, it was just a routine part of daily training. A monster's den true to its reputation. Shuan walked ahead, laying down the rules. First, the recruit camp operates on military merit. Meals, lodging, equipment requests, and borrowing advanced manuals all require merits. You earn them through bi-weekly combat assessments. Those at the bottom eat black bread. Second, no unauthorized fights. If you have a grudge, go to the deathmatch arena and sign a life and death contract. Third, rank doesn't matter here, only strength does. Even if you're a lieutenant, if you get beaten down by a private, you call him sir. Understood? Understood, instructor. No work, no food. Lin Xian nodded, his smile radiant. Shuan frowned at Lin Xian's unflappable demeanor. He had seen too many prodigies from the Four Seas arrive with high spirits only to have their confidence shattered by the monsters at headquarters within 3 days. This kid clearly didn't grasp the severity of the situation. Your dorm is in Sector 7, the lowest floor. Shuan tossed a numbered copper key to Lin Xian. Rest today. Assemble on the training ground at 6 tomorrow morning for the placement test. Being late will cost you 10 points. Shuan turned and left. Lin Xian caught the key. 7,404. Instead of heading straight to the dorm, he turned and looked over the recruit camp's high walls toward the island's center. The Fleet Admiral's office building radiated authority in the sunlight, with the high-ranking Marine officer's villa district behind it. Lin Xian's fingers rubbed the copper key. He hadn't paid any attention to Shuan's rules. Military merits. Black bread. He had dozens of stacks of premium sea beast jerky in his backpack. He wouldn't starve. Basic manuals held no appeal for him. He already mastered the 6 powers and both colors of hockey. What he needed were advanced techniques: life, return, advanced armament hockey, internal destruction, and future sight observation hockey. These were things the recruit camp instructors couldn't teach, known only to those at the world's pinnacle. He needed to find a plausible opportunity to break free from the recruit camp's constraints and get before the big shots. As long as they were willing to make a move in front of him with the stacking fruit's 8-fold comprehension, boost their skills would all become his. A glint of subversive ambition flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. First, a small goal. Stir up some big trouble in this recruit camp. How else can I get the attention of the higher-ups? He turned and walked toward the Sector 7 dormitory, building his steps light. On the secret channel at the edge of his retina, a new message popped up. Breaking news. A tough guy from the East Blue is coming to the recruit camp tomorrow. Rumor has it he took down several pirate crews worth tens of millions. Let's all be careful not to provoke him. If he's a hothead and messes up our infiltration plans, it won't be worth it. Another person said, don't forget he can see this too. Hey new kid, I know you can see this. We won't bother you if you don't mess with our operation. Lin Xian chuckled softly at the message as he pushed open the worn wooden dormitory door. The waters of Marineford were even more interesting than he had imagined. Tomorrow morning's placement test would be the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance. The morning in Marlin Fando was thick with the scent of the sea. Lin Xian sat up on the hard bed of room 7404, the bed creaking in protest. He ruffled his messy hair and summoned the system panel. The secret channel department's infiltrators was already active. Today is the new recruit's preliminary test. I heard that Chief Instructor Zifa is absent, and it will be Major Stolo Berry overseeing the drill. There are a few monsters among this group of recruits. The swordsman from the South Sea is rumored to have killed a bounty of 50 million on a pirate. There's also a guy who has eaten an animal-type devil fruit. Everyone keep a low profile, don't stand out during the test. As long as I can achieve a mid-level score to get by, it's easy to expose my background if the higher-ups take notice. Lin Xian closed the panel. He put on the brand new soldier uniform and stuffed his faded old sailor outfit into a ragged bag. Lin Xian searched his mind for this name. A dual-wielding swordsman, a master of armament hockey. He was a decent target for free riding. He pushed open the dormitory door, the corridor, filled with the smell of sweat and heavy breathing. The lieutenant who had guided him yesterday was already waiting downstairs. He held a roster, glanced at Lin Xian, and turned to lead the way. The two walked through the tree-lined path and arrived at the No. 1 training ground for new recruits. Over 300 new recruits had already gathered on the field. This group stood loosely, lacking any discipline. Each person emanated a strong smell of blood and untamed wildness. Those who could stand here were all top-tier troublemakers who had fought their way out from various branches across the seas and the Grand Line. Lin Xian scanned the crowd. To the left stood a giant, nearly 3 meters tall, bare-chested with a knife scar running across his entire abdomen. To the right leaned a youth with a purple mohawk, tossing a finely crafted dagger in the air, his gaze cold. A few others were huddled together quietly, discussing the bounty hunters from the first half of the Grand Line. Lin Xian, holding the ragged bag, followed behind the lieutenant, feeling out of place. His disheveled, half-awake appearance immediately drew numerous gazes. The lieutenant walked to a raised platform at the center of the training ground. Instructor Shuan stood aside, arms crossed, chin raised. "Silence!" the lieutenant shouted loudly. The sound echoed across the empty training ground. Over 300 new recruits stopped talking, their gazes converging. The lieutenant flipped through the roster in his hand. "Today we have a new recruit joining the camp. I will read his basic profile." The lieutenant cleared his throat and raised his voice. Lin Xian, 20 years old, from the 16th branch of the East Sea. The first place in the comprehensive assessment of the 16th branch. Approved by General Squirrel, directly transferred to the elite new recruit camp of the department. As soon as the words fell, the training ground fell into a brief silence. 3 seconds later, a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted. "East Sea. Did I hear that wrong? That countryside place known as the weakest sea. First place in the 16th branch assessment. Huh. What does taking first place in the East Sea prove? Does it prove he is better at catching cats and dogs than others?" General Squirrel's approval. "This kid can't be someone who blocked bullets for the general, right? Look at his skinny arms and legs. Whether he can withstand a punch from me is a question." Mockery erupted one after another. The new recruits of the Grand Line inherently looked down on those from the Four Seas. And the East Sea was at the very bottom of the disdain hierarchy. There the average bounty was barely 3 million, not even comparable to any small pirate crew in the Grand Line. For them, a first place from the East Sea was not even worth a joke. The youth with the purple mohawk caught the falling dagger and sneered, "This new recruit camp is really taking in all kinds of trash. Is bringing in someone like this for us to use as a punching bag." Shuan stood on the platform, watching the agitated new recruits below. He intended to push Lin Xian into the spotlight before the preliminary test. He wanted to see just how capable this kid favored by General Squirrel truly was. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the crowd. It was too noisy. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. The lieutenant closed the roster and announced loudly, "Everyone gather. Destination training ground No. 2. Prepare for the preliminary test. Disperse." The crowd began to move. Lin Xian stood still, calculating how to take out some jerky from the system backpack to have a bite. Just then, 3 burly new recruits deliberately deviated from the route to training ground No. 2. They walked side by side, directly approaching Lin Xian. The leader was a bald man, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, with bulging muscles on his arms and prominent veins showcasing his explosive power. He hailed from the South Sea, renowned for tearing sea beasts apart with his bare hands. The bald man locked his gaze on Lin Xian, filled with provocation, quickening his pace. He aimed to slam this East Sea connection straight away, to make him lose face in front of the entire new recruit camp. 2 meters. 1 meter. The bald man's shoulder rushed forward with a muffled whoosh, slamming into Lin Xian's left shoulder. Lin Xian did not evade. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely sank his legs slightly, his waist and abdominal muscles tightening instantly. The Navy's 6 styles iron block breathing method circulated within him. Bang! A dull impact echoed across the training ground. The grin on the bald man's face froze instantaneously. He felt as if he had collided not with a person, but with a solid iron tower rooted in the seabed. The tremendous backlash surged back through his shoulder into his body. Crack! A crisp sound of bones fracturing. The bald man's left shoulder instantly caved in. The scapula dislocated on the spot. The intense pain made him let out a piercing scream. He lost his balance, clutching his shoulder and retreating 5 or 6 steps, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. His face turned pale, trembling all over. The 2 companions behind him were stunned. They looked at the bald man on the ground, and then at Lin Xian, who stood unmoved. Lin Xian's left foot hadn't even shifted a millimeter. The other new recruits also halted, gasping in shock. The bald man ranked among the top 10 in terms of physical strength in their group. Yet he actively crashed into someone and broke his bones. What kind of physique did this recruit from the East Sea possess? Lin Xian turned his head, glancing at the bald man sitting on the ground. He raised his right hand and brushed off non-existent dust from his left shoulder. "Do you not watch where you're walking?" Lin Xian said calmly. "If you have osteoporosis, drink more milk and don't come out to provoke others." He ignored the bald man's resentful glare as well as the uncertain looks from the surrounding recruits. Lin Xian turned around, lifted his head, and looked at the lieutenant and Shuan standing on the platform. "Sir, may I interrupt?" Lin Xian raised his hand and shouted, "Which way to the cafeteria in this new recruit camp? When I get hungry, I get dizzy, and when I'm dizzy, I easily lose control of my strength. If I accidentally kill someone during the test later, whose fault will it be?" The venue fell into silence. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with the eyes of a madman. In the elite recruit camp of Marlin Fando, just before the preliminary test overseen by the Major General, this kid's mind was actually filled with food. Shuan's expression darkened. He had seen arrogance, but never such blatant disregard for the rules. The leading lieutenant's mouth twitched several times. He glanced at Shuan, then at Lin Xian. The lieutenant raised his hand and pointed to a large building with a red roof and white walls on the right side of the training ground. Over there. The first floor is the regular cafeteria. The lieutenant's voice was dry. The preliminary test starts in 10 minutes. You better move quickly. Being late will be directly deemed as disqualified. Thanks. Lin Xian grinned. He tossed the ragged bag over his shoulder and put his hands in his pockets. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of new recruits and instructors, Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the cafeteria with a swaggering gait, unconcerned. He did not spare a glance at the bald man lying on the ground, nor did he acknowledge the scrutinizing gazes from a few true experts in the crowd. He walked away decisively, leaving over 300 new recruits in a state of disarray in the wind. Pushing open the heavy wooden door with its red roof and white walls, a rich aroma of meat mixed with a wave of heat rushed toward him. The dining hall of the Marine Headquarters recruit camp was absurdly spacious. The hall's ceiling soared nearly 10 meters high with enormous exhaust fans hanging overhead whirring loudly. Hundreds of long solid wood dining tables were neatly arranged, and the floor was spotless, free of any grease stains. The food-serving windows were lined up in a row, over 20 in total. Lin Xian, carrying a tattered cloth bag in one hand, strode over to the window at the very end. Ignoring the scrutinizing glances from a few veteran soldiers scattered in the dining hall, he directly picked up an oversized iron tray over half a meter in diameter. Behind the window stood a one-eyed chef in a tall hat holding a meat cleaver. A new recruit from the East Blue. The one-eyed chef glanced at Lin Xian. You just entered camp today, so it's free. Point out what you want. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, his gaze sweeping over the steaming iron buckets. That Sea King meat with bones over there. Give me 10 pieces. Lin Xian pointed to the left. Fill that pot of braised beef tendon to the brim. 2 whole loaves of black bread. And that seafood chowder, find me a big basin to hold it. The one-eyed chef's hand gripping the knife paused. He looked up at the young man before him, whose build was not particularly imposing, and let out a cold laugh. Kid, the rule at headquarters is that wasting food costs you military merits. Don't worry, just serve it up, Lin Xian said with a grin revealing neat white teeth. I've got a good stomach. The chef said no more, swiftly piling food onto the iron tray. In the blink of an eye, the tray became a mountain of food, easily weighing over 30 jin. Lin Xian held the bottom of the tray steady with one hand. He scanned the room and headed for an empty table in the farthest corner of the hall. This spot was by the window, offering a broad view that let him monitor the entire dining hall's activity, and in case of a sudden incident, it was convenient for a quick escape. Pulling out a wooden chair and sitting down, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a piping hot Sea King meat steak, tearing into it with large bites. The meat was firm and juices overflowed. Though seasoned only with simple coarse salt and pepper, the high-intensity energy contained in the Sea King meat was exactly what Lin Xian needed most at the moment. A 3-jin steak vanished into Lin Xian's stomach in less than a minute. Even the bones were chewed up and swallowed. As time passed, people began to fill the dining hall. They gathered in small groups, each occupying their own tables. The news about the bald recruit being carried to the infirmary for bone setting had clearly spread. Many recruits passing by Lin Xian's table with their trays unconsciously softened their steps, their eyes carrying a hint of wariness. The purple-haired Mohawk youth who had boasted about using Lin Xian as a punching bag sat far away at the other end of the hall, glancing over from time to time with a grim expression. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with these looks. He picked up the iron basin filled with seafood chowder, tipped his head back, and gulped down half of it. The hall grew noisier. New recruits ate and boasted loudly. I single-handedly hacked down one of their ships in the Flower Country. That swordsmanship of yours is too embarrassing to show off. Did you see that guy from the East Blue on the training ground? He didn't even move a finger, just used his Bodis rebound to shatter that South Sea guy's shoulder. That's a real monster. TCH, I think it was just a trick. Various accents intermingled, making one's head ache. Lin Xian held black bread in his left hand and meat in his right, methodically stuffing them into his mouth. He habitually maintained his observation hockey at a shallow activation level. It didn't consume much mental energy, just extending his perception network to cover a 10-meter radius, filtering out meaningless bragging and specifically capturing breathing rhythms, heartbeat changes, and certain special words. Just as he finished his 6th steak and was about to launch an assault on the beef tendon, a low complaint came from the next table. The voice was soft, lost in the deafening noise around, inaudible to ordinary people. But Lin Xian's observation hockey precisely isolated it and sent it to his mind. What awful stewed meat, no flavor at all. I really want some spicy hot pot with a bottle of iced cola. That would be living. Lin Xian's chewing of the beef tendon came to an abrupt halt. His teeth stopped mid-bite. Spicy hot pot. Iced cola. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Xian's eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of amusement. These two terms absolutely could not have come from the mouth of a native of the One Piece world. Lin Xian kept his head down, eating, without any abrupt movements like looking around. He simply changed his sitting posture, naturally casting a sidelong glance at the table to his right. It was a table for 4 occupied by only one person. A plump, fair-skinned new recruit. His round figure made the standard Marine private uniform look tight, with the collar buttons nearly bursting. He held an iron fork poking at a piece of boiled sea beast meat on his plate, with a look of disgust. After a couple of pokes, he sighed and muttered something under his breath. Lin Xian rolled his eyes inwardly. How had this fatty survived until now? The elimination rate on the Grand Line was as high as 99%. Those who managed to sneak into Marineford were all shrewd, hiding their tails tightly. But this guy in broad daylight in the Marine headquarters dining hall was complaining about the lack of spicy hot pot and iced cola. If CP0 intelligence agents overheard this, even if they didn't understand the words, just the incongruous context would have this fatty strapped to an interrogation chair and injected with truth serum by tomorrow. His level of alertness was so poor it was a miracle. Lin Xian focused his mind and a translucent system interface unfolded at the edge of his retina. He quickly accessed secret channel headquarters infiltrators. Online members 47. Messages in the chat box were slowly refreshing. The archives are working overtime today. That bald-headed sergeant is such a jerk, making me organize wanted posters from 10 years ago. Brother from logistics warehouse 2, when are you shipping out those scrapped muskets you mentioned yesterday? My furnace is ready. Don't rush me. The shift change schedule changed today. I need to relearn the patterns. Lin Xian's eyes swept across the interface, analyzing the chubby recruit's build and behavior. His mind worked quickly. To maintain such a physique in this brutal survival game, he definitely hadn't earned it by fighting Sea Kings on the front lines. This fatty must be following the path of stealth and logistics, or his devil fruit ability was an extremely powerful support type. Lin Xian swallowed the beef tendon. He picked up the napkin on the table, casually wiped his mouth, and raised the nearly empty seafood chowder basin, downing the last sip. Satisfying, Lin Xian sighed contentedly as he set down the iron basin. He didn't immediately get up to talk to the chubby guy. In a place like this, rushing over to exchange code words and claim kinship was something only an idiot would do. Who knew what cards the other had up his sleeve? Who knew if he would sell Lin Xian out to the Marines for military merits? Fleecing someone required strategy. He had to make the other party volunteer the information. Lin Xian stood up, picked up his empty tray piled with bones, and turned to walk toward the disposal area. Lin Xian carried his empty tray piled high with bones to the disposal area. He dumped the bones into the swill bucket, the metal tray clattering crisply. Instead of turning away, he casually grabbed a clean large metal tray from the side and strode back to the serving window he had just visited. The one-eyed cook wiping the stainless steel counter with a rag stopped his movements as he looked up and saw Lin Xian. Uncle, 5 more meat steaks, Lin Xian said, slapping the metal tray onto the counter with a grin. Didn't get my fill just now. The cook's mouth twitched. He glanced at Lin Xian's flat stomach, asked no further questions, and swung his cleaver, expertly picking out 5 of the largest meat steaks and tossing them onto the tray. Eat up. Don't go weak in the knees during the test, the cook said, his voice raspy. Thanks for the kind words. Lin Xian turned with his new tray. This time he didn't return to his original secluded corner. His gaze swept across the hall and went straight to a long table separated from the chubby kid's table by just half an aisle. He pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. The spot was chosen with care. It was not directly in the other party's line of sight, yet it allowed him to clearly capture any movement from that table. Lin Xian picked up a meat steak and tore into it with large bites. The sounds of chewing masked his deliberately slowed breathing. He contracted the range of his observation hockey, precisely locking onto the 4-person table on his right. At the chubby kid's table sat 3 NPC recruits. These 3 recruits, burly and build, wolfed down the food on their plates, occasionally looking up to chime in with the chubby kid. The chubby kid, holding a metal fork, listlessly poked at the boiled sea beast meat on his plate. He was clearly uninterested in the coarse food, his focus entirely on boasting. What do you know? Don't let this round physique fool you. This is solid muscle, the chubby kid said, spittle flying his chubby face full of smugness. Back in the West Sea, I was known as the West Sea's #1 spirit monkey, you know. A scar-faced NPC recruit swallowed his food and chimed in with a rough voice, with a build like yours. A spirit monkey. If you can climb a 10-meter mast, it'll eat this metal tray. Ignorant. The chubby kid exclaimed, slapping the table, causing the metal fork to jump. I tell you, I once ate a magical fruit on an uninhabited island in the West Sea. Hearing the word fruit, Lin Xian's tearing motion slowed by half a beat. The chubby kid lowered his voice, feigning mystery. The fruit's surface was covered in spiral patterns, and the taste was simply inhumane. After eating it, I had diarrhea for 3 days. The scar-faced recruit rolled his eyes. Isn't that a devil fruit? How could you possibly get your hands on a devil fruit? What's your rush? The chubby kid shot back, glaring at him before continuing. After the diarrhea, something miraculous happened. I found my body had become incredibly light. As long as I focus a bit, I can stand steadily on even a leaf and sleep on it. Jumping off a cliff dozens of meters high, I land without even leaving a footprint. The 3 NPC recruits at his table exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. You're lying through your teeth. If you really had that skill, why were you panting like a bull during the morning assembly? Exactly. If you had that ability, you'd fly straight into the headquarters building as an officer instead of eating boiled meat with us. Facing his comrades' ridicule, the chubby kid wasn't annoyed. He shrugged, picked up his fork, and continued poking the meat, believe it or not. I'm keeping a low profile. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. You wouldn't understand that principle. Lin Xian, sitting nearby, silently bit down on a piece of cartilage. His eyes lowered, his mind raced. Ate a fruit with spiral patterns. Body became light. Can even stand on leaves. The signs were too obvious. A paramecia type, the kilo fruit. Regardless of which specific fruit the chubby kid ate or some unknown variant ability, its core mechanism inevitably involved altering gravity or altering mass. Lin Xian swallowed the meat. With a thought, a semi-transparent system interface unfurled at the edge of his retina. He directly entered the secret channel headquarters infiltrator. Lin Xian typed keywords into the search bar, scanning the recent chat history. He needed to confirm the chubby kid's player identity and specific alias. Data scrolled rapidly on the interface. Soon an account named Rice Bowl King caught his eye. Lin Xian clicked on this account's history. The food at Marineford is really indescribable. Day 100 of missing Lao Ganma chili sauce. 10 minutes ago the bed planks in the recruit barracks are too hard, my back hurts from sleeping. I should have gone to the logistics department to be a cook. Last night, brothers in the West, see, do you have any tips for getting through the newbie phase easily? I'm getting chased and cut down every day over here, it's too tiring. 3 months ago. The tone, the word choice, even the if it can be avoid it mentality perfectly matched the chubby kid complaining about the lack of spicy hot pot and claiming to have eaten a magical fruit. Lin Xian closed the interface. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. An ability to alter weight. This was a top-tier support skill. Lin Xian's combat system was primarily based on pure physical strength and hockey with the stack fruit, granting him the ability to stack abilities that defied physical laws. Currently, he could stack hardness, strength, speed, and even luck and insight. However, his iron black, three-masted armed ship, which he had sailed all the way from the East Blue, while extremely tough, was limited by its weight and size, lacking sufficient mobility in naval combat. If he could borrow the chubby kid's ability or use him to apply a weight reduction state to his warship and then combine it with the stack fruit's power. Single layer weight reduction. Double layer weight reduction stacked. Quadruple layer weight reduction stacked. A steel warship weighing hundreds of tons if its weight was reduced to near zero, and then combined with his quadruple stacked speed boost. That ship could definitely break free from gravity and fly straight into the sky. Then with an 8-fold gravity stack it could directly smash the enemy ship to pieces. Lin Xian licked his lips, finding the meat steak in his mouth even more delicious. Kill him directly to make the fruit respawn. Lin Xian immediately dismissed the thought. This was Marineford, the Marine headquarters recruit camp. It was crawling with officers and instructors. The observation hockey of an admiral, or even the fleet admiral, could sweep across this island at any moment. Killing a comrade, even done perfectly cleanly, would invite endless trouble. Sacrificing his bright future of leeching top-tier resources and accessing advanced hockey within the Marines for a support-type fruit was a terrible deal. Moreover, Devil Fruit Rebirth was random. Even if he killed the chubby kid, the fruit might not accurately attach to the fruit he had prepared. If the energy dissipated, it would all be for nothing. Couldn't kill him. Then he had to squeeze every bit of value out of him. How? By making him work willingly, of course. This chubby kid was clearly a veteran survival-first player. No desire for combat, his mind full of eating and coasting through life. For someone like that, holding a knife to his throat might make him kneel and beg for mercy, but he would never reveal his true trump card. He needed a different approach. A complete exploitation plan instantly formed in Lin Xian's mind. He picked up his water cup, took a sip, and washed down the greasiness. The sound of a chair scraping the floor came from the four-person table on his right. The chubby kid let out a loud, satisfied burp. He rubbed his round belly, stood up with his empty tray. I'm full. This crappy meat gets stuck in my teeth, the chubby kid said, picking his teeth with a finger, greeting the 3 NPC recruits at his table. I'm off to the test, he'll probably be skinned alive. Go on, go on. Don't collapse from exhaustion after running 2 steps tomorrow, the scar-faced recruit waved him off. The chubby kid, tray in hand, wobbled towards the cafeteria entrance. He walked very slowly, his steps somewhat unsteady, showing no signs of a martial arts expert. Lin Xian, still seated, stuffed the last piece of meat steak into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times and swallowed it down, cartilage and all. Lin Xian grabbed a napkin, roughly wiped his hands and mouth, picked up his empty tray, and stood up unhurriedly. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. The cafeteria was still noisy. No one noticed this private from the East Blue. Training ground No. 2 was situated at the far rear of the recruit barracks complex. The field was paved with hard blue stone slabs. Lin Xian walked out of the mess hall and tossed his empty tray into the collection area. With his hands in his pockets, he ambled toward the training ground at a leisurely pace. His timing was impeccable. 500 recruits had already assembled on the blue stone field. These men hailed from various branches across the 4 blues and the Grand Line, standing in loose clusters, chatting in small groups. The field was filled with a cacophony of voices. Lin Xian made his way to the middle rear of the formation and found an inconspicuous spot to stand. At the edge of his retina, a faint dark red light flickered. Information in the covert channel scrolled rapidly. Intel confirmed. Chief Instructor Zephyr led the training ship out to sea yesterday. Overseeing today's drills is Vice Admiral Strawberry from headquarters. Strawberry is a swordsman relatively mild-tempered. Just aim for a middling score. Finally a chance to catch our breath. They say that old man Zephyr trains people like his life depends on it. Lin Xian glanced at the light screen, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He dismissed the panel and looked up at the review stand ahead. The review stand was empty. The lieutenant guiding them stood at the base of the steps, his expression tense as he frequently checked his watch. A heavy footstep echoed from the entrance of the training ground. The footsteps were not frequent, but with each step the bluestone floor let out a dull, resounding thud. The previously noisy recruit formation quickly fell silent. All eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. A tall, imposing figure stepped into view. The newcomer had short purple hair and wore a pair of large black sunglasses. He was not wearing the standard officer's justice coat. His upper body was clad in a tight black vest accentuating his exaggerated muscular physique. Most striking of all was his right arm. It was a massive mechanical arm. Thick alloy armor encased the entire limb, and the front was fitted with a huge crusher-like structure. Sunlight struck the metallic surface, reflecting a cold, icy glint. Former Marine Admiral. Current Chief Instructor of the recruit camp. Zephyr. Lin Xian silently cursed. What garbage intel. The lieutenant immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Instructor Shen also dropped his arrogant demeanor and straightened his back. Zephyr ignored everyone in his path. He walked with steady, measured steps, one by one, ascending the review stand. Standing at the center of the platform, he looked down upon the 500 unruly recruits below. Zephyr raised his left hand, took off his sunglasses, and casually tossed them onto the stand. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. A wild, overwhelming aura erupted from his body. Dark red currents materialized in the air, madly tearing at the surrounding oxygen. An invisible, crushing pressure transformed into a tangible storm sweeping out from the review stand in a fan shape across the entire parade ground. Haushiko Haki. A gale howled. The iron swords on the weapon racks at the field's edge trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. The dozens of recruits standing in the front row bore the brunt of the attack. The young man with the purple mohawk hairstyle had been standing rigidly. The instant the pressure swept over him, his eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible, and a meaningless gurgling sound escaped his throat. His legs gave way, and he dropped directly to his knees, digging his fingers into the gaps between the blue stones as he violently vomited bile. The front row of recruits collapsed in droves. Some fainted outright, while others lay on the ground convulsing all over. The pressure continued to spread backward. The chubby young man who had complained about the lack of spicy mala hot pot in the mess hall was standing 3 spaces to Lin Xian's left. The pressure struck. The chubby young man let out a shrill scream. His round body instantly lost its balance, and he fell heavily, landing hard on his backside. The fat on his face trembled wildly, and cold sweat dripped from his chin. His mouth gaped open, but he couldn't utter a single sound, his face deathly pale. Lin Xian stood in the middle rear of the formation. The invisible storm slammed into his body. Lin Xian did not move. The azure orb within him began to rotate slowly, completely neutralizing the oppressive will of this conqueror's haki, a force capable of shattering an ordinary person's mental defenses. He felt no pressure whatsoever. Even his breathing remained undisturbed. Lin Xian swept his gaze around. To his left, a giant 3 meters tall knelt on one knee, panting heavily. To his right, a few self-proclaimed prodigy swordsmen leaned on their blades, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Across the entire parade ground of 500 men, fewer than 10 still stood upright. Lin Xian immediately recognized the problem. He quickly masked the clarity in his eyes, bending his knees slightly and letting his shoulders slump. Clutching his chest with both hands, he opened his mouth wide, his chest heaving violently, feigning extreme difficulty in breathing. He even controlled the muscles in his face, forcing a few cold beads of sweat to appear on his forehead, blending in with the swaying recruits around him, looking utterly disheveled. The early bird gets the worm, but the early worm gets eaten, Lin Xian mused. Zephyr stood on the high platform, coldly observing the chaotic formation of recruits below. Useless. Zephyr's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Ornamental fish raised in a tank. Trash sent from the 4 blues and the first half of the Grand Line. Zephyr's tone was merciless. Can't even withstand a sliver of my presence. And you think you're worthy of wearing this white uniform? A dead silence fell over the field. Only heavy gasps and occasional retching sounds could be heard. Lin Xian kept his head down, his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the stone patterns on the ground. With a thought, a translucent system interface flickered across his retina. Fold fruit activate. 2 layers of insight stacked. 4 layers of insight stacked. 8-fold insight. A refreshing coolness spread through the depths of his brain. The speed of his thoughts instantly surged to a terrifying level. Lin Xian closed his eyes, retracting his Kinbunshika Haki, attempting to use this 8-fold insight to analyze the energy flow pattern of the Haushiko Haki still lingering in the air. He wanted to freeload. Busashoka Haki could be learned, Kinbunshika Haki could be trained. Since Zephyr had released Haushika Haki right in front of him, if he could figure out how the energy was mobilized, he could copy it directly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Utter silence reigned in his mind. The residual Haki fluctuations in the air were completely untraceable. It was not a power that could be mastered through physical training or technique. It was a pure spiritual will, a trait rooted in the depths of one's soul. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Nothing. The eightfold insight was utterly useless here. So it's about bloodlines, huh? Lin Xian cursed inwardly. He finally accepted the reality. Haushikahaki was the quality of a king found only in 1 in a million people. Without that seed, no amount of insight was anything more than staring blankly at empty air. The stacking rules of his golden finger could not create something from nothing that did not belong to his soul. Zephyr withdrew his released haki. The air began to flow freely again. The suffocating pressure suddenly dissipated. The parade ground was filled with the sound of greedy breathing. The recruits gulped down fresh air, and violent coughs echoed one after another. The chubby young man sat slumped on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his face with his sleeve. Zephyr raised his enormous mechanical right arm and pointed toward the main road outside the training ground. For the next 3 months, I will shatter the arrogance in your worthless bones piece by piece. I will show you what true hell is. Zephyr's voice boomed, rattling eardrums. Now all of you go to the logistics office and collect 50 kilograms of weighted lead blocks. Put them on and run 20 laps around Marineford's Island Ring Road. Anyone who doesn't finish before dark, Zephyr lowered his arm, his gaze icy. Pack your bags and get the hell out of the recruit camp. The physical fitness baseline test begins now.